Jiang Ran was tricked into living in an apartment building called Alice, which was full of various murderers and perverted criminals. At the same time, there were 4 people with him, who were the guinea pigs in the 25th round. The game was watched live by all kinds of wealthy people, who bet on who would die first and who would survive to the end. In the apartment, there is a pervert who likes to skin people and make kites. A new generation of Jack the Ripper who kills women. Highly educated, high IQ criminals. The crazy chainsaw killer, and so on. The system connected to Jiang Ran was frantically alerting, ding. The host is detected in an extremely dangerous area. Run. Ding. A dangerous person is detected nearby, run. Ding. An extremely dangerous person is detected nearby. Really run. Jiang Ran scratched his head, speechless. System, you're talking nonsense again. My neighbors are all very kind and nice people, yet you're throwing mud at them every day. You're going too far. Also, there's a beautiful woman next to me right now, so why is she considered an extremely dangerous person? Hazard warning system. Please, let me go. I don't want money, just let me leave this apartment. You can even take one of my kidneys. No, we signed an agreement. If you want to leave, you have to survive 7 days. 7 days? This Alice apartment is filled with all sorts of perverted murderers. Forget 7 days, I won't even survive 1 day. I beg you. Help. Help me. I don't want to die. My medicine is running out again, and I'm almost out of money to buy more. In Nan City, on the street, Jiang Ran, who was quite handsome, looked at the plastic medicine box in his hand, which contained only a few white pills, and frowned deeply. He let out a sigh of stale air towards the clear blue sky, feeling extremely troubled. He suffered from severe dissociative identity disorder. There were several personalities within his body. He usually suppressed them by taking medicine. If he stopped taking medicine for a period, the personalities within his body would fight for control, taking turns to emerge. Of course, dissociative identity disorder wasn't his biggest worry. His biggest worry was that he wasn't from this world at all. He was an Earthling. But for some unknown reason, his soul had transmigrated to this world called Azure Star, into the body of a young man named Jiang Ran. Even with the soul transmigration, the dissociative identity disorder remained. And here was the problem: when he was on Earth, the psychiatric medications he took were formulated by an old Chinese doctor in his village. They were effective, cheap, and had few side effects. However, after transmigrating to Azure Star, he couldn't afford effective medicine. He was taking junk medicine, its efficacy was poor, his condition wasn't stable, and it had many side effects. He truly feared that one day he wouldn't be able to afford the medicine, his condition would flare up, and all his personalities would emerge. In fact, it wouldn't be a big deal if they emerged, but Jiang Ran knew that none of the personalities within him were easy to deal with. He was genuinely afraid that one day he'd be dragged down by these personalities and end up eating free prison food. Ding! Warning, host is in a dangerous zone. Points +1. Points +1. Points. At this moment, just as Jiang Ran felt his future was bleak, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his mind. This was the danger warning system, which Jiang Ran had bound to after transmigrating. At first, he was very excited, thinking that heaven was being kind to him. This life, he would reach the pinnacle of existence. But later, he realized the system didn't seem to be of much use. Its greatest use was danger warning. When you were in a dangerous zone, it would continuously add so-called points, reminding you. This was also the first time the system had issued a danger warning. Being reminded so strongly in his mind, Jiang Ran, who had been completely lost in thought, immediately snapped awake. He looked left and right, realizing he was standing outside a multi-grain pancake shop. At this moment, the shop's loudspeaker was playing a very pleasant female announcer's voice. Wonchuan multi-grain pancakes. 100th anniversary grand promotion. to thank new and old customers, and our supportive friends and family. Buy one standard 10 yuan multigrain pancake now and receive a lottery ticket. One lottery ticket allows one draw. The grand prizes are as follows. First prize, 1 winner an Alice apartment. Second prize, 2 winners a 100,000 yuan jack car. Third prize, 3 winners a 3,999 yuan jack electric bicycle. Fourth prize. This was a super large old established chain multigrain pancake shop, holding a grand promotion for its 100th anniversary. The pancakes made by this shop were delicious, its advertising was aggressive, and as an old brand and a popular internet snack, it already had many customers. Now with a lottery event, even more people were lining up in long queues. Among the queuing crowd, there were even voices like, "Holy moly, the first prize, second prize, and third prize are all great. Especially the first and second prizes, those are a house and a car. I usually only buy one pancake. Later, I'm going to buy 3 pancakes and draw 3 times. Oh, heaven. Just let me win any one of them. Let me make a small fortune." Similar voices rose and fell. Of course, there was another kind of voice, though less common, that revealed rationality. It was a middle-aged uncle speaking. He was at the end of the line, looking at the crowd, which was much larger than usual, and said disdainfully, "You never bought them normally, but with a lottery event, every single one of you is more active than the last. A bunch of big fools, actually thinking they can win a prize?" At this very moment, Jiang Ran's figure also completely stopped in front of the pancake shop. The system in his mind kept reminding him that he was in a dangerous zone. But he looked around and didn't feel anywhere was dangerous. Especially with so many people here, there didn't seem to be anything to fear, unless the gas in the shop exploded. So, he simply ignored this stupid system. His stomach was rumbling with hunger anyway. He'd buy a pancake to eat. As for what to do if there really was danger? If he died, he died. Living was a kind of suffering anyway. The torment of dissociative identity disorder was too much to bear. Fan Jin passed the imperial examination, and I won the prize. At this moment, because there were too many people queuing for pancakes, Jiang Ran, who was in line, pulled out his phone to entertain himself while waiting. After playing a match 3 game for a while, he looked up and saw the grand prize on the festive advertising poster, a unit in Alice apartment. Jiang Ran had only transmigrated a few days ago, so he wasn't particularly familiar with his current situation, only having a general understanding. For example, this new identity Jiang Ran was an orphan, just like his previous life. After graduating from university, both had similar fates, becoming corporate drones. The only difference was the location of their toil. In his previous life, he was on a factory assembly line. This one worked from home on a computer, as an online store customer service representative. To earn more wages and make more money, despite his ex-girlfriend who dumped him. Therefore, he worked several jobs, leading directly to his sudden death at home. Alas, no matter what, health is the capital of revolution. If one's health is poor, everything else is empty talk. Found it, Alice apartment. At this moment, Jiang Ran found Alice apartment in Nan City online. Unlike other customers, he was simply hungry and buying a pancake. He had no expectation of winning a prize. Because in his opinion, this grand prize was definitely a gimmick for internal staff. Ordinary customers shouldn't expect to win, they were destined for consolation prizes. Furthermore, he thought this so-called apartment was probably one of those cheap apartments in an ordinary location. But what he never expected was this. It was the exact opposite of what he thought. This Alice apartment was not a cheap apartment at all. Instead, it was a high-end apartment. Although its location wasn't the absolute best, like the city center, judging by its position, it was still very good. Then, looking at the most important indicator for judging a house, the price. Houses in Alice apartment were astonishingly priced at 50,000 yuan per square meter. Damn it! Jiang Ran couldn't help but curse in his heart. He knew that the house he currently rented was only a little over 2,000 yuan per square meter, but this thing was 50,000? If someone owned a unit here, how many years of detours could be said to have been avoided in their life? And there was more. What Jiang Ran saw next about Alice's apartment left him even more dumbfounded. Alice is a standalone apartment. What does that mean? A residential complex usually has more than a dozen buildings, some even dozens. But Alice is a single building, and Alice's apartment is not one of those large apartment buildings with many floors and a massive footprint. Instead, it's a small apartment building, with not many residents, ensuring no noise or chaos, and few miscellaneous people. It's primarily aimed at elite individuals, taking a high-end route. Overall, it is very suitable for living. Because of this, seeing the specific situation of Alice's apartment, Jiang Ran became even more convinced that this thing was a gimmick, and the grand prize absolutely belonged to internal staff. Sure enough, he had been watching the people who bought pancakes and drew prizes in front. Not to mention the grand prize, there wasn't even a second or third prize winner. Despite this, many people bought 5 or 6 multi-grain pancakes at once, some even 7 or 8, and one person was even more exaggerated, buying over a dozen. Facing human greed, Jiang Ran could only shake his head. Furthermore, his thoughts now returned to the medicine he was taking. This body of mine is much more handsome than my previous one. Should I become a male escort? It's a bit tough, but it pays well, and I can buy good medicine to control my condition. Jiang Ran thought this, but 10 minutes later, he never expected his situation to undergo a world-shattering change. Holy crap, I won? And it's the grand prize? At this moment, looking at the 3 large characters grand prize in the scratch-off area of the lottery ticket in his left hand, Jiang Ran was incredibly incredulous, for a moment thinking he was seeing things. Until the young and beautiful female clerk of the pancake shop congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, sir. You've won. And it's the grand prize. A unit in Alice's apartment." Splat! The multigrain pancake in Jiang Ran's right hand fell directly to the ground. Only then did he believe he had won. After the bewilderment came surprise, ecstatic joy. This is great, he's going to have a house. He had no house in his previous life, no house in this life, and now he won a house in a lottery? And if he had a house, he wouldn't have to rent anymore. He could save 1,000 yuan in rent every month. 1,000 yuan, a step closer to buying effective psychiatric medication. Amidst his surprise, the danger warning system in Jiang Ran's mind still alerted. Ding! Host detected at a dangerous crossroads in life. Please note. Please note. Live broadcast room, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game. Today was 3 days after winning the first prize. 3 days ago, after winning the first prize, Jiang Ran was invited by the pancake shop owner to enter the shop to claim his prize, under the envious gazes of countless people buying pancakes. Jiang Ran originally thought that claiming the prize would be a drawn-out, lengthy process. After all, the prize was an apartment. And it was an apartment worth 50,000 yuan per square meter. But to Jiang Ran's surprise, the prize redemption was incredibly fast. In just 3 days, Jiang Ran completed the transfer of ownership and received the keys to the apartment. It was as if this apartment was a huge hot potato. At 7 a.m., in front of Alice's apartment, Jiang Ran, with a black 70-liter large-capacity backpack on his back and dragging an oversized black suitcase with his right hand, was bathed in the gentle warmth of the morning sun. Is this Alice's apartment? Looking at the luxurious 10-story apartment in front of him, Jiang Ran never imagined that in this life, he would have the good fortune to live in such an apartment. After all, in his previous life, he was just a renter, a workhorse. He didn't know what the interior of this apartment building was like, but from the outside alone, it exuded a clean, tidy, high-end, simple luxury. Because the shop owner had told him that the first prize prepared by their shop, an Alice apartment, was already renovated and fully furnished with appliances. Therefore, he could move in with just his luggage. Jiang Ran, as a result, terminated his previous rental agreement early and either sold his old and used belongings secondhand or discarded them. He only brought his clothes and basic necessities. Alice apartment, I'm here. Jiang Ran was in high spirits and said it a little loudly. What he hadn't expected was that there was a response, and the response was from very close by, right beside him. You seem very happy? The voice came from Jiang Ran's left. He turned his head and saw a young man about his height and age. This young man had an ordinary appearance. His most striking feature was his extremely fair skin, fairer than many girls. Because of this, the small beauty mark at the corner of his left eye was particularly noticeable. Sorry. Jiang Ran didn't know how he might have offended this young man, so he apologized first, as that was always a safe approach. Then he said, Hello, my name is Jiang Ran, I'm a new resident here. The pale young man stared at Jiang Ran for several seconds, then shook his head without speaking, picked up a suitcase, and silently walked through the fence gate of Alice's apartment. What a strange personality. Shrugging, Jiang Ran also dragged his black suitcase and walked through the fence gate of Alice's apartment. However, just as his left foot stepped inside, the danger warning system in his mind emitted a strong and stimulating alarm sound. Danger! Danger! Danger detected. Host is in an extremely dangerous place. Please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. Points +5. Points +5. The sudden danger warning caught Jiang Ran off guard. He looked around but didn't see anything that might cause danger. Then he looked up, fearing so-called high-altitude littering, even though he was still a long distance from the apartment building. As a result, looking up and forward, the balconies on each floor, let alone the possibility of high-altitude littering, didn't even have a single person in sight. This system is acting up again. Jiang Ran clearly remembered that 3 days ago, by the pancake shop, this system had also issued a danger warning. And what was the result? Not only did no danger befall him, but Jiang Ran even won the first prize. He was incredibly lucky. Could it be that this danger warning system actually works in reverse? Is the so-called danger warning actually a luck warning? He couldn't help but speculate. This was based on his previous experience. Mr. Jiang Ran, are you feeling unwell? At this moment, from the luxurious guard booth next to the fence gate, a strong, burly man in his 30s, wearing a black security uniform, walked out. He came up to Jiang Ran, bowed slightly, and showed a pleasant smile. Jiang Ran was a little surprised. You know me? As Jiang Ran spoke, he pulled out a resident card from his pocket. These high-end apartments all require a card swipe to enter. The security guard smiled. When you completed the transfer a few days ago, our Alice apartment already had your information and distributed it to our security and property management. So, it's normal for us to know you. Jiang Ran was a little surprised. Wow. As expected of a high-end apartment. This service attitude and awareness completely surpassed the communities he had lived in before. No wonder people say that when rich people live in high-end communities and villas, what they buy is not just a house, but actually service. Mr. Jiang Ran, this way please. We have already entered your facial information into the access control system. From now on, you won't need to swipe a card, you can simply use facial recognition to enter directly. Really? Although he hadn't experienced any high-end services, Jiang Ran had tried facial recognition before. Therefore, he walked to the facial recognition machine and scanned his face. As soon as he scanned his face, the entrance in front of him opened. Jiang Ran happily dragged his suitcase and walked in. Meanwhile, the security guard at the main entrance maintained his initial slight bow and squinted smile. He watched Jiang Ran walk into the apartment building, but he remained rooted to the spot. Like a statue. Even though it was early morning, this eerie behavior couldn't help but send shivers down one's spine. Especially as his eyes, squinted on his face, became increasingly narrow, turning into mere slits, and finally, even those slits seemed to vanish from his face. Human progress is terrifying, especially in modern times. Technological development is even more terrifying. For the recorded thousands of years before, messages were still transmitted by post stations and carrier pigeons. But in these short decades, centuries, technology has been exploding at an eerie, rapid pace. Humans built an invisible, intangible network that covered the entire world, allowing everyone with an electronic device to communicate with the world. At this moment, this was a studio where, apart from the illuminated center, everything else was in darkness. In front of the huge electronic screen in the studio, stood a Chinese beauty holding a microphone. This beauty was a full 1.75 meters tall, and wearing high heels, she reached 1.80 meters. Her figure was curvaceous, and her appearance was sweet and beautiful. Dressed in a silver gown, complemented by her flowing long hair, she couldn't help but draw people's prolonged gazes. At this moment, there was no one else in this studio besides her. There were only cameras hidden in the darkness, pointed at her. It seemed to be a live broadcast. The long-haired beauty now raised the microphone in her hand, revealing a sweet smile, and said with a smile to one of the cameras, "Dear VIP members, the 25th round of the A Distant Relative is not as good as a close neighbor game is about to begin. Let me introduce you to the 5 Xiaobai little white mice, for this round." 5 little white mice. As the long-haired beauty's slender-fingered left hand moved, the large electronic screen behind her changed from pitch black to snowy white. Immediately following, a large string of data appeared on it. There were photos of people, as well as text. The clarity was unparalleled. The first Xiaobai little white mice, of the 25th round of the game. Qin Fei, male, 20 years old. Due to his addiction to online games, he spent hundreds of thousands of yuan, painstakingly saved by his parents, all on the game. Not only that, but he later went insane and borrowed from a round of online loans, leading to his current mountain of debt with no money to repay. Therefore, he signed an agreement with us to enter the game. For every day he survives in Alice's apartment, he receives a 10,000 yuan bonus. We hope he can live a few more days and pay off his online loans soon. The long-haired beauty smiled slightly, and as her gestures continuously changed, photos of this male student named Qin Fei, including ID photos and daily life photos, kept appearing on the large electronic screen. Next is the second Xiaobai little white mice. Wang Cici, male, 27 years old, a rock hip-hop man who claims to pursue his dreams. He once formed a rock band, but unfortunately, it disbanded due to various reasons. He signed an agreement with us to move into Alice's apartment, and for every day he survives, he receives a 10,000 yuan bonus. After introducing the second Xiaobai little white mice, the female host produced a black tablet computer from an unknown place. She opened the tablet computer. This tablet computer, besides the pre-installed software, only had one additional software. This software was called Black Software. She clicked on the software again, performed some operations, and entered a live stream room within the software, where she herself was being streamed. A long-haired beauty stood in front of a large electronic screen. The number of viewers in this live stream room currently showed 71,499 people, and the number was still rising. Along with the increasing number of viewers came more comments from those watching the live stream. "Wakaka, it's finally live. A new round, it makes my blood boil. Yeah, I've been waiting for so long, I was so bored every day. Thankfully, it's finally live. Hope these 5 people in this round live longer. Don't die faster than each other like the 5 from the previous round." At this moment, a user with the screen name Middle-Aged Uncle commented, "Yaya, a new round has begun, let me see the people in this round." Currently, the second person is more interesting than the first. I guess he's participating in this game to earn money and reform his band. But this is not an easy task. Back then, I also wanted to enter the entertainment industry. I opened an entertainment company and signed many newcomers, including several male and female bands, but unfortunately, none of them became famous. I wish him to live a few more days. Earn more money. Another user named Domineering Female CEO commented, "It's a pity this Wang CC isn't handsome, otherwise I would directly take him in and help him achieve his dreams. After all, I'm known for my generosity." The long-haired beauty looked at these comments in the live stream room, her red lips slightly pursed. Her gaze left the tablet computer, and she looked up to continue. Next, let's introduce the third Xiaobai, Little White Mice. Morong Fu, male, 23 years old, a factory employee. He wants to save enough money for a wedding house, bride price, etc., to marry his girlfriend. He signed an agreement with us to receive 10,000 yuan for each day he survives. As she spoke, a somewhat handsome young man appeared on the large electronic screen. At this time, the live stream room also erupted with new comments. Fairy sister, cousin, is that you? Cousin? Little aunt, cousin, I'm out now. I am a hero, damn, there's someone named Morong Fu like in demigods and semi-devils, but this Morong Fu was much worse than the one in the novel. The Morong Fu in the novel was dedicated to his career and completely ignored women, disdaining his beautiful cousin. This one, however, is willing to play this kind of game just to earn money to marry his girlfriend. Middle-aged uncle, it's very normal, you rich second-generation kids don't understand the lives of ordinary people at all. I was also an ordinary person back then, starting from scratch, so I deeply understand this Morong Fu. Of course, I wouldn't joke with my life just to get married. Domineering female CEO, nowadays, ordinary people getting married are bound by houses, cars, and bride prices. But this is also good, otherwise, if they weren't short on money, who would participate in the game? If they don't participate, how can we have fun? The comments section was incredibly lively. The long-haired beauty continued, the fourth Xiaobai, Little White Mice. Xiao Nua, female, 19 years old, a university student, vain and materialistic, similar to the first one. However, she's better than the first one, she didn't touch her family's money, and probably doesn't even know her bank card password. Her family is somewhat patriarchal, so she borrowed a lot of online loans to buy an iPhone, cosmetics, branded clothes, and bags. The interest compounded, she has no money to repay, and she dares not tell her family. Therefore, she signed an agreement with us to receive 10,000 yuan for each day she survives. Middle-aged uncle, this fourth person, not bad, not bad. I like this type of female university student. The more materialistic these female university students are, the better, that way they're easier to take in. It's just that this Xiao Nua doesn't look that great, and her makeup is too thick. Back in the live stream room. Currently, the first four Xiaobai, Little White Mice, have all been introduced. Next, I will introduce the fifth Xiaobai, Little White Mice, to give everyone a surprise. This fifth Xiaobai, Little White Mice, is different from the previous four, including all the Xiaobai, Little White Mice, from the previous 24 rounds. The long-haired beauty finished introducing the fourth one and immediately began introducing the fifth one. After hearing the long-haired beauty's words, the comments section also burst with curiosity, everyone asking how it was different. The long-haired beauty's lips curved into a smile, all the Xiaobai, Little White Mice, in our game signed an agreement with us before moving into Alice's apartment. They don't know what's actually inside Alice's apartment, they came in for the 10,000 yuan a day. But this fifth Xiaobai, Little White Mice, is completely different. He didn't sign an agreement with us. He won the first prize in a lottery held by one of our chain pancake shops, which was an Alice apartment unit, and that's how he moved in. He knows even less about Alice's apartment than the other Xiaobai, Little White Mice. After hearing the long-haired beauty's words, many people in the comments section let out sounds of disapproval and booing. Middle-aged uncle, knowing nothing, wouldn't this Xiaobai, Little White Mice, die the fastest? What's the point of us watching then? Fairy sister, yes, the other Xiaobai, Little White Mice, although they don't know what's in the apartment, at least they know there's no such thing as a free lunch, and 10,000 yuan a day isn't that easy to get. At the very least, they'll be wary of the unknown in the apartment. This one, however, thinks Alice's apartment is just a regular high-end apartment and he won it in a lottery, so he has no guard up at all. There were many boos. But some also found the interesting aspect of this type of Xiao by Shu, little white mice, and understood the game organizer's painstaking efforts. Domineering female CEO, although this Xiao by Shu, little white mice, is highly likely to die first, he is definitely worth watching. After all, the other four all have a sense of vigilance and will be careful in everything they do within the apartment, while this one, who knows nothing about the apartment's situation, will live here like an ordinary resident. This is a completely new type. We've seen so many who are vigilant, now we have one who isn't at all, so it's a change of pace. If the other four die faster than this one, I'll truly die laughing. Little ant, in that case, it's not fair to the fifth Xiao by Shu, little white mice. I'm not talking about knowing the apartment's situation, but what about the other Xiao by Shu, little white mice, who get cash for surviving? How will this one be handled? Under what name will the money be given to him? Bet on 5 mice and live in Alice's apartment. The fifth Xiao by Shu, little white mice. Jiang Ran, male, 23 years old, a super workhorse, holding multiple jobs. Although he was tricked into this, we found that he used to draw comics. Although he stopped updating, if he can survive for more than a day, 10,000 yuan will be sent to him through this comic channel as a comic reward. Jiang Ran's information and photo appeared on the large electronic screen. When Jiang Ran's photo was displayed, many comments popped up in the live broadcast room. They all said that Jiang Ran was quite handsome. The long-haired beauty no longer held the tablet computer, she put it down. Smiling at a black camera, she said, "Now, all 5 Xiao by Shu, little white mice, for the 25th round have been introduced. All esteemed members, please begin placing your bets. The minimum betting amount must not be less than 100,000 yuan." After these words, everyone in the live broadcast room began to place their bets, discussing as they did so. Approximately half an hour later, betting concluded. The long-haired beauty waved her right hand, and the previous 5 individuals, including Jiang Ran, appeared on the electronic screen behind her, with their avatars arranged vertically from top to bottom, forming a table. Looking at the table, the long-haired beauty said, "The first Xiao by Shu, little white mice, Xin Fei, has a total betting amount of 10.99 million. The second Xiao by Shu, little white mice, Wang Cc, has a total betting amount of 50.98 million. The third Xiao by Shu, little white mice, Morong Fu, has a total betting amount of 66.23 million. The fourth Xiao by Shu, little white mice, Xiao Nua, has a total betting amount of 5.67 million. The fifth Xiao by Shu, little white mice, Jiang Ran, has a total betting amount of 1.08 million. Everyone in the live broadcast room could only bet on one of the 5 Xiao by Shu, little white mice. There was no limit to the betting amount. The minimum was 100,000, amounts like 101,000 or 105,000 were not allowed, only direct amounts like 110,000. Whichever of these 5 Xiao by Shu, little white mice, survived the longest, being the last one to die among the 5. Those who bet on him could not only get back their own money but also collect all the money from those who bet on the other Xiao by Shu, little white mice. From the current table, it appeared that the largest amount was bet on Morong Fu to live the longest and be the last to die. The smallest amount was bet on Jiang Ran. However, this did not indicate whether many or few people bet on them. After all, it was possible that one member, a sugar daddy, was particularly optimistic about a certain Xiao by Shu, little white mice, and directly bet a lot of money. While some Xiao by Shu, little white mice, might have many people betting on them, these sugar daddies, with a trial mindset, only bet the minimum of 100,000 yuan. Therefore, after checking the amounts, the long-haired beauty began to announce how many people had bet on each of them. Of course, the situation just described rarely occurred. Basically, at present, the more money, the more people usually bet. After all, no lunatic would throw too much money at a Xiao by Shu, little white mice, without complete certainty. Unless you were a star player. Like that guy who survived 3 rounds. The long-haired beauty then looked at the number of people who bet on them. Indeed, fewer people bet on those with less money, and more people bet on those with more money. The most was for the third Xiao by Shu, little white mice, Morong Fu, who had the most money bet on him. The fewest people bet on Jiang Ran. Only 6 people bet on Jiang Ran. Among them, 5 people only bet the minimum amount of 100,000. That added up to 500,000. Which meant the remaining 580,000 was all bet by one person. The long-haired beauty could also check who placed the bets. Therefore, she found that the person who bet 580,000 was a user named Diamond Bachelor. The long-haired beauty could see it. Others watching the live broadcast in the room could naturally also see it. When they saw that Diamond Bachelor had bet 580,000 on Jiang Ran, the live broadcast room immediately erupted. Not for any other reason, but because this Diamond Bachelor had won more than he lost in the previous 24 rounds of betting. He was practically an undefeated general. There was a leaderboard specifically to see which of these bettors won the most and how much money they won in total. Diamond Bachelor was overwhelmingly in first place, by a significant margin. He was called the god of gamblers by everyone in the live broadcast room. Although none of the people in the live broadcast room of this a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game were ordinary people. Their true identities were either big company bosses or super rich second and third generations. They all had their pride. They were all arrogant. But in this regard, they truly respected Diamond Bachelor. So someone asked, "Brother Wang, why did you bet on Jiang Ran? This kid was tricked into this, he's a Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who doesn't understand anything, has no guard up, and will definitely be the first to die. Even if he's lucky, he couldn't possibly be the last one to die among the 5. So, what's the deeper meaning behind your bet?" Diamond Bachelor rarely spoke in the live broadcast room, but if someone asked him something he deemed valuable, he would answer. He said, "Intuition, a man's sixth sense." Domineering female CEO, you said that last time too. So, all your successful bets were due to a man's sixth sense? Then why isn't my woman's sixth sense accurate? Little Dragon Girl, Sister CEO, don't worry, Brother Wang will definitely miss this time. His sixth sense is 100% going to be wrong. Fairy Sister, yes, I don't believe his sixth sense will be accurate this time. After all, his sixth sense hasn't always been right. Although he won more than he lost, this time Diamond Bachelor bet on Jiang Ran, a Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who was tricked into it. So the other people in the live broadcast room also felt that Brother Wang would miss this time. Therefore, they were all gloating. At this moment, the long-haired beauty cleared her throat and continued. Since the betting is complete, the 25th round of the A Distant Relative is not as good as a close neighbor game officially begins. With that, the long-haired beauty disappeared into the surrounding darkness, as if swallowed by black ink. However, the electronic screen behind her did not lose its light, instead, it displayed a real-time image. The image showed Jiang Ran, who had just entered the apartment building. Jiang Ran, carrying a large backpack and pulling a suitcase, had just entered the apartment building when he was attracted by the very pleasing decor inside. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached. A young man in his 20s came out of a room and rushed over. Upon reaching Jiang Ran, he immediately introduced himself and handed over a white business card. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Ran. I am the administrator of Alice Apartment. You can call me Xiao Zhang." Jiang Ran looked at Administrator Xiao Zhang, who was about the same age as him. He had an ordinary appearance, always wore a smile, seemed very amiable, and was dressed in a black uniform. Jiang Ran took Administrator Xiao Zhang's business card and looked at it. It had Administrator Xiao Zhang's name, job title, and phone number. "If you have any problems in the apartment later, you can call me directly or come down to the first floor to find me. I live there." Administrator Xiao Zhang saw Jiang Ran take his business card, then continued to introduce himself, pointing behind him, which seemed to be the administrator's usual living quarters. "Alright, I understand. By the way, my name is Jiang Ran. You don't need to use honorifics with me, we are all equal." Jiang Ran smiled warmly at Administrator Xiao Zhang. Unlucky Jiang Ran was the first to encounter the apartment residents. Jiang Ran increasingly felt that high-end apartments were truly excellent. The service level was simply beyond words. Not only the security guards at the entrance, but even the apartment's administrator, were so enthusiastic towards the residents. And they were all young people. Jiang Ran liked communicating with young people because there was no generation gap. Communicating with middle-aged and elderly people was tiring due to the generation gap. Okay, Mr. Jiang Ran, I understand. You can go upstairs now. If you need anything, just call me. Administrator Xiao Zhang is at your service 24/7. Administrator Xiao Zhang flashed a brilliant white smile, reminding Jiang Ran of Might Guy, Rock Lee's master from Naruto. The fact that I could win this prize in this lifetime must be heaven repaying me for the hardships I suffered in my previous life. Jiang Ran, who had already entered the elevator, said. The apartment unit Jiang Ran 1 was on the third floor. 304. At this moment, the third floor was silent, with only the rustling sound of Jiang Ran dragging his suitcase down the corridor. He took a quick look and saw that there were only 4 units on the third floor. 301 and 302 were on one side. 303 and 304 were on the other side. One side was south, the other north. They were not directly opposite each other, but staggered. With an excited heart, Jiang Ran arrived at the door of 304. He used the key to open this house that was completely his own. After entering the house, despite his prior mental estimation and the description from the pancake shop owner, Jiang Ran still didn't expect the 304 unit to be so well renovated. It was truly eye-catching. To use a popular phrase from a long time ago, understated luxury with substance. Especially since the decor style leaned towards white, rather than the so-called matte high-end black that Jiang Ran wasn't too fond of. In addition, Jiang Ran found that the refrigerator, washing machine, TV, and everything else were fully equipped. There was even a coffee machine. This made him even more overjoyed. Because it was an apartment, there was only one living room, one bedroom, one bathroom, an open-plan kitchen in the living room, and finally, a balcony. Although the space wasn't large, it was enough for Jiang Ran to live comfortably here alone. In fact, if possible, at least 1 or 2 more people could live here. After being excited and thrilled for about 10 minutes, Jiang Ran had thoroughly explored his house. He began to take out his personal belongings from his backpack and suitcase and place them in their designated spots. He was ready to start his brand new life. But before Jiang Ran had even finished half of his tidying, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. He wondered who was knocking on his door. He had just arrived, so there were no deliveries or takeaways. Could it be Administrator Xiao Zhang? Jiang Ran, with his doubts, opened the door directly. He didn't use the peephole to check outside first, as he never had that habit. Bad habit, everyone, don't learn it. After opening the door, he didn't see anyone at first. While still wondering, he heard a sound coming from below. He looked down and realized the person was there. It was an old man with a cane and a very hunched back. He looked to be over 70. His face was full of wrinkles. The old man looked up at Jiang Ran with effort, then showed a kind smile. Hello, young man. I'm the resident of 301. My light bulb is broken, and I can't change it, so could you please help me? While speaking, the old man from 301 pointed to 301, the furthest unit on his right. Jiang Ran nodded in agreement immediately. No problem, should we go change it now? The old man probably didn't expect Jiang Ran to agree so readily, and he said with a chuckle, okay, let's go change it now. Then he leaned on his cane and walked ahead to lead the way. After Jiang Ran closed his door, he followed behind the old man. This simple scene was being broadcast live in the streaming room. The streaming room immediately became lively. Ah, I'm dying of laughter, I never expected someone to die so quickly. No choice, in this 25th round, the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, named Jiang Ran was tricked into coming. He has no vigilance at all, but I also didn't expect him to encounter a cruel hand so quickly. I can only say he's too unlucky. Domineering female CEO, it seems Brother Wang is going to be slapped in the face this time, and it's happening so quickly. Middle-aged uncle, actually, I feel a bit of sympathy for this young man named Zhang Ran. He's too unlucky. Seeing how excited he was in the house earlier, he probably lived in such a high-end apartment for the first time. It's a pity he won't even get to stay one night before he's gone. Little dragon girl, being gone is nothing. Since ancient times, who has not died? Die early or die late, everyone must die. However, he's going to fall into the hands of this old man. This old man's methods of torture are quite perverse. The old man from 301. Don't be fooled by his cane and hunched back, it's all an act. This old fellow is a typical wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only is he perfectly healthy, but he's also incredibly strong. Even though he's over 70, if it came to a fight, a few young men probably wouldn't be his match. This old guy seems to have trained. If he took off his clothes, his physique would be incredible. The kind with 8-pack abs. And this old man, when he was in the outside world, was a murderer involved in multiple cases. Later, he was brought into the apartment by the game organizers. Current record, 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, have died by his hand. Don't think it's only 5, that's because he only encountered 5. Therefore, it's a 100% success rate. Fairy sister, Jiang Ran might not necessarily die. After all, this old man has his own peculiar rules for killing. Little ant, Jiang Ran is definitely going to fall. This old man does have his own killing rules, but are you sure Jiang Ran won't trigger them without knowing about them at all? In this world, there are many perverse murderers. And among these perverse murderers, many have their own killing rules. For example, who they specifically kill, and the method of killing. This old man is also like that. His killing rules are as follows: find an excuse to trick the victim into coming to his house. Then he makes the victim work for him. Such as changing light bulbs, changing faucets, cleaning, and so on. Once one task is done, the old man immediately makes the victim do the next task. Without a moment's rest. And his demands become increasingly excessive. Therefore, at this point, the victim becomes unwilling. After all, you're not my grandfather, I've done so much for you, and I still have my own things to do. Therefore, they refuse to help and prepare to leave. Well, in that case, you've triggered the old man's killing rules. Get ready to be dealt with. Middle-aged uncle, I agree with little ant's view. There are only 2 ways for Jiang Ran to escape from this old man's clutches. First, do whatever the old man tells you to do, have the patience to wear him down. If you wear him down until he loses patience, he'll have no choice but to let you go. But this is impossible, this old man is very good at bossing people around. The one who lasted the longest among the previous 5 only did 3 things before he couldn't take it anymore. Second, trigger the old man's killing rules, and then you knock out the old man. But this is even more impossible, we've all seen this old man's combat power, it's too strong. Unless you're Tyson, but even if you're Tyson, it's useless, this old man also uses tricks. Don't be afraid of an opponent's high strength, only be afraid if an opponent's high strength also makes them a cunning old fox. Therefore, Jiang Ran has fallen into a death trap. The other people in the streaming room also agreed, thinking Jiang Ran was doomed. Fairy sister, Brother Wang, are you in the streaming room? Your bet on Jiang Ran is about to die. Seeing this, others also started calling out to Diamond Bachelor. The Bachelor is actually a girl. Diamond Bachelor was, of course, in the live stream at this moment, watching this scene and the comments from others. However, Diamond Bachelor did not reply to those guys' messages at the moment. Because, at this moment, Diamond Bachelor was furious in reality. You jerk. It's all your fault. All your fault that I chose the wrong person. Inside a super luxurious villa room. A very beautiful girl, dressed in light clothing, stood with her hands on her hips, scolding a middle-aged woman. After the girl was tired and panting from scolding, she waved her hand, letting the middle-aged woman go. It was clear that the girl was probably the mistress of the villa, and the middle-aged woman was a servant hired by her family. And this was not an ordinary master-servant relationship. After all, even if you are my boss, if you scold me for so long, when my temper flares up, I'll just quit. But the middle-aged woman, after being scolded for so long, bowed her head and admitted her mistake, without a single complaint. It seemed she was already used to it, or perhaps the pretty girl paid too much, so she wasn't bowing to her, but to the money. After the middle-aged woman left, only the girl remained in this luxurious pink princess room. The girl was sitting in front of a large display screen at this moment, feeling extremely uncomfortable. When she felt uncomfortable, it caused her to constantly gesticulate, her long hair flying. I originally wanted to choose Wang Cece from that band. But my hand slipped and I chose Jiangran. I'm going to be proven wrong. The girl was in extreme pain. There were only 6 people who bet on Jiangran in total. So, who among those 6 people was this girl? She was Diamond Bachelor. Everyone in the livestream thought that Diamond Bachelor should be a man, and quite old. Unexpectedly, Diamond Bachelor was actually a girl. And she was a beauty in her early 20s, with a captivating appearance. At the beginning, this beauty's extremely accurate sixth sense told her to choose Wang Cece, but she was interrupted by the middle-aged woman just now, causing her to choose the wrong person. In this game, if you choose the wrong person, you cannot change it. Therefore, she was so furious. Her sixth sense was very accurate. 100% accurate. Everyone else in the livestream only knew that Diamond Bachelor sometimes made mistakes, losing less and winning more. But little did they know, those few times she lost, they were all intentional. She deliberately did not follow her sixth sense's choice, but instead chose based on her own analysis of each round's shoe by shoe, little white mice. Data. The result was that her analysis was completely wrong, and her sixth sense was super accurate. Therefore, after that, she completely trusted her sixth sense. And to maintain her first place on the game leaderboard, she always completely followed her sixth sense's choice. But this time, she accidentally chose wrong. Not only did she choose wrong, but she also chose the shoe by shoe, little white mice, most likely to die. She didn't feel bad about the 580,000, a mere 580,000, even if it were 5.88 million, or 58.88 million, she wouldn't feel bad about losing it. All she cared about was her ranking. After raging for a long time, she finally accepted reality. Forget it, I'll accept my fate. I'll just lose this round. Anyway, I'm still miles ahead in first place, so next time I just need to make sure I don't choose wrong. Diamond Bachelor, this beautiful girl, sat in front of her computer, unwillingly watching the scene of Jiang Ran and that old man in the livestream. And the others in the livestream who were still constantly at ing her. She almost couldn't hold back and was about to spit again. Jiang Ran, even if you can't live to the end, you at least have to give me some face, right? Don't be the first one to die. Don't I have any dignity? Alice Apartment. Young man, you're a new resident, aren't you? 301 Old man turned to look at Jiangran. Jiangran nodded, yes, I just moved in, and then you, Grandpa, arrived. 301 Old man smiled, Grandpa can tell you're a kind and good person, unlike the people in 302 and 303, who are very indifferent. When I, an old man, need help, they completely pretend not to see me. For example, just now, before I knocked on your door, I knocked on theirs, but they both pretended not to be home. He was very angry. Rubbing the back of his head, Jiang Ran glanced at the tightly closed doors of 302 and 303. Perhaps they really aren't home? Maybe they went to work. 301 Old man was still very angry. Young man, you just arrived, you're not familiar with them. Once you get to know them, you'll know that what Grandpa says is true. 301 Grandpa led Jiang Ran to 301, opened the door, and walked in. After entering, Jiang Ran looked at the decor and couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa, your home is so antique. 301 Grandpa, I just love ancient architectural styles, so when my home was renovated, I asked my children to decorate it like this. Then, Grandpa, do I need to change into slippers? No need, young man, just come straight in. Okay, Grandpa, which light bulb in your house needs to be replaced? Oh, it's the one in the living room. Jiang Ran walked into the living room first. 301 Old man stared at Jiang Ran's back for a moment, closed the door, and stayed by the door for several seconds, as if locking it. He didn't know exactly what he did, but he gave a cold smile, then returned to normal. He followed Jiang Ran into the living room. Jiang Ran examined the light bulbs on the living room ceiling. First, he tried to see if they really weren't working. After trying, he found that out of the 4 light bulbs in the living room, 3 needed to be replaced. Then he saw several prepared light bulbs on the sofa. He took them, moved a table over, stepped on it, and prepared to replace the light bulbs. While replacing them, Jiang Ran chatted with 301 Old man. Grandpa, do you live in this apartment alone? Where is your family? 301 Old man, sitting on the sofa, watched Jiang Ran replace the light bulbs and said with a smile. I'm the only one in this house. My wife passed away long ago, and after my children got married, they each started their own families and no longer want me, an old man. Listening to 301 Old man's sad tone, Jiang Ran said, It's still good, at least you, Grandpa, have a house to live in and don't have to worry about food and drink. To be able to do this, your children are already considered very filial. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Ran said these words, 301 Old man burst out cursing. Young man, you don't understand. I bought this apartment with my own money. My children didn't contribute a single cent. Now, the money for my food and water also comes from my own pension. Them giving me money? They've sucked quite a bit of money out of me. 301 Old man indignantly kept tapping the floor with his cane, making Jiang Ran extremely awkward. However, he finally finished replacing the light bulbs quickly. Grandpa, the light bulbs have been replaced. Jiang Ran turned on the light switch, showing Grandpa the fully lit bulbs he had just replaced. The old man in 301 was upset by Jiang Ran and collapsed. The 301 Old man stared at the light bulb, then lowered his head and said, Young man, I'm going to have to trouble you again. Actually, a lot of the light bulbs in my house are broken. Could you replace them all for me? Jiang Ran, who was pushing the table back into place, paused. Then he nodded, Sure, no problem. Soon, within 15 minutes, Jiang Ran had replaced all the broken light bulbs in the old man's house with new ones and checked them. Grandpa, they're all replaced. Jiang Ran returned to the living room. The 301 Old man gave Jiang Ran a thumbs up. You're really good, young man. Grandpa likes young people like you. If there were more people like you in society, our world would definitely become a better place. Oh, right, I have a granddaughter, about your age. In a few days, when she comes to see me, how about I introduce her to you? Jiang Ran was first a little embarrassed by the 301 Old man's praise and scratched the back of his head. Then, hearing about a girlfriend introduction, he immediately became interested. After all, the 301 Old man could afford a house in Alice's apartment, which meant he was definitely rich. Therefore, if he could really get together with his granddaughter, he could live off her. Grandpa, I think you're quite handsome, so your granddaughter must be very beautiful too, right? Of course, wait a moment, I'll find a picture of my granddaughter for you. Jiang Ran leaned closer. The 301 Old man found a photo of his granddaughter and showed it to Jiang Ran. And he proudly said, Isn't my granddaughter beautiful? Jiang Ran pretended to be surprised on the surface, but in reality, he was startled the first time he saw the photo. It was like a bolt from the blue. He roared in his heart, Holy hell, this is more manly than me? If they stood together, you wouldn't know who was the man and who was the woman. Immediately, the idea of living off her was dispelled. But he still set against his true feelings, beautiful, truly beautiful. The old man proudly put away his phone. That's right, my granddaughter hasn't had a boyfriend because she's too beautiful, so no boy dares to approach her. Jiang Ran thought, of course no man dares to approach her. I don't dare either. At this point, Jiang Ran felt that everything was done and it was time to leave, so he started to go. But the 301 Old man grabbed him. Grandson-in-law, could Grandpa ask you for one more thing? Jiang Ran's mouth twitched. Grandpa, please tell me. The 301 old man, look how messy my house is, could you help me clean it up? Jiang Ran quickly scanned the room and found it was indeed a bit messy. His eyes then fell on the old man's weathered face and his back, which was bent to an exaggerated degree. So he said, all right. Jiang Ran, adhering to his usual style of being a good person and doing good deeds, began to do a thorough cleaning of the old man's house. This big cleanup took about half an hour, and 2 trash bags were used. After all that, Jiang Ran, feeling a bit tired, sat down on a rosewood chair to rest, his head leaning against the back of the chair, face towards the ceiling. Just as he was about to rest for a while, he heard the old man say again, grandson-in-law, you only cleaned the living room, my bedroom, the balcony. And the bathroom haven't been cleaned yet. As soon as Jiang Ran heard this, he immediately waved his hand, Grandpa, let me rest for a bit first. All right. At that moment, the 301 old man stared at Jiang Ran, who was sitting on the chair, resting with his head down, his pale lips moving slightly. He thought to himself, he's almost at his limit, isn't he? Kid, when you can't take me anymore and leave because it's too much trouble, I'll take your life. Let me think this time, what should I use to take your life? Not long after. Just as the 301 old man was carefully pondering how to take Jiang Ran's life, Jiang Ran stood up from the chair, picked up the broom and rag, and began to clean the balcony, bedroom, and bathroom. The balcony and bedroom were cleaned quickly. It was just sweeping some trash off the floor, wiping down tables, and putting away clothes. When it came to the bathroom, he found it was both messy and dirty. It made one's scalp tingle. Especially the toilet paper stained with yellow matter on the floor, a large pile scattered on the white floor of the bathroom. The toilet paper bin was already full. The part sticking out was a majestic yellow-white mountain. The bathroom's original white tiles were now all black, and every corner was conquered by black grime. A foul smell even drifted over, visibly. Just by looking at it, this bathroom hadn't been cleaned in a very long time. The 301 old man saw Jiang Ran standing by the bathroom door, hesitating to go in. He was very pleased in his heart. Young man, this is my great achievement of 3 months, just waiting for this moment. What's wrong? Can't do it? Don't want to clean? Hurry up and refuse me. Leave in anger. Jiang Ran stared at the bathroom at this moment. Although he thought the bathroom was very dirty, his heart was filled with a different kind of emotion. Alas, it's truly pitiful to grow old. One wants to clean a house but is powerless to do so. This old man must have wanted to clean such a dirty place for a long time, but his back is bent like that. He simply doesn't have the ability to clean. Will I be like this when I'm old? That would be too pitiful. They all say to marry and have children, raise sons and daughters to guard against old age, but I haven't seen that raising children can guard against old age in this old man. Shaking his head, Jiang Ran had a deeper understanding of marriage and having children. Then, with this understanding, he took steps and entered this bathroom boss room. He began to fight the boss. And the 301 old man, seeing Jiang Ran enter without a word, his originally narrowed eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen something that shocked his worldview. Immediately after, he saw Jiang Ran cleaning vigorously inside. His slightly open mouth completely closed. He returned to the sofa and sat down, feeling quite speechless. The boss room lived up to its name. It took 2 hours to finally clean everything, and the entire bathroom was completely refreshed. It couldn't help but make Jiang Ran feel a sense of pride. Grandpa, I've cleaned your bathroom, you can go take a look, it's so clean. Jiang Ran happily reported the good news to the 301 old man. He completely failed to notice that the 301 old man's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. The old man stared at the refreshed bathroom and thought, today, I've met my match, haven't I? Jiang Ran had finished cleaning the bathroom and was currently tidying up the trash bags from today's cleaning. There were about a dozen of them. Grandpa, is there anything else? If not, I'll leave, and I'll take the trash from today's cleaning with me. The 301 old man heard this, immediately turned his head, and said with a smile, "Young man, what time is it now?" Jiang Ran pulled out his phone. "It's almost 11 o'clock. The 301 old man, "Alright then, there are some vegetables and meat in the fridge, how about you make grandpa some lunch?" "I'm so hungry." Jiang Ran only hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. He tied on an apron and began to make lunch in the 301 old man's open-plan kitchen. At this, the 301 old man's face became even gloomier. He carefully scrutinized Jiang Ran's back, thinking, "What kind of person is this? Are you an idiot? How can you be so eager to help? Don't you have your own things to do? Whatever I tell you to do, you do? If I told you to eat shit, would you go?" Escaped successfully, watching the live broadcast room in shock. Step 1, change the living room light bulb. Step 2, change all broken light bulbs in the entire apartment. Step 3, clean the living room. Step 4, the balcony, bedroom, and boss's bathroom. Step 5, make lunch. The 301 old man felt that most people in this world would, at most, stop at step 2. After all, I am a complete stranger to you, just a newly met neighbor. Helping you change light bulbs is already going above and beyond, you still want me to help you clean the living room? Besides, under normal circumstances, no neighbor would have the nerve to ask someone to help them clean so soon after meeting, right? Almost everyone he had encountered before was like this. The most impressive one endured until the third step, which was helping him clean the living room, but refused to help him clean other areas. Then he was killed by him. But what about this guy in front of him? He actually did every single step. Especially when faced with that bathroom, which even professional cleaners didn't want to clean. This guy could still insist on cleaning? And he cleaned it so spotlessly? The 301 old man had never encountered such a difficult opponent before. To be honest, making lunch for him was already the last step he had prepared. Yet Jiang Ran still managed to get through it. He himself was dumbfounded, wondering what he should ask Jiang Ran to do next. To make Jiang Ran refuse? Of course, the old man could have suggested something Jiang Ran absolutely couldn't do, such as asking Jiang Ran to eat his feces. No matter how patient Jiang Ran was, he wouldn't do that. But this completely went against the 301 old man's killing rules. The demands made by his killing rules could not be so immoral. Although he was still going to kill the other party, which seemed even more immoral. Soon, plates of fragrant home-cooked dishes were presented on the table. After serving the meal, Jiang Ran untied his apron from his waist and said with a smile to the 301 old man, "Old man, I don't know if my cooking can suit your taste." The 301 old man stared blankly at the table full of dishes that were perfect in color, aroma, and taste, not saying a word. Jiang Ran didn't pay attention to him, then said, "Old man, if you need anything in the future, you can still come to me, or you can find Administrator Xiao Zhang, I think he's also very good." "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, old man." Jiang Ran, carrying a dozen trash bags, reached the door, only to find it wouldn't open. There was another lock on the inside of the door, locked. Just as he was about to turn back to call out, he realized that the old man had appeared silently behind him, like a ghost, without him knowing when. "Old man." Just as Jiang Ran was about to ask the old man to unlock the door, the old man, as if knowing what he would say, pulled out a key and unlocked it for Jiang Ran. "Old man, goodbye." The door opened, and Jiang Ran said his final farewell before leaving. The 301 old man stared blankly at the departing Jiang Ran, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed his mouth. The departing Jiang Ran mumbled to himself, "It seems this system is really useless, completely wrong. This isn't dangerous at all, just a very lonely old man." When entering the apartment building area, the system had once shown, detected dangerous area, move away quickly, points +5. Little did he know, after entering, upon meeting that security guard. Jiang Ran's mind once again showed, detected dangerous person, move away quickly, points +3, +3 and so on. Then, upon encountering Administrator Xiao Zhang, it was also, detected dangerous person, move away quickly, points kept increasing by +4 and so on. Finally, it was this old man. When the old man knocked on the door, he opened it to meet him, and the system broadcasted, "Detected dangerous person. Move away quickly," points kept increasing by +5 and so on. And the result? Facts proved that the system was completely useless, completely wrong. Which of these three so-called dangerous people he encountered was dangerous? The kind and responsible security guard, and administrator Xiao Zhang. And a Qin old man, whose children didn't care for him, and who also had a dinosaur granddaughter. Which one posed a danger to him? Therefore, when the system broadcasted it initially, he completely ignored it, treating it as nonsense. Thinking of you for 365 nights. At this moment, Jiang Ran hummed a song and also said, "It feels so good to help others." He carried a large pile of trash bags filled with garbage and went downstairs to dispose of it. Jiang Ran felt good doing good deeds. But a lot of people were not happy. First and foremost was the 301 old man. He was now sitting at the dining table, his chopsticks untouched. He had been in a daze. He couldn't understand if what had just happened with that young man was a dream. Is there really such a patient good person in this world? It seems I set too few and too simple tasks, the old man thought. He looked down at his calloused hands and suddenly clenched them tightly. This time, he let someone escape, and his hands were itching. Livestream room. It was now in an uproar. Those in the livestream room who witnessed the entire process felt as if they had seen a ghost. Fairy sister, wow! So strong. Jiang Ran actually, by a strange twist of fate, avoided the old man's killing rules. Little dragon girl, that's right, this is the first time someone has been able to escape this old man's clutches. Who said Jiang Ran, this Xiaobaishu, little white mice, couldn't do it? He totally can. The livestream room was filled with exclamations. Everyone had thought Jiang Ran would die at the hands of the 301 old man, yet he escaped unharmed. This was a miracle. After all, Jiang Ran was different from others. He was a Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who was tricked in and knew nothing. And yet, he was fine. But after the exclamations, some people raised doubts. Middle-aged uncle, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, is this young man named Jiang Ran not at all what the organizers said, a Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who knows nothing and was tricked in? But rather, an accomplice arranged by the organizers long ago to swindle our money? Otherwise, how could any normal person have the patience to do so many things for a newly met neighbor? Especially that bathroom, I swear, I could smell the stench even through the screen. Domineering female CEO, although I'm quite taken with Jiang Ran's looks, I think the middle-aged uncle is right. If he's not an accomplice of the organizers, I really find it hard to believe that someone could do so much for a newly met neighbor. I've seen a lot, traveled widely, and not only have I never seen such a good person, I haven't even heard of one. Middle-aged uncle, so, I seriously suspect that this is an accomplice brought in by the organizers. Damn you. Refund the money. The middle-aged uncle and others felt there was something fishy going on. Jiang Ran was definitely an accomplice. But someone immediately retorted. I am a hero, uncle and domineering female CEO, don't be so absolute. Are you sure there aren't such patient good people in the world? The world is vast and full of wonders. Even if you've seen a lot, how many people can you meet in a lifetime? How many people can you hear about? Putting everything else aside, before we watched The Distant Relatives Are Not As Good as Close Neighbors game, could you imagine that someone or some force would be so perverted and powerful as to gather a bunch of perverted criminals and serial killers into an apartment, living obediently? And then put Xiaobaishu, little white mice, in and even start a livestream? Given all this, do you think these organizers would lack money? Would they be greedy for such a small amount of money? To swindle our money? After I am a hero's statement, the livestream room immediately fell silent. The current number of people in the livestream room is 150,000. Unlike the livestream rooms of various black software accessible to ordinary people outside. The people who can access the livestream room in this black software are not ordinary people. The current 150,000 people in the livestream room, if you pick any one of them and put them outside, they would be wealthy individuals whom ordinary people look up to. But even these wealthy people, and even the super wealthy among them, do not have the ability to gather so many perverted serial killers to create such a reality show livestream game. Welcome party at 7:30 p.m. That being said, would people in powers with such strength create such a show just to make money? What couldn't they do that would earn more? After all, the total bet amount for this 25th round of the game is only 130 million. 130 million is a small sum, not just for people or powers with such capabilities, but even for the current viewers in the live stream. For example, the beautiful girl, a diamond bachelor, currently lives in a hillside bay villa valued at 1.1 billion. She even hired a world-renowned designer. Therefore, the middle-aged uncle's hypothesis simply does not hold true. The middle-aged uncle then spoke, I was also confused. After all, I truly find it hard to believe that such a person really exists in this world. Thank you, I am a hero, for the reminder. Domineering female CEO, I'll stick to my previous opinion. I believe the organizer wouldn't set up a shill to scam us, but is it possible that they added Jiang Ran as a shill to increase the game's watchability? As soon as she said this, the live stream fell silent once again. Even I Am a Hero stopped talking. Therefore, someone immediately at I Am a Hero. I Am a Hero also replied, the organizer certainly isn't short on money and wouldn't create a shill for a mere 100 million. However, what the domineering female CEO said isn't entirely without reason. This Jiang Ran indeed has the potential to be one. But whether he is or not remains to be seen. If he truly is a shill created to increase watchability, he will definitely show his true colors later. Many people in the live stream agreed. In reality, the beautiful girl, a diamond bachelor, stared at Jiang Ran, who was going downstairs to throw out the trash, and was so happy she was dancing with joy. Because she originally thought Jiang Ran would die. She had even prepared snacks to watch the upcoming feast. But Jiang Ran unexpectedly escaped death. Although she still felt Jiang Ran would soon die in Alice's apartment, at least he shouldn't die so quickly. And it wouldn't make her lose face. It's that woman again. So annoying. I hate people whose looks are on par with mine. At this moment, the diamond bachelor suddenly pouted at the computer screen with disgust. Alice's apartment. Jiang Ran was carrying a large pile of trash bags, ready to take the elevator downstairs to throw out the trash. When the elevator door opened, a woman was standing inside the elevator. Jiang Ran first glanced casually, then stared intently. He then swore that this was absolutely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in real life. This woman was about 25 years old. She had a feeling that combined both maiden and mature woman. Her long hair flowed. Her features were delicate, her skin like congealed fat, her eyebrows like a painting. Even more striking was that this woman was currently wearing a blue stepmother dress. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, with a prominent bust and derriere. Absolutely stunning, simply stunning. Her face was that of a delicate maiden, but her figure was that of a perfect mature woman. Jiang Ran was momentarily stunned. So much so that the extremely dangerous person detected points +9. Points +9. Points +9, constantly ringing in his mind, was completely ignored by him. This woman also seemed to be a resident on the third floor. She walked out of the elevator, and as she passed by Jiang Ran, she gave him a slight smile. Then she clicked her high heels, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Jiang Ran took a deep breath of this fragrance, and his mood brightened considerably. He originally wanted to see which room on the third floor this beauty lived in, but because the elevator wouldn't wait, he had to enter the elevator first. After entering the elevator, the woman's scent still lingered inside. Is it because my face is decent that she smiled at me? In his previous life, Jiang Ran had an ordinary appearance and had never seen any woman, whether known or unknown, smile at him proactively. In this life, this skin he was in was quite handsome. Was this the reason? While he was pondering this question, the elevator door opened. Carrying a large pile of trash bags in both hands, he went outside the apartment building and threw them into the trash can. Then he clapped his hands and was about to return to the first-floor elevator entrance when Administrator Xiao Zhang suddenly rushed over and called out to him. Mr. Jiang Ran, I almost forgot something very important. Let's add each other on WeChat, and then I'll add you to our apartment residence group. Oh, I see. Jiang Ran thought it was something else, so he took out his phone and added Administrator Xiao Zhang on WeChat. Xiao Zhang's WeChat profile picture was him in his uniform. He added Jiang Ran to a group chat called Alice Apartment Residence Group. Okay, that's done. From now on, I'll notify everyone about things here. Oh, by the way, there's a welcoming party tonight in the activity room on the first floor. You must come. Xiao Zhang put away his phone and said with a smile. Jiang Ran was a little overwhelmed. No way? There's even a welcoming party? Just for me? Isn't that too extravagant? Jiang Ran didn't expect that there would be a welcoming party for his move-in. Oh my, the atmosphere was too good. Xiao Zhang smiled and said, no, including you, Mr. Jiang Ran, there are 5 new residents recently, so it's being held for the 5 of you. Jiang Ran, oh, I see. Jiang Ran immediately felt much better. After all, being the center of attention at some party would be a bit awkward. Xiao Zhang then looked at his watch on his left wrist. The welcoming party is at 7:30 p.m. tonight, but there's still one new resident who hasn't moved in yet. I wonder if he'll make it, or if we need to postpone. Looking at Xiao Zhang, who was talking to himself, Jiang Ran inadvertently glanced to his left and noticed a boy, in a situation similar to his own. This morning, dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack, walking towards them. Is that the last new resident? Jiang Ran pointed outside and said. Xiao Zhang heard him, turned his head, stared for a few seconds, and his eyes lit up. Yes, that's him. Immediately after, Xiao Zhang went out to greet him and welcomed the boy inside. Mr. Qin Fei, hello, I'm Administrator Xiao Zhang. Oh, hello. The boy named Qin Fei looked at Administrator Xiao Zhang and said with an indifferent expression. Immediately after, Administrator Xiao Zhang repeated the same routine he had used with Jiang Ran earlier, saying that if there was anything, he could be called directly. 24-hour service. Finally, they added each other on WeChat, and Qin Fei was also added to the Alice Apartment Residence Group. And he was told about the welcoming party that night. Compared to Jiang Ran's emotional reaction to the news, Qin Fei seemed indifferent to these matters, very cold. At this moment, the elevator Jiang Ran was waiting for finally arrived on the first floor, and Jiang Ran entered the elevator. Qin Fei seemed unable to stand Administrator Xiao Zhang's nagging, so he dragged his belongings and stepped into the elevator as well. Qin Fei, is this a haunted house? Inside the enclosed space, 2 men. The silence was finally broken by Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran said, hello, my name is Jiang Ran, and I'm also a new resident who just moved in today. Qin Fei glanced at Jiang Ran, seemingly not expecting Jiang Ran to be a new resident like him. So he nodded, my name is Qin Fei. After that, there was no more conversation between Xiao Hua's boyfriend. The 3rd floor arrived, and Jiang Ran stepped out. To his surprise, Qin Fei also walked out. Jiang Ran was a bit surprised, then walked a little slower, and saw Qin Fei dragging his luggage to the door of 302. The 301 old man is in 301, Qin Fei is in 302, I am in 304, so that beautiful woman I met earlier must be in 303? Lost in thought, Jiang Ran returned to his 304. And the moment he entered 304, the door of 301 old man secretly opened a crack. At this moment, Qin Fei opened the door of 302 with his key. Immediately after entering 302, he was stunned. Because, completely unexpectedly, the apartment was decorated so well. It was exactly as that person said, fully furnished, ready to move in. Closing the door and placing his luggage in the living room, Xin Fei began to tour 302. After a brief tour, he had nothing but praise for the house. He was very satisfied. Living here was simply a pleasure. But enjoyment aside, he couldn't help but worry about the agreement. Xin Fei, 20 years old this year, although he attended a mediocre university, was at least a college student. Having loved playing games since childhood, he not only spent a lot of time in games but also spent money on them. When he was young, it was always small amounts, from his pocket money and New Year's money. But as he got older, he spent more and more money. Especially after encountering a private server game a few years ago. He became deeply obsessed with this game, to the point where he couldn't stop spending money. He not only spent all his own money but also took the hundreds of thousands his parents had painstakingly saved and spent it all on the game. What was even worse, he also borrowed a lot of online loans. As a result, he was now being chased by his parents. And being chased by people from many online loan companies. His phone was almost overloaded with calls. Only then did he realize he had caused a huge problem. But just realizing it wasn't enough, he needed to solve the problem. But what could he use to solve it? Even if he didn't repay his parents' money, he still had to repay the online loans, right? But where would he get the more than 500,000 for the online loans? Borrowing was out of the question. Everyone who knew him knew about his mess. After all, the debt collection calls had even reached his teacher's phone. And just when he was at his wit's end, a turning point quietly arrived. A mysterious middle-aged man found him. He told him that as long as he entered Alice's apartment and stayed for one day, he would be given 10,000. To be honest, he didn't believe it at first. Could such a good thing exist in the world? Especially after searching for Alice's apartment online, he became even more skeptical. But when that person showed him a bank card balance with such a long string of numbers, he had no choice but to believe it. Treat a desperate situation with a desperate remedy. Try it first, what's the harm? Therefore, he signed an agreement with this man. It roughly stated that he was not allowed to disclose this matter. And that he would be paid 10,000 for each day he stayed. Then, he came here. At this moment, he took out his phone. Because his previous phone was overloaded with calls, he had pulled out the SIM card and got a new one bound to someone else's ID card. He sent a message to that middle-aged man. Hey, you said 10,000 a day. I've already arrived, and the time of arrival is in the afternoon. Does today's stay count? Xin Fei had already made up his mind. Anyway, it was agreed beforehand, 10,000 a day, paid now. If he stayed for a day or two and didn't receive a single penny, he would leave immediately. The other side replied a few seconds later, of course, today counts. As long as you get through tonight until 12 a.m., your newly opened bank account will receive 10,000 yuan. Xin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this message. Then he put away his phone. He thought. 10,000 yuan a day, if I stay here for a month, that's 300,000, 2 months is 600,000, 3 months is 900,000, a year is 3.65 million. By then, not only will my debts be paid off, but I'll also become a millionaire. Xin Fei was somewhat envisioning this future. But soon, he was thinking about something else. Since this matter was real. 10,000 for one day's stay. Then why would such a thing happen? Such a good thing? This matter definitely wasn't that simple, there had to be something fishy going on. But what exactly was the catch? He had asked the middle-aged man before, but that guy didn't say anything. He only said to live inside, 10,000 a day. It couldn't be a haunted house, could it? Xin Fei thought of this possibility. There are often houses or mansions where murders or other violent crimes have occurred, making them unsellable. So, there's a need for haunted house sleep testers. But he wasn't a haunted house sleep tester. Furthermore, hiring a haunted house sleep tester doesn't require so much money. If you offered 1,000 a day, a lot of people would be scrambling to do it. With this suspicion, Xin Fei began to carefully inspect the entire house. Half an hour later. Qin Fei was very confused. It's a very normal house, there's nothing there? And it doesn't seem like a haunted house. I didn't feel anything strange or uncomfortable. He took out his phone again and searched online for Alice apartment hauntings. But there was no news online. Forget it, I'll just stay for now, Qin Fei said, exasperated. Qin Fei's ability to inspect houses was too poor. No, it should be said that the organizer's skill in installing cameras was too strong. Qin Fei's apartment was filled with cameras, in every corner, providing 365-degree coverage with no blind spots, including the bathroom. Not only Qin Fei, but the 301 old man and Jiang Ran in 304 also had a large number of cameras secretly installed in their homes. The entire Alice apartment was covered with cameras. People living in the apartment had nowhere to hide. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, middle-aged uncle, this Qin Fei is smarter than I thought. Playing games didn't ruin his brain, he still thinks about what's fishy about this matter and suspects this place is haunted. I remember in one round, there was a boy just like him, addicted to games, spent a lot of money. That boy, when he got to Alice, didn't even think about why there was such a good thing as 10,000 a day for staying, he just took out his laptop and played games. Domineering female CEO, oh, I remember now, that internet-addicted youth you're talking about? He was really intense, played games so much he only slept 3 hours a day, the rest of the time he was playing games. I am a hero, that young man was quite a pity. If he had that kind of perseverance, applied to other things, he would have achieved twice the results with half the effort. 301 The old man knocks on Qin Fei's door. Little aunt, there's nothing to regret. You have to understand, he spent so much time on games, and he's still terrible at them. Is that it? He'd probably be a mess at anything else too. Fairy sister, it's pretty funny indeed. That internet-addicted youth is both bad and loves to play. Little dragon girl, big brothers and sisters upstairs, you all seem to look down on that internet-addicted youth quite a bit, don't you? I remember he was the last one to die in their round. Middle-aged uncle, I have to admit that point. He never left his apartment all day, ate instant noodles when he was hungry. Who would have a chance to get him? Finally, after he ran out of instant noodles and ordered takeout, he was taken advantage of by someone next door. Otherwise, that kid could have lived for a long time. Middle-aged uncle, let's see what happens to this internet-addicted youth now. But no matter how smart this internet-addicted youth is, he wouldn't guess that the entire apartment is inhabited by perverted serial killers and criminals. It's not haunted. Even ghosts have to pay protection money to Alice before they can leave. Just as the live stream chat was in full swing, suddenly, someone spoke, look quickly. The 301 old man is knocking on Qin Fei's door at 302 again. Third floor. After Qin Fei checked the apartment and found nothing, he took out his laptop, ready to play games. After all, he was a fine young man addicted to games. His hands would itch if he didn't play games for a while. And just as he clicked to open the game, while it was starting up, the door suddenly knocked. Qin Fei was in the living room, using the dining table in the living room for his laptop, keyboard, and mouse. Therefore, he only needed to turn his head to the left to see the door. But he only glanced at it, then turned his head back, humming, didn't hear it, I'm not home. He hypnotized himself with self-talk. Qin Fei hadn't ordered takeout nor did he have any deliveries arriving. So no matter who was knocking, he just pretended not to hear, pretending he wasn't home. He did this often. Sure enough, after a few knocks, the sound stopped. The game had also finished starting up by then. Just as Qin Fei was about to show off his skills with his agile hands, the door knocked again, and this time it was much harder than before, banging loudly. Qin Fei still ignored it, continuing to pretend he didn't hear it, that he wasn't home. Then, the knocking stopped. But less than 10 seconds later, the door was knocked again. This time the knocking was so loud that Qin Fei couldn't possibly ignore it. Somewhat annoyed, he quickly walked to the door and shouted, "Who is it? Keep knocking, what the hell?" Jiang Ran didn't have the habit of looking through the peephole because several apartments he had rented before didn't have one. Xin Fei was different, he always had the habit of using the peephole. Therefore, he put his eye to the peephole to see which son of a bitch was outside, since he had asked who it was and no one spoke. As a result, one glance through the peephole startled him. Outside the peephole, he couldn't see anyone at all. Shit! He cursed and looked again. He wasn't seeing things, there really was no one outside. His face pressed tightly against the peephole, his eyes moved flexibly up, down, left, and right, but he just didn't see anyone. Instantly, Xin Fei felt completely uneasy. He remembered how he had previously suspected that he was brought here, earning 10,000 a day, and wondered if this apartment was haunted. Had a ghost appeared so quickly? A ghost in broad daylight? Ghosts in horror movies usually only come out at night, don't they? Xin Fei was a little scared and confused. But after all, he was a young man, a male, full of vigor, so he grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen. He directly opened the door, but his movements were cautious, fearing there really was something outside. The door slowly opened. At first glance, he saw nothing. At the second glance, he saw an old man with a cane and a hunched back. Xin Fei looked around the old man, and there was no one else, so he asked, "Were you knocking just now?" The 301 old man nodded. "Yes, I was knocking, young man." Upon receiving the old man's answer, Xin Fei, who had thought it was a ghost but it turned out to be a person, suddenly straightened up, his courage returning, and looked down at the old man. "Then why didn't you say anything when I asked who was outside from inside the door?" Did you call me?" The 301 old man scratched his head in confusion, then smiled honestly. "I'm too old, my ears aren't very good." Seeing that the old man was indeed very old and his back was hunched like that, Xin Fei suppressed his previous anger and asked, "What do you need, knocking on my door?" The 301 old man, "Young man, one of the light bulbs in my house is broken. Can you replace it for me? I've already bought a new one." As soon as the 301 old man finished speaking, Xin Fei only said, "No time, go change it yourself." With that, Xin Fei slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving only the 301 old man standing awkwardly outside the door. At this moment, in the live stream chat, a bunch of people were stunned. Stunned by Xin Fei's move. "You can do that?" The domineering female CEO directly said, "I remember middle-aged uncle summarized 2 ways to deal with the old man before. First, be like Jiang Ran, do everything, wear out the old man's patience and temper, and eventually he'll have no choice but to let you go. Second, trigger the old man's killing rule, and if your combat power is higher than his, suppress him directly." I really didn't expect there to be a third way to deal with this old man. And it's the simplest one. The first 5 Xiaobai little white mice, killed by the old man, including the 6th Xiaobai little white mice, Jiang Ran, who escaped. All used the same method, pretending to be pitiful and asking them to change his light bulb. These people all agreed, feeling pity. They all went to the old man's house. But it was a path of no return. Only Jiang Ran's good temper and patience broke the situation. And so it was. These viewers watching the live stream never thought you could just refuse the old man from the very beginning. Perhaps some people thought of it, but didn't voice it. Middle-aged uncle, don't be so absolute, let's see what the old man plans to do next. 3rd floor. The 301 old man saw Xin Fei close the door and ignore him. He muttered, "This young man is no good, he has no respect for the elderly or love for the young." Then, he continued to knock on the door. He knocked for a short while. Xin Fei opened the door again, but this time he didn't have the good temper he had before. He stared at the old man and said, "Old man, are you crazy? Haven't you knocked enough?" The 301 old man smiled honestly, "Young man, please help an old man like me." Xin Fei said impatiently, "Help my ass. I owe hundreds of thousands in online loans, why isn't anyone helping me pay them back? You let the other people on the 3rd floor help you." "Oh, right, isn't there also a Jiang Ran? You let him help you." With that, he slammed the door shut again with a bang. Jiang ran. Remembering that young man, the 301 old man's mouth twitched. Are they all dangerous people? The 301 old man did not give up, knocking on the door repeatedly. Hearing the chaotic knocking outside, Qin Fei originally wanted to go out and yell at him, but he was afraid that the old man was old and might have some heart disease or something, and would blame him. He simply put on his headphones and turned the game sound in them to the maximum. This way, no matter how intensely he knocked outside, he wouldn't be able to hear it. The 301 old man knocked for a long time, and seeing that Qin Fei didn't open the door, he could only sigh in the end and left dejectedly, probably giving up for the time being. Inside the live stream room. This 25th round is incredible. It produced a Jiang Ran and a Qin Fei. Although both of them were lucky in their own ways, at least they escaped this disaster. Someone in a live stream room commented. The person who commented in this live stream room breathed a sigh of relief. Because in the previous betting round, the person he bet on was Qin Fei, betting 230,000. If Qin Fei had been killed by the 301 old man, his 230,000 would have been gone directly. Middle-aged uncle, alright, now there are 3 ways to deal with the 301 old man. Domineering female CEO, the people in this 25th round are quite interesting, but I wonder how the others are? These people in the live stream rooms can freely connect to different live cameras to watch everything happening inside the apartment. Therefore, there is no need to follow the main camera view of the live stream room. But many people switched cameras back and forth and found nothing interesting, such as Jiang Ran and Qin Fei having contact with those perverted serial killers in the apartment. So they logged off, waiting for the welcoming party in the evening. Under normal circumstances, interesting things usually happen at the welcoming party. Of course, more importantly, these people in the live stream rooms are not idlers, they all have their own things to do. They only watch live streams when they are free. Because of this, they sometimes miss many exciting moments. That is when the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, are eliminated. Although the organizers will have replays, how can it be as exciting as watching live? Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. There was still half an hour until the welcoming party in the evening. Jiang Ran left his 304 room early and took the elevator to the first floor. He found the activity room on the first floor that Administrator Xiao Zhang had mentioned. This activity room was very large. In the middle was a very long table, surrounded by metal folding chairs. The activity room had obviously been decorated. The decorating style was like a birthday party. And a red banner hung on the white wall at the very front, warmly welcome 5 new residents of Alice apartment. When Jiang Ran arrived at the activity room on the first floor, several people were already there. Apart from 2 staff members who were setting up the venue, the rest of the people should have been residents of Alice apartment. Jiang Ran did not go to greet them, but found a seat and sat down first. Soon after sitting down, he took out his phone to pass the time. As the time got closer and closer to 7:30, the activity room, which had already been decorated, also became more and more crowded. And as more and more people arrived, the system's voice in Jiang Ran's mind reported like a string of pearls. Ding! Dangerous person detected, please stay away as soon as possible. Points +2, points +2. Ding! Dangerous person detected, please stay away as soon as possible. Points +6, points +6. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Listening to the broadcast in his mind and looking at these ordinary residents, Jiang Ran's face involuntarily showed a very speechless expression. This was extreme speechlessness towards the system. The system couldn't even lie properly. Had he arrived at a prison? Were all the people around him heinous criminals? Were all the residents of a perfectly fine high-end apartment dangerous people? Isn't this pure nonsense? Finally, the time reached 7:30. Most of the people had arrived. Especially Administrator Xiao Zhang, who was in charge of this welcoming event, had also arrived. Xiao Zhang saw that most of the people had arrived, especially all the new residents for this time. So he started the welcoming event. Everyone who came to the event sat down. Gathered around the long table in the middle, Xiao Zhang stood at the front of the table and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to this welcoming party. This time, our Alice apartment has welcomed 5 new residents. Everyone, please give them a round of applause." Clap, 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 clap. A round of applause rang out in the activity room. Immediately after, in order to foster friendly living between new and old residents in Alice apartment in the future, next, please, our 5 new residents, introduce yourselves. Administrator Xiao Zhang said at this time. Please welcome the first person, Mr. Qin Fei. Accompanied by Xiao Zhang's gesture and gaze, everyone present looked in one direction. Qin Fei, feeling a bit unaccustomed to their gazes, quickly stood up and introduced himself. My name is Qin Fei, 20 years old, a college student. After speaking, Qin Fei quickly sat down. Facing this extremely brief self-introduction, Xiao Zhang seemed to accept it. Then he continued, then, the second person is Mr. Wang Cc. Wang Cc was an average-looking man, but his attire and hairstyle were very fashionable. He stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Cc, 27 years old. Although I am currently unemployed, I have always been working hard to reorganize my band." After speaking, he looked around at the others and then sat down. This self-introduction was clearly much more sincere than Qin Fei's. And so, a young man in his 20s, also dressed very fashionably, immediately said with a smile, "Wang Cc, right? From what you said, you also play in a band?" "I also play in a band, but my band disbanded a while ago. If possible, we could form a band together." Wang Cc heard this and was surprised that there were other residents in Alice apartment who also played in a band. He was a bit surprised, really? But I've always been the lead singer of the band, I don't do other positions. That person smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I can play all positions in a band, except for lead singer. God really didn't bless me with a good voice. By the way, after the event, how about we go to my place to chat? I have several good guitars in my collection, including a signed a gamelan guitar." Really? Unlike just now, Wang Cc's eyes now burst with sparks of pure surprise. Because his favorite instrument was the guitar, and more importantly, a gamelan was the world's #1 guitarist. To be able to even glimpse his signed guitar from afar would be a blessing for 3 lifetimes. What if he could get up close and personal? How exciting would that be? In just a few short sentences, it was clear that the two shared similar interests and were enjoying their conversation. The other residents were also very polite, although they weren't very interested in bands, music, and such, they didn't interrupt their conversation. Finally, after the two finished talking, Xiao Zhang continued, then, next, please welcome the third person, Mr. Murong Fu, to introduce himself. Murong Fu? Jiang Ran, sitting on the right, looked at the somewhat handsome man who stood up on the left and thought the name was really good. It's hard to forget. After all, Northern Xiaofeng, Southern Morone. He just didn't know if there was a novel called Demigods and Semi-Devils in this world. Wang Cc enters the vortex of death. This world probably exists. Jiang Ran figured it out by observing the reactions of the other old residents. The others' reactions to that name were noticeably stronger than Qin Fei's and Wang Cc's earlier. At this moment, Morong Fu began to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Morong Fu, I'm 23 years old, recently graduated from university, and work in a factory." Morong Fu's self-introduction was as brief as Qin Fei's. After him, it was the fourth person's turn. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Nuo, I'm 19 years old, a female university student, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can all get along peacefully from now on." Jiang Ran stared at Xiao Nuo, the female university student standing on the left in front. He thought Xiao Nuo was a beauty from behind. She looked like a beauty from the back, but from the front, she was just an ordinary girl. Although her makeup was thick, it still couldn't hide her plain face, but from her words, she was indeed a lively girl. While Jiang Ran was still thinking this, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Mr. Jiang Ran, Mr. Jiang Ran, it's your turn. It turned out it was his turn for self-introduction. Administrator Xiao Zhang had called him several times. He then quickly stood up and said to the others. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Ran, I'm 23 years old, graduated from university, and have already started working. After saying this, Jiang Ran sat down and nodded, smiling at the others. After he sat down, someone said. Oh, all 5 new residents this time are young people? Another voice added, young people, full of vigor and vitality. After these 2 voices, there was a voice familiar to Jiang Ran. Alright, since all 5 new residents have finished introducing themselves, let's eat cake. Administrator Xiao Zhang walked out of the activity room, and about 5 minutes later, he pushed a cart into the activity room. On the cart was a super large cake, like a mountain of cake. This cake was very beautiful and spectacular. It had 10 layers in total. Each layer was a different flavor. From Jiang Ran's knowledge, he saw chocolate cake layers, strawberry cake layers, cherry cake layers, and so on. There were also some flavors he didn't recognize. In short, he was sure this cake was definitely not cheap. He estimated it must have cost several thousand yuan. Jiang Ran was once again astonished by the service of this high-end apartment. They even had such a large cake for a welcoming party. It was simply too enjoyable. After the cake came in, it was time to cut it. Administrator Xiao Zhang and 2 other enthusiastic residents cut it together. Jiang Ran got a piece of chocolate cake, and after just 1 bite, he knew that the cream on this cake was definitely animal cream, not cheap and unhealthy vegetable cream. After all, the taste difference was huge. Therefore, his appetite was instantly whetted, and he started eating. While eating, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the others. He didn't see the beautiful woman he encountered on the 3rd floor, so she probably didn't come to the welcoming party. Besides that, Jiang Ran also didn't see the youth with impossibly fair skin whom he had seen in front of the apartment. He had seen him pulling a large suitcase back then and thought he was also a new resident, but it turned out he wasn't. Eat slowly, everyone, there's still plenty here. After giving everyone a piece of cake, Administrator Xiao Zhang said loudly. Then he continued to distribute the cake, putting a piece on each paper plate and pushing them onto the table, just like a buffet. Xiao Zhang, next time for the welcoming party, can we not have cake? I'm getting tired of it. Exactly, Xiao Zhang, next time just take us out for a KTV session, cake all the time is boring. At this moment, some residents were eating cake and voicing their opinions. Hey, your ideas are all bad. I suggest Xiao Zhang just divide the money for the cake among us. Wouldn't that be better? No, if we divide the money, those who didn't come would definitely show up too. During the cake eating, the activity room was quite lively. These familiar residents chatted happily, filled with laughter. It was a scene of harmony. The welcoming party ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. After it ended, all the residents in the activity room dispersed one by one, including Jiang Ran. At this time, only Xiao Zhang remained in the activity room, cleaning up the cake plates left by the residents. And the new resident Wang Cici, as well as a resident named Zhang Lu. This resident named Zhang Lu was the one who had previously said he had also been in a band and had several good guitars collected at home. After the welcoming party ended, Wang Cici did not prepare to return to his own room. Instead, he followed Zhang Lu to see the collected good guitars, as well as the signed guitar of Cameron, the world's #1 guitarist. When Wang Cici followed Zhang Lu, many people in the live stream, who saw the scene through countless cameras, exploded. The 5 people in the 25th round. The total amount of money bet on Wang Cici was 50.98 million. It was the second highest among the 5 people. Therefore, from this amount, it could be seen that there were definitely many people who bet on him. A lot. Thus, these were the people who were in an uproar. It's over, my 1 million is going down the drain. Big brother, please, have some caution, okay? Someone tells you to go with him, and you just go? Useless. You deserve to die. I knew I shouldn't have bet on him. Isn't he doomed? Hey, big brothers, I'm a new member, I just started watching this game live not long ago. Can anyone tell me why you're so sure this Wang CC is doomed? He's just going to look at guitars, right? Oh, a new member, alright, let me tell you. This matter isn't as simple as you think. This Zhang Lu is not an ordinary person. He's a perverted criminal. And what's terrifying is that he, like the previous 301 old man, has a 100% kill rate. Once a prey is identified, that prey is absolutely dead. That's why we say Wang CC is doomed. Really? But I also watched the previous live broadcasts, and Jiang Ran and Qin Fei were fine, weren't they? 100% can be broken too. This is just good luck for them. How can there be so many lucky people? Anyway, you'll see what happens next. Damn it, I also bet 500,000 on this guy. If he dies, my 500,000 is gone. Wang CC, with an excited heart, followed Zhang Lu, taking the elevator all the way to the 5th floor. Just as he reached the 5th floor, he remembered his arrival at this Alice apartment. He arrived here earlier than Jiang Ran and Qin Fei. After arriving early, he also maintained vigilance, just like Qin Fei. After all, if this was just an ordinary apartment, how could they pay 10,000 yuan for 1 day's stay? There must be something wrong here, but so far, he hadn't seen any problems with Alice's apartment. Whether it was the rooms, the overall environment, or the other residents in the apartment, everything seemed normal. Especially just now, learning from the welcoming party that he wasn't the only new resident, he wasn't too worried anymore. And even if there was something wrong with this apartment, he was a big man, could anything really happen to him? The world's best guitar. Anyway, I'll take it 1 day at a time and just earn more money. After all, it's 10,000 a day. What job makes money this fast? He was even planning to earn enough money here to reform his band. He wasn't afraid of what the apartment might have, what he was afraid of was the apartment not paying him for a day's stay, or terminating his agreement early, preventing him from earning money here. Soon, he and Zhang Lu arrived at 501 Zhang Li's home. Zhang Lu entered first, followed by him. Zhang Lu paused, then casually closed the door. Where are your collectible guitars? After entering, Wang CC asked impatiently. He scanned Zhang Li's home, which was very well decorated, with an atmosphere befitting a musician. Over here. Zhang Lu pointed to the bedroom, signaling for him to go in first, while Zhang Lu went to the open-plan kitchen to prepare tea. As a band's lead singer, Wang CC had been playing music for so long. He certainly had a favorite and skilled instrument. That was the guitar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed Zhang Lu to his home. If Zhang Li's collection wasn't guitars, but other instruments, he wouldn't have come, regardless of whether it was the world's #1 signed instrument, because he wasn't interested. But guitars were different. He opened the bedroom door. Wang CC saw the guitars he had imagined. On a pristine white wall in the bedroom, 5 guitars were hanging. 2 on each side, and 1 in the middle. The guitars on both sides looked exquisite and expensive. Like beautiful works of art. And the one in the middle was even more so. Surrounded by the 4 guitars next to it, it was like a king. Especially on the white lightning-shaped guitar in the middle, there was an English signature. It was the signature guitar of the world's #1 guitarist, a Camelon. It greatly increased the value of this guitar. Wang CC was stunned by what he saw. Not to mention the signed guitar in the middle. Even the 4 next to it, any one of them, was beyond his reach. He recognized all 4 of them. The Eisen 120. The Red Island S. The Shell Top 238. The Hausen 300. These 4 guitars were all worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Wang Cici, who only owned a 5,000 yuan guitar, was utterly mesmerized. Of course, what caught Wang Cici's eye the most was the Martin D200 in the middle. The world's #1 guitarist, a Camelon's most favorite and most used guitar. Limited to 300 pieces worldwide. Starting price of 1.2 million. Wang Cici was now incredibly excited. He couldn't imagine seeing such a globally limited edition guitar here. And this guitar also had that person's signature. This was what made this signed guitar most precious, an enhancement upon an enhancement. If it were just an ordinary guitar with a Camelon signature, its collection value would be greatly reduced. Don't be so excited, take your time, no rush. At that moment, Zhang Lu brought the freshly brewed tea and handed it to Wang Cici. But how could Wang Cici be in the mood for tea right now? His eyes and heart were completely captivated by the 5 guitars on the pristine white wall. Drink the tea, and I'll let you try out these 5 guitars personally. Zhang Li's sudden words made Wang Cici pause. Really? He blinked his big eyes. Zhang Li nodded, yes. Wang Cici was still a bit disbelieving. Are you tricking me? I can try all 5 of these guitars? Even the one in the middle? Zhang Li drank his tea, while Wang Cici's tea was placed on the table next to him. Of course, aren't guitars meant to be played? No matter how good a guitar is, if people don't use it to play and only collect it, it will eventually become useless. The value of an instrument lies in creating and playing music. I often use these to play. Wang Cici nodded in agreement. Yes, you are absolutely right. Wang Cici never dreamed of such a good thing. Because he had encountered people who collected instruments before. But those people treasured their collectibles greatly. Not only would they never let others touch them, but they themselves only touched them. Occasionally. And they usually kept them in special display cases, not casually hung on a wall like Zhang Li did. Therefore, Wang Cici picked up the tea from the table, felt the temperature with his palm, and then took a small sip with his mouth. It wasn't hot, so he drank more than half of the tea in one gulp. After finishing his tea, he smacked his lips. Honestly, he didn't like tea, so he rarely drank it. What he drank most often was alcohol at bars. He drank the most when he was performing at bars back in the day. After finishing his tea, he eagerly rushed to the white wall, carefully took down the Martin D200 in the middle, then sat on the bed and began to admire and play with it. In his current state, it was as if what he held in his arms wasn't a guitar, but a delicate beauty. Seeing Wang Cici like this, Zhang Li stood at the bedroom door, his eyes narrowed. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was exactly 9:30 p.m. Outside Alice's apartment, it was pitch black, with only the bright moon hanging in the black sky, starless all around. In the quiet environment, listening carefully, you could faintly hear the guitar and singing. Inside bedroom 501. Wang Cici was playing and singing with the 1.2 million yuan signed guitar. It was clear that Wang Cici, the former band's lead singer, definitely had skill. He played the guitar well and sang very well. Zhang Lu, the only listener next to him, was nodding his head slightly, completely engrossed. The song ended. Wang Cici contentedly put down the Martin D200 in his hand. He praised, the difference between a good guitar and an ordinary guitar is indeed huge. Originally, I thought my several thousand yuan guitar was still usable, but after playing with this guitar, I really can't put it down. Using my old one again feels a bit unfamiliar now. If only I could own such a guitar in my lifetime. Although he played very enjoyably this time. But thinking that this guitar was not his after all, he still felt a little regretful. If he could become famous and a pop star, this 1.2 million guitar would be nothing, but reality was cruel. Given his current situation, he would never be able to use a guitar of this caliber in his lifetime. Zhang Li heard this and smiled. Brother Wang, although you play the guitar well and sing very well, your taste is still lacking. Lacking? Wang Cici was very puzzled. Zhang Li said, although my Martin D200 is very good, it's just an ordinary item. You actually wish you could own an ordinary item for your entire life. Isn't that lacking in taste? Ordinary item? This is an ordinary item? Wang Cece was stunned after hearing this. This limited edition guitar, the one the world's #1 guitarist liked and often used, was only an ordinary item? Then what kind of guitar would be considered a divine item? Are you kidding me? This guitar is already considered top tier. You might find other guitars that are more expensive, but they are not much different in other aspects. Zhang Lu smiled slightly. I'm not kidding. I'll show you the world's #1 guitar right now, as well as the other world's #1 instruments I collect. Wang Cece, where do you want to go? Wang Cece still didn't believe what Zhang Lu said. Although Zhang Lu was also very capable, his bragging was simply too over the top. Nevertheless, he remained curious and followed him. Xiaohua's boyfriend walked out of 501 and went to 502 next door. Wang Cece was somewhat surprised. 502 also belonged to Zhang Lu. However, thinking about it, for someone who could afford to collect that 1.2 million signed guitar, buying a couple of apartments here wasn't all that surprising. Zhang Lu opened the door and entered 502. After Wang Cece followed him in, he noticed that the decor here was similar to 501 next door. The only difference was that there was no furniture or appliances here. It was very spacious. Because of this, the living room had plenty of space for things. Currently, a set of musical instruments was placed in the living room. They were a drum kit, a guitar, a bass, and a keyboard. This perfectly formed the setup for a basic band. If the members were all present, they could start practicing immediately. At first glance, it certainly seemed that way, but a second glance revealed something different. Because Wang Cece noticed that the drum kit, guitar, bass, and keyboard seemed a bit different from what he usually saw. He walked several steps closer for a detailed look. Then he turned his head and laughed. Zhang Lu, your set of instruments has a very hellish bone style. Zhang Li's set of instruments was quite eerie. It exuded a chilling sensation. Each instrument looked as if it were made of bones, with bones as the main body, and other materials as supplementary. Wang Cece reached out and touched it. He thought it was metal that resembled bone, or some other special material. But it wasn't. He had never touched bones before, so he wasn't sure if these were real bones. Zhang Lu said, this set of instruments is made of bones. Wang Cece nodded upon hearing this. That's certainly interesting. It's the first time I've seen or heard of someone making instruments out of bones. It's a bit like how ancient barbarians would turn human skulls into drinking cups after killing people. By the way, Zhang Lu, are these bones from cows? Or sheep? Zhang Lu replied indifferently, do those beasts understand music? Instruments made from their bones wouldn't be very good. All my instruments are made from human bones. And they're all bones of people who understood music. Human bones? Wang Cece was stunned. Perhaps he had hit an exciting topic, for Zhang Lu at this moment was like a little boy showing off his treasures. He eagerly began introducing them to Wang Cece. My drum kit is made from the bones of 4 drummers. The guitar, bass, and keyboard over there are all made from the bones of 2 corresponding guitarists, a bassist, and a keyboardist. Looking at Zhang Lu, who was standing in front of the bone instruments, enthusiastically explaining them, Wang Cece was completely stunned. Because he thought making instruments out of bones was already incredibly bizarre. He never expected that these instruments were all made from human bones? And from the corresponding musicians? You're kidding, right? Don't mess with me. Wang Cece said, forcing a laugh. Zhang Lu, however, smiled brightly at him. Do I look like I'm kidding? The smile on Wang Cece's face gradually faded. He stared at Zhang Lu, who had a bright smile and was incredibly serious. He felt that this guy in front of him wasn't joking. He was silent for a moment, then said, this is truly unbelievable. Is this what you consider celestial grade? Zhang Lu nodded. Yes, my instruments surpass all similar instruments, they are the best. Wang Cici was silent again for a moment. A cold wind, he wasn't sure from where, blew through the empty house. It made him feel cold all over, his body trembling slightly. He tightened his short-sleeved shirt. His earlier curiosity and excitement about the instruments had long since gradually faded. Therefore, he said, it's getting late. I've finished touring your instrument collection. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I have to go to work tomorrow. At this moment, Zhang Le suddenly stopped him and said, You can't leave yet. Wang Cici felt a surge of tension and alertness, asking suspiciously, Why not? Zhang Le said, You've only looked at my bone instruments, but you haven't tried them yet. If you don't try them, how will you know that my instruments far surpass others of their kind? Wang Cici stared at the instruments made of bones. Instruments made of bones were already eerie enough. For him to play them, he genuinely felt a lingering fear. Now, there was a very high possibility that these were made of human bones. Let alone using them, just touching them or holding them would be chilling enough. No, you can play them for me instead. Wang Cici said. Zhang Le nodded, then walked over and took down the bone guitar. The silver guitar strings gleamed with a white light, flashing across the skyline. Zhang Lu began to play. Although Wang Cici desperately wanted to leave, he was still curious about the bone guitar. After all, he loved guitars. Therefore, despite his unease, he listened intently. He wasn't sure if his appreciation level was limited. He could confirm that the creator of this bone guitar was definitely a top master. The notes played were superior to his own $1,000 guitar. But if he were forced to compare this bone guitar with the 1.2 million signed guitar, which was superior? He truly couldn't tell the difference. Therefore, after Zhang Le finished playing, he asked Wang Cici this question, and Wang Cici said he couldn't tell the difference. Zhang Lu didn't speak, his eerie gaze silent. It made Wang Cici feel completely uncomfortable. Deep in his heart, a bad premonition gradually arose. I'm leaving first, he said. Wang Cici reached the door, but found it wouldn't open. No matter what he did, it wouldn't open. He turned his head and said, Zhang Lu, open the door. I'm tired, I need to go back to sleep. I have to go to work tomorrow. His tone was a bit hurried, but he tried to keep it gentle. Zhang Le didn't answer his question, only asking, Wang Cici, what do you think my set of instruments is missing to form a band? Wang Cici felt that the current environment was gloomy and cold, especially Zhang Lu in front of him, who gave him an eerie feeling. He was in no mood to answer, so he just said, I don't know. Zhang Le shook his head in disappointment. Alas, as a band's lead singer, you didn't even notice that I'm missing the most important item here? I have all the instruments, but I'm still missing a microphone. How can a band function without a microphone for the lead singer? Oh. I see. So, can I leave now? The bad premonition in Wang Cici's heart grew deeper and deeper. At this moment, Zhang Le laughed, Leave? If you leave, what will happen to my microphone? How will I make a microphone? I'm out of materials. Zhang Le spread his hands. Finally, the premonition exploded. Wang Cici said somewhat loudly, Zhang Lu. Stop with these jokes. They're not funny at all. Zhang Lu, I'm not joking. You really can't leave. As the material for my microphone, if you leave, it will be very difficult for me. Zhang Le shook his head, and from a cabinet in the kitchen, he actually pulled out a bone-chopping cleaver that gleamed with a cold light. It looked extremely sharp. Holding the cleaver, his lips curved up to his ears, an evil smile on his face, as he approached Wang Cici step by step. The first white mouse to die, Wang Cici. Wang Cici was genuinely terrified by the scene before him, his entire body breaking out in goosebumps. He retreated all the way to the door, unable to open it, so he kicked it, but the door was exceptionally sturdy. The door wouldn't open. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Lu getting closer and closer, so he ripped open his throat and yelled for help. But after yelling for a long time, not only did no one come to save him, there wasn't even any sound in the corridor, it was utterly silent. At this moment, he pulled out his phone again, preparing to dial for help. But, strangely, his phone had no signal. Zhang Lu stopped about 3 meters from Wang Cici and chuckled, saying, "Don't struggle. When I renovated this house, I did soundproofing and signal shielding. So, you can forget about anyone coming to save you." Wang Cici felt a bit of despair upon hearing this. But he stared at Zhang Lu, who was even skinnier than him. Even though he was holding a sharp bone-cleaving knife, it seemed he wasn't without a chance. Therefore, he tensed his body, ready to exert force and snatch the bone-cleaving knife in one swift move. But at that very moment, he found that he couldn't exert any strength in his body. His legs felt weak. At the same time, this weakness gradually spread throughout his body, his arms and hands also became limp. The next second, he fell to the ground, leaning against the door. At this moment, he was as helpless as a little lamb. He was truly doomed this time. "Zhang Lu. Seriously, stop joking with me. Murder is against the law. And even if your instruments are made of human bones, they must be made from the bones of people who died a long time ago, right? How could they be made from living people?" Wang Cici now hoped that Zhang Lu was just playing a huge joke on him. People who have been dead for a long time, their musical cells have also died with them. So, what's needed is fresh, like a fish. Do you want fish soup made from a live fish, or fish soup made from a fish that's been dead for a while? Zhang Lu just uttered these 2 sentences, then came to Wang Cici's side. His left hand was very strong. He grabbed Wang Cici's right foot and dragged him towards the bedroom. Wang Cici wanted to resist with all his might, but his limbs were limp. At this moment of life and death crisis, he actually recalled a line from a movie character. "My fate is up to me, not to heaven, whether I am a demon or an immortal, only I can say. Ah. Help me." He cried out in helpless despair. Finally, he was dragged to the bedroom door and saw the scene inside the opened bedroom. It was a silver metal execution platform, with various metal tools hanging on the walls. Although the place was very clean, it still emitted a faint smell of blood. At this point, Wang Cici was truly desperate. He genuinely smelled the scent of his own death. In his despair, he suddenly remembered the circumstances of his arrival at Alice's apartment. He seemed to understand why there was such an excellent condition of 1,000 yuan for 1 day's stay. But, that person never told him that it would be at the cost of his own life? Neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. This livestream is the highest ranking livestream in terms of popularity on the black software. 24 hours a day, the number of viewers in the livestream is at least around 100,000. But at certain times, the number of viewers in this livestream would suddenly drop by 50 or 60,000. Those certain times are situations like the current one. A Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, is being executed. Because the images are too graphic, some people in the livestream cannot accept it and directly exit, waiting until it's over to watch. After all, this isn't a movie or a documentary, these are real events unfolding. Although these wealthy people in the livestream, each appearing here, indicates their perversion. However, they haven't yet reached the point of being able to accept this level. Of course, some people want to vomit after a few glances, while others watch with great relish. For example, the Diamond Bachelor, a real-life wealthy young lady. Currently, she was eating sushi made by a chef, watching Zhang Lu skillfully using tools to process Wang Cici into an inhumane work of art. Wang Cici's piercing screams came from the computer, echoing throughout the princess room, and the Diamond Bachelor watched, utterly engrossed. Her appetite was greatly stimulated, and she ate sushi 1 bite at a time. The execution lasted for about 3 hours. Wang Cici in the scene could no longer be described as gruesome. Looking at his motionless state, he must have passed away peacefully. At this moment, in the livestream, the long-haired beauty who hosted appeared again. Now, she was wearing a purple-red cheongsam, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. A gentle smile graced her exquisitely featured face. She said softly, of the 5 Xiaobai little white mice, the second Xiaobai little white mice, Wang Sisi, has died. The 50.98 million betting amount has all been deposited into the final prize pool. On the large electronic screen behind the long-haired beauty, there were 5 avatars, and Wang Sisi's had already dimmed, with a large red cross drawn over it. My money. Sigh, no luck. Among these 5 people, the 2 who looked most normal, Wang Sisi and Morong Fu, turned out to have Wang Sisi as the first to die. Damn. Stupid Wang Sisi. Everyone who had bet on Wang Sisi in the livestream was cursing him. At this point, the middle-aged uncle also appeared. You losing money isn't Wang Sisi's fault, it's your own. Everyone here is an old-timer in the livestream. Don't you know that there's a Zhang Lu and Alice apartment who specifically targets musical Xiaobai little white mice, to turn them into instruments? I know, but that Zhang Lu hasn't been active for a long time, and hasn't participated in the welcoming activities for a long time either. Who knew he'd show up this round? The welcoming activity, on the surface, was a normal welcoming event, but in reality, it was to introduce the new prey to everyone in Alice's apartment. The domineering female CEO also appeared at this time. Middle-aged uncle, who did you bet on? Middle-aged uncle, Morong Fu, of course. Domineering female CEO, coincidentally, me too. Fairy sister, me too. Little dragon girl, me too. I am a hero. I also bet on Morong Fu, but I'm more curious now about who will die next. But Wang Sisi's experience served as a reminder to everyone, don't casually drink things given by strangers. If Wang Sisi hadn't drunk the tea Zhang Lu gave him, perhaps he wouldn't have been gone so easily. He should have still had the strength to resist. The day after Wang Sisi's head was made into a microphone, Jiang Ran woke up early and went to work. While taking the elevator down, he met Morong Fu. Morong Fu also seemed to be going to work. Since they were both new residents, they greeted each other. Alice apartment 302. Qin Fei, who had just woken up, opened his phone first thing. Last night, he had been playing games on his bed, planning to stay up until 1 a.m. Playing games while waiting for the 1,000 yuan to be deposited. However, he unexpectedly fell asleep halfway through. Therefore, the first thing he did upon waking up in the morning was to check his phone. He opened his phone interface and saw an unread message. After unlocking his phone and checking the detailed message, Qin Fei jumped 3 feet high with joy. Damn! 10,000 yuan. A full 10,000 yuan. It's real. The money is here. Yesterday, he still had concerns about whether this 1,000 yuan a day was real, but today, with the money in hand, all his worries vanished. Perfect, I have a piece of equipment I need to craft, and this 10,000 yuan is just about enough. With 10,000 yuan in hand, Qin Fei happily rushed over 9,000 yuan into the game, completely forgetting about the hundreds of thousands of yuan of his parents' hard-earned money he had spent, as well as his online loans. Xiao Nua, who lived in 904, was in a similar situation. 804 Wang Tao. The first thing Xiao Nua did after waking up in the morning was check her phone, and when she saw the message that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into her account, her reaction was as joyful as Qin Fei's. Under normal circumstances, she usually slept during the day and went clubbing at night, but now, uncharacteristically, she didn't sleep. Instead, she used her phone to contact her friends to come out and spend some money. In about 5 minutes, she had arranged to meet her friends, including a few boys. Because some of the boys she contacted included her crush, Xiao Nua was already up, getting ready to dress up nicely to meet her friends and her crush. At noon, Xiao Nua lived in 904, and below her in 804 lived a man in his 30s. At this moment, this man had also woken up, but every time he woke up, he would habitually go to the balcony to sunbathe for an hour. Today, the man stared at the beautiful scenery outside the balcony and couldn't help but feel that it was good to be alive. Only then could he feel that he was truly alive. The man's name was Wang Tao, and he was 32 years old. Originally, he was a senior white-collar worker at a company with a generous income. He had a beautiful and capable wife and a pair of adorable children. He was truly a winner in life. But all of this was shattered a year ago. He discovered that his wife had cheated on him. And what made him collapse was that those adorable children were not even his. This was what made him most distraught. Even if one of them had been his, it would have been better. So, one day, he lied to his wife that he would be away on a business trip for a while. In reality, he wanted to catch them in the act, to set a trap. Soon, on the morning of the next day, he successfully caught them. He then had a serious argument with his wife and the man she was cheating with, and in a fit of rage, he killed his wife and the adulterer. At that time, what he hadn't expected was that the two children in the next room also woke up. Seeing his wife and the other man lying in a pool of blood, they rushed over and cried out, "Mommy, Daddy." Wang Tao, seeing this, was immediately consumed by rage. It turned out these two children had also known for a long time that he wasn't their biological father. Their biological father was this adulterer. In his fury, he stabbed the two children to death as well. He had killed 4 people at once. A normal person would be very panicked. But he felt little fear or alarm in his heart. Why? Because this wasn't his first time killing someone. When he was a child, he accidentally pushed a playmate into a river. He was very scared at the time, but he didn't tell his parents or anyone else. Later, that family discovered the child was missing, and the whole village helped them search. Finally, the child was found in the river and was determined to have accidentally fallen in. Just like that, he escaped. Then, during college, he fell in love with a girl in his class. That girl had good grades and was beautiful. She was his goddess. He confessed his feelings to her, but was rejected. The reason was that she only wanted to focus on her studies at the moment. Wang Tao wasn't angry, he thought the girl was very ambitious and liked her even more. But later, he discovered a secret. His goddess had started dating a boy from the next class. And what made him extremely angry and distraught was that the boy, aside from being handsome, was utterly useless, a complete academic failure. Didn't you say you only wanted to focus on your studies right now? It was just a lie. You act aloof in front of me, but in front of a handsome guy, you'd practically throw yourself at him. And so, his second murder began. Compared to the unintentional killing when he was a child, this time it was a planned murder. He tracked Xiaohua's boyfriend for a long time and found that Xiaohua's boyfriend often met in an unfinished building. So, after a meticulous plan, he followed Xiaohua's boyfriend. In that unfinished building, he transformed from a boy into a man. He experienced the joy of intimacy for the first time. In the end, 3 people went in, and only 1 came out. Then, with his wife and children, this was his 3rd time. As an extremely intelligent top student, he successfully handled the matter. Outsiders only knew that his wife and a pair of children had mysteriously disappeared. Just like that, Wang Tao began living alone. Not long after, a family moved into the empty apartment above him. That family was very noisy. Various sounds often came from upstairs. Wang Tao was annoyed, went up to reason, but to no avail. He contacted property management, to no avail. Unable to bear it any longer, he began his 4th murder. However, the 4th murder went awry. He successfully eliminated that entire family, but the misfortune was that on the day he eliminated them, that family happened to be hosting a gathering for relatives and friends. Anyway, he was caught. He was immediately arrested. He originally thought he was doomed and would surely be sentenced to death. But he never expected that while he was detained, he met a mysterious man and discussed some things. Then he was released. He escaped death. However, the price he paid was that he had to live in Alice's apartment for the rest of his life, with his activity confined to this area. Of course, at most, he could wander around near Alice's apartment. But, absolutely no further. In addition, his bank card would receive a monthly living allowance of 10,000. Wang Tao readily accepted this life. After all, he was supposed to die anyway. Wang Tao closed his eyes at this moment, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. At noon, Xiao Nua met with her friends. 5 boys, 6 girls. These boys and girls were all around Xiao Nua's age. Xiao Nua, are we still going to the bar tonight? These people met at a park and discussed their plans for the evening. Xiao Nua smiled disdainfully. What's the point of going to the bar every day? Let's go to my place. To your place? Is it that villa? A girl's eyes sparkled. Xiao Nua shook her head. No, it's a new house my parents bought for me. They thought I was too noisy at home, so they just let me move out on my own. Wow! As expected of Xiao Nua. You already have your own house so early, I'm so envious. Yeah, Xiao Nua, my family is still renting a place right now, and my sister and I are squeezed into one room. Xiao Nua is really amazing. Hearing that Xiao Nua had her own house, these people started praising Xiao Nua, making her feel flattered. Xiao Nua had always portrayed herself as a rich young lady among her group of friends. Among this group, she had always held a dominant position. Heh, a new house? I'd like to see what kind of new house it is. At this moment, among the 6 girls besides Xiao Nua, the prettiest one suddenly spoke up with a sneer. Everyone called this girl Xiao Hua. Before Xiao Nua joined this small group, Xiao Hua was the leader. Although her family was ordinary, Xiao Hua was beautiful. And she was very good at dressing up, but ever since Xiao Nua joined this small group, with her identity as a rich young lady, she had snatched away Xiao Hua's dominant position, her big sister status. This made Xiao Hua quite resentful of Xiao Nua for a time. Zhang Ran and Zhang Lu meet. Of course, more importantly, Xiao Hua discovered that Xiao Nua had a crush on her boyfriend. Her boyfriend's name is Xiao Pang. He is the most handsome of the 5 boys, and Xiao Nua's crush. Combining these 2 points, Xiao Hua disliked Xiao Nua intensely. But she could do nothing about her. However, during one incident, Xiao Hua discovered that Xiao Nua's identity as a rich young lady might be fake. So she constantly attacked her on this point. Just wait until we get to my place tonight, then you'll know, won't you? Xiao Nua smiled triumphantly. Her gaze provocatively fixed on Xiao Hua. Among these people, everyone else had already believed her identity as a rich young lady. After all, she usually disguised herself very well, her food, clothing, and daily expenses were all high class. But somehow there was a loophole, which made Xiao Hua suspicious and constantly target her. This time, when these people arrive at her new house tonight, let's see how Xiao Hua can still be suspicious. Thinking this, she looked softly at Xiao Pang, the boy dressed in Japanese and Korean style. When Xiao Pang saw her gaze, he gave her a gentle smile. Xiao Nua was overjoyed. When she first joined this small group, she fell for the handsome Xiao Pang. But she knew her foundation wasn't good, she wasn't as pretty as Xiao Hua, so she could only rely on other things. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have accumulated so much online debt to pretend to be a rich young lady. After all, in the past, although she was vain and liked brand names, her expenses weren't this high. It was only after she met these people that her expenses increased, and she had no choice but to borrow from online loans. Tonight, when Xiao Pang sees my apartment, he should completely lean towards me, right? Xiao Nua had this thought flash through her mind. For the rest of the afternoon, Xiao Nua and her group went to see a movie, an amusement park, an escape room, and other places, having a blast. Of course, Xiao Nua paid, and everyone else was freeloading. As evening approached, Xiao Nua took these people into a supermarket and bought a lot of ingredients, preparing to host a party at her place. 7:17 p.m. Zhang Ran dragged his tired body back to Alice's apartment. Because the original owner, despite his ex-girlfriend who dumped him, worked several jobs and frantically earned money. The first main job, online store customer service working from home. The second and third jobs were part-time. One was an hourly worker at KFC, and the other was a night shift at Sam's Club. It was also for this reason that the original owner died suddenly at home. Zhang Ran didn't want to die suddenly, even though he also needed money to buy good medicine. But between dying suddenly and not having money to buy good medicine, he would still choose not having money to buy good medicine. At least his life would still be intact. So today, he went to those two places and resigned from both part-time jobs, but because they were short-staffed and still needed to find people, he still had to work for a while longer. Over there? After Jiang Ran entered Alice's apartment, he saw about 10 people chattering in front of him. Laughter and cheerful voices continuously entered Jiang Ran's ears, and Jiang Ran stared at the boys and girls in front, who looked like university students. He sighed in his heart, thinking how good it was to be young. He followed these university students into the elevator. As a result, the elevator made a ding-ding sound, indicating it was overloaded. Jiang Ran had no choice but to step out and take the next one. The elevator first went to the 9th floor, then to the 5th floor, and finally to the 1st floor. The elevator door opened, and a very fashionable man walked out. Jiang Ran recognized the person in front of him and greeted him. After the man exited the elevator, he also responded to Jiang Ran. At this time, Jiang Ran said, "Yesterday, after you and Wang Cici finished the freshman welcoming event, you went to discuss music together. How did that discussion go?" The man was none other than Zhang Luo, who lived in 501. Zhang Luo smiled slightly. "We hit it off perfectly." Jiang Ran nodded. "Really? Then when your band is formed, be sure to tell me. I'll definitely be your first audience." Zhang Lu, "Definitely. Oh, by the way, Jiang Ran, I haven't told you my name yet. I'm Zhang Lu. Also, do you play any instruments? Because currently, the band is just Wang Cici and me. He's the lead singer, and I'm the guitarist. We're still missing a bassist, a drummer, and a keyboardist." Jiang Ran shook his head. "No, not at all. I'm completely tone deaf, a musical idiot. So, I really envy you musicians. What if one day you write a song that suddenly becomes a hit? Then you'll earn a lot of money, and countless beautiful girls will flock to you." Zhang Le chuckled at his words. I guess for others, besides interest and passion, the main reason they make music is to become popular, famous, and achieve both fame and fortune. But I just want to pursue the music in my heart. As for fame, well, I do want more people to appreciate my musical works. As for profit, I'm not really short on money. The two of them chatted for a while longer, then parted ways. Currently, the live stream. The conversation between the two just now sparked some discussion. "Hey, you guys, this Shang Lu has already gathered the instruments needed for his band, so will he continue to kill people?" "That's a good question, I don't know either." "You don't know, so why are you interjecting?" "I'll answer. I don't think he'll kill again. After all, for a serial killer like Zhang Luo, he kills special individuals, and his goal is to create the best instruments in his mind. Now that he has achieved this goal, he won't kill again." "Agreed. Concur. I think so too. I disagree. If he really won't kill again, then why did he just ask Jiang Ran if he played any instruments? Maybe he just asked casually? Wow, Xiao Nuo, is this your apartment? It's so beautiful." When Xiao Nuo and her group arrived outside Alice's apartment, they were already amazed. After all, from its appearance, Alice's apartment was clearly a high-end apartment, a residence for the wealthy. Especially after searching for apartment prices online, they were even more certain. And upon entering the apartment and arriving at Xiao Nuo's 904, these people were even more dazzled by the interior decoration. It made them feel like bumpkins from the countryside. At this moment, Xiao Nuo was very proud. All right, we'll have plenty of time to look around tonight. Who can cook? A few of you, come and get our hot pot started for tonight? I'll do it. Xiao Pang was the first to volunteer. When Xiao Nuo saw her crush actively coming to help her with the hot pot, she was absolutely overjoyed. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua saw her boyfriend completely disregard her feelings and go to help Xiao Nuo. Naturally, she was very unhappy and angry. But despite her anger, she also realized that her boyfriend's heart was probably no longer with her. Because in the past, he would always consider her, but now, seeing Xiao Nua's apartment, the scales had completely tipped. It was also because of Xiao Peng's help. So in the kitchen, Xiao Nua didn't let anyone else in, even though it was an open-plan kitchen. But she also didn't want anyone to disturb her in Xiao Peng's private time. As for the others, they were all busy exploring Xiao Nua's apartment. Only Xiaohua sat on the sofa, sulking and unhappy, looking down at her phone, staring blankly at the screen. High IQ criminal Wang Tao. Wang Tao was enjoying his dinner. Today, he was eating frozen steak he bought online, which he learned to pan-fry following an online tutorial, along with pasta. He also had burgundy wine as a drink. Of course, he wasn't idle while eating, he watched TV in the living room while having dinner. When he first arrived at Alice Apartment 804, the TV there was 30 inches, but now it was 99 inches. The super large screen looked really great. To be honest, he never used to like watching TV or movies. During his school days, he was immersed in studying. After graduation, he was busy with sales at his company. He rarely lived for himself. The short year at Alice Apartment, at least, allowed him to live for himself, trying things he rarely or never had before. For example, watching TV and movies. Wang Tao wasn't sure if he was a psychopath or something. He didn't particularly enjoy other types of TV shows or movies, he only loved horror thrillers from abroad. For example, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, House of Wax, Friday the 13th. Now he was watching a movie from abroad, It. All the lights were off, and he had lit 5 white candles on the coffee table in the living room, creating a very atmospheric mood. Just as Wang Tao was engrossed, and the movie reached its climax, thumping and banging sounds came from upstairs. He looked up at the ceiling with some displeasure. Not long after the movie started, chaotic noises came from upstairs. After stopping, they started again. Then stopped again, then started again. This was already the 5th time. He really couldn't take it anymore. Therefore, he turned on the lights, went out, and prepared to go upstairs to 904 to ask what was going on. When he reached the 9th floor, he heard chattering in the hallway, and the chattering grew louder when he reached the door of 904. Wang Tao looked left and right, he didn't know how the other residents on the 9th floor could tolerate it. Anyway, he couldn't stand it. So he knocked on the door. It didn't open the first time, but opened the second time. The door was opened by a tall boy around 20 years old. He was more than half a head taller than him, and his entire frame was also a circle larger. Is there something wrong? The tall boy looked down at Wang Tao calmly. Wang Tao said neither obsequiously nor arrogantly, I live downstairs at 804. Can you all be a little quieter and not jump around on the floor? You're disturbing my rest. After saying this, Wang Tao suddenly thought of his 4th murder, that family. He went up to reason, but the reasoning was fruitless, and the other party had a particularly bad temper. Oh, sorry, we'll be careful. The tall boy looked very apologetic when he heard this. Seeing this attitude, Wang Tao felt that university students were easier to talk to and reason with. Having resolved the matter, Wang Tao turned and left. Before leaving, through a gap revealed by the tall boy, he saw quite a few people inside the room. He guessed it was university students gathered for a party. Wang Tao also recalled his own university life from this. That goddess in his heart. Killed by his own hands. However, his love for her was real, like his later wife. He was with her because she looked very similar to his university goddess. It's just a pity that these women were all fickle creatures. Hey, who is knocking? Is my takeout here? Inside 904, a female university student asked the tall boy who had just opened the door and talked to Wang Tao. The tall boy replied, no, it was a man from downstairs, telling us to be quiet. Quiet? Are we really that noisy? This is an apartment, if he wants quiet, he should go live in a villa, right, Xiao Nua? The female university student asked Xiao Nua somewhat indignantly. Xiao Nua was still in the kitchen, being sweet with his crush at this time. So he casually agreed, yes, yes, yes. Wang Tao returned to 804 and continued watching his clown movie. As he watched, a question popped into his head: could there really be such monsters and ghosts in the world? Just as this grand idea was gradually taking shape, perhaps to be included in textbooks someday, thumping, unsettling noises came from upstairs again. Wang Tao frowned and checked the time. Only 10 minutes had passed, and it was happening again? After waiting a few more minutes, the noise from upstairs continued. He had no choice but to appear at the door of 904 again. This time, another male university student opened the door for him. Can you all be a little quieter and not make the floor bang so much? Oh. Sorry, we'll be careful. Wang Tao gave the male university student an annoyed look and left. Who was it? Is it my takeout? The female university student who had previously asked the tall boy inquired. The male university student replied, no, it was that man from downstairs again. Him? Why did he come again? Oh, he told us to be quiet, walk softly, and not make the floor bang. Heh, how annoying. If he comes again later, I'll open the door. At this moment, in the live stream room. Although people in the live stream room could freely choose any floor or room's camera angle to watch, the main camera still had the most viewers. Because this main camera was controlled by AI. It automatically jumped to the most exciting parts of the apartment. Currently, the most exciting part was the interaction between Wang Tao and the Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, Xiao Nua, and these people. Although nothing had happened yet. Domineering female CEO, I don't have any impression of this Wang Tao from 804. Has he killed anyone in the apartment? Little dragon girl, I don't think so, I'm very unfamiliar with this person, no impression at all. What about others? No impression. I also have no impression. Domineering female CEO, then I'll check his information. These people in the live stream room could check the resident information of Alice's apartment at any time. Soon, these people finished checking Wang Tao's information. The domineering female CEO sighed after reading, this Wang Tao is a ruthless person even among ordinary people. He accidentally killed someone when he was a child, killed his goddess and her boyfriend in college, later killed his cheating wife and their 2 children who weren't his, and finally killed the neighbors upstairs. A bad seed from childhood. Little dragon girl, yes, this type of experience is rare, after all, killing from a young age. But actually, what I find most distinctive about this Wang Tao is that he was a top student from a young age, went to a prestigious university, and after graduation, joined a large company with a high position. He's a complete elite, a high IQ criminal, which is much more interesting than some bumpkin. The middle-aged uncle, who hadn't appeared all day, spoke at this time, sounding very excited. Damn, I know this Wang Tao. He's a middle manager at one of my partner companies. When he was arrested and imprisoned, I followed the gossip for a long time. I thought he was dead, executed by firing squad, so how did he end up in Alice's apartment? Missing female college student. Many people in the live stream had grown somewhat accustomed to the situation of individuals who, despite deserving the death penalty, ended up at Alice's apartment. After all, the black software's backing was unfathomable. Being able to retrieve death row inmates was a basic operation. The middle-aged uncle continued, back then, I remember when I was having afternoon tea with his company's boss, we talked about Wang Tao. His boss even said he never expected Wang Tao to be such a person, it was such a pity. Although he was a murderer, Wang Tao's business capabilities were beyond reproach. Fairy sister said, is that so? A business elite. In that case, there's a good show to watch. Wang Tao's 4th murder was due to noise from an upstairs neighbor, and isn't it exactly the same situation now? Let me see how a highly educated criminal commits a crime. 804. At 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Tao had finished watching it and, as it was still early, he prepared to watch another horror thriller. Putting everything else aside, these horror thrillers from abroad were truly exciting and enjoyable to watch. Just as he began searching for a horror thriller that caught his eye, the familiar sound came from the ceiling again. Wang Tao was truly speechless. How could these university students promise so nicely not to make noise? Yet, after a short while, they went back on their word? People's quality is really low nowadays. Wang Tao decided to go up and talk to them one more time. A knock came from outside door 904. Don't bother, I'll get it. I'll give that downstairs person a piece of my mind. The female university student, previously mentioned, angrily opened the door. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of words, she realized it wasn't the person from downstairs. Instead, her delivery had finally arrived. Hello, delivery. Outside the door was a simple, honest-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a purple delivery uniform. He was a delivery writer for an app called lightnovel. Although it wasn't the person from downstairs, the female university student still frowned after taking the delivery and said, "Hey, do you know you're late? I ordered this at 8 o'clock, and it's already past 9. You're over an hour late. My fried chicken family bucket is all cold." The female university student opened the outer packaging, felt the paper bucket containing various fried chicken pieces, and complained. "There's no way around it, I'm definitely giving you a bad review." The middle-aged delivery writer, who was already late, heard about the bad review and, already apologizing, now pleaded even more earnestly. "Please don't give me a bad review. I didn't want to be late, but something happened on the way that delayed me. I know I'm sorry, I really am, but the fried chicken can still be reheated in the microwave." Upon hearing this, the female university student's already furrowed brow instantly turned to an icy expression, still trying to argue? "You were late delivering the food, and you're blaming me? This is your fault, and you have to take responsibility. And you were over an hour late." With that, the female university student directly pulled out her phone, preparing to give the middle-aged delivery writer a bad review. At this moment, the tall boy shouted from the sofa, "Alright, don't argue with the delivery writer, hurry up and eat hot pot. Anyway, that stuff can still be eaten if you heat it up." The female university student ignored the tall boy and directly gave the bad review on her phone. Then she gave the humble and honest-looking middle-aged delivery writer a big eye roll. Why is there a delivery writer over there? Wang Tao had also arrived at the door of 904. When he arrived, he just brushed past the delivery writer wearing the purple lightning YMI uniform. After giving the bad review, the female university student was about to close the door when she saw Wang Tao, who had just arrived. "Who are you?" the female university student asked. Wang Tao's gaze shifted from the delivery writer to the female university student, and he said, "I'm from downstairs. You people are making endless noise, aren't you? This is the third time I've come up." Hearing these words, the female university student thought he walked right into it. She then loudly said, "We're not doing it on purpose. With so many of us, it's inevitable that we'll make some noise. And it's only noisy tonight, it's not noisy every night. Can't you just bear with it? And, you should know, you don't live in a villa. If you want constant quiet, why don't you live in a villa?" With that, before Wang Tao could react, the female university student slammed the door shut, leaving only Wang Tao outside the door, in a daze. Inside the door, the female university student returned to the sofa, smiling as she said to the others, "I'm telling you, you can't be nice to people like that. Otherwise they'll take advantage and come up again and again, it's so annoying. You should be like me, just state it clearly and get it over with." After the female university student finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Xiaohua, who was furthest from her. Xiaohua nodded her head slightly up and down at her. Outside the door, Wang Tao stood still for about 10 seconds. Only after that time passed did he react, his body starting to move slightly. Staring at the doorplate of 904. A hint of ruthlessness and violence flashed in his eyes. He remembered that the man who had brought him to Alice's apartment seemed to have told him he could do anything he wanted in the apartment, it was a free world here. What if the thing he wanted to do was something he had already done 4 times before? Because Xiao Nua and her group had eaten hot pot at home yesterday and then played the board game Werewolf too late, they all ended up sleeping at Xiao Nua's place. There certainly weren't enough beds, so many people slept on the floor. Fortunately, it was nearing summer, so sleeping on the floor wasn't particularly cold. A simple layer of blankets underneath was enough. The next morning at 9 o'clock, these university students vaguely woke up, and it wasn't until past 11 that they finally all woke up. After waking up, they all felt groggy, each looking as if they had lost their souls. After a long while of recovery. By 12 o'clock noon, they were all fully revived. After being fully revived, they each ordered takeout. While waiting for their food, these people were either playing on their phones, watching TV, or chatting. Hey, what are you looking for? Xiao Nua's crush, Xiao Pang, saw that the tallest among them, the tall boy, who was also the first to deal with the downstairs neighbors knocking yesterday, was anxiously darting from the bathroom to the bedroom, and then to the balcony, unclear what he was searching for. I'm looking for Xiao Ju. Wang Ju. I just realized Wang Ju was missing. The tall boy frowned as he returned from the balcony to the living room. Hearing the tall boy's words, they looked at each other and then realized that indeed, they hadn't seen Wang Ju since waking up. Wang Ju was the female university student who had cursed at the lightning Waimai writer and Wang Tao yesterday. Call her. Maybe she woke up early and already left. The tall boy took out his phone and called Wang Ju, but no one answered. He sent a message on WeChat, but there was no reply either. No reply, and she's not answering the phone. Maybe she's busy right now and hasn't checked her phone. Oh, by the way, I've noticed, why are you so worried about Wang Ju? Do you like her? Otherwise, no one else noticed Wang Ju was missing, but you were the first to find out? At this moment, Xiao Peng suddenly asked with a smile. Can't find it at all, mysteriously disappeared. No, how could that be? Tall boy argued. That's what he said. But tall boy's stammering manner and his suddenly red cheeks on both sides directly betrayed him. If you like her, just confess boldly. She doesn't have a boyfriend anyway. Exactly, unrequited love won't get you anywhere. Make your move early. Enjoy it early. Everyone cheered him on. Tall boy's face turned even redder from their words. He simply stopped explaining, sat down on a nearby chair, and waited for Wang Ju's reply on his phone. But by the time their takeout arrived, these people had already finished eating and started discussing their entertainment plans for the afternoon and evening. Wang Ju still hadn't replied to any messages. At this point, tall boy couldn't sit still anymore, and the others, to some extent, lost their earlier relaxed and comfortable mood. After all, in this day and age, everyone is a phone addict. Few people go several hours without looking at their phones, unless they are truly busy, or they saw it and just couldn't be bothered to reply. Truly busy? Impossible, they are all the most idle college students. As for being too lazy to reply, even if Wang Ju couldn't be bothered to reply to tall boy, it's unlikely she wouldn't reply to the others, right? Everyone sent messages, but not a single one received a reply. I'll go back to school to look for her. Tall boy got up, ready to leave. At this moment, Xiao Peng's girlfriend, Xiao Hua, stood up and said, Wait, I'll go back with you. She and I are in the same dorm, and besides, you're a boy, you can't get into the girls' dorm. So, Xiao Hua's boyfriend left Xiao Nua's house like that. Because of Wang Ju's sudden disappearance. The remaining people, like Xiao Nua, had their good mood somewhat dispelled. Of course, they still weren't overly worried about Wang Ju. They just thought she was busy with something and couldn't even reply to messages. But half an hour later, when they received another call from Tall Boy and Xiao Hua, who had returned to school to check, they immediately stopped. Smiling. Their nerves tightened. What? You said Xiao Ju didn't return to school? Yes, I went back to the dorm and asked the other roommates, and they all said they hadn't seen Xiao Ju come back. If she's not in the school dorm, where could she be? Her hometown seems to be in another province, and she doesn't have any other friends or relatives here. At this moment, Tall Boy snatched the phone from Xiaohua's hand. Wang Ju must be in trouble. All of you go to the first floor. When I came yesterday, I saw the apartment's administrator there. Check the surveillance to see if she went out yesterday. Where did she go? Xiao Pang answered the phone on this end. He had it on speaker, so after hanging up, he immediately gathered the others in the room and went out with them, heading downstairs, ready to go to the first floor to find Administrator Xiao Zhang and check the surveillance. Xiao Nua, Xiao Pang, and the others took the elevator from the 9th floor down to the 3rd floor. One person entered from the 3rd floor. It was none other than Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, who had just finished his morning online store customer service work, was planning to go out to buy some drinks to refresh himself. When the elevator door opened, he saw the college students he had seen last night. He walked into the elevator. Leaning in a corner, his eyes inadvertently swept across their faces. He noticed that these college students, who had been happy last night, now looked anxious and uneasy, as if something was on their minds. Jiang Ran was different from the others. They probably would have pretended not to see and remained indifferent. He certainly wasn't, and he still asked, "What's wrong with you all? You look very nervous. Did something happen?" Xiao Nua was about to answer but was pulled back by Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang then smiled. Nothing. Something's definitely wrong. Jiang Ran thought, but since the other party didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force himself to satisfy his curiosity. The elevator quickly reached the 1st floor. Everyone exited the elevator together, and Jiang Ran saw these college students hurrying to where Administrator Xiao Zhang lived, their hands and feet flustered. Just then, Xiao Zhang came out of a room to throw out trash. Poor Xiao Zhang hadn't even thrown out the trash when he was cornered by this group of college students and dragged to the surveillance room. At this moment, inside the surveillance room. You said one of your companions is missing? So you want to check the surveillance? Administrator Xiao Zhang looked at them with some confusion, while also starting to retrieve the surveillance footage. Where do you want to look? There are also surveillance cameras at our apartment entrance. We can see which direction your companion went after leaving the apartment. Okay, then retrieve the footage from the entrance. Xiao Pang was clearly the backbone of this group of college students. What time should we start from? Around 11 p.m. last night. All right. Xiao Zhang seemed to rarely retrieve surveillance footage, so his operation wasn't very smooth. However, 5 minutes later, the surveillance footage from the apartment entrance last night was displayed. First to catch the eye was the security booth on one side and the electronic gate. Fast forward. Xiao Pang said. Administrator Xiao Zhang nodded. Since Alice Apartment's surveillance cameras were high-end, they had night vision functionality. So, even though it was night, the footage was still very clear. At 8x speed. Xiao Pang and the others stared at the surveillance footage without blinking. They saw security guards patrolling from time to time, and occasional people or cars passing by outside the apartment. As for the figure of Wang Ju they had imagined, there was none at all. The footage has already reached our current time, so your friend probably didn't even leave the apartment, did she? After watching the footage, Administrator Xiao Zhang turned his head and said, How is this possible? At this moment, Xiao Pang and these college students looked at each other, feeling as if they had seen a ghost. According to their thoughts, Wang Ju must have left the apartment, but she hadn't returned to the university dorm, and they didn't know where she had gone. So they wanted to see which direction Wang Ju went after leaving the apartment, so they could follow the clues. As a result, after watching the surveillance for so long, they didn't see Wang Ju at all? How many entrances and exits does this apartment have? One, just one. Then where is she? If she didn't leave the apartment, where did she go? How about I retrieve the surveillance footage from outside your room? Then we can follow the corridor. If she didn't leave the apartment, she would definitely be caught on camera. Alright then. What's your room number? 904. What time should we start from? Still 11 p.m. last night. At once, Administrator Xiao Zhang began retrieving the surveillance footage again. After retrieving the footage, Xiao Zhang carried the trash bag to throw out the trash, leaving Xiao Pang and the others to watch the surveillance here. After throwing out the trash, Xiao Zhang also smoked a few cigarettes in the apartment's smoking area before returning to the surveillance room. Shortly after he returned, he noticed that the atmosphere in the entire surveillance room had become even more oppressive than before. What's wrong? Administrator Xiao Zhang asked, puzzled. Xiao Pang looked up and said, as if he had seen a ghost, we watched it at 64x speed just now. We watched it all the way to our current time, and as a result, no one was seen coming out of 904 since 11 p.m. last night. As he spoke, Xiao Pang's face turned very pale. The rest of the people were mostly the same. Their faces were like dead people with white makeup. It wasn't Wang Tao who did it. So your friend is still in 904? Administrator Xiao Zhang asked. Xiao Nua immediately retorted, no. If she were, would we be here to check the surveillance footage? Yes, the tall boy had already searched 904 thoroughly, and only after failing to find Wang Ju did they begin the search for her. Administrator Xiao Zhang frowned in confusion, what's going on? Is it haunted? The surveillance didn't capture your friend leaving the room or the apartment building, which means your friend should still be in 904? But she's not there. Did she vanish into thin air in 904? Could she have left earlier? Are you looking at the wrong time frame in the surveillance? While Xiao Zhan was asking, Xiao Pang and the other university students had already walked out of the surveillance room. They clearly ignored him, the administrator. Xiao Zhang pouted, sat back down, and started playing with his phone. When Xiao Pang and the other university students exited the surveillance room and reached the first-floor lobby, the tall boy and Xiao Hua also returned. The two immediately asked about the surveillance, and Xiao Pang explained what happened. The tall boy and Xiao Hua both widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that I didn't search carefully enough? Is Wang Ju still in the room? The tall boy began to doubt himself. The others also said, let's go back and check. Everyone searched together. And so, these university students returned to 904. But a dozen people, almost turning 904 upside down, couldn't find a trace of Wang Ju. Damn it, Wang Ju, where are you? Where in the world are you? At this moment, the tall boy was so anxious he was almost in tears. Clearly, he had feelings for Wang Ju. His previous deflections were all false. Just then, a boy suddenly said, the surveillance didn't catch her leaving, could she have gone out the window? The window? This is the 9th floor. How could she go out the window? Another girl retorted. But the next second, everyone else, including the girl who had just argued with the boy, fell silent. Because they all understood the true meaning of the boy's words. One naturally couldn't leave from a 9th floor window unless one could fly. But what if it was an accidental fall? What if she accidentally from the window? It was important to remember they had been drinking last night. At this moment, the tall boy immediately leaned out the balcony window and looked down. He hoped to see something, yet also hoped not to see anything. The others were at the windows of the other rooms. But they saw nothing, so these people all went downstairs, to the area outside directly beneath these 9th floor windows. They circled several times, but let alone Wang Ju herself, there wasn't even a personal item. Not a single trace. Call the police. Quickly call the police. The tall boy said, pulling out his phone to call the police. Xiao Pang said, it seems it's not yet 48 hours, so they can't file a case, right? At this moment, in the live stream. Where did that girl named Wang Ju go? I didn't stay up to watch last night, does anyone know? How is this so spooky, a mysterious disappearance? Could Alice's apartment really be haunted? Haunted my ass. You're following these university students' perspectives, watching the surveillance they can see, which has all been modified. Go watch the highlight clips collected by the livestream every time. I just finished watching them, and I know the truth now. She was caught by someone, anyway. Caught? It must be Wang Tao from 804. Poor girl. Ha, you guessed wrong, it wasn't Wang Tao from 804. I thought it was Wang Tao too, but it wasn't. Holy crap, then who was it? Why don't you go watch it yourself? The first person who asked went to watch the highlight clips from the livestream. As mentioned before, highlight clips were prepared for those in the livestream who missed the live broadcast. This person clicked on the highlight clips, found the latest one, which even had a title. Wang Ju captured. He clicked on the video. He started watching. The time in the video was approximately past 2 a.m. today. A figure could be seen appearing in the 9th floor hallway. The figure tiptoed to 904. It was unclear if this person knew how to pick locks, but the door to 904 was opened with ease. Immediately after, the figure entered 904, continued to tiptoe, and searched with his head down. Finally, he found Wang Ju. He first pressed a white handkerchief over Wang Ju's mouth and nose for a few seconds, then, very skillfully, picked up Wang Ju, who was sleeping on the floor, and quietly walked out of 904. The video stopped abruptly there. The person who finished watching the video was stunned in reality, and even shouted out loud. How could it be that delivery driver? That's right, it wasn't Wang Tao who took Wang Ju. It was the middle-aged delivery driver from lightnovel, the one who delivered food to Wang Ju. This person couldn't understand and immediately spoke in the live stream. Brothers, I watched the highlight clip, it was that middle-aged delivery driver. But it's very strange, isn't it? If the middle-aged delivery driver sought revenge because Wang Ju had insulted him and given him a bad review, he's not an apartment resident, so why? Would the organizer modify the surveillance video for him? For the excitement of the live stream, the organizer often assisted these perverted murderers in the apartment by modifying surveillance as a routine operation. But modifying it for an outsider, this was the first time. The domineering female CEO spoke, "You rethinking wrong. It's not the organizer modifying it for an outsider, we've all been fooled. Fooled? What do you mean? Domineering female CEO, that middle-aged delivery driver, none of us watching the livestream realized, he's actually also an apartment resident, so. You understand, right? Ha? That middle-aged delivery driver too? But that's not right. According to the apartment's rules, these perverted individuals inside can only operate near the apartment at most. How did he deliver food? Could it be that the place where Wang Ju ordered takeout last night was coincidentally a store right next to the apartment? Domineering female CEO, you overthinking again. The truth is, the delivery driver who was supposed to deliver food to Wang Ju was killed by this middle-aged delivery driver resident inside the apartment beforehand. Then he wore his clothes, took Wang Ju's takeout, and began a series of impersonations. Damn it! That cunning? Not just this person, but many others who were confused by Wang Ju's disappearance, after reading the domineering female CEO's statement, also understood what was going on. It turns out, that middle-aged delivery driver yesterday had fooled them all. Who is that guy? Domineering female CEO, Lin Xingli, male, 45 years old, is a disgusting rapist. Fairy sister, a rapist? How could such a disgusting and corrupt individual be accepted into the apartment by the organizer? Little dragon girl, I hate these kinds of criminals the most too. I think they're even more disgusting than serial killers. I am a hero, don't just say you women, I'm a man, and I also look down on these types of criminals. So, how were these criminals recruited? Found you. Domineering female CEO, only criminals who are not ordinary can be included. Based on the information provided, Lin Xingli is a very special rapist, he has principles. His hunting targets are women who have spoken ill of him or have harmed him. Wang Ju fits this hunting target perfectly. After all, she spoke ill of him yesterday and gave him a bad review, even though this bad review didn't harm him in the slightest, as he isn't a real delivery driver. Fairy sister, oh, I see from the data that this guy hasn't committed any crimes since he was brought to the apartment. This is his first time. Domineering female CEO, yes, and this first time was even created by him. He probably couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing Xiao Nuo bring so many people back yesterday, he must have thought it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Lin Shengli first killed the delivery driver yesterday, then impersonated him, and deliberately delayed the delivery to provoke Wang Ju into humiliating him, thereby satisfying his hunting target and psychological needs. Fairy sister, poor Wang Ju, I wonder if Lin Shengli succeeded in his intentions. Tall Boy and others had already reported to the police. The good news was that there was no issue of not filing a case if it was less than 48 hours. Instead, after listening to the narration, they immediately filed the case. However, they currently lacked sufficient personnel and were mobilizing staff to investigate Wang Ju's disappearance. Don't worry, the case has been filed. I'm sure Wang Ju will be found very soon. At this moment, Xiao Peng patted Tall Boy on the shoulder in comfort. But Tall Boy shook his head, somewhat distraught. What's the use? We already checked the surveillance footage in advance, and what's the result? The strange thing is, the surveillance didn't capture Wang Ju leaving the door of 904. Nor did she fall out of the window. I'm even starting to suspect it's haunted. A living person just vanished into thin air. The others remained silent. At this moment, a girl holding a phone frowned and said, "It's very strange. If this place were really haunted, there should be some news online, but there's absolutely no related information, is there?" Over a dozen people now looked up at the beautiful apartment building. Their feelings were extremely complex. Several even got goosebumps. Should we spend money to invite a Taoist priest or a monk? For this kind of supernatural situation, I feel like the police won't be of any use. Another girl said, scared. No one expected a perfectly normal gathering to turn out like this. And just as this group of people, now at a loss and preparing to wait for the police here. Suddenly, a voice came from their left. This isn't a supernatural event. Your friend is currently in 504. Everyone heard this and turned their heads in unison, finding a young man who was only a few years older than them. Tall Boy was a little excited. Are you telling the truth or lying? The young man said, of course it's true. Go and see, it's not like you have anything to lose. Tall Boy was about to run into the apartment building but was stopped by Xiao Peng. Just like when he stopped Xiao Nuai and Jiang ran from talking. Xiao Peng asked, puzzled, how do you know? The young man said indifferently, don't mind how I know. If you don't go now and continue to waste time here, you'll regret it when something happens, and it'll be too late. After hearing this, Tall Boy didn't care about anything, whether it was true or false, and bolted out like a wild horse unbridled. Seeing this, the others could only follow. Only Xiao Peng turned his head and paid special attention to the young man's appearance. His skin was particularly fair, and there was a beauty mark at the corner of his left eye. Whoa, please let me go, I'll never dare to give you a bad review again. In the 504 living room. A large bed abruptly occupied a significant portion of the space. On the bed, there was a young girl. Currently, with tears streaming down her face, her limbs were tied with thick ropes to the four corners of the steel frame bed, unable to move, like a lamb to the slaughter. The girl was Wang Ju. Wang Ju was completely naked at this moment. Although her face and figure were average, she was young, vibrant, and had relatively fair skin. She was still quite alluring. The girl kept begging for mercy, her voice hoarse, clearly having cried and shouted for help for an unknown amount of time. Next to the bed was a middle-aged man wearing only a pair of underwear. It was Lin Xingli, the lightning Waimai delivery driver who delivered to her last night. Lin Xingli was currently looking at Wang Ju with an appreciative gaze. And his right hand kept caressing Wang Ju's two snowy white areas. His mouth let out a chuckle. What's the use of saying these things now? The bad review has already been given. Now you need to atone, do you understand? Whoa, I'll atone, I'm willing to atone, I'm willing to pay to atone, please let me go. Wang Ju had already cried herself out of strength. When she woke up this morning, she found herself tied to this bed. And most importantly, she was completely naked. Next to her was a perverted man wearing only underwear, and upon closer inspection, it was the delivery driver from last night. At first, she angrily demanded that this middle-aged man release her, but later, she simply cried and begged. Lin Xingli ignored Wang Ju, just smiled faintly, his large hand continuously caressing every inch of Wang Ju's snowy white skin. He muttered to himself, "Tonight at 7 o'clock will be the best time for me to devour you. Soon, in a few more hours, you will atone for your foolish behavior last night." Lin Xingli's face was smiling at this moment, extremely gentle. Just as he was happily toying with her, suddenly there was an extremely urgent knocking sound at the door. The knocking was both loud and frequent. Lin Xingli was still wondering who was knocking on his door. He never bought express deliveries or takeaways, did he? Then, he heard a voice from outside the door. "Wang Ju. Are you in there?" After not receiving a response, it was, "Damn it! Open the door for me right now." It was a very young voice. Frowning tightly, Lin Xingli tiptoed to the door and used the peephole to observe outside. He found that it was Wang Ju's classmates. How did they know Wang Ju was here with me? Lin Xingli was completely baffled. Never mind, so what if they know? I just won't open the door, what can you do to me? As he thought this, a banging sound already came from outside the door. It should have been with feet. But this amount of force, this level of destruction, clearly couldn't break this door. Apparently, this door was reinforced with special materials. Outside the door, it was the college students led by Tall Boy, taking turns kicking the door. Xiao Peng went to get the key from Administrator Xiao Zhang. But Tall Boy couldn't wait and kicked the door directly, telling the others that he would pay if the door was damaged. The other few boys then confidently joined in the door-kicking endeavor. But the door was exceptionally sturdy. Tall Boy's anger, Wang Ju got into trouble. The college students' feet hurt from kicking, but they couldn't do anything. Finally, their hope, Xiao Peng, arrived. Xiao Peng hadn't gone to 504 with them initially, instead, he went to Administrator Xiao Zhan for the key to 504. Seeing Xiao Peng, the tall boy's eyes were filled with hope. Xiao Peng, however, was very awkward, there's no key. Administrator Xiao Zhang doesn't even have a spare key for this apartment building. Then what do we do? A girl asked anxiously. We can only wait for the police. Xiao Peng said. The tall boy said, we can't wait. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets. Especially since we've already alerted them. Xiao Peng asked, then what should we do? Just as everyone was at a loss, an old man in his 60s, wearing a brown suit, walked out of the neighboring 503. The old man was dressed very fashionably, and his hairstyle was impeccable. He gave off a very different impression from other old men. After the man in the suit came out, he said, what are you doing? I heard you banging on the door from next door. The tall boy pointed at the door of 504 and said, Sir, my friend is in 504. The man in the suit, your friend? If your friend is inside, can't your friend just open the door? Why are you smashing the door? The tall boy said anxiously, my friend must be inside. She can't open the door, she must not be able to. Something has happened. Sir, do you know the person in 504? The man in the suit pondered, I'm not very familiar with the person in 504 either, but I've seen him a few times. He looked shifty-eyed, not a good person at first glance. Wait, your friend isn't this person from 504? My friend is just in 504, she's not originally from 504. The tall boy became even more anxious upon hearing this and quickly explained. Xiao Peng, Xiao Nua, and the others also felt the same. The man in the suit on the other side seemed to have made a painful decision. Alright, this old man will help you out. Help us out? How? Do you know how to pick locks, sir? Under the gaze of a dozen people, the old man turned and went back to his home. Not long after, the man in the suit came out. He was carrying a large electric saw. This left the dozen people stunned. Immediately after, the man in the suit skillfully pulled the saw and went to the front of 504. He turned back and reconfirmed, "Children, are you sure your friend is inside? And that something has happened?" The tall boy, "Yes." "So, sir. Please hurry and act. I'll take responsibility." The man in the suit nodded, "Alright, watch me." The man in the suit skillfully wielded the electric saw and began to saw the door directly. Instantly, the door, which had been as solid as iron under the kicks of the young man, quickly showed weaknesses under the terrifying power of the electric saw, as if it were tofu. The group rushed in. Upon entering, they saw a well-dressed middle-aged man in the living room. This middle-aged man was furious. "What are you doing? Trespassing?" But the tall boy and the others ignored him and searched everywhere for Wang Ju's whereabouts. At this moment, Xiaohua pointed at the bedroom door and said, "This door is locked. Open it for me." The tall boy roared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was also furious. "You are trespassing. I'm going to sue you." Since they were already inside, the tall boy simply took the electric saw from the man in the suit and sawed open the bedroom door. In fact, even before it was completely sawn open, the tall boy and the others had already confirmed that Wang Ju was inside, because they vaguely saw a figure inside through the sawn gap. After they could enter, the tall boy and the others who went in first were stunned. Wang Ju's neck was gushing red blood like a fountain. Blood covered Wang Ju's neck, face, and upper body, soaking the sheets on the bed, and some even dripped onto the floor. The tall boy could hardly believe what he was seeing, especially since Wang Ju was not yet dead at this point. Although her neck was cut open by a sharp blade, she was still clinging to life. Wang Ju saw the tall boy and the others, her mouth opening and closing. It was unclear what she was saying, but it was probably for help. Due to the opening and closing, blood also kept gushing from her mouth. Subsequently, more and more people entered. All of them witnessed Wang Ju's tragic state. Especially after the horrific sight, Wang Ju's classmates and friends realized that Wang Ju was completely naked, tied to the bed in a very shameful 5 horses tearing a body apart position. Especially Wang Ju's private parts, which had obviously been all boys out. Several girls had tears in their eyes. The boys were all pushed out, including the tall boy. The tall boy, who was pushed out, was dazed for a moment, but then his eyes turned bloodshot. Seeing the middle-aged man, Lin Shengli, who was preparing to escape in the living room, he pounced on him. "I'll beat you to death, you beast." The tall boy was already tall and strong, and this time, seeing the girl he liked subjected to such abuse and in mortal danger, he completely lost his sanity. Lin Shengli resisted a few times, but couldn't fight back, so he simply fell to the ground and let himself be beaten. Of course, Lin Shengli, being hit, let out a sharp laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. I was planning to enjoy her at 7 p.m. sharp, but you all came, so I could only enjoy her early. Damn you." Upon hearing this, the tall boy's fist swung even more fiercely. "You did this. You did it. Why did you have to kill her?" Lin Shengli was beaten black and blue, one eye already ruined, but he still laughed hoarsely. "That's just my habit. First this, then that, ha 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 ha. Damn you. I'm going to kill you." The tall boy could no longer suppress his rage and picked up the large electric saw from the ground. Xiaopeng, who was on the phone with 120, saw this and quickly told the other boys around him to stop him. But the boys looked at the tall boy, who was acting like a madman, especially at the buzzing large electric saw, who would dare to actually go up to him. They only dared to verbally intervene. "Come on. Do you have the guts to kill me? If you kill me, you won't get away either. You'll also have to face legal sanctions. Lin Xingli, for some reason, saw the tall boy holding the electric saw, and the saw had reached above his chest but stopped. It seemed the tall boy had composed himself for a moment, realizing he had been blinded by anger and almost made a terrible mistake. However, Lin Xingli deliberately provoked the tall boy. "Oh, you don't know, although this girl named Wang Ju is average looking, she's young, and her skin is so smooth, it feels wonderful to touch." Lin Xingli, whose face was black and blue, forced out a wicked smile. The tall boy's anger, which had been restrained, instantly ignited. He could no longer suppress it, and the electric saw directly cut towards Lin Xingli's chest. With just a touch, blood splattered and flesh flew. Bones crunched, and screams were incessant. It's Morong Fu's turn. Xiao Peng saw this scene and thought, it's over. Because he saw that the tall boy had already used a chainsaw to mangle Lin Xingli's chest and abdomen beyond recognition. Lin Xingli was definitely beyond saving. The tall boy had killed someone. After the tall boy had vented his anger, it receded like a tide. After it receded, he stared at his blood-soaked hands, the chainsaw covered in blood and flesh, and his own body splattered all over. He stood there blankly, saying nothing. Lin Xingli, meanwhile, lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "The police and ambulance are here, what's going on?" Jiang Ran, who had gone out to buy some daily necessities, returned to Alice's apartment and saw several police cars and 2 ambulances outside the apartment building. Medical personnel were carrying stretchers. It was unclear who was on the 2 stretchers, but they were taken to the ambulances and driven away. Next came the police. 2 officers escorted the tall boy, who was wearing silver handcuffs, into a police car. Of course, several other boys and girls also got into other police cars, which then drove away. "Xiao Zhang, what's happening?" Jiang Ran walked up to Administrator Xiao Zhang, who was also standing outside the apartment building watching the scene, and asked. Administrator Xiao Zhang shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not sure, it seems like one of these university students, a girl, went missing. The rest, I don't know." Jiang Ran turned to stare at the remaining university students. Among those who hadn't gone with the police, a quarrel seemed to have broken out. Xiao Peng's girlfriend, Xiao Hua, pointed at Xiao Nua with tears in her eyes and complained. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't invited us to your place, none of this would have happened." Hearing the accusation, Xiao Nua stammered, seemingly ashamed, but still explained. "I didn't know something like this would happen." Others also helped Xiao Nua explain. "Indeed, it's not Xiao Nua's fault. No one expected something like this to happen. And if you can blame Xiao Nua for this, then you can keep tracing it back further. Humph, you all just keep helping her." Xiao Hua was very angry and sad. Because Wang Ju was her roommate and good friend. Last night, Wang Ju deliberately cursed at Wang Tao downstairs. In fact, Wang Ju and Xiao Hua had conspired to make Xiao Nua's relationship with her neighbors worse. They could only go as far as disgusting Xiao Nua. At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Middle-aged uncle, excellent, truly excellent. That tall and big boy clearly likes the girl named Wang Ju, and likes her very much, otherwise he wouldn't have used a chainsaw to kill for her. Ah, love, young love is the best. Domineering female CEO, young love is pure love. This also reminds me of my young love, it was beautiful. As for love now, even though I'm surrounded by young studs, it never feels the same as it used to. It's all fast food. Fairy sister, an act of rage for a beauty. Honestly, I thought I was watching a TV drama. It's a pity, this boy will probably be in jail for a long time. Little dragon girl, I wonder if it's worth it. This boy hasn't even become boyfriend and girlfriend with Wang Ju, yet he went to such an extent. What is love in this world, that it makes people willing to die for each other? I am a hero, I think it's not worth it, too impulsive. Little aunt, this boy probably won't regret it now, but who knows about later, sigh. Although I really liked the bloody scene of the chainsaw cutting just now, that Lin Xingli must be dead. I just wonder if the girl named Wang Ju can survive. If she can, I'd like to know the follow-up of her and that boy. Domineering female CEO, if I were Wang Ju, I would definitely marry him directly. Where can you find such a good man, one who is willing to kill for you, and isn't even your boyfriend? A bunch of people in the live broadcast room below said, agree. Of course, after this topic passed, someone immediately said, but then again, Xiao Nua is still fine, isn't she? After a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, someone immediately said, look at the main camera, Morong Fu is back. He's back, what's so strange about that? Jiang Ran also came back after buying things earlier. No, look at Morong Fu's expression and his whole state. So dejected, so sad. He has a bag in his hand, full of beer it seems. Could it be that his girlfriend dumped him? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged uncle and others in the live broadcast room immediately became nervous. Because Morong Fu had the most betting money and participants in the live broadcast room. This guy, he absolutely must be the last one to die. Morong Fu also returned to Alice's apartment, a supermarket bag in his hand, full of beer. He lowered his head, his expression utterly bewildered. His eyes were red, looking as if he had cried, his face covered in dried tear marks. After entering the apartment building, he took the elevator directly to the top floor's rooftop. During the elevator ride, the scene from a few hours ago kept replaying in his mind. He had happily gone to the station to pick up his girlfriend, whom he hadn't seen for a month. But then this happened. Morong, let's break up. Break up? Why? You must be joking, right? I know you love to joke. No, I'm really not joking this time. I'm serious. Why? I won't hide it from you. During this month I was home, my parents arranged a blind date for me. The other party is the son of the cannery owner in town. His family has 4 or 5 houses and several cars. Although he's 7 or 8 years older than me and has a 1-year-old son, I agreed. What? You actually agreed? You're going to be a stepmother? Even if you don't marry me, you can't be a stepmother for someone else? Being a stepmother is nothing, at least his family's financial situation is very good. No, quickly call and refuse this blind date. Give me a little more time, give me 1 more month, I can soon gather the down payment for a house. Of course, we can also not buy a house first, and first gather enough money for your parents' bride price. You really just need to give me 1 more month. Forget it, Morong, there's no hope. Even if I give you a year, can you conjure up several houses, several cars, and a bride price of 388,000 yuan? I can. A year is definitely enough. Alright, Morong, stop joking like this. Let's break up. Don't deceive yourself anymore. I admit I'm a girl who values material things a bit. I'm sorry. I hope you can find a good match in the future. No, I don't want to find other girls, I only want you. I only like you. We've been together for 4 whole years, from university until now. Didn't we promise to be together forever, to get married? And have a pair of children? Let go, really, Morong, don't force me. Do you really want me to tell you something even crueler before you're willing to let go? I'll tell you, during this past month, I've already gotten engaged to him, and I'm already pregnant with his child. Morong Fu was hit. Morong Fu never imagined that his girlfriend of 4 years would get engaged to another man and even become pregnant in less than a month. Morong Fu wasn't even sure how he got to the supermarket, bought beer, or how he returned to Alice's apartment and ended up on the rooftop. He just felt his mind was in a daze. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, he drank can after can of beer, which turned into tears, constantly flowing from his eyes. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I've tried so hard. Couldn't you have given me more time? I definitely could have saved enough money. I'm earning 10,000 a day now, why couldn't you give me a little more time? Morong Fu drank can after can of beer, his body swaying from excessive grief. Those watching the live stream had their hearts in their throats. Damn it, brother, please don't jump because of a breakup and excessive sadness. It's just a woman. As long as you survive to be the last one, we won't let you die. We'll spend money to get you out of this game, and we'll arrange a young model to be your wife. Isn't that better than your ex-girlfriend? Please don't jump. Yes, Morong-fu, you should pull yourself together. Millions are riding on you. If you can survive to the end, I'll help you get revenge, help you ruin your girlfriend's fiancé's family. I'll make your ex-girlfriend your dog. As long as you can survive to the end. The very end. The people in the livestream pleaded bitterly, but unfortunately, Morong-fu couldn't see them. Morong-fu just kept drinking, pouring can after can of beer into his stomach. He usually didn't drink alcohol. He didn't even drink beer. Being dumped today was the first time he had ever drunk so heavily. The more he drank, the dizzier his head became, filled with memories of happy times with his girlfriend. I've tried so hard, my original family situation wasn't good, but I've worked so hard. Why couldn't you give me more time? Finally, all the beer he bought was empty. He shook the last empty can, then rummaged through the plastic bag, but found nothing. Damn it, he muttered. He was about to go down from the rooftop to buy more beer. He wouldn't stop until he was drunk. He wanted to numb himself with alcohol. Just as he jumped back from the edge of the rooftop, he wondered if he was hallucinating, hearing the click-clack of high heels, followed by the sight of a pair of long, pale legs approaching him. Morong-fu thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and realized he wasn't. A beautiful woman was gracefully walking towards him. She had delicate features, flowing long hair, and skin like congealed cream. She possessed both the charm of a young girl and a mature woman. Wearing a blue stepmother dress, she was incredibly sexy. If Jiang Ran were here, he would surely recognize her as the beautiful woman who lived on the third floor with him. This beautiful woman's delicate and pretty face was streaked with tears, making her look pitiable. She carried a supermarket bag in her right hand, which also contained a pile of beer. The beautiful woman walked to the edge of the rooftop, put down the bag, took out a can of beer, and gulped it all down into her cherry-red mouth. Morong-fu, not far away, was somewhat stunned. Just then, something he never expected happened. The beautiful woman actually tossed him a can of beer and gestured for him to drink it. He definitely had to drink something given by a beautiful woman. Even though Morong-fu had been taught since childhood not to eat things from strangers. He gulped it down in one go and exclaimed loudly, "Refreshing." Then he said to the beautiful woman, "Thank you, beautiful lady." The beautiful woman waved her small hand, "It's nothing. If that's not enough, I have more here." Morong-fu looked down, then unceremoniously took another can, saying, "I'll transfer the money to you later." The beautiful woman smiled, then asked, "Looking at you, are you also drowning your sorrows in alcohol?" Morong-fu nodded, "Yes, my girlfriend dumped me. She left me for only a month and then went on a blind date with another man, and she's already pregnant." Morong-fu's face was full of bitter smiles. The beautiful woman smiled, "I'm pretty much the same. I just got dumped by my Wangju's boyfriend too." Morong-fu listened, full of disbelief. "You also got dumped by your Wangju's boyfriend? How is this possible?" Morong-fu looked at the woman in front of him, she was simply a stunner. Although his girlfriend was also quite pretty, she was worlds apart compared to the woman before him. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled slightly. "Oh, who says that if you're pretty and have a good figure, you won't get dumped? Everyone gets dumped." The beautiful woman held her liquor well, she had already finished 2 cans of beer. "By the way, we're in the same boat, both dumped by our loved ones. My name is Chini, what's your name?" The beautiful woman's lovely eyes looked at Morong-fu. "My name is Morong-fu." Morong-fu? That's a nice name, the same as the cousin in that novel. My dad named me after that, since my surname is Morong. Alas, it's shameful to say, even though I'm also called Morong-fu, I can't compare to that Morong-fu at all. Although he never succeeded in restoring his kingdom in the end, seeming like a joke, at least he came from the Morong family, had high martial arts. skills, was handsome, and had a cousin who was devoted to him. Of course, what I admire most about him is his single-minded dedication to his ambitions. Women were like floating duckweed in his eyes. If I could also be like him, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up like this. Morong-fu drank large gulps of beer sadly. Chini comforted him, saying, "It's okay, everyone experiences heartbreak. You'll get over it." Morong-fu gave a bitter smile, "I'm just afraid I won't be able to get over it." Chini reached out and stroked Morong-fu's head. "You will." Morong-fu's face immediately turned red with shyness from Chini's touch. He didn't know if it was excessive shyness or too much beer, but he felt lightheaded and his legs were very weak. They felt like jelly. He fell to the ground with a thud, and Chini's beautiful face in his vision became increasingly blurry until it disappeared. Morong-fu, wake up, your girlfriend is looking for you." Chini squatted down beside the drunken, unconscious Morong-fu and shook his arm, but Morong-fu was too deeply unconscious to be woken up. Seeing this, Chini stood up, faced the sun and the sky, and gently bent her waist, revealing her beautiful curves. Afterward, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "It's ready, come on up." Soon, in less than 5 minutes. Another girl came up, dragging a large blue suitcase. The girl who came up was still very pretty. She bore some resemblance to Chini, had a hot figure, but wore short hair. After the girl came up, she and Chini worked together to put Morong-fu into the oversized suitcase. Then, the two women chatted and laughed as they dragged the suitcase downstairs. At this time, in the live stream, middle-aged uncle, Morong-fu, I thank you for not jumping, and of course, I thank your whole family even more. You idiot, why did you drink the beer that woman gave you? Which sisters? Chini was called a demoness by these people in the live broadcast room. That short-haired girl was her younger sister, Chin Kullian. She was called the little demoness. The two women had a high kill count in the apartment. They could be compared to Sun Yang, the night yeksha from Watermargin. Sun Yang sold human flesh buns. This pair of demoness sisters made human flesh paste. Then they sold it to some extremely perverted guys in the apartment. Compared to other perverted killers in the apartment, they probably still had to meticulously design schemes and tricks, or use violent means. But the two sisters didn't need to. Both sisters possessed naturally beautiful faces and figures. They could charm both men and women. They would directly go up and strike up a conversation, then feed the other person water or drinks laced with a powerful sedative. Afterwards, they would put the unconscious person in a suitcase and take them to their house to make human flesh paste. And this time, Morong-fu fell into their trap this way. Of course, before Morong-fu, many Xiaobai-shu, little white mice, had also fallen into their trap in previous rounds. There was even one round where 5 Xiaobai-shu, little white mice, were caught by the two sisters. Morong-fu is not dead yet, but he is close. He is already fish on a chopping block. Live broadcast room. The most people had bet on Morong-fu, and these people were either cursing in the live broadcast room or in silence. Domineering female CEO, no way, you can only blame Morong-fu for his bad luck, being targeted by the demoness, and he was just dumped. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared in the same situation as him, and she even offered him a drink. If it were me, I would drink it too. Middle-aged uncle, this pair of demoness sisters, they charm both men and women, and they are even in the same apartment, so it's hard to be on guard and not drink the wine offered. I am a hero, alas, I lost this round again. Losing is losing, but it makes me depressed. In this round, of the 5 Xiaobai-shu, little white mice, the two most normal ones, Wang Sisi and Morong-fu, died just like that. The remaining 3, the internet-addicted youth Qin Fei, the vain girl Xiao Nua, plus the Xiaobai-shu, little white mice, Zhang Ran, these abnormal ones are living perfectly fine. Truly, the world is unpredictable. These 3 people are too lucky. Fairy sister, it's not entirely correct to say these 3 people are lucky. After all, among these 5 people, Zhang Ran and Qin Fei were the first to encounter the apartment residents' ambush, but they just accidentally escaped. the live broadcast room was filled with lamentations. Of course, while there was lamentation, those in the live broadcast room who had bet on the other three were incredibly happy. Therefore, with high spirits, they followed the main camera, watching the two Demoness sisters return to their house and begin making human flesh paste from Morong-fu. The process was extremely bloody and cruel, and in the middle, Morong-fu even woke up, shouting for help with heart-wrenching pain. This scene directly made many people in the live broadcast room watch with great interest. Like the residents living in the apartment, these people in the live broadcast room were actually all perverts, but their degree of perversion had not yet reached the level of the apartment residents. The third Xiaobai-shu, Little White Mice, Morong-fu, has died. The total amount bet was 66.23 million. It has now all been transferred to the final total prize pool. The moment Morong-fu completely died, the long-haired female host of the live broadcast room appeared and announced. This announcement meant that those who had bet on Morong-fu could completely give up hope. Inside room 303. The floor was covered in red blood, white minced meat, and large amounts of other human tissue fragments. They were being cleaned up by the two sisters, Chini and Chin Kalian, who were wearing aprons and black leather gloves. Both sisters were wearing stepmother dresses, so as they cleaned, they looked like two world-famous paintings, so beautiful, with elegant curves that made people exclaim. But the fact that the two people were cleaning up the human tissues on the ground formed a strong contrast with them. After all, what should match this bloody scene on the ground are two ordinary-looking or ugly people. In people's impression, how could such beautiful people be criminals? And such perverted criminals? Sister, there are still 3 Xiaobai-shu, Little White Mice, left in this round. Who should we go after next? Chin Kalian was tired of cleaning, so she simply stopped, resting her arm on the broom, her beautiful eyes fixed on her older sister. Chini said indifferently, there are 3 left, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men just happen to be on the same floor as us. Let's go to the one named Jiang Ran first. He's quite handsome, and the meat paste made from him should be worth a lot of money. Then will you go, sister? Or will I go? Of course it's you. I took care of Morong-fu. Chin Kalian, okay, leave it to me. In the live broadcast room. Middle-aged uncle, alright, Morong-fu is dead, next up is Jiang Ran. Domineering female CEO, I suggest killing Jiang Ran last, after all, Jiang Ran is quite handsome, much handsomer than Xin Fei. I am a hero, don't think that way, don't forget the Diamond Bachelor, Brother Wang bet on Jiang Ran. If he dies last, Brother Wang wins again. The other people in the live broadcast room realized this after hearing these words. In this round of betting, the Diamond Bachelor had bet on Jiang Ran. At that time, they even laughed at the Diamond Bachelor, thinking that the Diamond Bachelor would lose this round. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ran, who was the first to encounter an apartment resident, safely escaped. If Jiang Ran died last in this round, then Brother Wang's winning rate would go up. His already number 1 winning rate would become even more terrifying. Little Dragon Girl, where is Brother Wang? Is Brother Wang watching? Your Jiang Ran is about to die too. Little Ant, Brother Wang won't pay attention to you, Brother Wang is very aloof. In reality, the Diamond Bachelor was currently drinking a strong cup of coffee, her proud long legs resting on the computer desk, her back leaning against the comfortable leather computer chair, looking at the live broadcast room with disdain. If he dies, he dies. Anyway, I'm satisfied as long as Jiang Ran isn't the first to die. Betting on Jiang Ran was originally a mistake. Although she was surprised and happy that Jiang Ran encountered the 301 old man and didn't die. After all, it didn't make her lose face too quickly. As for whether Jiang Ran could be the last to die, she held no hope. After all, the 2 Demoness sisters had already set their sights on Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's escape from the 301 old man before was already a stroke of luck, so she didn't expect Jiang Ran to escape the Demoness sisters' clutches again. However, compared to caring about Jiang Ran's survival or which number he would die, she was currently pondering something about herself, which was her 100% accurate 6th sense. In this round, her sixth sense told her that Wang Cece would be the last to die. But in this round, Wang Cece was actually the first to die. Not only was he not last, but he was first? How did her super accurate, never missed sixth sense fail in this round? She hoped this was just a mistake, an illusion. 8 p.m. Inside 304. The main camera of the live broadcast room was focused here. Being an online store customer service isn't an easy job either. All day long in front of the computer, and you have to reply promptly. Most importantly, I used to think most people were quite normal, but now that I've done this customer service job and dealt with all sorts of people, why does it feel like there are hardly any normal people? Zhang Ran finished his day's work as an online store customer service and was complaining here. Attacked Zhang Ran. However, despite his grumbling, he was quite satisfied with the job. At least he didn't have to commute, he could work from home. And, the apartment he currently lived in was his own. Zhang Ran pulled out the deed for apartment 304 from a drawer and kissed it passionately. This was the terrifying obsession Chinese people had with owning their own apartment. A terrifying obsession with having a place to settle down. It made many people in the live stream laugh. After all, those in the livestream were either in large flats, villas, or even mansions. They couldn't understand the feeling of being so overjoyed just by having a single apartment. Zhang Ran finished kissing the deed, and just as he put it down, he heard a knock at the door. He went to the door and opened it directly. The door opened. He saw a very beautiful girl standing at the door. She was wearing a black stepmother dress. Short hair, delicate features. A fiery figure. Full of allure. Zhang Ran stared at the girl's face for a long time, until she herself broke the silence. Hello, my name is Qin Kalian, and I live in apartment 303. The person who came was none other than Qin Kalian, ready to hunt Zhang Ran. 303? Zhang Ran couldn't help but recall the beautiful woman in the blue stepmother dress he had met once before. He asked in confusion, do you live in 303? I think I saw another girl enter 303 last time. Was that your friend? Qin Kalian smiled slightly, that's my older sister. My older sister's name is Qin Yi. Is that so? Your older sister? Now that I look, you two sisters really do bear some resemblance. In his mind, Zhang Ran began to compare the faces, figures, and temperaments of the two sisters. Older sister, a youthful face, a mature figure, a blend of a young girl and a mature woman. Full of charm and very feminine. Younger sister, a pure face, a mature figure, and a somewhat lively and adorable temperament. Both sisters were exceptional. May I ask, Miss Qin, what can I do for you? After the comparison, Zhang Ran's attention returned. Qin Kalian gestured to a small bronze pot in her right hand. You live in 304, so we're neighbors now. I'm a tea artist, and I just brewed a pot of good tea, so I wanted to invite you to taste it. Is that so? I love drinking tea the most. Zhang Ran looked delighted. Qin Kalian was a little surprised, really? What kind of tea do you like to drink? Zhang Ran, iced black tea. Qin Kalian felt speechless inside, but still managed to say, you're so humorous. Qin Kalian entered apartment 304. Zhang Ran took 2 disposable paper cups from a cabinet drawer and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. Seeing this, Qin Kalian immediately filled the paper cups with tea. The golden yellow tea, if you didn't know, you'd think it was urine. This is my golden tea. I wonder if you've ever had it. After pouring, Qin Kalian sat on the sofa and pushed a cup of tea towards Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran stared at the tea and said, no, not only have I never had it, I've never even heard of it. I've only heard of things like Westlake Longjing, pu'er, black tea, green tea, and so on. Facing the beautiful woman's tea, Zhang Ran held it with both hands, brought it to his lips, blew on it several times, and then took a small sip. After smacking his lips, he didn't feel that this golden tea was particularly delicious. And it was at this moment that a notification popped up in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed tea containing a sedative. The system has neutralized it. Points consumed, 100. In fact, when he first saw Chin Kalian, the danger warning system in his mind had already issued an alert. Dangerous person detected, please stay away as soon as possible. Points plus 8. Points plus 8. But Zhang Ran had long since stopped taking these so-called danger warnings and alerts seriously. However, this new message, saying he had drunk tea with a sedative. It helped him neutralize it and consumed 100 points. Is that how points are used? So, the question is what the system said true? Does the tea he's drinking really contain a sedative? Zhang Ran was highly skeptical. Therefore, he took another sip, and the system's message from earlier popped up in his mind again. He hadn't misheard. The system really said this tea contained a sedative. But what the system said might not be accurate. First, if Chin Kalian gave him a sedative, what would she do? He had only heard of men giving women sedatives, and then doing those embarrassing things. Alright, even if there were a tiger wolf woman who gave a man a sedative to do such things. But there's absolutely no need. He was only a little handsome, not some super handsome guy. And Chin Kalian? She was definitely the type of super beauty. If she had such needs for him, and just said it directly, Zhang Ran definitely wouldn't refuse. Only a fool would refuse. Plus, both parties were neighbors, living in the same apartment, not strangers, so why would she give him a sedative and then steal things from his house? Second, where did this beautiful woman, Chin Kalian, get the sedative? Sedatives are not easy to get, are they? Considering these 2 points, Zhang Ran felt that there was no way this tea could contain a sedative. But to verify whether the system was correct or incorrect, he simply asked Chin Kalian directly. Does your tea contain a sedative? Chin Kalian watched Zhang Ran drink 2 sips of tea, secretly pleased, and pondered what to do with the handsome Zhang Ran next. After all, she and her sister made other products besides human meat paste. However, Zhang Ran's sudden question, does your tea contain a sedative, completely stumped her. What's going on? How did he know there was a sedative in it? Wait, that sounds like a question, right? Sedative? What's sedative? I've never even seen such a thing in my life. Chin Kalian lied with great composure. I thought so too. I just asked suddenly, joking. I recently read a novel where a man specifically gave sedatives to women and then did bad things. Zhang Ran also made up an excuse for his abrupt question. Chin Kalian, is that so? Chin Kalian thought it was a misunderstanding. She wondered how the person in front of her could have known there was a sedative in the tea. However, the next moment, she saw Zhang Ran hand her one of the 2 cups of tea she had poured. You should drink it too. It won't taste good when it's cold. Chin Kalian took the tea. Although she didn't want to drink it, seeing Zhang Ran's intense gaze on her, she still took a few sips, then put down the paper cup, pretending to enjoy it. Seeing that Chin Kalian had also drunk the tea. After a short while, he didn't see any signs of Chin Kalian losing consciousness. Zhang Ran confirmed that the system was misleading him again when it said there was a sedative in the tea. After all, if there really was a sedative in the tea, Chin Kalian wouldn't drink it, and if she did, she would definitely be knocked out by the sedative. But what about now? Chin Kalian was perfectly fine. This system, I'm speechless about it. Attacked Chin Fei. Time passed by minute by minute. 10 minutes had passed since Chin Kalian finished her tea. Zhang Ran had already finished that cup of tea, then poured himself another, taking several sips. The faint fragrance from Chin Kalian, who sat beside him, made Zhang Ran drink tea he usually wouldn't touch, and he felt utterly comfortable, as if floating in the air. Zhang Ran was floating in the air, but Chin Kalian was not. At that moment, she frowned, staring at Zhang Ran, who still looked perfectly fine, feeling very puzzled. The knockout drug in the tea was the kind that took effect in 5 minutes, and once effective, it could keep an adult unconscious for a whole day. But now, more than 10 minutes had passed. Why was Jiang Ran still so energetic? And why was he getting happier the more he drank? Could it be that sister didn't put knockout drug in this pot of tea? Qin Kulian wondered. But that shouldn't be possible, sister has never made such a basic mistake. Could it be that Jiang Ran is actually like me? Qin Kulian stared at Jiang Ran's handsome profile, puzzled. She had also drunk from this pot of tea under Jiang Ran's gaze, but nothing happened to her. That was because these knockout drugs and other things were her childhood skill, which she had learned to mix and create herself. She had personally experienced their effects. Her body already had antibodies. So, drinking it did nothing to her. But what about Jiang Ran? Could it be that he also had antibodies in his body? She waited another 10 minutes. Seeing that Jiang Ran still hadn't fainted, she wouldn't wait anymore. Qin Kulian found an excuse, picked up the small teapot, and returned to her apartment 303. Before leaving, she even noticed that Jiang Ran was reluctant to part with her. She felt particularly speechless. After returning to 303, her older sister, Qin Yi, complained, "Why did it take you so long to get it done?" Qin Kulian was already seething with anger, and upon hearing this, she immediately retorted. "Sister, did you forget to put knockout drug in this pot of tea you gave me?" Qin Yi was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Qin Kulian explained the whole story. Qin Yi let out a soft "hmm." Then, she took the teapot and walked to a blue metal cage in the living room. Inside the cage was a small rabbit. Qin Yi poured the tea into the water dish in the cage. Then the snow-white xiaobaishu, little white mice, hopped over and drank the water. After a few sips, within a minute or two, it collapsed, unconscious and in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Qin Yi spread her hands. "I didn't forget to put knockout drug in it." It seems to be Jiang Ran's own problem. Qin Kulian couldn't understand. Problem? What problem? Could it be that that guy also has antibodies in his body like us? But that shouldn't be. Qin Yi said, "The world is vast and full of wonders. Some people can drink 1,000 cups of alcohol without getting drunk. Some people have 4 kidneys and are full of energy for anything they do. As for Jiang Ran, I estimate his body might be special, immune to knockout drugs. Or perhaps immune to this particular type of knockout drug." Qin Kulian sighed. For now, it seemed that this was the only way to think about it. "Then, sister, what do we do next?" Qin Yi held the teapot and smiled faintly. "Since Jiang Ran's sight has temporarily failed, then let's go to Qin Fei's place. This time, it's my turn to act." Live stream. Jiang Ran's second escape from danger. It made all tens of thousands of people in the live stream drop their jaws in shock. After all, surviving one ambush by an apartment resident was already considered outrageous. What's more, this was his second escape. Moreover, Jiang Ran had one major difference from the other xiaobaishu, little white mice, that is, Jiang Ran was tricked into coming, while the others at least signed agreements and had some vigilance after entering. Middle-aged uncle, the 301 old man with a 100% kill rate, and the witch sisters with 100% success, who have never failed. This Jiang Ran. I'm impressed. Domineering female CEO. Can anyone tell me if such a person really exists in the world? Naturally immune to knockout drugs? Not afraid of knockout drugs? Little Dragon Girl, a relative of mine owns a pharmaceutical company. I once heard him say that such people do exist, just like some people are naturally allergic to penicillin. I am a hero, awesome. If Jiang Ran were in a wuxia novel, he'd be invincible. No knockout drug would work on him, they'd probably have to use aphrodisiacs. Fairy sister, I now feel that Diamond Bachelor, Brother Wang's value is getting higher and higher. Jiang Ran has already escaped 2 disasters. Maybe he really will be the last one to die. The other people in the live stream felt an indescribable emotion. They hadn't expected that the Diamond Bachelor himself, watching Jiang Ran escape danger again. His shock was no different from theirs, was it? Even this beautiful girl felt that she might really win this round in the end, right? 302. In the few days since entering the apartment, Qin Fei had not left his house. He ordered takeout for food. Since he got 10,000 for staying one day, he mostly put the 10,000 he earned each day into games, leaving a small portion for takeout. It was 9 p.m. now. Qin Fei was in the middle of an intense game. The glowing black keyboard and glowing black mouse clattered away. Just then, he heard a knock at the door. Because the game was at a critical point at this time, Qin Fei, sitting at the living room table, didn't even look towards the door, still concentrating on his game. The knocking sound lasted for a while, then stopped. Qin Fei continued to play his game. Afterward, the knocking sound started again several times, but Qin Fei was still playing his game and didn't go to open the door. Live stream. Middle-aged uncle, this Qin Fei isn't going to dodge this disaster like Zhang Ran, is he? Domineering female CEO, hard to say, after all, with Zhang Ran as a living example, anything can happen. Little dragon girl, I just hope this round ends quickly, Qin Fei dies quickly, I want to play the next round. Little ant, agreed. I am a hero, agreed. 10 p.m. This game finally ended. Qin Fei, who had been holding his urine for a long time, quickly ran to the restroom after finishing the game. Feeling relieved, he walked out of the restroom with big, easy strides, went to the table, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. After drinking water, he also made a cup of instant noodles, preparing it as a late-night snack. Today, because it was a guild war, he planned to stay up all night, dedicating his heart to the guild. And at this moment, he was about to return to his battlefield, but then he heard knocking at the door again. It seems someone knocked on my door several times while I was playing games. It can't be that old man again, can it? In the past few days, the 301 old man had knocked on his door several times, asking him for help. Qin Fei wanted to take a hammer and smash that old man's head. However, out of curiosity, he still walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. He didn't know until he looked, and when he did, he was startled. Qin Fei was infected. Outside, in the hazy light, it seemed to be a woman? And she seemed to be a super big beauty? Immediately, Qin Fei, with the hand speed of a 20-year-old bachelor, pulled open the door. When the door opened, sure enough, a great beauty stood at the entrance, making Qin Fei's eyes go wide. Although Qin Fei was an internet-addicted youth, he was still a normal man, and seeing a beautiful woman would naturally elicit a reaction from him. Hello, I'm the resident of 303, my name is Qin Yi. The beauty at the door was Qin Yi. When Qin Fei heard the name Qin Yi, he said with a chuckle, really? What a coincidence, my name is Qin Fei, we both share the surname Qin, it's quite a fate. Qin Yi, that is quite a fate. Qin Fei, Qin Yi, is there something you need me for? At this moment, Qin Fei's heart was pounding wildly. Especially every time he saw Qin Yi's face and her delicate figure wrapped in a blue stepmother-style dress, his heart felt like it would leap into the universe. It wasn't that he lacked self-control. Mainly, Qin Yi was too beautiful, and also, look at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night. A stunning beauty, knocking on your door at this hour, what could she want? Could it be that her shower is broken and she needs to borrow my bathroom to take a bath? Qin Fei's thoughts ran wild. Qin Yi said, you're the new resident, and from now on, we'll be neighbors. I'm a tea artist, and this is some tea I brewed, so I wanted to invite you to taste it. After hearing this, Qin Fei was greatly disappointed. It turned out she wasn't here to take a shower. However, he still welcomed Qin Yi inside. At this moment, Qin Fei suddenly remembered the previous few knocks on the door and asked if it was Qin Yi. Qin Yi said it was her. She thought Qin Fei wasn't home, and was preparing to knock one last time. If he wasn't home, she would come back tomorrow. After hearing this, Qin Fei merely said that he was playing games with headphones on and didn't hear her. He certainly didn't dare to say he deliberately didn't open the door, so as not to ruin his image in Qin Yi's mind. Humans, regardless of gender, are all like this. If an attractive person of the opposite sex stands before you, and there's some interaction between you, there's always an expectation in your heart that something might happen between you two. Do you have cups? Sheenie asked Chin Fei at this time, and Chin Fei brought over 2 clean glass cups. Sheenie filled both glass cups. Then she gestured for Chin Fei to taste it. Chin Fei stared at the golden yellow tea leaves, only saying how beautiful they were, then reached out and picked up a cup, found it wasn't too hot, and directly tilted his head back to take a sip. While Chin Fei was drinking tea, Sheenie surveyed Chin Fei's living space, finding it somewhat messy. Many full garbage bags, various melon seeds and snacks on the table, and empty bottles of soda and other drinks. Of course, there were also the chaotic sounds of computer games coming from the table. I also like to play games, Sheenie said. Chin Fei's eyes lit up, and he asked Sheenie what games she liked to play. Sheenie casually mentioned a few mobile games and computer games. When discussing games, Chin Fei felt he had entered his main battlefield. In his most proficient field, he began to boast in front of Sheenie. Immediately after, Chin Fei led Sheenie to his laptop and actually started recommending this game to her. This is the most fun game in the world. He wanted to drag Sheenie into the pit with him. After all, Chin Fei was a big shot in this game. Bringing a new female player to play, wouldn't that be easy? Of course, his deeper purpose was to have more contact and topics with Sheenie. Perhaps Sheenie would fall in love with him. Chin Fei had dated girlfriends before. However, most of them were online relationships. He once met an online girlfriend and discovered she was a dinosaur, which scared him into immediately running away. Since then, he hadn't dated anyone. But today, meeting Sheenie, his petrified heart of love was about to revive. Sheenie stared at the game screen on the computer desktop, smiled, and shook her head. You say this is the most fun game in the world? I don't think so. Chin Fei was stunned. What do you mean? Sheenie said, I know a game that's even more fun than this one. Chin Fei frowned. What game? Tell me about it. Sheenie stared directly at him, her eyes filled with autumn water, making Chin Fei's face flush red. You'll know soon. Being stared at by a stunning beauty with perfect looks, figure, and temperament, and having her say such alluring words to him. Which man could resist? Especially the phrase you'll know soon. Was this an insinuation? After all, the only thing Chin Fei could imagine being more fun than this game would be that kind of game between a man and a woman. No way? Is he really that lucky? To have such a top-tier beauty throwing herself at him? What for? Could it be that this beauty just likes his type? It's hard to say. Chin Fei knew of a female celebrity whose husband, surnamed Dong, was very handsome and scholarly. But she wasn't satisfied with her husband and cheated on him with another man. And that man was very ugly, below the average male attractiveness level. Perhaps this beauty in front of him just has a taste for him? Of course, he was naturally much more handsome than the man that female celebrity cheated with. Actually, thinking about it carefully, this beautiful woman coming to see him at 10 o'clock at night, saying she invited him for tea. The timing was a bit too strange. Forget it, I won't think about it. It's not like I'll be at a disadvantage. Chin Fei thought so. Just as he was anticipating whether something might actually happen between him and this beauty later, he suddenly felt very dizzy. Immediately after, the world spun, as if everything had become chaotic, and even the beauty in front of him became distorted. Finally, with a thud, he could no longer stand, fell to the ground, and completely lost consciousness. Chin Fei, wake up. Sheenie was pushing Chin Fei at this moment. Seeing that Chin Fei was in a deep sleep, she took out her phone and called her younger sister. Soon after, her younger sister, Chin Kulian, arrived at the door. After Sheenie opened the door, Chin Kulian dragged in the large box that had once held Morong Fu. She began to pack Chin Fei. Sister, help me, this stinky man is dead weight. Chin Kulian struggled to pack Chin Fei by herself, but Sheenie stood by, unmoved. Hee hee, little sister, this is your punishment. Who told you to fail with Jiangran? Qin Kulian grumbled indignantly, how can you blame me? Sister, you just got lucky that it wasn't your turn to deal with Jiangran. God knows Jiangran is immune to sleeping drugs. Qin Yi smiled slightly, never mind all that, strength is also a part of luck. While Qin Kulian was packing Qin Fei, Qin Yi once again scanned the living room, then her gaze settled on Qin Fei's laptop. At this moment, in the bottom left corner of the game, there was a chat channel. Qin Yi noticed that someone seemed to have it ed Qin Fei. Qin Yi bent down, her curves exceptionally graceful. Clicking on the chat, she found it was the guild in the chat channel. Someone in the guild kept it ing Qin Fei. Where is he? Where is he? There's a fight. Come quickly. You said you were going to the bathroom, did you fall into the toilet? Damn it, brother, where are you? We're losing. Chao and Ima, at such an important moment, you ditch us. Later, I'm going to kick your ass in real life. Qin Yi stared at these messages, her red lips slightly parted as she said, what a pity, your vice guild leader will never be able to fight alongside you again. Frightened Qin Fei. Hiss, my head feels so dizzy. Did I stay up too late? Whatever, at least I didn't die suddenly. Where am I? Crap, is this my home? Holy crap, what the hell? Qin Fei woke up. After waking up and regaining his senses, he found himself tied to a rectangular metal table. His hands and feet were firmly bound, and he couldn't move at all. He lifted his head and realized his clothes were gone. No, wait, he still had his underwear on. He looked around, utterly bewildered. This didn't seem like his home at all? His home was nowhere near this clean, nor did it have such huge floor-to-ceiling windows. When Qin Fei looked up towards his feet, he could see an enormous floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony. The view was exceptionally good. The sunlight was abundant, it must have been the next day. But none of that was the main issue. The main issue was, where the hell was he right now? Hey, is anyone there? Qin Fei shouted. Yes. A beautiful woman's voice came from one direction. Listening closely, the woman's voice seemed very familiar. Accompanied by footsteps. Qin Fei saw two people approaching from his left and right sides. When the two people got closer, he could see them clearly. Both were completely covered from head to toe. They wore black, waterproof, oil-resistant leather worksuits, and thick leather gloves on both hands. Of course, that wasn't the strange part. The ridiculous part was that both of them wore gas masks, like something out of a video game. Full of swagger. Qin Fei stared, stunned, until the owner of one of the voices took off her gas mask, revealing a delicate and perfect face. Qin Yi? Qin Fei was stunned. He hadn't expected this person to be Qin Yi, but it wasn't too much of a surprise either. He remembered having tea with Qin Yi last night. The next moment, no, Qin Yi, are you playing cosplay here? Hurry up and untie me. My hands and feet are hurting so much. In response to Qin Fei's words, Qin Yi shook her head. I definitely can't let you go. As for cosplay? No, this isn't cosplay, this is a game. Do you remember the most fun game I told you about last night? Turning it over in his mind, Qin Fei vaguely remembered Qin Yi saying something like that last night. But what kind of game was this? Stripping him naked, leaving only his underwear, and restricting his personal freedom? Suddenly, Qin Fei seemed to realize something. He exclaimed excitedly, holy crap, Qin Yi, you're not trying to play S&M with me, are you? Qin Fei was a normal person. He didn't want to play that so-called S&M. Especially, he didn't want to be the one being abused, nor did he want to be the one doing the abusing. Qin Yi's beautiful face actually showed a sly, hee-hee smile. Of course, even a sly Qin Yi was very beautiful. S&M? I'm not interested in that. The game we're about to play is called Human Body Cutting in Manufacturing. Human body cutting and manufacturing? What's that? Qin Fei was utterly confused. Qini pushed a metal cart with 4 wheels from the side. On the cart were various tools. From it, she picked up a small orange electric saw with both hands. The saw started, making a buzzing sound. It's simple. It's about using the electric saw to cut you up, and then, using the severed hands and legs, we'll tailor them into suitable food, like human meat, paste or human canned goods. Hearing this, Qin Fei's mind went blank. He wondered if he was dreaming right now. It wasn't until a strange sensation from his body made him realize he wasn't. He saw the other person standing beside him, using a black marker to draw lines on his body, as if marking it. What are you doing? Qin Fei asked. Drawing lines, so it's easier to cut and we don't cut crooked. Qin Fei hadn't expected the person next to him, who hadn't shown her face yet, to also be a woman. He turned his head and said to Qin again, Qin, quickly untie me. I really don't have the mood to play this kind of game with you. This game isn't for me. Also, I still need to go home and play my Guild War. Quickly untie me. Qin smiled, Guild War? Don't worry, I went to your house this morning and checked. Your Guild War is already over. Qin Fei quickly asked, then who won? Qin said, your guild won. Qin Fei sighed in relief, that's good, that's good. Qin, but because you stood them up last night, they're very angry and said they want to cause you trouble. Qin Fei was indifferent, it's fine, I'll just buy each of them a month card later, and they'll forgive me. Alright, Qin, seriously, quickly let me go. I'm starving. Qin, no, we have to wait until the game ends. Qin Fei, then hurry up. Qin Fei was speechless. He simply didn't want to play this kind of game. Qin narrowed her eyes and smiled, alright, I'll be quick. After that, she started the electric saw and placed it directly on Qin Fei's ankle. The metal saw began to rub intimately and at high speed against Qin Fei's ankle, making Qin Fei scream in pleasure. Holy crap! You damn bitch! Qin, what are you doing? Why are you sawing me with an electric saw? Qin Fei screamed in pain. Qin, playing the game. Qin Fei no longer cared how Qin looked or what a great beauty she was. He directly cursed, are you out of your mind? You're actually sawing me? Hurry up and call 120, send me to the hospital. Qin said nothing, just kept sawing. Qin Fei cursed continuously in pain. Stop it. Someone's going to die. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing this game anymore. Qin Fei had always thought that Qin's talk of this game, of cutting up a human body, was just casual talk, a joke, like playing house when they were kids. He never expected this person to actually saw him. Qin, no, this game must continue, whether you play or not. Qin Fei stared at Qin's serious face, on the verge of tears. My lady, if this continues, I'll die from excessive blood loss. Don't worry, if you send me to the hospital now, I won't call the police to report you. Qin ignored Qin Fei and continued to saw. Qin Fei was convulsing all over from the pain, veins bulging on his forehead like protruding tree trunks, and he was constantly spitting white foam. Only now did Qin Fei seem to realize that Qin's human body cutting game seemed to be real, not playing house or joking. Especially when Qin, at this moment, had the other girl bring out something. Do you remember this person? Qin Fei stared at the thing the other girl brought out, too terrified to speak. That thing was a human head. He remembered it. It seemed to be from a new resident, from the same batch, at the welcoming party, named Morongfu. At the time, he thought he was quite handsome, and his name was the same as that famous person. So he remembered him very clearly. This time, meeting again, they were already people from 2 different worlds? Qin Fei was killed in action. Help! Help! Jiang ran. Help! Is anyone listening? Help me call the police. It was unclear if the head was real or fake, but it certainly didn't look fake, props couldn't be made so realistically. Qin Fei was certain it was Morong Fu's head. He didn't know how Morong Fu had met such a cruel end. But he felt he was about to die at Qin Yi's hands, and would soon be joining Morong Fu for a chat. He remembered a tenant named Jiang Ran who was in the same batch as him. They lived on the same floor. So he started shouting loudly. His only hope was placed on Jiang Ran, or on anyone passing by. But Qin Yi's words shattered his hope. Stop shouting. This apartment has been soundproofed. Qin Fei didn't believe her, and only did so after his voice went hoarse from shouting. Let me go, Qin Yi. You're so beautiful, you shouldn't be doing such things. You'll end up in jail. Qin Yi laughed. Jail? Heh, it's not like I haven't been there before. Qin Fei despaired. The pain forced him to ask, why? I have no grudge against you, why are you tormenting me like this? Qin Fei was, after all, a university student, still young, and hadn't experienced many major events. The biggest thing was borrowing money online and not repaying it, leading to frantic debt collection. Because of this, in the face of life and death, he couldn't remain calm or view death as nothing. He was certain Qin Yi was one of those perverted killers often seen in movies, TV shows, and news reports. It was just that Qin Fei always thought such perverted killers were far away from him, never expecting one to be right beside him. Most importantly, why was a perverted killer so beautiful? I have no grudge against you, so why am I tormenting you? That's a good question. Many things in this world are like that. It's not that I have a grudge against you that I want to harm you. It's possible I see you on the street, find you displeasing, and just kill you. Of course, I'm a good person. I'll give you a specific answer. Blame yourself for coming to Alice's apartment. Did you think that 10,000 a day was so easy to get? A single sentence awakened the dreamer. Only at this moment did Qin Fei suddenly realize the truth. However, it was too late for such a realization. Mending the fold after the sheep are lost is too late. No, I don't want the money anymore, I want to leave. Qin Fei wailed in pain. Qin Yi said nothing, merely continued to savagely cut with the chainsaw. The first Xiaobai little white mice, Qin Fei, has died. The total amount wagered was 10.99 million, all deposited into the grand prize pool. Approximately 3 hours later, the long-haired beautiful host in the live stream reappeared and announced. In the live stream, middle-aged uncle, it's a shame Qin Fei didn't have the same good luck as Jiang Ran and just died like that. Domineering female CEO, actually, he didn't have to die. If Qin Fei hadn't been so greedy for beauty, if he had treated Qin Yi like the 301 old man, he'd still be alive and well right now. Middle-aged uncle, forget it. Unless Qin Fei was gay and not interested in women. More importantly, Qin Yi and Qin Kei, this pair of sisters, are too beautiful. Even I, who have seen and played with many beauties, would find it hard to control myself when faced with sisters of this caliber, let alone Qin Fei. A university student. It's like a newbie leaving the starter village and encountering a max-level succubus. Fairy sister, only 2 Xiaobai little white mice, are left, Jiang Ran and Xiaonua. And these two have the lowest wagered amounts and the fewest bettors. Those who bet on them are thrilled. Among the 5 people, Xiaonua, total wagered amount, 5.67 million, second to last. Jiang Ran, total wagered amount, 1.08 million, last place. Therefore, those who bet on them were naturally in high spirits. As long as one more of these two drops out, those who bet on the survivors can share all the prize money in this round's prize pool. Perhaps the money won, for the winners in the live stream, wasn't a huge amount or a fortune. But, the money won in this way offered an irreplaceable thrill and the pleasure of an adrenaline rush. This was also why these people enjoyed watching this. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor live game so much. At 11 a.m., Jiang Ran finished his morning customer service work and went out to eat again. He saw several men in blue work uniforms going in and out of 302. Coincidentally, Administrator Xiao Zhang was also outside the door, so Jiang Ran inquired with him. After inquiring, he learned that Qin Fei had moved out. Jiang Ran was puzzled. Moved? Did he buy or rent this place? He's only lived here a few days and he's already moving? Doesn't he mind the trouble? Administrator Xiao Zhang laughed. It was a rented apartment. Qin Fei didn't want to move, but unfortunately, he's an internet addict. After only a few days, he made a mess of the apartment, so the landlord kicked him out. Jiang Ran nodded, thinking how good it was that he was clean, and more importantly, this apartment was his own. When Jiang Ran left the apartment building, he happened to meet Xiao Nuo and the other university students again. However, due to the events of the past day or two, these university students had a lot of sadness on their faces. On Xiao Nuo's side, although the female university student Wang Ju had her throat slit, she was rescued because she was rushed to the hospital in time and was not in life-threatening danger. However, she was currently in a coma, and her parents had rushed from out of province to care for her. As for the criminal Lin Xingli, who was mutilated by the tall boy with a chainsaw, he had already died before medical personnel could even get him out of the apartment building. Even though Lin Xingli committed murder and rape, he was dead. There was nothing more you could do to him. Finally, the tall boy was currently in custody. Even though he killed a criminal, it was still murder, and he took the law into his own hands. One of these university students had a lawyer in their family. After a brief inquiry, they estimated that the tall boy would definitely not escape prison time. In such a short time, such turbulent changes had occurred. This made all these university students feel bad. Because of this, these university students, who usually like to hang out together at bars or find a place to party, had temporarily lost their enthusiasm. However, since there really wasn't anything else to do, they still gathered together. These people were all at Xiao Nuo's place, teaming up to play Honor of Kings or PUBG, as well as watching TV to pass the time. Xiao Nuo's crush, Xiao Hua's boyfriend Xiao Pang, left Xiao Nuo's house with another boy to go smoke. At this time, the boy next to Xiao Pang had a very unfamiliar appearance and was not among those who had gathered at Xiao Nuo's house in the past 2 days. Everyone called this boy Xiao Q. Kite. Xiao Q and Xiao Pang went to the same university. However, they weren't in the same department, let alone the same class. From a young age, Xiao Q was interested in all kinds of cases, crimes, and detectives. He majored in criminal investigation, preparing to become a criminal police officer after graduating from university. Although he and Xiao Pang were very good friends, he usually didn't like to hang out with a bunch of shady characters like Xiao Pang. He came this time because he had heard about the events of the past 2 days and was very interested. The two of them smoked cigarettes as they walked to the outside of the apartment building. Behind the apartment building was a super large garden belonging to Alice's apartment, with a small stream where fish could be seen swimming. The air here was fresh and the view was wide, making it an excellent place to brag and smoke. When the two of them arrived, they noticed someone else flying a kite not far from them. As luck would have it, the kite string broke. The kite quickly glided from the sky towards the ground, flying towards Xiao Pang and Xiao Q. Finally, it landed not far in front of them. Xiao Pang walked over and picked up the kite. It wasn't large, had a cartoon appearance, and was a yellow Pikachu. It was made very realistically, as cute as the one seen on TV. The moment Xiao Pang picked it up, he realized that this kite was not only very realistic but also felt very good in his hand. It was very smooth. "Thank you, that's my kite." A simple and honest middle-aged uncle hurried over from not far away. "Oh, here you go." Xiao Pang returned the Pikachu kite to the simple and honest-looking middle-aged uncle. The middle-aged uncle happily took the kite, thanked him, and then continued to fly his kite. Xiao Pang turned his head at this moment and suddenly noticed that his friend, Xiao Q, was smoking a cigarette and squinting his eyes, as sharp and keen as a cat staring at its prey, a mouse. He was staring at the simple and honest-looking middle-aged man who had already left. "No, why are you staring at that man? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with him? Do you have a father complex?" Xiao Pang walked over and teased. "Go away, you're the one with a father complex. I just think this man looks so familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Pulling out his phone, Xiaoqiu suddenly turned to Xiaopeng and smiled. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something interesting. Xiaopeng, what's interesting? Did another beautiful woman come to our school? Xiaoqiu showed a hint of disdain. Even if there's a beautiful woman, she wouldn't be yours. Those are for the big bosses, don't even think about it. Does it look familiar to you? Xiaopeng slightly lowered his head, casually looking at the phone screen Xiaoqiu handed him. At first, Xiaopeng wasn't very concerned, but then his eyes suddenly widened. Pointing at the phone, he excitedly said, Hey, isn't this the man who almost killed Wang Ju? How do you have his picture? Xiaopeng was very surprised. Xiaoqiu smiled. Didn't you describe his appearance to me back then? I thought he looked a little familiar, and sure enough, I found him. Xiaopeng took Xiaoqiu's phone. On Xiaoqiu's phone was an online encyclopedia. The encyclopedia showed a person named Lin Xingli, who was indeed the man who almost killed Wang Ju. So this man is called Lin Xingli. Muttering to himself, Xiaopeng continued to look down. However, the more he read, the more his expression changed. After finishing, Xiaopeng wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Or was the encyclopedia wrong? The encyclopedia says this Lin Xingli is a rapist and murderer, who committed multiple crimes and was sentenced to death 3 years ago. What's going on? Who did we meet then? Could it be his twin brother or someone who looks very similar? Xiaopeng frowned tightly. Xiaoqiu laughed, then explained, the one you met before was Lin Xingli, absolutely no mistake. As for why someone who should have died 3 years ago is still alive and has committed another crime. It's simple. Xiaoqiu lowered his voice, 4 words, paper sentence. Paper sentence? Xiaopeng was a little surprised, almost unable to contain himself. This pervert, this idiot who harms people, damn it, I even want to hit someone. Xiao questioned, don't be so agitated. Isn't a paper sentence quite normal? It's just that many ordinary people don't understand. This Lin Xingli must have money or connections, otherwise, look at where he lives now after getting out. Is that a place ordinary people can afford? Xiaopeng was still very angry. Can money allow you to do whatever you want? Xiaoqiu patted Xiaopeng's shoulder. Money can't quite allow you to do whatever you want, but it's pretty close. But fortunately, your friend was quite spirited and directly used a chainsaw to kill him. Otherwise, if that guy could get a paper sentence once, he could get a paper sentence a second time. But unfortunately, it was a 1-for-1 trade. After hearing this, Xiaopeng remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Xiaoqiu said again, originally, I was just curious about Lin Xingli, so I followed you to take a look. But just now, I discovered another point that interests me. Xiaopeng, what point? Did you see a beautiful woman? Xiaoqiu said with great disdain, can you put fewer women in your head? If you walk by the river often, how can your shoes not get wet? Be careful not to play with women and get sick. Xiaopeng smiled, no, I'm very careful about safety, I always buy protection. Now hurry up and tell me what else you've discovered. He gestured with his mouth towards the middle-aged man flying the kite, who was some distance from them. Xiaoqiu said, I just remembered who this person is. This is someone even more shocking than Lin Xingli. Xiaopeng's eyesight was still good. Although he couldn't clearly see the face of the middle-aged man from their distance, he could see his figure and the kite quite clearly. He asked, more shocking? You're not going to say that this man, with an honest and simple face, is also a perverted criminal, are you? Xiaoqiu teased, oh, clever, comparable to Wulong and Fengchu, you guessed it right. Xiaopeng pouted speechlessly, alright, stop teasing, quickly tell me who this person is. Xiao questioned, didn't you guess right? That person is a perverted criminal, I'm not joking. Xiaopeng was full of surprise, feeling as if he had seen a ghost. Xiaoqiu said, this person is named Wang Nuli, a perverted murderer. He loved kites since he was a child and is a master kite maker. The kites he makes by hand can be called works of art. But he was never satisfied, always feeling that the kites he made were not perfect. Wang Nuli's parents divorced when he was young, and he lived with his grandparents. His family was poor, so he dropped out of school early to work. Because he was so poor, the relationships he had in his youth never worked out, meaning he never married. Later, after becoming famous for making kites, his life improved, and then he got married. His wife was more than 10 years younger than him and very beautiful. After marriage, Xiaohua's boyfriend had 2 sons. Unfortunately, this life of overcoming hardship and enjoying good times eventually came to an end. One day, Wang Nuli came home and accidentally caught his wife cheating. He also discovered that his 2 sons were not his, but his wife's and her lover's. What made Wang Nuli even more distraught was that he found out his young and beautiful wife had been with her lover before marrying him, and they had never broken up all these years. He was actually the third party who destroyed their relationship. What's more, almost all the money he had given his wife over the years, she had given to her lover. Because of this, Wang Nuli, in a fit of rage, first killed his 2 sons in front of his wife, then killed her lover in front of her, and finally, he even gave his wife a chance to live a good life. It's unknown what the wife chose, or if Wang Nuli was deliberately playing such a joke with her. In any case, his wife was also killed by him in the end. Is Xiao Nua going to leave Alice? After killing 4 people, Wang Nuli originally planned to turn himself in. But at this critical moment, as he looked at the 4 bodies of varying sizes lying in pools of blood, he suddenly had an inspiration. He peeled off the skin of the 4 people and made kites. It was from this moment that Wang Nuli transformed from an honest and law-abiding kite maker into a perverted criminal. Xiao Pang looked at Xiao Qiu, who had been reading from his phone, took the phone from him, and found that he had been reading an article about Wang Nuli written by a self-media account. He continued to read the rest of the article about Wang Nuli's subsequent experiences. Wang Nuli's subsequent experiences were also simple. He committed multiple skinning cases, causing widespread panic and fear in the city he was in, with everyone fearing they might encounter this perverted criminal. Ultimately, during Wang Nuli's last case, he was caught and arrested on the spot. After the arrest, the self-media article stated that Wang Nuli, this perverted criminal, had been executed by firing squad. Furthermore, this self-media blogger also wrote his own thoughts on Wang Nuli's experience at the end of the article. When marrying, choose a virtuous wife. If it weren't for his wife's deception and infidelity, how would Wang Nuli have embarked on such a path of no return? He returned the phone to Xiao Qiu, then searched for Wang Nuli on his own phone, especially for pictures of Wang Nuli. Then he compared him to the image of the honest, simple-faced middle-aged man in his mind. The more he compared them, the worse his expression became. Then, he remembered that he had received that yellow Pikachu kite and even exclaimed, "It feels so good." Now, in retrospect, that feeling was like the skin of a young girl. At this moment, his face grew even paler. His lips moved as he said, "Xiao Qiu, don't tell me that this Wang Nuli, like Lin Xingli, is also serving a paper sentence?" Xiao Qiu lit another cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Otherwise? Why would someone who has been sentenced to death appear here? From his appearance, he should also be a resident of this Alice apartment. Damn it! I'm calling the police. Xiao Pang pulled out his phone and said. Xiao Qiu directly pressed down on his hand and laughed. "Brother, are you sure that calling the police to arrest someone who could get a paper sentence will be effective?" Xiao Pang was a little agitated. "Even if it's not useful, I have to try. We can't let this perverted criminal get away with it and run around freely. What if this guy continues to commit crimes? And my girlfriend lives here. It's too dangerous." Xiao Qiu said, Why are you more righteous than me, someone who studies criminal investigation? Since we are good friends, I advise you not to meddle. As for your girlfriend, just tell her not to live here or nearby in the future. Isn't that enough?" After much thought, Xiao Peng felt that Xiao Qiu made sense, so he turned to go back into the apartment. Xiao Qiu followed behind Xiao Peng, smoking a cigarette and frowning deeply, muttering to himself. How strange, why do I always feel like countless pairs of eyes are watching me? The most impressive thing about the A Distant Relative Is Not As Good as a Close Neighbor organizers was this. In addition to inside the apartment, outside the apartment, and nearby areas, they also had cameras. And they were all world-class cameras, with absolutely clear picture and sound. Because of this, the conversation between Xiao Pang and Xiao Q was heard and seen clearly by everyone in the live broadcast room. Domineering female CEO, this college student is incredible. I remember 2 days ago, this person was definitely not among Xiao Nua's group. This college student actually figured out the identity of this apartment resident, and could even advise his friend to move out and not call the police to arrest Wang Nuli. With this intelligence and courage, the organizers should just bring him in for the next round. It would definitely be entertaining. Little Ant, I also agree with domineering female CEO sister's suggestion. Bringing in such a promising talent to battle wits with the apartment residents would definitely be interesting. Little Dragon Girl, it would be interesting, but it's not easy. For so many rounds of the apartment, those who signed agreements to come in are all people who are short on money or in debt, unless this college student also has financial needs. Middle-aged uncle, instead of worrying about the next round, it's better to worry about the current situation. Now this person named Xiao Pang is going to persuade Xiao Nua to move out of Alice. If she leaves, wouldn't those who bet on Jiang Ran automatically win? Fairy sister, it's not that simple. This game, one round is 7 days, which is 1 week. Only by successfully surviving in the apartment for 7 days and getting through this round can the agreement be terminated, allowing one to leave here, or choose to continue to the next round. She can't leave, and she might not even want to leave. Xiao Pang returned to the apartment. He pulled Xiao Nua aside into the bedroom and told her about Wang Nuli, and asked her to move out and not live there anymore. At first, Xiao Nua thought Xiao Pang was joking, but after confirming it wasn't a joke, Xiao Nua started to get scared. After all, a perverted criminal was living in the same apartment? She hadn't forgotten what happened to Wang Ju 2 days ago. But, she couldn't leave. When she first came here, she signed an agreement. She had to stay for 7 days to leave, otherwise, she would have to pay a large sum of money. And, she didn't really want to leave. Once she left, where would she find such a high-end residence again? And the 10,000 yuan a day? She was now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Xiao Pang. She knew very well that once she lost the house and the 10,000 yuan a day, this handsome boyfriend, who cared so much about her, would immediately run away. So despite Xiao Pang's strong persuasion, Xiao Nua still did not agree to move out of Alice's apartment. She only promised that she would be careful. At first, when she heard there was a perverted criminal in the apartment, she was indeed quite scared, but thinking about it, with so many people in the apartment, even if that guy committed a crime, it might not be her bad luck to run into him, right? In the evening, these male and female college students were still at Xiao Nua's place. Although everyone was not in high spirits because of the Wang Ju incident. But eating was always necessary. Because Xiao Nua and Xiao Pang successfully started dating, Xiao Nua treated everyone and ordered a large table of takeout for dinner. These male and female college students called her sister Nua one after another, eating takeout and playing board games. Everyone was having a good time, except for Xiao Hua, who had broken up with Xiao Pang, looking depressed. Her ex-boyfriend, Xiao Pang, ultimately chose money over both money and beauty. Actually, Xiao Pang originally wanted to string along both, but he was too tired from being pressured by Xiao Nua and Xiao Hua, so he could only choose one. After much painful deliberation, he finally chose Xiao Nua. Another missing. There was nothing she could do. She and Xiao Hua were together, and both were ordinary university students from not-so-wealthy families. When they went out, they clearly felt terribly poor. The happiest thing was going to bed. Xiao Pang was happy, and Xiao Hua was happy too. They were both handsome men and beautiful women, after all. But besides that, it seemed there was nothing else that made them happier. Xiao Nua was different. Although she had an average appearance, she was rich. Money could create happiness. Putting everything else aside, the over 7,000 yuan Apple phone Xiao Peng had was bought by Xiao Nuo. Besides that, Xiao Peng's favorite game, Honor of Kings, used to have few skins, and any he had were just companion skins. But now, Xiao Nuo had given him dozens of skins, and they were all epic, legendary, and limited edition ones. Therefore, he ultimately chose Xiao Nuo and gave up on Xiao Hua. At this moment, after eating a bit, Xiao Hua went out, saying she was going to get some fresh air. But everyone knew in their hearts. Xiao Peng was quite worried about Xiao Hua, even though they had already broken up. Xiao Qiu saw the plea in Xiao Peng's eyes, so Xiao Qiu, to reassure Xiao Peng, proactively went after her. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Hua went out. In Xiao Nuo's apartment, there were still 4 men and 4 women left. After these 8 university students finished their takeout, out of boredom, they started playing Truth or Dare. The 8 university students decided the winner by playing rock paper scissors. Whoever lost last among the 8 would choose Truth or Dare. The first person to lose rock paper scissors was a girl, and she chose Truth. The question everyone asked her was, "Among us, who do you like?" The girl said no one, the person she liked wasn't among them. The second person to lose rock paper scissors was a boy, and he also chose Truth. The question everyone asked him was, "How many girlfriends have you had in total?" His answer was, 3. The third person to lose rock paper scissors was another boy, and he also chose Truth. The question everyone asked him was, "How many videos have you watched?" His answer was, "Many, at least over 100. Several people burst into laughter. The fourth person to lose rock paper scissors happened to be the same boy who lost the third time, and he continued to choose Truth. Everyone's question, "Who is the person you most often fantasize about in that way?" The boy blushed slightly and replied, "My university English teacher." Everyone started to jeer, encouraging the boy to call his English teacher and confess. The boy immediately refused, saying, Hey, I chose Truth, not Dare. I have the right to refuse." That was also the case. Several people felt that with Truth or Dare, everyone who lost chose Truth, and no one chose Dare, which was a bit boring. So the rules were changed. The person who lost had to play Dare. The 5th time playing rock paper scissors, a girl lost. This girl was usually quite introverted and didn't have much fun gossip about her. Therefore, the dare the others gave her was: go to 701, knock on the door, and take a photo with the owner of 701 in front of the door. The introverted girl listened, shook her head vigorously, and asked them to change the dare. But the others disagreed and urged the girl to complete the dare, seeing it as a way to practice her social skills and make her a bit more outgoing. The introverted girl had no choice but to complete the dare. The remaining 7 people waited at home for her to return after completing the dare. But after waiting for 10 minutes, the introverted girl had not returned. The 7 people were not anxious and continued to wait, but it was not until the 20th minute. The 7 people finally noticed something strange. They were currently in 904, and the introverted girl went to 701. There were only 2 floors between them. Even if she took the stairs, it couldn't take 20 minutes to go down 2 floors, could it? Could it be that she's been hesitating at the door of 701 the whole time? Afraid to knock? At this moment, a girl guessed with a smile. An introverted person might think for a long time about what excuse to use, even to borrow an eraser from a deskmate. Much less in a situation like knocking on a stranger's door and having to take a photo. Therefore, the other few people didn't pay too much attention. Xiao Peng, however, couldn't help but worry. He thought of Wang Ju from 2 days ago, and even more so, Wang Nuli, whom he saw earlier today. Along with the bad thoughts, his heart rate, unknowingly, intensified. In fact, when the introverted girl went to play this dare, he was not entirely in favor of it. But he couldn't go against the others. After waiting another 5 minutes, Xiao Peng suddenly stood up, startling the others. Let's go, let's check 701. Why hasn't she come back after so long? Let's not have another incident like Wang Ju's. The others agreed when they heard this and prepared to go together. Don't worry, how could something like Wang Ju's incident happen again? It's not that easy to encounter, unless this apartment is full of perverts. Xiao Peng and Xiao Nua, the 7 of them, took the elevator to the 7th floor. The previously dark corridor was fully lit by sound-activated lights due to their footsteps, illuminating the 7th floor corridor clearly. They arrived at the door of 701 but didn't find the introverted girl, so Xiao Peng directly knocked on the door. Less than 2 minutes later, the door opened, and the person who opened it was a foreign young white man, at least 1.85 meters tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. This foreign young white man appeared to be about the same age as them. He spoke with broken Chinese. He should also be here for school. Xiao Peng quickly looked him over, then looked up and asked, "We have a friend, a girl, has she been to your house, knocked on your door? Have you seen her?" Staring at the white face in front of him, Xiao Peng was polite on the surface, but his heart was filled with disgust. Xiao Peng deeply disliked foreigners, whether they were white or black. Why? Because every time he went to a bar to pick up girls, foreigners were always the girl's first choice. Even though he was very handsome, if many girls could only choose one, they would all choose foreigners. Regardless of whether that foreigner was attractive or not, foreigners were simply popular. Because of this, Xiao Peng hated foreigners, and he hated women who mindlessly fawned over foreigners even more. If there was such a woman around, they definitely couldn't be friends. The young white man's Chinese was indeed not very good. He pondered the sentence for several minutes before looking down and smiling at them, saying, "No, no one knocked on the door tonight." "Is that so?" Xiao Peng scanned the young white man with suspicious eyes, and also tried to peek into the house through the gap. Seeing this, the young white man very politely moved his tall body aside, allowing Xiao Peng to look inside. "See? There's no one, right? If someone is being polite to you, you can't really be impolite." So Xiao Peng couldn't really go in and search, and could only apologize to the young white man. Afterward, the young white man closed the door. "Thank you, Xiao Q, after your guidance, I feel much better." At this moment, Xiao Hua and Xiao Q came down from the apartment rooftop, preparing to return to Xiao Nua's place. Chainsaw Maniac. Xiao Q had been chasing Xiao Hua all the way to the rooftop after she left earlier. Once on the rooftop, Xiao Hua stood at the edge, looking at the beautiful night scenery and starry sky, and burst into tears. Heartbreak is normal, unless you are the one completely playing games. If you invest your true feelings, you will always be sad. And facing Xiao Hua's heartbreak, Xiao Q comforted her with just a few words. The general meaning of those words was, "I am Xiao Peng's good friend, the kind who grew up together, so I know exactly what kind of person Xiao Peng is. He is handsome and doesn't lack women. Even if Xiao Nua hadn't appeared, even if you, Xiao Hua, could have walked down the aisle with Xiao Peng, Xiao Peng would still have a continuous stream of other women. Unless you can endure that kind of life, it's better to break up now. Unless you are like her, both are party animals." Xiao Hua probably took it to heart, calmed down after a while, and her mood lightened. She wiped away her tears and went downstairs with Xiao Q. Xiao Hua's boyfriend arrived at Xiao Nua's house, knocked on the door, and found no one answering. Just as they were about to make a call, they saw the silver metal elevator doors open, and Xiao Peng, Xiao Nua, and others walked out. "What were you two doing? So late at night, you weren't looking for us, were you?" At this moment, Xiao Q asked playfully. Xiao Peng's expression was serious. "No, it's..." He recounted the story of them playing Truth or Dare, and the introverted girl disappearing. Xiao Q and Xiao Hua both widened their eyes in disbelief. Xiao Q even said, "What the hell? 2 days ago, a Wang Ju briefly disappeared, and today another one is gone in less than half an hour?" Xiao Peng, "Alright, stop with the sarcastic remarks, hurry up and find her. Calls aren't going through, and no one's replying to messages." Because of the previous Wang Ju incident, Xiao Peng and his group were quite concerned about the introverted girl's disappearance. They were very worried. At this point, Xiao Q led everyone back to the elevator doors and said, "Let's go to 701 again." "Go again? What for? We've already been there." That young white man said she never went to his place. "And he even let us in to check, he didn't seem to be lying," a girl said. Xiao question didn't seem to be lying? The more skilled they are, the more they act that way. Unless we go in and search thoroughly, we can't be sure he wasn't lying. And according to the young white man's statement, the missing girl never went to his house, no one knocked on his door, so she disappeared on the way. From the 9th floor to the 7th floor? What a joke, is this a den of thieves? Someone goes out and immediately disappears? That girl from before was probably quite arrogant usually, and she wasn't familiar with Xiao Qiu. Being talked back to like that, she lost face and immediately retorted angrily. Heh, everyone knows she's quite introverted. Maybe when she got to 701, she didn't dare to open the door, but out of pride, she also didn't dare to go back, so she just went home by herself. Xiao Qiu looked at the girl as if she were an idiot. This was why he didn't like to hang out with Xiao Peng's friends. They were clearly very foolish but didn't realize their own foolishness, always thinking they were very smart. The group appeared in front of 701 again. Unlike last time, this time Xiao Qiu led the knocking. The door opened quickly, and it was still the young white man who opened it. The young white man saw them and frowned. What are you doing here again? I already told you, your friend never came to my house. What everyone present had not expected was that after the young white man finished speaking, Xiao Qiu, who was standing at the very front, suddenly kicked out, a fierce kick to the young white man's chest. The young white man was sent flying several meters backward by the kick. And as he kicked, he shouted, "Foreign devil, you're lying." Immediately after, Xiao Qiu led the bewildered Xiao Peng and others into 701. He waved his hand and shouted, "Search." The scene was exactly like the Ming dynasty, with embroidered uniform guards in their flying fish robes raiding a house. Hey! This is trespassing. I'm calling the police to arrest you. That kick must have been pretty hard, causing the young white man to lie on the ground, coughing, as he finished speaking. But this warning was naturally ineffective against Xiao Qiu and his group. Xiao Qiu wasn't afraid at all, and the few people following him, including Xiao Peng, certainly weren't afraid either. After all, it was Xiao Qiu who kicked him. It wouldn't involve them. These people searched all of 701, and finally, all gathered in front of the only closed bedroom door. Open the door. At this moment, Xiao Qiu, who was usually gentle and refined, looked like a king of hell. He fiercely ordered the young white man, who was still lying on the ground. The young white man stammered, his eyes unfocused, clearly hiding something. All right, not opening the door, huh? He told the others to step back a bit. Xiao Qiu seemed ready to kick the door open directly. Just as his powerful leg was raised, ready to deliver a fatal blow, the bedroom door was actually opened from the inside. Xiao Qiu was stunned on the spot, including Xiao Peng and Xiao Nua, because none of them had expected that someone else lived here. However, they also saw the person they were looking for. The introverted girl's hands, feet, and body were bound to a red wooden chair, tied incredibly securely. In addition, her mouth was taped with clear adhesive tape, causing the introverted girl to only be able to cry and make muffled sounds, tears streaming down her face, when she saw Xiao Qiu and the others. The person was found. Everyone was overjoyed. After the initial joy, they all stared at a tall young black man standing in front of the introverted girl, who was tied to the chair. This black man was very dark. Under the light, his body was reflecting a greasy sheen. At this moment, the black man stared at Xiao Qiu and his group. Then, the black man disappeared from sight for a few seconds, and when he reappeared, he had a chainsaw in his hand, and the chainsaw was revved up. Buzzing. All of you, die. The black man suddenly shouted, then grabbed the chainsaw with both hands and swung it towards Xiao Qiu and the others outside the bedroom, trying to chop them. This scared Xiao Qiu and his group, who all screamed loudly and ran out of 701 in a panic. After this group ran out of 701, they split into two, running down the left and right stairwells. The young black man chased after the group on the left, swinging his chainsaw. Xiao Qiu and the others on the right breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the young black man wasn't chasing them. But then, they heard the distinct sound of a new chainsaw buzzing from inside the room. Immediately after, they saw the young white man, whom Xiao Qiu had kicked earlier, walk out of the room and into the hallway. A wicked smile hung on his lips, a razor-sharp chainsaw in his hand, and his eyes were blood red. Like a demon, he walked towards them step by step. "Run!" Xiao Qiu shouted, and everyone immediately scattered and ran. At this moment, in the live stream, the middle-aged uncle had just finished work, opened his mobile app, and watched the live stream, seeing this scene unfold before his eyes. Jiang Ran was affected. He stared at the scene of the Great Escape. The middle-aged uncle said in a strange tone, even though I just came online and don't know what happened, I remember those two foreigners chasing Xiao Nua and these college students, weren't they? Cultists? Why are they not cultists now, but chainsaw murderers? The two people living in 701 were both cultists of a certain cult. They lived there to hunt Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, and then offer them as sacrifices to an evil god. Like the introverted girl tied to the chair. If this accident hadn't happened, she would have been sacrificed by these two guys. However, in the past, the people in the livestream had only seen these two perform sacrifice rituals, never seen them wielding chainsaws, chasing people to hack. After understanding the whole story, the middle-aged uncle suddenly realized why these two foreigners were chasing people with chainsaws. At this moment, in Alice's apartment, Xiao Qiu and others, forced to play the Great Escape, were frantically fleeing. They ran, shouting for help and urging someone to call the police. They also passed by various rooms, desperately knocking on doors, trying to call for help. But the residents of many rooms seemed to know what was happening outside and simply wouldn't open their doors, fearing they would also get involved in this Great Escape. In 304, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Ran, who had finished a day of customer service work, was sitting on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. On the glass coffee table in front of him was a box of medicine and a glass of water. He had just taken his medication for dissociative identity disorder and was resting with his eyes closed. He hadn't rested for long when he heard noisy sounds, sometimes far, sometimes near. He frowned slightly. This was the first time such a noisy incident had occurred late at night since he moved in several days ago. After all, this apartment building had few residents, and they were all wealthy. It wasn't like those large apartment buildings, where all sorts of people mixed, a bunch of prostitutes and clients. He thought this noisy sound would disappear soon. But it only got worse, becoming clearer and clearer. It felt as if it was right next to him. Jiang Ran couldn't stand the noise anymore and, out of curiosity, walked to the door, opened it, and poked his head out to look. He wanted to see which scoundrel was making noise late at night. He frowned before looking, and his brows smoothed after looking. Anyway, Jiang Ran regretted looking. He saw several people, drenched in sweat and seemingly covered in blood, running towards him, and behind them, someone seemed to be chasing them. His intuition told Jiang Ran to quickly close the door. This was no longer something he could get involved in. Therefore, Jiang Ran followed his intuition and immediately closed the door, but unfortunately, it was too late. Those people had already burst into his home. Jiang Ran was forced to retreat, and after those people entered his home, they immediately closed the door. Then, all of them collapsed to the floor, their chests heaving violently. Their breathing was like that of an ox. After a moment of bewilderment, Jiang Ran recognized the identities of these people. You seem to be Xiao Nua's classmates and friends, right? 3 people entered Jiang Ran's home, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu panted, yes. Jiang Ran, what's going on with you? Why is there blood on you? Xiao questioned. To make a long story short, we're being hunted by the 2 foreigners living in apartment 701. They tied up our friend, and after we discovered it, they tried to kill us to silence us. Jiang Ran was stunned. That wild? That exciting? Why does it feel like you're filming a movie? Seeing Jiang Ran still seemed to be doubting them, Xiao Qiu said, I'm not lying, one of us has already died. The blood on us is the best proof. While Xiao Qiu and his group were escaping, one boy, for some unknown reason, stopped and tried to hide in the elevator. As a result, he didn't manage to hide in the elevator. Instead, he was torn apart by the chainsaw. That scene was unforgettable for Xiao Qiu and the others. Damn, if it's true, I need to call the police quickly. Jiang Ran was about to pull out his phone to call the police, but then he learned that Xiao Qiu and his group had already called. Now they were just running, trying not to be caught and killed, waiting for the police to arrive for support. For some reason, Jiang Ran had a bad feeling. Then, he finally knew why. Open the door. Open the door. Broken Chinese accompanied angry knocking on the door. Immediately, the 4 people inside dared not breathe. Soon, the knocking stopped. Instead, it was accompanied by the buzzing sound of a chainsaw. The person outside was using a chainsaw to saw the door. Wait. Is that the sound of a chainsaw? Jiang Ran, his face full of shock, stared at the 3 people. Yes, it's a chainsaw. Otherwise, why would the 3 of us be running? Xiao Qiu gasped for breath. Then do you think my door can withstand a chainsaw? Jiang Ran suddenly asked. For a moment, the 4 people fell silent simultaneously. Another minute passed, and the 4 made the same move. They worked together to push the large table inside the room against the door, holding it tightly, attempting to prevent the enemy's intrusion. But alas, the chainsaw was too sharp, and the middle of the door was already mostly destroyed. Jiang Ran's door was definitely of good quality, but unfortunately, the opponent was too powerful. He. At this moment, through the damaged middle section of the door, the young white man outside revealed a terrifying smile, then continued to destroy the door, and soon the door was mostly ruined. The hole in the door could easily allow the person outside to enter. The table was just a decoration. The 4 people, making a snap decision, were so scared that they immediately all ran to the bedroom and closed the bedroom door. What do we do? What do we do? Why aren't the police here yet? In the bedroom. The girl among the 4 was already crying desperately, tears streaming down her face. The other boy looked at Xiao Qiu and said, I remember Xiao Peng saying that you were studying criminal investigation and going to be a criminal detective in the future? Hurry up and come up with an idea. Xiao Qiu was being shaken by this boy so hard he felt like he was going to vomit. He also said helplessly, what can I do? It's true I'm studying criminal investigation, but I'm only studying, I haven't become a criminal detective yet. And the other side has a chainsaw. How can I deal with that? This boy was also on the verge of collapsing, especially when he thought of his friend who had died at the hands of the young white man earlier. He squatted on the ground and actually started crying. I don't want to die yet. Why did this have to happen to us? At this moment, in the live stream, the main camera split into 2. One side was the young black man's pursuit. The other side was the young white man's pursuit. Many people were watching both sides, but more were watching the young white man's side. Because the young black man's side was still in pursuit, while the young white man's side had already cornered the people. It was a situation of a fight to the death, where only one side could survive, which was naturally more exciting to watch. And to the surprise of many in the live stream, Jiang Ran, the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, was actually unluckily dragged into it. Originally, when this great escape incident happened, many people thought that Xiao Nua might be the 4th to die, given what had happened. And several of Xiao Nua's group had already died by the chainsaw. But to everyone's unexpected surprise, Jiang Ran was also involved. It was hard to say whether he was unlucky or what, as he got dragged in just by opening a door out of curiosity. Now, the most exciting moment was coming. In this round, the last 2 Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Would Jiang Ran die first, or would Xiao Nua die first? In the 304 bedroom, Jiang Ran watched the 3 people, Xiao Qiu, continuously piling all the items from his bedroom behind the door. He sat on his bed, watching this scene with a frown. It was not peaceful outside, nor was it peaceful inside. His mind was currently filled with danger warning system alarms. Ding! Host is about to encounter danger. Please get away as soon as possible. Points plus 10. Am I going to die here? No, I can't just die like this, at least I have to resist before I die. If Jiang Ran had known this situation, he wouldn't have opened the door. But regret was useless now. Danger, danger, danger. At this moment of internal conflict, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive, with only the roaring sound of a chainsaw audible from outside. Jiang Ran didn't even notice that a system prompt had appeared in his mind again. Ding! Detecting host is about to encounter danger, automatically activating host's other personality to resolve danger, consuming 1000 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this very moment, the young white man, wielding a chainsaw, had already entered apartment 304. After entering, he immediately began to break down the bedroom door. The door to apartment 304 was a security door, and a very high-quality one at that, but it couldn't withstand the chainsaw. Much less an ordinary room door. Forget this large chainsaw, even a regular fire axe could easily break through. Although little Q and the other two had piled many things behind the door, they were just scrap metal in front of the chainsaw. Soon, the young white man cleared everything away and appeared at the bedroom doorway. A chilling smile, blood-stained body, tall stature, and a chainsaw in his hand. After he entered, he sneered at little Q, saying, "Heh, you kicked me earlier. Now I allow you to kick me again." Little Q and the other two all had weapons in their hands, all items from the bedroom. Lamps, chairs, and the like. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone a human. The three of them had originally planned to rush in together and fight for their lives once the young white man entered. But when he actually entered, none of the three moved. They all wanted to wait for the others to go first, then follow, being exquisite individualists. Now, under the threat of the chainsaw, the three of them retreated together, backing up behind the bed, against the wall. "Let me think, who should I kill first?" The young white man sneered. Suddenly, he noticed someone still lying on the bed. "Stupid Chinese, do you think pretending to sleep on the bed will make you safe? I'll chop you first." The young white man sneered loudly. "Hey, wake up." Little Q reached out and pushed Jiang Ran, realizing he didn't know if this guy was really asleep or faking it. He couldn't wake him up. "Brother, get up quickly. Pretending to be dead won't help." Little Q hoped Jiang Ran would get up quickly, as he was also a combatant. He wasn't the kind of person who thought if someone else died first, he could die later. But no matter how much he coaxed, Jiang Ran just wouldn't wake up. Little Q felt it was impossible to wake someone who was pretending to sleep, so he simply stopped trying. He straightened up and stared at the young white man, who was still standing at the doorway, sneering. "Foreigner, you and that black man, are you two seriously ill in the head?" The black man is understandable, with naturally poor brain development, but you, a white man, are also following along in this idiocy? Little Q suddenly said through gritted teeth. The young white man continued to sneer. "Heh, Chinese, if my friend knew you were being racist here, you would die a terrible death. No, you would wish for death but not find it. Little question racism? I'm not just racist towards that person. I'm racist towards you too. You two big idiots, can't you tell the difference between the crime of kidnapping one person and the crime of killing several of us? Which is heavier?" Little Q felt that these two foreigners were truly insane. At the time they were discovered, it was a kidnapping charge. So what if they were discovered? At least it was a lighter charge than later pulling out a chainsaw and killing several of them, right? Murder to silence witnesses? Even if you killed them all, you wouldn't silence anyone. With so many people dead, the other residents of the apartment would definitely call the police to catch them. Therefore, he truly didn't understand what these two foreigners were thinking. At this moment, the young white man sneered, "You are very smart, but unfortunately, we are not that stupid either. You are looking at yourself and others from your own perspective, putting yourselves in our shoes. But you are not us, and the information we possess is not equal. Killing all of you is our best option. Little Q scoffed, alright, then come at me now. He was extremely provocative, but the young white man just stood motionless at the doorway. Therefore, the boy and girl next to little Q also noticed that something was amiss. Why wasn't he making a move? He had been so fierce when chasing them earlier. Although little Q studied criminal investigation, this was his first time encountering such an exciting death game. Real crime. So he was also flustered. Now he had completely calmed down. He knew why the young white man had been hesitant to act. After all, what you have in your hand is a chainsaw. It needs to make contact to kill, it's not a gun. If you rush over, the chainsaw can at most cut one person at a time, and taking advantage of this opportunity, if the others aren't too cowardly and don't all run away, but instead rush forward to snatch the chainsaw from your hand, you'll be in trouble. So, the reason you're hesitating now is precisely because you're worried about this. The young white man sneered mockingly, you're very smart. In that case, then you all come and try to see if you dare to snatch it. A bunch of trash who were chased so miserably by me before. Let's start with you first. The young white man fixed his gaze on Jiang Ran, who was still lying on the bed. He intended to use Jiang Ran to establish his authority first. Get up, brother, he's really going to chop you. Little Q reminded Jiang Ran again, but Jiang Ran seemed to be genuinely unconscious. Little Q felt he had done his utmost. At this moment, the young white man walked to the bedside, his eyes cold, and directly pressed the two-handed chainsaw downwards. He was preparing to perform an abdominal incision on Jiang Ran. Little Q and the other two couldn't bear to watch. They had already prepared themselves mentally to see a bloody scene and hear agonizing screams. At the same time, they were also ready to seize this opportunity to snatch the chainsaw or escape. This was the chance Jiang Ran bought for them, and they had to seize it. Jiang Ran's other personality. When the chainsaw was still about half a meter from Jiang Ran's abdomen, and all four people were staring intently at that spot, Jiang Ran, lying on the bed, suddenly moved. His left foot, with a strange speed and power, kicked the side of the chainsaw. With just one kick, he sent the chainsaw, held by the young white man with both hands, flying to the floor. Immediately after, with a quick carp jump, his right fist slammed into the young white man's face. With just one punch, the young white man flew backward. He lay on the ground, clutching his face and howling in pain. All of this concluded in a mere 3 seconds. Aside from Jiang Ran, the other four people present only reacted after everything had settled. The young white man was, of course, rolling on the ground in pain. Xiao Qiu and the other two were shouting, "Holy crap, holy crap!" At the same time, their gaze was entirely focused on Jiang Ran's retreating figure. They watched as that figure slowly exited the bedroom and entered the living room. Jiang Ran in the living room. At that moment, a smile played on his face. However, this smile was very strange. The usual Jiang Ran, when he smiled, was quite amiable. From his appearance, he seemed like a pretty good person. But the current Jiang Ran, when he smiled, looked extremely sinister and depraved. His entire demeanor was vastly different from before. He walked to the balcony, placed his hands on the railing, and gazed out at the world. His lips moved up and down, emitting a triumphant voice. "Ah, I'm finally out. It's finally my turn to come out. It's my turn to control this body." He looked down at his palms, clenching his fists repeatedly, feeling the vitality and strength throughout his body. Inside the bedroom. At this moment, Xiao Qiu picked up the chainsaw, which had stopped spinning, from the floor and placed it on the bed. He then called over another male, and the two of them used Jiang Ran's bedroom sheets to make a rope. The two intended to tie up the young white man with the rope. The young white man naturally refused to comply. Although Jiang Ran's punch had severely injured his face, he still tried to fight back. But he was, after all, only one person, and he couldn't beat the two people opposite him. He was firmly tied up with the rope made from the bedsheet. Even when tied up, the young white man remained unruly, cursing and swearing until he took several iron fists from Xiao Qiu and the other male before finally shutting up. Thank you. I can't believe you're so amazing. After restraining the young white man, Xiao Qiu and the other two came to the living room and thanked Zhang Ran, who was still on the balcony, observing the scenery outside. To be honest, all three of them, including Xiao Qiu, thought Zhang Ran was a goner at that moment. After all, the chainsaw was already at his doorstep, but they never expected Zhang Ran to be a hidden master. Hearing this, Zhang Ran, standing on the balcony, slowly turned around, facing the three people's gratitude. Zhang Ran, with a cold face, directly cursed, "You three idiots still have the nerve to thank me?" Suddenly being cursed at, Xiao Qiu and the other two were stunned. The other male among the three was a bit unconvinced. "Hey, how are you talking?" "How am I talking?" Zhang Ran raised an eyebrow. "You three big idiots, if I hadn't broken into my own house, would I have encountered such a thing?" The male immediately fell silent, because what the other person said was true. If they hadn't forced their way in, it indeed wouldn't have affected him. At this moment, Zhang Ran still had one more thing to say, which was that he also needed to thank these three people, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to come out on the young black man's side. The young black man, chainsaw in hand, chased Xiao Pang and the others, hacking and slashing all the way to outside the apartment. Fortunately, after they reached outside the apartment building, the police also arrived. "Drop your weapon." At this moment, 5 or 6 police officers aimed their guns at the young black man holding the chainsaw. Xiao Pang and the others all hid behind the police. The young black man looked at these police officers and was instead very arrogant. "Shoot if you dare." "Do you dare to hit me?" With that, he charged forward with the chainsaw. The young black man thought the police wouldn't dare to shoot him or do anything, but he never expected that as soon as he started moving, they opened fire. 5 or 6 bullets struck the young black man's body. The young black man looked down at the bullet holes on his body, his face full of disbelief. "You guys." The chainsaw in his hand fell to the ground, and he slowly collapsed, dying with his eyes open. The moment they saw the young black man die, Xiao Pang and the other university students who had been chased all breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped with their lives. However, they quickly remembered their companions and told the police. Upon hearing this, several police officers quickly entered the apartment building. After that, everything was very simple. About half an hour passed, and everything was taken care of. The young black man was decisively shot and killed for attacking the police. As for the young white man, he was captured alive. The introverted girl was rescued unharmed. But unfortunately, the introverted girl who was in trouble first ended up fine, but several other university students who were being chased died. Xiao Nua's group previously had 5 males and 5 females, a total of 10 people. Currently, 3 people have died. During the Great Escape, 1 person was chopped to death by the young white man's chainsaw, and 2 people were chopped to death by the young black man's chainsaw. At first, they thought the casualties were only that many. But later they found out it was more than that. There was also one missing person. Xiao Nua was missing. She mysteriously disappeared during the escape. Currently, there are no replies to her phone calls or messages. Since the police were also there, they directly checked the surveillance footage. After checking the surveillance, it was discovered that Xiao Nua mysteriously disappeared after entering a surveillance blind spot alone during her escape. Searching the apartments near where she disappeared also yielded no results. They could only file a case and arrest the culprits before leaving. At this moment, inside a police car, the young white man was sandwiched between 2 uniformed police officers. After the police car drove away from Alice's apartment, the young white man, in broken Chinese, said, "Why did you kill my partner? I know you are impersonating police, you are fake police, you are the organizers. Your young black man friend was brain damaged and tried to attack us, so we killed him." The person in the passenger seat in front, who was supposedly the game organizer, said indifferently, Then you could have shot his leg. Or his arm. There was no need to kill him directly, was there? The young white man protested. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I'll send you to meet your young black man partner. The man in the front passenger seat's voice grew even colder. The young white man seemed to sense the killing intent in the man's words. He, who had countless lives on his hands, was actually a little afraid. Where are you taking me now? We're sending you to the Alice apartment abroad. You've been eliminated from the Alice apartment in this country. Abroad? Which country specifically? Sakura country. Round 25 is coming to an end. Xiao Pang and his group, the remaining 6 people, all gathered downstairs at Alice apartment. They still hadn't left even after several police cars departed. After waiting for a while, several ambulances arrived, and several medical personnel moved the bodies of the 3 deceased onto the ambulances. They also called the university counselors of these 3 people, asking the counselors to contact their parents. After that, the ambulances also left. The place finally quieted down for a while. Let's go back to Xiao Nua's place first. Our stuff is still there. One of the people suggested. To be honest, after this great escape event, the remaining 6 people inexplicably felt a sense of fear towards this Alice apartment. If it weren't for their belongings being at Xiao Nua's place, they wouldn't have wanted to go up. Upon entering Alice's apartment, they saw Administrator Xiao Zhang on the first floor making an anxious phone call. He was probably contacting his superiors to handle the aftermath of the apartment, given such a major incident had occurred. As the 6 people took the elevator to the 9th floor, the introverted girl completely broke down and cried in the elevator. After being rescued, the introverted girl had exchanged information with the people outside. It turned out that the introverted girl, playing truth or dare, had indeed knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was also the young white man from 701. The 2 sides communicated with each other. The young white man also agreed to the introverted girl's request because they needed to take a group photo and also capture the door number. So the young white man asked the young black man, who lived with him, to come out and use the introverted girl's phone to take their picture. But something the introverted girl never expected happened. Just as they were ready to take the photo, the young white man suddenly attacked. He directly covered the introverted girl's mouth, and together with the young black man, who was pretending to take a picture with the phone, they dragged her into 701. The introverted girl was already small in stature, let alone 2 foreigners, each over 6 feet tall, even one could easily subdue her. After that, she was tied to a chair and gagged, preventing her from making any sound. The introverted girl was terrified at the time, crying uncontrollably. After all, there was the living example of Wang Ju earlier, and she feared she would also suffer Wang Ju's fate. Fortunately, she did not encounter such a situation. Of course, what was even more fortunate was that Xiao Pang and Xiao Qiu arrived in time. Of course, after being rescued, the introverted girl learned what Xiao Pang and the others had experienced, especially seeing the gruesome and extremely bloody bodies of her 3 friends, disfigured by the chainsaw. She had been trying to hold back then, but now she simply couldn't. Her crying caused the emotions of the remaining few to also collapse. After all, they were all university students, who had ever experienced such a thrilling and terrifying event? It was like being in a horror movie, being chased by a serial killer. Now their entire bodies and limbs were uncontrollably trembling. The only ones in relatively better condition were Xiao Pang, Xiao Qiu, and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, though not crying at this moment, started to curse. It's all Xiao Nua's fault. If it wasn't for this lousy place Xiao Nua lives in, would we have come here to play? Would so many things have happened? First, there was that incident with Wang Ju, and 2 of us got into trouble, and now this incident, several more of us got into trouble. Xiao Pang heard Xiao Hua's complaints and was a bit impatient. Enough! Xiao Nua, always blaming Xiao Nua herself is missing now, and you're still blaming her? Xiao Hua shut up, but she was a bit resentful that Xiao Pang was defending Xiao Nua so much. After all, how many days had Xiao Nua been dating him? How long had she been dating him? However, she was also happy in her heart. Xiaonghua was missing, and it would be best if she stayed missing forever. The group returned to Xiaonhua's place. Although the door was closed, Xiao Peng had the key. After entering Xiaonhua's place, they took their respective belongings. Looking at the cold and desolate living room, recalling the lively atmosphere when they first arrived, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After collecting their things, none of them dared to stay there any longer, fearing that something else might happen, so they hurriedly left. Next, they still had many things to deal with and cooperate on. The fourth Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Xiaonhua, has died. The betting amount of 5.67 million has all been transferred to the final prize pool. Round 5, 5 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, 4 have died, only the last Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Zhang Ran, remains. The total betting amount for round 25 is 134.95 million. It has now all been distributed according to shares to users who bet on Zhang Ran. Round 25 still has 3 days left to end. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, after the long-haired beauty announced a long string of things, she disappeared from the live broadcast room again. After she disappeared, it was the mutual and discussion of the people in the live broadcast room. For Xiao Peng and others, they were caught in the situation. Xiaonhua mysteriously disappeared in the apartment. But for the people in the live broadcast room, with their god's eye view, they clearly saw how Xiaonhua disappeared and where she died. When they saw the scene of Xiaonua's death, they could only say, Xiaonhua was truly unlucky. Those who bet on Xiaonhua were even more upset. If Zhang Ran had been sawed to death by the chainsaw at that time, they would have been the final winners, but who would have thought Zhang Ran's skill was so impressive? Little Dragon Girl, in the end, it was still the Diamond Bachelor, Brother Wang, who won. Of the 1.08 million bet on Zhang Ran, Brother Wang alone bet 580,000. That means out of more than 130 million, he can get over 70 million. The final distribution of money was not divided equally by the number of bettors, but by the amount bet. Your amount accounted for what percentage of the total betting amount, and your final share of the money would be that same percentage. So the Diamond Bachelor made a huge profit. Many people in the live broadcast room were silent. After all, they all thought at first that Zhang Ran, this rookie who knew nothing, wouldn't survive to the end and would definitely die first. But what happened? Domineering female CEO, next time I'm following Brother Wan's bets. Fairy sister, me too. I want to make money. I am a hero. Alright, the outcome of round 25 is out, and the money has been distributed. Now let's see if Zhang Ran can survive these remaining 3 days of this round, or even survive to the next round. Middle-aged uncle, I feel like he can survive to the next round. This kid is too strange. Don't you feel that Zhang Ran now is a bit unlike the Zhang Ran from before? Little aunt, yes, he indeed doesn't seem like the same person, especially his every move and the way he smiles. I don't know if you noticed, but Zhang Ran seems to have been taking some kind of medicine these days? Is he sick? The information the organizer gave about him didn't mention it? Little aunt, oh, holy crap, no, the organizer just suddenly updated Zhang Ran's information. Zhang Ran seems to have recently gone to the hospital to get medication for dissociative identity disorder? Is he mentally ill? Fighting against the old man 301 again. The middle-aged uncle, a patient with dissociative identity disorder? So he should have multiple personalities within him? No wonder he looks different now compared to before. Could it be that one of his personalities has taken over his body now? The discussion in the live stream was incredibly heated. It was at this moment that someone commented, "Hey, everyone, quickly look at the live stream. Zhang Ran and the 301 old man are interacting again." At this moment, Zhang Ran was preparing to leave the apartment to enjoy a taste of freedom. As he was about to pass by 301, the door to 301 opened. The 301 old man, with his hunched back, appeared once more. "Zhang Ran, are you free? Can you help an old man like me with something?" Stopping in his tracks, Zhang Ran tilted his head, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Grandpa, what is it?" "Oh, it's just that my light bulb blew out." Can you change it for me again? The 301 old man was prepared this time. Last time, he only had 5 tasks ready. Jiang Ran managed to escape them, but this time, he had meticulously planned 30 tasks. He refused to believe that Jiang Ran could complete all of them this time. Last time he got away, but this time, he absolutely wouldn't. He wanted to wash away his humiliation. Sure, Grandpa, no problem. Jiang Ran strode into apartment 301. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, the 301 old man smiled coldly. As he, too, entered 301, he suddenly remembered something. It was that the Jiang Ran he saw today felt somewhat different from the Jiang Ran he had seen that day, but he couldn't quite pinpoint where the difference lay. Never mind, he's taken the bait anyway. He's dead today. Inside apartment 301. Jiang Ran, the new light bulb is on the sofa, and the broken one is the one in the living room. Alright, Grandpa. Jiang Ran's movements were still as swift, and he quickly replaced the broken light bulb in the living room. Before he could even get down from the table he was standing on, the 301 old man spoke again. Jiang Ran, I'm so hungry right now. Can you cook a meal for me? After getting down from the table, Jiang Ran took out his phone and checked the time. It was 2:30 a.m. The incident with the 2 foreigners had only just settled down. Putting his phone away, he curved his lips. Alright, Grandpa. Jiang Ran then began to cook. The 301 old man sat obediently on the sofa, waiting to eat while watching Jiang Ran work. Jiang Ran started cooking. The 301 old man's refrigerator still had quite a lot of vegetables. At this moment, Jiang Ran set up the pot, turned on the stove, and poured in oil. Before the oil was even hot, he dumped a whole bunch of unwashed and uncut vegetables, fruits, and meats into the pot. Tomatoes, potatoes, spinach, pork, beef, etc. It was a big hodgepodge. Jiang Ran stir-fried the dishes, grinning wickedly. Soon, the dish was done. Jiang Ran carried it, pot and all, to the table. The 301 old man stared at the dish, stunned. He sniffed, having already smelled a strange odor while Jiang Ran was cooking. When he stood up from the sofa and saw the dish Jiang Ran had cooked for him, his eyes almost popped out of his head. This. What was this disgusting, pitch-black, multicolored mess? Although the dish Jiang Ran cooked for him last time was only mediocre, it was at least edible. Now, was this dish edible? A jumbled mess of everything. Grandpa, let's eat. Jiang Ran also served the 301 old man a bowl of rice that had only been cooked for a dozen minutes and was still undercooked. The chopsticks were all ready. Everything was placed in front of him. With a watchful gaze, he stared at the 301 old man. The 301 old man chuckled. Alright, I'll eat, but Grandpa has another favor to ask you. Jiang Ran, what is it? The 301 old man, it's to help me clean my house. Jiang Ran, no problem, but I need to see you eat the meal I cooked, Grandpa. Only after you finish eating can I feel at ease to clean. At this, the 301 old man looked down at the white, uncooked rice and the dark cuisine in the pot. He swore in his heart that he would absolutely not eat it. If he ate this, he would surely end up in the hospital. He smiled. It's fine, I'll eat while you clean. We won't delay each other. Jiang Ran shook his head. No, you must eat first. After all, I worked so hard to make this for you, Grandpa. If you don't eat it, wouldn't that be a waste of my good intentions? The 301 old man was completely speechless. Was he stuck here this time? Did he really have to eat this stuff? After all, Jiang Ran hadn't refused to do things for him, but the prerequisite for doing things was that he ate this stuff first. It was as if Jiang Ran was exploiting a loophole. It didn't count as violating the killing rule. The situation was at a stalemate here. The 301 old man sat by the table, head down and unmoving, while Jiang Ran stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the old man. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, the 301 old man had an idea. Jiang Ran, why don't you eat with Grandpa? The 301 old man's killing rule was to ask the other person to do things at his house. If they didn't do it, he would kill them. Although inviting someone to eat with him didn't seem to quite fit the doing things criteria. But the 301 old man was clearly cornered and had no other choice. Jiang Ran smiled brightly. All right. He then served himself a bowl of rice and sat at the table. Grandpa, let's eat. The 301 old man, Jiang Ran, you eat quickly. The 301 old man, you eat first. Jiang Ran, no, you eat first. You take a bite first, then I'll eat. The 301 old man had no choice but to endure it. He stared at the rice in the bowl and took a bite. Wow, it was so hard, he couldn't chew it at all. Grandpa, eat your vegetables. Jiang Ran said with a smile. The 301 old man had no choice but to pick up a little bit of the dish and put it in his mouth. He took a bite. The taste was so strange and disgusting, but he still swallowed it. Jiang Ran, it's your turn. The 301 old man filled a glass with water, drank it, and rinsed his mouth. Jiang Ran, however, said, "Oh, I'm not hungry. I'm not eating." Upon hearing this, the 301 old man was exceptionally furious, feeling that he had been tricked. This disgusting stuff, you made it yourself, and you won't eat it, but you tricked him into eating it? But then he thought, Jiang Ran had already violated his killing rule, so he could act against him. Although the 301 old man felt that this trigger didn't quite conform to his usual killing rules. But there was no other way. Jiang Ran was too difficult to deal with, so he would make an exception. And the 301 old man had already decided. Once he subdued Jiang Ran, he would force Jiang Ran to eat all the disgusting dark cuisine he had made himself. Let him torment this old man. Grandpa, eat slowly, no rush. At this moment, Jiang Ran said with a cheerful smile. And while Jiang Ran was smiling cheerfully, the 301 old man, who was originally sitting at the table with a hunched back, actually, in front of Jiang Ran, slowly straightened his back. Then, the old man slowly and gradually stood up. He stood as straight as a pine tree, very upright. His back was erect. He was a full 1.75 meters tall. End of round 25. Jiang Ran didn't seem too surprised by the 301 old man's sudden change in demeanor. Instead, he said teasingly, "Grandpa, your back is better, huh? You should thank me for that. It must be because the food I cooked was so delicious it cured your back." After the 301 old man stood up, he was also all smiles, his facial wrinkles crinkling together. "Yes, thanks to you, young man, so to thank you, Grandpa will treat you to some steamed buns." With that, the 301 old man, who had stood up, suddenly launched an attack. His right fist shot out like lightning. Leaving aside the force, just the speed of this punch was something many young men in their 20s couldn't replicate, even if they threw a punch with all their might. This was already quite exaggerated, but Jiang Ran, facing him, was even more so. As the punch came towards him, he immediately stood up and threw a punch of his own. The movement was fast and fluid. Seamless. Bang! Jiang Ran's and the 301 old man's fists collided fiercely. After the collision, Jiang Ran calmly withdrew his fist. Nothing seemed to have happened, but after the 301 old man withdrew his fist, and even his entire arm, trembled slightly, and his face twitched several times. "Good kid, I underestimated you before, I didn't expect you to be a martial artist." "Heh, Grandpa, the feeling is mutual. Who would have thought that not only was your back faked, but your martial arts are also quite formidable." After their eyes met for 3 seconds, the two of them, like sworn enemies, started fighting. 301, like some other apartments, had soundproofing. So, no matter how much noise the two of them made fighting for their lives in 301, no one else in the apartment knew. But everyone in the live stream knew. Even though it was already 3 a.m. Because of the great escape that happened last night and early this morning, many people in the live stream hadn't slept. Therefore, they also witnessed the live scene of Jiang Ran and the 301 old man fighting for their lives. Watching the fight, the live stream was incredibly lively. Damn, Jiang Ran's current personality is ridiculously strong, isn't it? He can actually fight this old man back and forth? Yeah, this old man is deadly good at fighting, definitely a martial artist. I run a martial arts school, and this old man's moves are definitely professional. Exciting! To be able to see such a wonderful fight. It's even better than those kung fu movies. So awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. The 5 people this old man killed before were like little chicks. This old man always pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger, but now he's finally met his match. The fight lasted a full hour. The 301 living room was in chaos. Finally, the one still standing was Jiang Ran. Although he won in the end, Jiang Ran had many injuries all over his body, and his face was swollen. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said to the old man on the ground, who looked even worse than him and was on his last breath. Old man, if you were a few decades younger, the same age as me, I really wouldn't be your opponent. Unfortunately, you are old after all. With that, Jiang Ran even thoughtfully called 120 for the old man before leaving. He had originally planned to go out but returned to his own home. That fight just now had left him feeling exhausted. So he prepared to rest for a while. But shortly after he returned, the system's cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding, detected that the host has escaped danger, the personality has re-entered dormancy, and the main personality has returned. Jiang Ran's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and he cursed, damn, I don't want to go back. The next day. Morning. Jiang Ran woke up from a nightmare, and after waking, he found himself covered in injuries, his whole body aching abnormally. Strange, what's with all these injuries on me? Also, I remember I wasn't forced into the bedroom by someone with a chainsaw last night, was I? Could it all have been a dream? He looked around the bedroom and found it was a mess. Leaving the bedroom, he found the living room was also a mess. Especially the anti-theft door, which was even more horrific. Clearly, yesterday was not a dream. If it wasn't a dream, then what happened afterward, and what's with the injuries on his body? While he was thinking, a familiar voice came from the hallway outside. Administrator Xiao Zhang, with several people in work uniforms and carrying materials and tools, entered Jiang Ran's home. As soon as he entered the house, Administrator Xiao Zhang said, "Oh, I'm sorry, mister. Jiang Ran, last night's incident caused you trouble and damage to your home. However, please rest assured that our apartment will bear all losses to your home. We will now replace and repair everything for you." After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, the workers who came with him began to work. Jiang Ran scratched his head and asked Xiao Zhang what exactly had happened last night. Xiao Zhang briefly explained that there were 2 foreign criminals in the apartment who attempted to harm Xiao Nuo's classmate, and finally, the police arrived and successfully resolved everything. Jiang Ran still couldn't figure out some things, so he simply stopped thinking about them. At least he was still alive now. As for the injuries on his body, Xiao Zhang saw Jiang Ran's injuries and immediately said to him, "Mr. Jiang Ran, this must have also been caused last night, right? Please go to the hospital for a checkup. Our apartment will reimburse your medical expenses." Jiang Ran had already planned to go to the hospital to treat his wounds, and since someone was reimbursing him, he couldn't ask for more. The rest of the time passed smoothly. Jiang Ran's house was completely replaced and repaired by the workers brought by Administrator Xiao Zhang, with high efficiency. The structural damage caused by the Great Escape that night in the apartment was also completely replaced and repaired. Jiang Ran also went to the hospital for a checkup and treatment. They were all superficial wounds, nothing serious. Everything went smoothly for Jiang Ran. More importantly, all these matters were settled within the last 3 days of the 7-day 25th round. That means Jiang Ran, as a Xiaobai little white mice, successfully survived the 25th round. People in the livestream weren't too surprised by this. After all, the fight that night was too fierce. Although it might not have been Jiang Ran's main personality but another personality that did it. But it also proved that Jiang Ran was extremely difficult to kill. Livestream. Middle-aged uncle, alright, alright, the 25th round is over, waiting for the 26th round. I wonder how many days we'll have to wait this time. Domineering female CEO, the 24th round was 5 days before the 25th round. This speed is considered medium for the broadcast. For the 26th round, we'll just have to wait slowly. Little Dragon Girl, the livestream will close in 10 minutes. Although Jiang Ran survived the 25th round, it would be quite a pity if he died in the apartment before the 26th round started and couldn't participate. In many previous rounds, some Xiaobai little white mice, successfully survived one round but didn't live to the start of the next round. After all, the neighbors are better than distant relatives. Livestream closing doesn't mean that the perverted killers in the apartment are resting. Class reunion, ex-girlfriend. I am a hero. Does anyone have recommendations for other good livestreams on this black software? Fairy sister, look at the popularity rankings, but other livestreams aren't as good as this one. Jiang Ran received a call from his ex-girlfriend that day. When he says his ex-girlfriend, he actually means the original owner's ex-girlfriend. The original owner had also been dumped by this ex-girlfriend, which led him to work multiple jobs to earn money, ultimately working himself to death. Jiang Ran searched his memories. After the original owner and his ex-girlfriend broke up, they had no contact. This time, with the ex-girlfriend suddenly calling, what did she want? It couldn't be some melodramatic plot inviting me, her ex-boyfriend, to her wedding, could it? After finishing the call, Jiang Ran knew why his ex-girlfriend had called. It turned out she was crying about her new boyfriend dumping her and wanted to seek comfort from Jiang Ran, her ex-boyfriend. Jiang Ran knew that if he went this time, there was a high probability of eating. But from the original owner's past memories, Jiang Ran realized this ex-girlfriend was not an easy person to deal with. Although she was also the beautiful type. Therefore, in the end, Jiang Ran still decided not to meet this ex-girlfriend. If he got entangled with that demon, it would be a disaster. That day, Jiang Ran also received a second call. It was from a few of the original owner's good university friends inviting him to dinner tomorrow. Jiang Ran happened to be free tomorrow, and a free meal sounded good. So he accepted. The next day. At noon, in a private room at a restaurant. 3 men and 2 women. Of the 3 men, one was Jiang Ran. Another was quite fat, weighing about 200 caddies, with a height of 1.7 meters. His face was always smiling. The last one had a standard build but was very short, only 1.6 meters, though he looked about 1.7 meters now, wearing who knows how many internal height-increasing insoles, and his shoes also had terrifyingly high heels. The other 2 women. The first had an ordinary appearance and a decent height of 1.6 meters. The second was beautiful, with a mature, older sister-type appearance, and her height was also very older sister-like, a full 1.7 meters. All 5 were from the same university, the same year, and the same club. They met in the club, and their friendship had been very good since university. It had continued to the present. This dinner was initiated by the 200 caddy fatty. The reason for initiating it was simple. Due to his weight, the fatty, who had always struggled to find a girlfriend, finally met a girl through a relative's introduction for a blind date. Xiaohua's boyfriend and the girl had a very good relationship and were already engaged. So this dinner from the fatty was to celebrate himself and to gather his good friends who hadn't met in a long time. Fatty, you're amazing, I can't believe you're already engaged. And you didn't even invite us to the engagement. At this moment, the short guy picked up a bottle of baijiu and poured a lot of it into the fatty's glass, glugging it down. As punishment. Oh, it was just an engagement, I didn't invite many people, just some relatives. I'll definitely invite you all to the wedding. After all, you'll have to give your red envelopes. The fatty happily raised his glass, laughed heartily, and drank it all. After drinking, he scanned the others and said, "Don't just talk about me, tell me about your love lives." The short guy put his arm around the ordinary-looking girl next to him, revealing a brilliant smile. "Our relationship is also very good, and we're getting engaged soon." The ordinary-looking girl's face flushed. Upon hearing this, the fatty exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, when did you two start dating?" "I jeezy Nan, it's a secret. Anyway, since we're getting engaged soon, we might as well announce it to you all." "Fatty, congratulations, congratulations." Next, the fatty's gaze turned to the tall, beautiful, older sister-type girl. Her name was Wang Qingzhao. Her parents named her after the famous ancient female poet Li Qingzhao. "Qingzhao, how is your relationship with Wang Zhu's boyfriend?" Wang Qingzhao smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "We broke up a long time ago." "Broke up? Why did you break up out of the blue?" "Wang Qingzhao, I'm not afraid of you laughing, but I'm relatively conservative and refuse premarital sex. He couldn't stand it, so we broke up." Everyone suddenly understood, then all looked at Jiangran. The fatty gave an evil smile. "Jiangran, how's your relationship with Xinxing? I clearly remember that you and she were the first to get together, and you were inseparable all the time in school." Xinxing was the ex-girlfriend who called. "Jiangran, we broke up a long time ago." "Broke up?" Everyone was very surprised, especially Wang Qingzhao, who was sitting to Jiangran's left. "Fatty, how did you break up?" "You two had such a good relationship back then, I was already preparing to drink your wedding wine after university." Jiangran said calmly, "Don't even think about wedding wine. Xinxing thought I was poor, so she found someone rich." The fatty didn't expect this reason, as the Xinxing they knew in university wasn't a materialistic girl. Jiangran himself said that people change, not valuing material things before doesn't mean they won't in the future. At this point, the fatty suddenly said, "Hey, Jiangran and Wang Qingzhao, since you two are both single now, why don't you just get together?" The fatty suddenly used the skill, matchmaker. This made both protagonists pause, then they exchanged a knowing glance, and immediately turned their heads to avoid awkwardness. The fatty at this moment picked up the glass of baijiu on the table, which was filled to the brim, and chugged it down. Afterward, he continued, "You two don't need to hide it anymore." Who didn't know back then that both Wang Qingzhao and Xinxing liked Jiangran, but in the end, Jiangran chose Xinxing. "Now it's good, Xinxing is gone, isn't it great for you two to get together?" Just as the fatty finished speaking, the door to the restaurant's private room suddenly opened. Everyone in the room thought it was a waiter, but it wasn't. Instead, it was an acquaintance. "It seems we're not too late, are we?" A clear female voice rang out. Jiang Ran's ex-girlfriend, Xinxing, and her boyfriend, Zhou Wu, officially entered. Suddenly seeing his ex-girlfriend arrive, Jiang Ran stared at the fatty in confusion. The fatty was also a bit awkward. "Ha ha ha, well, Xinxing used to be part of our little group. But didn't you say you weren't coming before? Why are you here now?" "That's right, this university club small group originally consisted of 6 people. Xinxing was the 6th person. Xinxing was the type who was very feminine." At this moment, she sat down with her boyfriend, Zhou Wu. Xinxing replied to the fatty, "How could I not come to a reunion of old classmates?" Immediately, Xinxing's gaze turned to Jiang Ran across from her. Jiang Ran stared at Xinxing, then looked at Zhou Wu next to her. He was very confused. Didn't they say they broke up? How did they get back together? Wang Qingzhao. The sudden arrival of Xinxing and her Wang Zhu's boyfriend gradually turned the already heated atmosphere to an ice-cold one. It seemed Xinxing noticed this and took the initiative to open up the conversation. "I have good news for everyone. Zhou Wu and I are already engaged and will be getting married soon. I invite all of you to our wedding then. You must come. You too, Jiangran, you must come." At this moment, everyone at the table couldn't help but feel awkward for Jiangran and wiped their brows. After all, Xiaohuo's boyfriend had been together for so many years, it was impossible to say there were no feelings, yet she invited her ex Wang Zhu's boyfriend to her wedding. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable in that situation? But it seemed everyone had overthought it. Jiang Ran said calmly, "Okay, I'll definitely attend." Jiang Ran's demeanor was very composed, as if he were attending the wedding of a regular classmate, not his ex-girlfriend's. Jiang Ran also noticed the looks from the others, and he found it a bit amusing. He wasn't the original owner, he didn't have those kinds of feelings for Xinxing, so if she got married, she got married. Xinxing watched Jiang Ran, who showed no unusual reaction to her wedding invitation. She felt a bit displeased. She changed the subject. I haven't introduced my Wangju's boyfriend to everyone yet. My Wangju's boyfriend is Zhou Wu, the same age as me. His family owns a textile factory, and he drives a 300,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz. Our marital home is in Alice apartment. Xinxing's expression was quite proud. Everyone was actually prepared for Xinxing's Wangju's boyfriend to be quite wealthy. After all, Jiang Ran had mentioned before that Xinxing had found a rich person. At that moment, the fatty listened and asked with some surprise, "It sounds like your Wangju's boyfriend, Xinxing, has excellent conditions, at least no one here can compare. But why did you buy an apartment for your marital home? Apartment are messy places, full of clucking noises." Xinxing rolled her eyes at the fatty. "You dead fatty, what do you know? Alice apartment isn't that kind of trashy public apartment. It's a high-end apartment. Only rich people can live there. It's 50,000 yuan per square meter." The fatty scratched his head. "Oh, I see. Xinxing, after dinner, you can come visit my marital home." Several people listened and all found excuses to decline. The meal ended around 2 in the afternoon. The group parted ways at the restaurant entrance. The fatty drove off to meet his fiancée. The short guy and the plain-looking girl also drove away, saying they were going on a date elsewhere. Xinxing, meanwhile, got into her Wangju's boyfriend Zhou Wu's Mercedes-Benz. They were going to her marital home. Although Zhou Wu remained silent throughout the meal, Jiang Ran could clearly feel the intense hostility in Zhou Wu's gaze towards him. He must have known he was Xinxing's ex-Wangju's boyfriend. "Jiang Ran, where are you going? Shall I give you a ride home?" Wang Qingzhao had also driven there. Among the people present, only Jiang Ran didn't have a car. "Thank you, then I won't be polite." Jiang Ran smiled at her. Immediately after, outside the restaurant, Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao, the last two, also left. And after they left, a young man in his 20s emerged from the coffee shop across the street. He stared intently at Wang Qingzhao's car. "In the car. Jiang Ran, where are you headed?" Wang Qingzhao was driving, and the car was filled with her perfume scent. Jiang Ran said, "To Alice apartment." Wang Qingzhao turned to look at Jiang Ran, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, he's still thinking about his ex-girlfriend, after all. Jiang Ran seemed to have read Wang Qingzhao's thoughts at this moment and said, "Qingzhao, don't misunderstand. I'm not going there because Xinxing's marital home is there. I'm going because my home is also an Alice apartment." "Your home too?" Wang Qingzhao was very surprised. "Why would you rent there? The monthly rent can't be cheap, right? After all, it's 50,000 per square meter." Jiang Ran smiled. "Renting certainly isn't cheap, but I'm not renting, I own a house there." Wang Qingzhao was even more astonished. "Own a house? When did you get so rich?" Jiang Ran, "No, it's like this." Jiang Ran recounted how he won the lottery by buying a pancake. Wang Qingzhao shook her head and smiled. "Good luck. If you had won this house earlier, perhaps you and Xinxing would still be together." Jiang Ran said, "Perhaps, but breaking up was bound to happen sooner or later." Next, the car drove all the way to Alice apartment. When Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao reached the gate, Xinxing and Zhou Wu were just about to pass through. Seeing Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao, Xinxing said with some surprise and pride, "Oh, didn't you two say you weren't coming to visit my marital home? Why did you follow us?" Jiang Ran glanced at her. "You misunderstood, my home is also here." "Your home is here too? Rented, right?" Zhou Wu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He said in a tone of a superior addressing an inferior, "No wonder Xinger broke up with you, you don't know how to live. The cheapest unit in Alice apartment costs 3,000 a month in rent. You really don't need to live here just to show how well you're doing." As he spoke, Zhou Wu jingled his Mercedes-Benz car keys. Jiang Ran remained silent. Wang Qingzhao wanted to speak up for Jiang Ran but was stopped by him. Only after Xinxing and Xiaohua's boyfriend had passed through the gate did Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao follow. And when they took the elevator, Xinxing and Xiaohua's boyfriend went first. Jiang Ran, why didn't you explain just now? In the elevator, Wang Qingzhao spoke up for Jiang Ran, you don't need to let them look down on you like that. Jiang Ran was nonchalant, let them look down on me, I don't care. He spread his hands. You've changed from before. Hearing Jiang Ran's reply, Wang Qingzhao carefully scrutinized him. How have I changed? Jiang Ran asked. Wang Qingzhao said, your personality has become less competitive. In the past, you would definitely have explained that you own a house here, not rent one. Jiang Ran smiled, people change. Jiang Ran thought to himself, the original owner's personality was indeed somewhat competitive and unwilling to admit defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked several jobs alone to earn more money and slap his girlfriend, ultimately working himself to death. He wouldn't do that, he currently only has one job, maintaining his food and drink and buying medicine to control his dissociative identity disorder. In front of door 304. Wang Qingzhao followed Jiang Ran here. After Jiang Ran unlocked with his fingerprint, they entered Jiang Ran's home. Upon entering, Wang Qingzhao's eyes lit up. Because Jiang Ran's home was quite well decorated. It gave off a very comfortable feeling. And most importantly, it was very clean. To put it bluntly, it was even cleaner than her own home. She didn't think Jiang Ran had specially cleaned it, because Jiang Ran couldn't have known someone was coming to his house. Therefore, this was Jiang Ran's usual, very clean style. Misfortune. So excellent. Wang Qingzhao looked at Jiang Ran's back, a deep admiration flashing in her eyes. Drink some water. At this moment, Wang Qingzhao was sitting on the sofa, and Jiang Ran poured her a cup of hot water and prepared some milk candies. While Jiang Ran went to the balcony to collect clothes, Wang Qingzhao, out of curiosity, caught a glimpse of a bottle of medicine on the coffee table. In front of her in the living room. Arnav sheeting. She read out the name of the medicine, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She just held it in her hand, casually flipping it over to the side that listed the symptoms it treated. When she saw that this stuff actually had effects in treating dissociative identity disorder, schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety, her mouth instantly dropped open. Jiang Ran also returned and saw Wang Qingzhao holding his medicine bottle. Wang Qingzhao looked up and said, Jiang Ran, this medicine? After throwing all the clothes onto the bed in the bedroom, Jiang Ran said, yes, I take it. Wang Qingzhao was a bit shocked because she remembered that ever since she knew Jiang Ran, she hadn't remembered him having any mental health issues. Could it be the blow from breaking up with Xinxing? From this moment, Wang Qingzhao felt even more heartache for this boy. She also regretted what happened back then even more. Back then, Jiang Ran, she, and Xinxing all had similar feelings for each other. Both of them liked Jiang Ran, but neither had confessed. Until one university summer vacation. Jiang Ran called her and Xinxing, saying he wanted to meet. She happened to be traveling that summer vacation, so she could only refuse. She didn't think much of it. Xinxing went anyway. And after she went, when she returned from her trip, she found that the two of them had gotten together. It turned out that Jiang Ran hadn't called them for no reason, but because at that time, Jiang Ran had a severe cold and needed someone to take care of him, which was why he called them. He had called her first, but she hadn't seized the opportunity. If she hadn't gone traveling then, she would have definitely gone. Unfortunately, regret was useless, everything was in the past. What had happened could no longer be changed. Oh, right, Jiang Ran, do you still remember back in university, our school had a... As if to change the somewhat sad topic, Wang Qingzhao proactively brought up interesting things from their university days. Jiang Ran, relying on the original owner's memories, also actively chatted with Wang Qingzhao, reminiscing about their past life. After they finished chatting, they realized it was already 6 in the evening. Jiang Ran simply told Wang Qingzhao to have dinner before going back. Wang Qingzhao was also very happy to taste Zhang Ran's cooking. After all, during their university days, Zhang Ran's specialty was instant noodles. Everything else was hard to describe. The two of them finished dinner, and it was already 7 in the evening. Wang Qingzhao should have left. But at this moment, Wang Qingzhao awkwardly said to Zhang Ran, I don't want to hide it from you, can I stay at your place for a night? Zhang Ran was startled, why? Wang Qingzhao, my upstairs neighbor is renovating, and they're not normal. They renovate during the day and at night. Complaining is useless. These past few nights, I've either stayed in a hotel or made do in my car, so can I? Alright, I don't mind. It'll also save you a night's hotel fee. Zhang Ran didn't care. That night, Zhang Ran also gave his room to Wang Qingzhao, while he slept on the sofa, which made Wang Qingzhao very embarrassed but also very touched. Late at night, Wang Qingzhao, lying in bed, couldn't fall asleep. So, she walked out of the bedroom and quietly came to the living room, wanting to see if Zhang Ran was asleep. The faint breathing sounds from the living room also proved that Zhang Ran was sleeping soundly. In the darkness, Wang Qingzhao stared at the blurred figure of Zhang Ran on the sofa, sighing in her heart, what upstairs renovation, it's just an excuse, I just wanted to spend more time alone with you. After thinking this, feeling a sense of loss, she returned to the bedroom, preparing to enter dreamland. The next morning, the two of them woke up early. After Wang Qingzhao ate the steamed buns and soy milk Zhang Ran bought early, she was about to go to work. Zhang Ran escorted Wang Qingzhao all the way to the apartment entrance, watching her drive away. As Wang Qingzhao drove away from Alice's apartment, a figure stood up from the bushes across the road. It was none other than the young man in his 20s who had walked out of the coffee shop yesterday and followed Zhang Ran and Wang Qingzhao with his eyes. At this moment, the young man's veins bulged on his forehead, and he gnashed his teeth, making hissing sounds. He said, word by word, with hatred. Wang Qingzhao, didn't you say you were conservative and unwilling to engage in sexual behavior before marriage? Why? Why did you break this rule yourself? His angry fist pounded a large tree nearby. The tree was unharmed, only shedding a bit of extremely aged bark. This boy was Zhao Jia, Wang Qingzhao's ex-boyfriend. Yesterday at the class reunion, Wang Qingzhao said that Zhao Jia had actively broken up with her because he couldn't accept her being too conservative, but that was false. The truth was, she had broken up with Zhao Jia. The reason was simple, she just wanted to break up. Zhao Jia was very angry, he truly liked Wang Qingzhao. Especially during his relationship with Wang Qingzhao. Not to mention sleeping together, there wasn't even kissing, holding hands, or hugging. Wang Qingzhao wouldn't allow it. He endured it. Every time they exchanged messages, he was the one who initiated, sending a long string of messages, while she would reply indifferently with a simple or something similar. He endured that too. But all his concessions didn't earn him true affection. In the end, he was still dumped. Because of this, Zhao Jia directly quit his job and secretly followed Wang Qingzhao every day. He wanted to know why Wang Qingzhao broke up with him. But after following her for many days, he found that Wang Qingzhao was the same as before, it wasn't as if she had a new lover when she broke up with him. Her life was as monotonous and boring as usual. Finally, until yesterday. She attended a class reunion and drove a man home after it ended. Round 26 begins. He didn't take it too seriously. But when they entered the apartment together, and stayed for longer and longer, not coming out for an entire night, until the next morning, Zhao Jia was disappointed, utterly disappointed. He felt that a single man and a single woman spending a night together in one room would definitely lead to something. And those things that happened were what he didn't want to admit. Zhao Jia bowed his head, tears in his eyes, his face twisted like a pretzel. Good, you are so cold to me, but you abandon all your principles for other men, good. What premarital chastity, that's only for me. Zhao Jia probably never expected that he was actually mistaken, completely off the mark. Nothing truly happened between Zhang Ran and Wang Qingzhao. Welcome, all viewers in the live broadcast room, to the A Distant Relative is Not As Good as a Close Neighbor game live broadcast room. The 26th round of the game is about to begin. Let me introduce this round Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice. It was still that dark studio, and the long-haired beauty, dressed in a blue cheongsam, ethereal and graceful, continued to host. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the current number of viewers was 189,054, bustling with activity. Middle-aged uncle, after a week, the broadcast is finally back. Little dragon girl, I've waited so long. Little ant, who isn't? I feel like my life isn't wonderful without the live broadcast for a week. Domineering female CEO, you're all too exaggerated. It's just a week. Isn't it better to find some little puppies and little wolves to play with every day? The long-haired beauty continued to host. Next, let's introduce the 5 Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, for this round. The first Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, is Jiang Ran, who survived the last round and had the last laugh. You are all very familiar with him, so I won't say much more. The domineering female CEO spoke at this time. Honestly, what surprised me was that Jiang Ran actually lived for another week, lasting until the 26th round of the game. Middle-aged uncle, who isn't? Actually, in these few days when there was no broadcast, I was worried whether Jiang Ran would die. I didn't expect him to be so tenacious. Hackerin. Little ant, wow, middle-aged uncle, are you really a middle-aged uncle in real life? I feel like you're a young person. Hackerin even came out. Middle-aged uncle, I'm definitely a middle-aged person, no doubt about it, okay? While the live broadcast room was in heated discussion, the long-haired beauty said again. Alright, next, let's introduce the second Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice. The second Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, is Zhou Wu, male, 24 years old. His family owns a textile factory. He bought a wedding house with his fiancée, Xing, in Alice apartment and recently moved in. Upon hearing this, the live broadcast room became lively again. Ha! Bought a wedding house in Alice apartment? Isn't Alice apartment not for sale to the public? Alice apartment appears to be listed for sale, but if you want to buy it, it's simply impossible. Especially when the buyer is an ordinary person. The domineering female CEO said at this time, I know. The organizers must be out of money. They're selling houses to alleviate financial pressure. Little dragon girl, really? Then I'll donate 100 yuan to the organizers. Little ant, I'll donate 50. No one would be foolish enough to think that the organizers would be short of money, and even if they were, they wouldn't sell houses to alleviate financial pressure. The only possibility is that this is a different way for the Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, to move in, similar to Jiang Ran in the previous round. Unlike the earlier rounds. The long-haired beauty said at this time, I believe many people have guessed that this couple, Zhou Wu and his fiancée, like Jiang Ran last time, are moving into Alice apartment in a different way than before. And what's even more interesting is that Zhou Wu's fiancée, Xing, is also Jiang Ran's ex-girlfriend. As soon as the words were spoken, the live broadcast room immediately became lively. Holy cow, the world is really small, they can even meet like this? Ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, current boyfriend, and they're engaged, wedding house. Looking forward to it. I wonder if the organizers did it on purpose, or if it's really such a coincidence that the ex-girlfriend and fiancé bought a house here. Pure love party passing by, I don't want to see cuckoldry. Cuckold, must be cuckold, good cuckold, ex-girlfriend, why not cuckold? Aren't there a lot of such themes in Sakura country? Alright, next, let's continue to introduce the third Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice. The third Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Little Q, male, university student, 20 years old. I'm sure you all know this one, he's Xiao Nua's friend from last time, and he signed an agreement with us for 10,000 per day. Domineering female CEO, interesting, this round is getting more and more interesting. Last round, we were just talking, if we could get this smart university student in, it would be a sight to see, and we actually got him in. The fourth Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Kobe, male, 25 years old, unemployed. His mother died young, and his father was a private detective who later mysteriously disappeared during a commission case. He signed an agreement with us for 10,000 per day. Fairy sister, Kube? His dad wouldn't be named Adagawa Conan, would he? That amount. The fifth Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, is Li Meng Meng, female, 30 years old, a dance streamer, who signed an agreement with us for 10,000 yuan. Per day. All 5 Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, have now been introduced. Please place your bets. The betting period will close in half an hour. Half an hour passed quickly. The long-haired beauty began to announce the betting amounts for the 5 Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice. The first Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Zhang Ran, received bets totaling 60 million yuan. The second Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Zhou Wu, received bets totaling 10 million yuan. The third Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Xiao Q, received bets totaling 51 million yuan. The fourth Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Kobe, received bets totaling 10.99 million yuan. The fifth Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, Li Meng Meng, received bets totaling 6 million yuan. In the live stream room. Middle-aged uncle, I knew Zhang Ran would be the highest. Domineering female CEO, he was the lowest last time, and the highest this time, but I bet on Xiao Q. It was normal for Zhang Ran to be the highest. He was a survivor from the last round, and he also lived for another week during the non-streaming period, lasting until the 26th round's broadcast. His strength was beyond doubt. Of course, what made people most confident in betting on him was that he was a patient with dissociative identity disorder, and the brutality of the personality that once controlled his body for a period was still fresh in the minds of those in the live stream room. The second highest amount went to Xiao Q. In the last round, he was a good friend of Xiao Nua's boyfriend, Xiao Pang. He left a deep impression on the people in the live stream room. He was a smart person with a criminal investigation background. The third highest was Kube. He completely benefited from the popularity of Conan Edogawa and his own missing detective father, which made for a very novel-like story. The fourth highest, Zhou Wu. The fifth highest, and the last, Li Meng Meng. These two clearly lacked any appealing qualities for people to bet on. As for appealing qualities, many people wanted to see Zhang Ran be a cuckolding Zhou Wu. In reality, the Diamond Bachelor, this beautiful girl, had already finished placing her bets. For the 26th round, her sixth sense told her that Xiao Q would be the last one to survive this round. Normally, she would have directly bet on Xiao Q, but this time she hesitated. She wavered between Zhang Ran and Xiao Q. But in the end, she still chose Xiao Q, trusting her sixth sense. At this moment, the long-haired beauty said, since everyone has finished placing their bets, I announce that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Round 26 of the game begins. All 5 Xiao by Shu, Little White Mice, have moved in. The first day of the 26th round. 7 o'clock in the morning. This day happened to be a Saturday. Xiao Q, who lived in 904, was looking out at the beautiful morning scenery through his balcony window. If one looked closely, they would notice that 904 was Xiao Nua's previous residence, now assigned to Xiao Q. This Alice apartment really has a lot of problems, Xiao Q muttered to himself at this moment. A few days prior, a middle-aged man approached him, offering to sign an agreement for him to live in Alice's apartment for 10,000 yuan per day. If he hadn't experienced what happened after Xiao Nua and Xiao Ping brought him to Alice's apartment before, he would have scoffed at such a thing. He would only have thought it was some new scam. But after experiencing it, he no longer thought that way. Especially after meeting Xiao Nua's parents a few days ago. He became even more certain. They, including Xiao Pang, all thought that Xiao Nua's parents were wealthy entrepreneurs living in a large villa. However, when her parents arrived later to deal with their daughter's disappearance, they found that they were dressed very ordinarily. One worked in a factory, and the other washed dishes at a restaurant near their home. They were not at all what they had imagined. And so, Xiao Q was certain of one thing. That is, Xiao Nua had also signed this agreement. Therefore, he had now also signed it and moved into this apartment. He was different from Xiao Nua. He guessed that Xiao Nua was drawn by the 10,000 yuan a day. He was not, although 10,000 yuan a day was very attractive. But he moved in and signed that agreement because he developed a strong interest in Alice's apartment. Unfortunately, that middle-aged man wouldn't say anything. I need to explore it myself. Xiao Qiu opened his phone at this moment and clicked on the Alice apartment resident group chat. He found a message from Administrator Xiao Zhang, announcing a welcoming party for new residents at 7:30 p.m. New residents were encouraged to attend, while old residents were not required to, but could come if interested. Turning off his phone, he walked out of 904, planning to take the elevator to the first floor to find Administrator Xiao Zhang. Wang Ju's boyfriend encountered that perverted criminal Lin Shengli. We encountered that human skin kite, Wang Nuli. And that night, the two chainsaw murderers, those foreign hooligans. Normally, encountering even one of them would be a cause for great celebration. Now, for one apartment to have so many perverted criminals, it's just unbelievable. Also, there must be a reason for signing this agreement for 10,000 yuan a day. What prompted that middle-aged man to find me, or others, to move into this Alice apartment? Arriving on the first floor, he found Administrator Xiao Zhang in the administrator's office. Oh, it's Mr. Xiao Qiu. What can I do for you? Administrator Xiao Zhang was as enthusiastic as ever to everyone he met. Xiao, question I'd like to ask, besides me, are there any other new residents who have recently moved into the apartment for tonight's welcoming party? Administrator Xiao Zhang said, yes, of course, there are. Xiao, question how many? Administrator Xiao Zhang, including you, there are a total of 5 new residents this time. Of course, 2 of them are an engaged couple who bought their wedding home here. Xiao Qiu asked, did you hold a welcoming party when my friend Xiao Nua moved in last time? Administrator Xiao Zhang, yes, we hold them regularly. Xiao, question how many new residents moved in last time? Administrator Xiao Zhang, 5 people. Xiao, question oh, I see. Can I ask if those new residents who moved in around the same time as Xiao Nua are still living here? Administrator Xiao Zhang, your friend Xiao Nua disappeared from our apartment last time. Jiang Ran still lives in our apartment, but the other 3, Qin Fei, Morong Fu, and Wang Sisi, moved out a long time ago. Xiao, question do you still have the contact information for those 3 residents who moved out? Administrator Xiao Zhang, of course. Xiao, question can you give it to me? Administrator Xiao Zhang shook his head, no, we have an obligation to protect the privacy of our residents, both current and former. Xiao, question all right then. Xiao Qiu thought that to get more information, he would have to wait for tonight's welcoming party. After leaving the administrator's office, Xiao Qiu decided not to return to 904 but instead planned to ride his bicycle out for a spin. In the apartment's dedicated parking area for residents' bicycles and electric bikes, in the ground-level garage, Xiao Qiu discovered something very strange. Ku Bei. That is, there weren't many bicycles or electric bikes. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Of course, the price of Alice's apartment meant that only those with some assets could afford to live there. Therefore, everyone traveled by car, but although Xiao Qiu had never been to the underground parking garage, he hadn't seen many cars in the Alice apartment above ground either. Just as he was unlocking his bicycle in the garage, someone came up beside him, also unlocking his bicycle. The man was not far from him. After unlocking his bicycle, he pushed it and walked towards Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu noticed that the man wasn't very old, but his face was scruffy with a beard, a mustache, and heavy sideburns. The man, with dark circles under his eyes, walked over and immediately asked, are you the new resident this time? Xiao Qiu nodded, and then the man said, I'm also a new resident who just moved in. My name is Ku Bei. Xiao Qiu was startled, Ku Bei? Do you happen to have a younger or older brother named Conan? Ku Bei seemed used to this kind of joke. He continued, you shouldn't be an ordinary resident. Are you investigating this Alice apartment? The sudden question immediately wiped the slight smile from Xiao Qiu's face. He said seriously, investigating? What investigation? I don't quite understand what you're saying. Kobe began to mutter to himself, my father was a private detective. He mysteriously disappeared several years ago while investigating a case. The case he was investigating at the time was about Alice. Also, you don't need to hide it. I can smell the scent of O on you. Even if you're not A, you must be deeply involved in various detective and criminal investigation fields. Furthermore, I can read lips, and I know everything you and the manager discussed. A string of words like that, if spoken to others, would probably leave them confused. But the listener was Xiao Qiu. He heard everything, pondered it carefully, and after a long time, he finally said, what do you want to do? Kobe pursed his lips, let's talk as we walk. The Xiaohua's boyfriend then pushed their bicycles and left the Alice apartment together. At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, what are these two trying to do? Do they both want to investigate the Alice apartment? Let them investigate. That's what makes it exciting. There have been investigators before, but none have been this high energy right from the start. This is getting interesting. This 26th round is becoming more and more interesting. Forget about interesting, these Xiaohua's boyfriend are out now, and we won't know what they're saying or doing. If we don't know, we don't know. Anyway, their base is here, they can't run away. The Xiaohua's boyfriend pushed their bicycles, not riding them, and walked along the roadside. There weren't many pedestrians nearby either. Kobe spoke first, my purpose here is very simple, to investigate Alice and my father's disappearance. What about you? Xiao Qiu said, I'm more interested in Alice, and I have a friend who signed an agreement and also disappeared here. Kobe said, since our goals are the same, we can cooperate. Xiao Qiu stared at Kobe for a long time and said, cooperate? We just met today, we're still strangers, and you want to talk about cooperation with me? Do you think I'd dare? Do I have the guts? Kobe said, if you didn't have the guts, you wouldn't have come to Alice's apartment as a new resident. Xiao Qiu smiled, yes, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, we still head towards them. We are both the same kind of people. Since that's the case, let's work together to uncover the apartment's secrets. Let's make a cooperative gamble. What Xiao Qiu was actually thinking was to cooperate temporarily, as his strength alone was limited. If he later found out the other party had problems, he would terminate the cooperation. He continued, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. You can just call me Xiao Qiu. I'm still a university student, currently majoring in criminal investigation. Kobe, I don't need to introduce myself. My name and my purpose for coming have already been stated. Oh, I almost forgot, also my profession. I'm unemployed. I used to be a private detective like my father, but ever since my father disappeared, I haven't done it anymore. Kobe, as partners, to show my sincerity, we can exchange information. Kobe unzipped his jacket and rummaged for something in the inner lining. Soon, he pulled out a palm-sized leather notebook. He led Xiao Qiu to a street-side bench, and the Xiaohua's boyfriend sat down. He handed it to Xiao Qiu to look at, this is my father's notebook. Inside are his diaries from over the years. If you flip to the last few pages, that's where my father recorded things about Alice. Xiao Qiu didn't expect that this person he had just met would give him such an important item. Even though the Xiaohua's boyfriend had already made a verbal promise of so-called cooperation. He said, you trust me that much? Giving me such an important item to look at first? What if I'm a bad guy? Kobe, no, we've only had this much time together, but I've actually been observing you for a long time. You are a trustworthy partner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to propose cooperation first. Xiao Qiu smiled and opened the leather notebook. Kobe, meanwhile, was smoking next to him and asked Xiao Qiu if he wanted a cigarette, but Xiao Qiu waved his hand to refuse. He began to read the diary. Flipping to the first page, Xiao Qiu was very surprised. Because most people's handwriting becomes more and more sloppy after leaving school, sometimes they can't even recognize their own writing. But the words in Kobe's father's diary were very neat, without any sloppiness. It was like something a model student would write. Xiaoqiu flipped through the first few pages, which were a detective's diary. It recorded what he did today, whether he had clients, and so on. He decided to read those later when he had time and directly flipped to the end. He was ready to read about the things concerning Alice. The diary began. March 8th, weather, sunny. This morning at 8 o'clock, a young man came to my office. He entrusted me with investigating his sister's disappearance. To be honest, I usually don't like doing these kinds of missing person cases, because finding someone is a time-consuming and laborious task. But the other party offered too much. I took on this commission, and fortunately, this task of finding someone didn't require searching all over the world. Instead, it was a fixed location. The young man who commissioned me said his sister disappeared in a place called Alice Apartment. April 9th, weather, sunny. This Alice Apartment is very strange. It looks normal on the surface, but it always gives me a feeling that a big secret must be hidden inside. May 10th, weather, cloudy. Alice Apartment is definitely the most mysterious commission I have ever encountered in my life. Even without that young man now, I still want to explore the apartment's secrets. June 9th, weather, partly cloudy. A middle-aged man approached me a few days ago and signed an agreement with me to move in, at 10,000 per day. I couldn't find anything through surface investigation, so I could only resort to this method, move in first to explore the true secrets. I hope everything goes well. The diary ended here. And the last date in this diary was several years ago. This diary has some value, but not much. Anyway, one thing is certain, this apartment definitely has problems, and the number of people who have disappeared inside is definitely not small. And your father's situation back then was the same as ours. He also signed an agreement to get in. As for the rest, there's nothing else. Xiaoqiu said. Welcome party. Yes, there isn't much value, it just means there's something wrong with this apartment. What exactly is wrong? We need to explore ourselves, Kobe said. Xiaoqiu said, since you shared information, I'll share mine too. Immediately after, Xiaoqiu recounted everything he had experienced in Alice Apartment to Kobe. Kobe listened, silent for a long time. Then, Kobe's eyes lit up, and he whispered something into Xiaoqiu's ear. Time passed by minute. Soon it was 7:30 p.m. for the welcoming party. Zhang Ran arrived at the activity room on the first floor early, just like last time. Soon, most of the people had arrived. Just as Zhang Ran had experienced, the welcoming party began with Administrator Xiao Zhang having the new residents of the apartment introduce themselves. First to introduce themselves were Zhou Wu and Zhang Ran's ex-girlfriend, Xin Xing. Next was Xiaoqiu. Upon seeing Xiaoqiu, Zhang Ran immediately recalled the incident where the young white man with a chainsaw blocked his door last time. He didn't expect this guy to move in too? The third to introduce himself was Kobe. Many people's first reaction was Conan. Finally, Li Meng, the dance streamer, introduced herself. Her face was pretty, especially her figure, given that she was a dancer. After the new residents finished introducing themselves, it was time for cake. The cake was a mountain of cake, similar to last time. Zhang Ran ate the cake, still relishing it, but the old residents who had lived there for an unknown period of time complained, just like last time. They complained to Administrator Xiao Zhang, asking if he could try something different, not just cake every day. Around 9 p.m., the welcoming event ended, and the residents of Alice Apartment began to return to their homes. As they left the activity room, Zhang Ran greeted Xiaoqiu, who returned with a bright smile. The two had become acquainted through a confrontation. As for Zhou Wu and his ex-girlfriend Xin Xing, he didn't greet them, mainly because the two people on the other side didn't show any inclination to speak to him. Aren't you two leaving? Soon, the activity room was almost empty. Administrator Xiao Zhan was about to leave when he saw Kobe and Xiao Qiu, who hadn't left yet. "We'll leave after this game." The two held up their phones, both screens showing the game Honor of Kings. "Oh, then take your time playing. Remember to close the door when you come out." "Okay." The two waited for Administrator Xiao Zhan to leave for about 5 minutes, then got up, exited the game directly, leaving 3 lonely teammates to fight in the canyon alone. They closed the door and, inside the activity room, whispered to each other. "Kobe, how was it?" Xiao questioned. "Just as you said, among these old residents, I've seen quite a few people who have appeared online." After Kobe listened to Xiao Qiu's previous experiences in Alice's apartment, he focused on those perverted criminals. He wondered, what kind of place could suddenly have so many perverted criminals? A prison? Okay, assuming this is a prison, then would there be other perverted criminals here? This welcoming party was a very good opportunity. It was a good opportunity for the two of them to observe other residents. Actually, even if Kobe hadn't said anything, Xiao Qiu had already planned to do so. After all, he had recognized the kite killer Wang Nuli without even being on guard at the time. And after this welcoming party, Xiao Qiu immediately recognized at least 3 perverted criminals who had been in the news. There were also a few others he had some impression of. Therefore, the two of them started searching online in the activity room for perverted murderers, and so on, who had been in the news in this country. Over the years, to see if any of them resembled the old residents at the welcoming party. Their online search was actually just to confirm what they already knew in their hearts. The answer was, "This apartment should be home to many various perverted murderers," Xiao Qiu said, multitasking while searching online. "Kobe, yes, that seems to be the case so far. Many perverted murderers live here, and besides them, there should also be ordinary people. For example, the new residents this time, and Jiang Ran, the new resident you know from last time, and your friend. An apartment, where ordinary people and perverted murderers live together. We 2 ordinary people signed an agreement to come in, but what about the other ordinary people? Did they also sign an agreement? Assuming other ordinary people also signed an agreement to come in, then what does the apartment want us ordinary people to do here? Live with a bunch of perverted murderers? Isn't that super dangerous? Who knows when you might lose your life?" Xiao Qiu suddenly looked up and asked Kobe if he had read any horror or suspense novels. Kobe said he certainly had. Xiao Qiu said, "Doesn't our current situation resemble those novels? The apartment letting us ordinary people in, doesn't it feel like a survival dungeon where we have to use our wits? Ordinary people struggling to survive under a bunch of perverted criminals? Is that why living one day is worth 10,000, and worth this price?" At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Middle-aged uncle, holy crap, these 2 are almost spot on, so strong. Domineering female CEO, strong indeed. I'm curious what these 2 will do next after discovering the truth. Will they leave this apartment? Or continue to stay? Back in the activity room, Kobe and Xiao Qiu both got goosebumps. They were frightened by their recent hypothesis. Although it was just a hypothesis, they felt it was highly likely to be the truth. If this is the case, then my buddy Xiao Peng's girlfriend, Xiao Nua, who disappeared in the apartment, is actually already dead? Killed by one of the apartment's perverted criminals? And your father, perhaps, is also already dead. Kobe was silent. He had wanted to refute that his father might not be dead, but if he wasn't dead, why had he been as if he didn't exist in this world for the past few years? Why couldn't he be contacted at all? Kobe then said, "The truth of the apartment might be like this. Xiao Qiu, what are your plans next? Are you leaving the apartment?" Xiao Qiu shook his head. "I'd like to leave, but the agreement states that I have to live here for 7 days before I can leave. If I breach the contract, I'll have to pay a huge amount of money, enough to bankrupt my family." "Kobe, in that case, you just need to safely get through 7 days. Oh, are you still looking for that missing female classmate?" Xiao questioned. "No, I've only known her for a few days, and that was through my friend. Why would I look for her? Is my saintly heart acting up? Kobe, alright, but I need to find my father. Even if, according to our speculation, he might have died a long time ago, I still need to find out how he died, who killed him, and avenge him. Shall question. Don't worry, I'll help you look. The two looked at the time. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and they had actually stayed in this activity room for a full hour. Chainsaw Massacre. His butt left the chair. Xiaohua's boyfriend was preparing to go back to their respective homes to rest. Kobe walked in front, and Xiaoqiu walked behind. Kobe pulled open the door. A large shadow came into view, making them a little uncomfortable. Looking up, a person was standing at the doorway. This person was estimated to be 1.8 meters tall, which wasn't the main point. The main point was that this person was particularly wide, making him appear very tall. Then, this person stood at the doorway, very close, almost touching, face to face with Kobe. Who knew how long this guy had been standing there? Who are you? Kobe frowned. It was only then that he noticed this man was wearing a mask, extremely ugly and disgusting. Even more outrageous, the man was dressed like a butcher. Get out of the way. Just as Kobe was about to speak again, Xiaoqiu, who was behind him, suddenly pulled him backward. The man at the doorway, whose hands had been behind his back the entire time, suddenly swung them up in a wide arc. A sharp axe came down towards Kobe's position. Fortunately, Xiaoqiu pulled him in time, otherwise, Kobe might have died from that axe blow. What's going on? He just started chopping without a word? Kobe said loudly, still shaken. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a chainsaw. The man at the doorway, at some unknown point, had a large chainsaw in his hand. The chainsaw had already started running wildly, making a buzzing sound that made people's hearts tremble. Damn it! Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Xiaoqiu cursed. The man in front of them was dressed almost exactly like the guy from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Of course, this couldn't be him. Because the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was just a series of movies, a fictional character, not real. Although the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in front of them was fake, he felt more real than the real thing. Xiaoqiu couldn't help but recall the fear dominated by the chainsaw that night. Run! He yelled and quickly looked for an exit. This activity room was very large. It had a front door and a back door. Now the front door was blocked by that man, but there was still the back door. But when Xiaoqiu reached the back door, he found he couldn't open it. It was as if it had been locked with a chain from the outside. Here! Kobe yelled. Fortunately, this was the first floor, so they could get out through the window. If this were the second or third floor, jumping from the window, they would either die or be severely injured. Kobe was the first to escape through the window. Xiaoqiu ran just in time. The moment he jumped out of the window, he only heard the chainsaw behind him cutting into the glass. The glass shattered instantly, making a loud noise. Xiaohua's boyfriend were not ordinary people. One used to be a private detective, and the other studied criminal investigation and had even experienced a chainsaw massacre. After jumping out of the window and running for a distance, Xiaohua's boyfriend looked back, wanting to see if the man had caught up. The result, however, surprised them. They thought the man would also jump out of the window and chase them. But when they looked back, they didn't see his shadow. Yes. He was gone. Could he have come around from the door? Xiaohua's boyfriend didn't dare to be careless, maintaining a safe distance. They circled to the apartment entrance, but still didn't see the chainsaw killer come out. Why isn't he chasing us? Kobe frowned. Just as Xiaohua's boyfriend were pondering, a man's voice suddenly came from behind them, startling them. They quickly turned to look. They saw a strong, 30-something security guard in a security uniform. The security guard asked confusedly, "Excuse me, gentlemen, is something wrong? There's a chainsaw killer with a chainsaw in your apartment who is just chasing us." Xiaoqiu replied, panting. Hearing this, the security guard was startled, then smiled. "Sir, don't joke. I remember you. You were one of the people who were chased by those two foreign residents with a chainsaw last time, but that was in the past. One died and one was arrested. Where would we get a chainsaw killer in our apartment now? Is this for a movie? Kobe said, if you don't believe us, you can come and see for yourself. The security guard thought for a moment, nodded, returned to his guard booth, took out an nunchaku, and then followed Xiaohua's boyfriend to the activity room on the first floor. At this time, only the lights were on in the activity room, there was no one inside. The chainsaw killer you mentioned isn't here, is he? The security guard said with a smile. He's not here now, but he was definitely here just now. If you go to that window, you can see the window he cut with his chainsaw. So, the security guard went to the window on the first floor where Kobe and the others had escaped. Sure enough, he found that the window was badly damaged, with the wooden frame and glass all shattered. The security guard's face turned pale. How is it? Kobe walked over and asked. Security guard, the window does have signs of damage, but we still need to check the surveillance to confirm. Alright, we also want to see where the chainsaw killer came from and where he went. The three prepared to go to the surveillance room, but when they arrived, they found the door was locked, and the key was with Administrator Xiao Zhang. The three had no choice but to go find Administrator Xiao Zhang. Fortunately, Administrator Xiao Zhan was not sleeping at this time but was playing games. After hearing about this, Administrator Xiao Zhang also didn't believe it. How could two chainsaw killers have just left, and now another one appeared? So the four went to the surveillance room to investigate the surveillance footage. Upon investigation, all four took a deep breath. In the surveillance video, the tall chainsaw killer appeared from a blind spot. After appearing, he first went to the back door of the activity room, locked it with a chain, and then went to the front door and pressed himself tightly against it. He stood there for a full 20 minutes. Then the door was pulled open, and what followed was inside the activity room. Kobe and Xiaoqiu escaped by jumping out the window. The chainsaw killer stood at the window, gazed for a long time, then left the activity room, and then disappeared into the surveillance blind spot. After the four finished watching, Administrator Xiao Zhang and the security guard stared at each other. Xiao Gao, what do you think? Administrator Xiao Zhang asked Xiao Gao, the security guard. Xiao Gao, the security guard, was the captain of the security team here, and also the security guard Jiang Ran first met when he came to the apartment. Let's call the police. Let the police handle it. All right. Administrator Xiao Zhang nodded, then looked at Kobe and Xiao questioned, I'm very sorry that something like this happened in the apartment. We will deal with it as soon as possible. If you two have nothing else, you can go home first. We will definitely notify you if there's any news. Kobe and Xiaoqiu exchanged glances, agreed, and then left. Why do you think that person didn't chase us out? Inside the elevator, Kobe asked. I don't know. Maybe he thought even if he chased us, he wouldn't be able to kill us. Xiaoqiu replied. Kobe said, no matter what, this place is more dangerous than we imagined. Let's be more careful. Don't let the two of us end up in trouble here. Li Mengmeng and middle-aged man. Xiaoqiu lives in 904. Kobe lives in 601, and next door to him, in 602, lives Li Mengmeng, the dance streamer. As Kobe unlocked his door, he faintly heard the sounds of a man and a woman from next door. Kobe was used to such things, after all, these streamers all have their sugar daddies or rich sugar mamas. It would be strange if they didn't. He pushed the door open and returned to his apartment. Next door, in 602. A man and a woman had just finished the kind of thing and were lying in bed resting. Husband, you're getting more and more amazing. The woman on the bed was indeed the dance streamer Li Mengmeng. Although she was already 30, her face looked like a young girl in her early 20s, making one feel a surge of desire. At this moment, she was cooing and flirting with a pot-bellied middle-aged man beside her, who looked to be 40 or 50 years old enough to be her father. The middle-aged man was very satisfied with Li Mengmeng's coquettishness and happily pulled her delicate body into his arms. Baby, the night is still long. I'll show you an even more amazing side of me. Li Mengmeng's eyes sparkled. Really? The middle-aged man nodded, and just as he was about to say something, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and his brows immediately furrowed. Who is it? Li Mengmeng asked, pouting. Sigh, it's just my old hag. The middle-aged man was very impatient. Oh, her? Why is she calling you so late? I don't know, I'm hanging up. The middle-aged man hung up on his wife several times. Finally, the other side stopped calling and sent a message instead. If you don't come back today, if you don't answer my calls, I'll burn down the house. Seeing this text message, the middle-aged man was startled at first, and then, in a panicked rush, he started getting dressed. What's wrong? Going back to your wife? Li Mengmeng said, a little displeased. Kissing Li Mengmeng's fair cheek, the middle-aged man said, I have to go back. That crazy woman wants to burn down the house. This woman, I've been married to her for over 20 years, and I know she means what she says. We live in a residential complex. If it burns, I estimate I'll never recover in this life. Alright then, go back. As long as your heart is with me, that's all that matters. Okay, baby. Soon, the middle-aged man left her place. And Li Mengmeng, lying on the bed, revealing her graceful figure, her previously foxy expression immediately turned cold. So disgusting, a greasy middle-aged man. Without medicine, he only lasts a minute or two. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't do this with a man like him. Li Mengmeng stretched out a big yawn on the bed. Then, staring at the pristine white ceiling, she said, is it really 10,000 a day to live here? Li Mengmeng was a small streamer, her income usually relying on online donations and sugar daddies, just like the one who just left. And boss whose family owned a factory. As for whether she had feelings for him? Absolutely not. She only saw him as an ATM, just a transaction, and she was sure he thought the same. Originally, she was living a very happy life. But in order to show off in front of several of her best friends, she went on a trip abroad with them, and accidentally overspent, maxing out her credit cards. Otherwise, she wouldn't have signed any agreement to live here. As for why living here would pay such a high salary of 10,000 a day. Whether there was a trick or danger involved. She hadn't thought about it, she just needed money. Ah, I'm sleepy, time to sleep. Although the greasy middle-aged man earlier was getting old and not very good, he was still quite fierce after taking medicine. This caused her to be sleepy and tired now. I'm going back immediately, don't burn the house. If you burn it, even if I become a male escort, I won't be able to pay it back. Having just exited the elevator and arrived on the first floor, the middle-aged man immediately sent a message to his wife. She replied very quickly, saying she would give him an hour. If he didn't come back, she would burn the house, and everyone would suffer. How did I marry such a wicked woman? If only I could get a divorce. The middle-aged man cursed as he put away his phone. After putting it away, he realized he had to take it out again, because the first floor was inexplicably dark, with no light at all. He stomped on the ground several times, but the sound-activated lights on the first floor did not turn on. And they call this a high-end apartment? 50,000 per square meter? I don't understand why everyone is moving in. It's not even as good as an ordinary residential complex. The middle-aged man complained while using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. Finally, the tap-tap-tap sound of leather shoes on the ground. He was almost at the apartment's glass sensor door. Suddenly, in front of the phone's light, he saw something. It seemed to be a person. Standing motionless in front of the glass sensor door. Hey, excuse me. The middle-aged man said, but the person in front of him remained motionless. The middle-aged man was clearly a little impatient, so he rudely shone his phone's flashlight directly at the person's face. And that light almost scared the middle-aged man out of his wits. He saw that the person in front of him, who appeared to be a man, was wearing an ugly and terrifying mask. He looked exactly like something out of a horror movie. "What the hell, you old bastard, scaring people like this in the dark of night?" The middle-aged man felt lucky he didn't have a heart condition, otherwise, with that scare, he wouldn't have died, but he would have ended up in the hospital. Although he was relieved not to have been scared to death, he still had to vent his anger. After all, this really could kill someone. What kind of trash apartment is this? Not only are the sound-activated lights on the first floor broken at night, but there's also an idiot here deliberately scaring people. After cursing, the middle-aged man was about to move aside and pass through the glass sensor door. And just at that moment, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound. He shone his phone towards the source of the sound and saw a sharp axe directly chopping down from above. "What the hell, who's calling so late at night? It's so noisy." Li Meng Meng, who was in a deep sleep, was awakened by a series of phone calls. Sleepily, she reluctantly picked up her phone, which was charging on the bedside table. Without even looking at the name or number on the screen, she answered directly. After connecting, she heard a woman's scolding voice from the other end of the line. "You vixen, where's my man?" Suddenly called in the middle of the night and immediately cursed. Li Meng Meng instantly sobered up. She said, "Who are you?" The voice on the other end, "You don't recognize my voice? My dying man just slept with you." Li Meng Meng remembered it was the middle-aged man's wife. She then said, "Are you calling me for something?" "Haha, let that dying man answer the phone." "Let him answer? He left a long time ago, wasn't he called away by your text message, saying you'd burn the house?" "Haha, I know he's next to you. He hasn't come back at all." "Don't pretend." "Huh? He didn't go back? What are you talking about? He left ages ago, he's not in the room at all." "I don't believe it. He must be with you." "Alright, his heart has really gone wild this time, daring to lie to me. It seems he really wants the house to be burned down." Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng meet again. Xiao Hua's boyfriend argued for a long time. Li Meng Meng said he left, but the other side said he hadn't. Li Meng Meng couldn't take it anymore and simply muted her phone. She pulled the covers over her head and went to sleep. She was dead tired. She slept until around 10 a.m. the next day. When she opened her phone again, she found a pile of messages, all from the middle-aged man's wife. Li Meng Meng was truly speechless. Yesterday, the man had gone back, he wasn't at her place at all. Maybe he has other new lovers and went to her place after leaving here. Li Meng Meng thought, without even looking at the stack of messages, and prepared to go back to sleep. But she hadn't even slept for half an hour. There was a knock on the door. Open the door, we are the police." Such a voice came from outside the door. It made Li Meng Meng freeze. Police? She hadn't misheard, had she? What were the police doing at her place? She hurriedly put on her pajamas, walked to the living room door, and opened it. She saw 5 people. Leading them were 2 police officers, and behind them were a young couple and a middle-aged woman. Li Meng Meng recognized the middle-aged woman, she was precisely the middle-aged man's wife from last night. As for the young couple, aren't you the new residents from the welcoming party last night? Li Meng Meng remembered the young couple in front of her, the man was named Zhou Wu, and the woman was named Xin Xing. They are my son and daughter-in-law. At this moment, the middle-aged woman spoke. Li Meng Meng was surprised, she hadn't expected such a coincidence. She was actually living in the same apartment as the middle-aged man's son and daughter-in-law? No wonder she heard the middle-aged man mention yesterday, is this apartment really that good? Why does everyone like living here? It turned out his son and daughter-in-law also lived here. Then why are you bringing the police to my home? Surely, me being with your husband isn't illegal, is it? An affair, at most, is a moral issue, it doesn't even come close to being a legal one. The middle-aged woman said, I don't care about you two fooling around. Right now, I only care if my husband is still here with you. Li Mengmeng frowned. Big sister, I already told you on the phone, your husband left a long time ago, he's not with me. Why don't you believe me? The middle-aged woman, you say my husband isn't with you, but he didn't come home all last night. Li Mengmeng, perhaps he went to find other lovers. Anyway, your husband is rich, finding a few young and pretty ones is no big deal. The middle-aged woman, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Let us go in and check if my husband is really not here. Li Mengmeng stepped aside. Go ahead and check, I have a clear conscience, I didn't lie to you. The middle-aged woman and her group went in to search. The house wasn't big, and they quickly searched it inside and out. Indeed, they didn't see the middle-aged woman's husband. Where did that good-for-nothing go? Calling him, texting him, he's not replying. The middle-aged woman stomped her foot in anger. At this moment, Li Mengmeng said, since you've checked and he's not here, can you all leave now? The middle-aged woman glared hatefully at Li Mengmeng. You two have been together for so long. Now he's missing, disappeared for a whole night, and you're not worried at all? Li Mengmeng spread her hands. What's there to worry about? He's a grown man. The middle-aged woman mumbled another sentence. Damn it, look at what kind of vixen you found. Now that you're suddenly gone, she doesn't care about you at all. Your taste is really bad, you might as well just die. The middle-aged woman never imagined that her angry words would actually come true. After seeing off the police, Zhou Wu and Xin Xing drove Zhou Wu's mother, the middle-aged woman, home. On the way home, the middle-aged woman was still cursing, saying the middle-aged man had gone off to some other vixen again. Although she cursed, the middle-aged woman was actually very worried about the middle-aged man, her philandering husband. After all, such a thing had never happened before. The situation of being unable to contact him for a long time. Compared to Zhou Wu's mother, the middle-aged woman was very worried about the middle-aged man. Zhou Wu, however, wasn't worried about his father at all. In fact, even if something happened to his father, he wouldn't care. On the contrary, he would be very happy. Why? Because if his father really had an accident, then he could directly inherit the family's textile factory, and he would be the boss. He could control everything in the factory. Zhou Wu was actually very dissatisfied with his father, because his father had spent too much money on women in recent years. So much that he was envious. Why was he envious? Because he felt that his father's money would all be his in the future. Therefore, his father spending money now was simply spending his money, wasn't it? Although he really hoped something would happen to his father, he also knew it was impossible. Because the police had already checked the apartment's surveillance. It showed his father driving away from the apartment, but where he went after that was unclear. The road surveillance happened to be broken. As for checking that foxy woman's home, his mother was just looking for trouble. After all, the person had already driven away, how could he still be here? Alice Apartment 904. Round 26, Day 2. Sunday. After Xiaoqiu woke up in the morning, he saw a message on his phone from the bank, confirming a transfer of 10,000 yuan. This made him pause for a moment, and it took him a while to calm down. After all, he was just a child from an ordinary family. Although he was mentally prepared for this, actually receiving 10,000 yuan still made him feel somewhat surreal. However, thinking about how he and Kobe were almost hacked to death by the chainsaw man who suddenly appeared last night, he still felt a lingering fear. This money is truly earned with one's life. He sighed. Just then, the phone he was tightly gripping in his right hand suddenly rang. He raised it to look, it was Xiaopeng calling him. He decisively answered. Xiaopeng, why are you calling me? Let me tell you in advance, I'm not going out with your friends. It's not about going out. It's just. Xiaoqiu, I just want to talk to you in person, to vent. After all, too many things have happened these days. Alright, then come to Alice Apartment 904. I'm here. Alice. 904? Are you kidding? No, you'll know when you get here. I don't joke about these kinds of things. There was a long silence on the other end, and finally, one word came out, okay. The call ended. Half an hour later. When Xiaopeng entered the familiar Alice apartment 904 again, he found that everything here hadn't changed. At this moment, he saw Xiao Qiu standing on the balcony, overlooking everything. He walked over with big strides. And immediately asked, "What's going on? How are you here?" Xiao Qiu revealed a mysterious smile. "Let's not talk about that first. Xiaopeng, I've discovered a huge secret, it's about Xiao Nuo. Do you want to hear it? However, this secret is very dangerous, and I'm afraid you'll regret it after hearing it." As soon as Xiaopeng heard it was about Xiao Nuo, he immediately put the question of why Xiao Qiu was there out of his mind. "About Xiao Nuo? Tell me quickly. Do you know where she is?" The surprising Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, though handsome and a player, had many girls in his life, passing through a field of flowers. But he was different from other men, he made sure not to owe anything in any of his relationships. Therefore, Xiao Nuo's disappearance made him very upset, he truly wanted to find Xiao Nuo. If she was alive, he wanted to see her, if she was dead, he wanted to see her corpse. After all, Xiao Nuo had been truly good to him, buying him an iPhone and even game skins, spending a lot of money on him. Although he now knew that Xiao Nuo was not a rich second-generation heir, and her parents were not entrepreneurs or big bosses. They were just ordinary people. But still, the same old saying, Xiao Nuo was genuinely good to him. "Oh, right, are Xiao Nuo's parents still in Nan City?" Xiao Qiu suddenly changed the subject and asked. Xiaopeng shook his head, "They left yesterday, I saw them off on the high-speed rail." Xiao questioned, "Is that so?" Then, regarding Xiao Nuo's situation, have her parents finally decided what to do? Xiaopeng gave a bitter smile, her family originally favored sons over daughters, and Xiao Nuo had taken out a lot of online loans. Her parents didn't want to bother with her in the first place, so this time with her disappearance, they just came to cooperate a bit, and then they went back, acting as if they completely didn't have a daughter named Xiao Nuo. Qin K is truly pitiful, in the whole world, I'm probably the only one who still cares about where she is. Xiao Qiu said, "Yes, she's quite pitiful. Next, I'm going to tell you a secret about Xiao Nuo, Xiaopeng, and you are not allowed to reveal it to anyone else." "Xiaopeng, I'm afraid to promise you, but go ahead." Xiao Qiu lowered his voice, even though there were only the two of them in the entire room, as if they were being bugged. "Xiaopeng, aren't you curious why Xiao Nuo would rent a place like Alice apartment, which has such expensive rent?" "Xiaopeng, Xiao Nuo is rather vain and wanted to show off in front of people like us. That's why she rented such an expensive place. She said her parents bought it. She wanted us to completely believe she was a rich young lady." Xiao questioned, "Are you really sure? If she had several thousand yuan to rent here, wouldn't it be better to spend the several thousand yuan from her online loans elsewhere? Wouldn't that better highlight that she's a rich person?" Xiaopeng propped his right hand on his chin, thinking, indeed, although some of us had suggested going to her place to play, she always found excuses to refuse. But later, she was very generous with her spending, and her food and clothing were very high-end. Except for Xiao Hua's boyfriend, everyone thought she was a rich person. She completely didn't need to rent such an expensive place to prove herself. Xiao questioned, "Yes, next I'll tell you why she rented here, and why I also live here. Xiao Nuo and I both signed an agreement." Next, Xiao Qiu told Xiaopeng about the agreement. After hearing about the agreement, Xiaopeng was completely stunned, like a statue. 1 day's stay for 10,000 yuan? What kind of good deal was this? Oh, he suddenly understood, this explained why Xiao Nuo lived here, everything made sense. It turned out she didn't have to spend any money and even got paid. Is this the secret about Xiao Nuo you mentioned? Also, is this true? 10,000 a day? It's true. Xiao Qiu showed Xiaopeng the bank transfer text messages on his phone. Xiaopeng's eyes instantly widened. Damn, is there really such a good thing in the world? Xiao Qiu burst into laughter. Xiaopeng, think about it carefully, is there really such a good thing in the world? Xiao Peng's thoughts were muddled by the agreement, and it wasn't until Xiao Qiu gave him time to calm down that he realized there's no such thing as a free lunch. Even if a big pie fell from the sky, it wouldn't be for him. There must be something fishy about it, but what exactly was it? Xiao Qiu understood his friend. He had a certain level of intelligence, but to truly make him discover what was behind the agreement would probably take forever. So, he directly told Xiao Peng the conclusion he and Koubei had discussed, that Alice's apartment housed a bunch of perverted criminals, and so on. After listening, Xiao Peng remained silent for a long time, his soul seemingly having left his body. After a long while, Xiao Peng immediately pulled out his phone. Xiao Qiu asked him what he was going to do. Xiao Peng said he wanted to call the police. Xiao Qiu smiled helplessly, pointing at Xiao Peng and saying, "Look, you're rushing again. When Wang Nuli made the human skin kite, you wanted to call the police, and I stopped you. Do you want me to stop you again now?" Xiao Peng thought to himself, yes, back then, with just one Wang Nuli, he couldn't do anything against the other side. Now, this was the entire apartment, and some force behind the apartment. Something that could create such a grand scene couldn't be solved with just one phone call to report it. Perhaps, the apartment wouldn't be dealt with, but he himself would be dealt with first. At this moment, Xiao Peng paced back and forth in the 904 living room. Sweat beaded on his forehead. According to the results of your discussion with this Koubei, this place is inhabited by a bunch of perverted criminals, as well as ordinary people like you, with 10,000 a day, which is like the rewards in those web novels, given to you for surviving one day. Then Xiao Nua's disappearance wasn't just an ordinary disappearance, but it's very likely that during that chaos, she was already by some perverted criminal in the apartment. Xiao Peng didn't want to believe this outcome. If someone else had told him about an agreement, or that the apartment housed various perverted criminals, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. Are you making up stories? Or writing a novel? But the person telling him all this was Xiao Qiu, his beloved friend and relative. Xiao Peng, I told you all this because I hope you have an estimate, an outcome, in your heart regarding Xiao Nua's disappearance. Let go when you should, and live your life well again. This was Xiao Qiu's true purpose. Xiao Peng and Xiao Qiu were good friends, truly very good friends, and knew each other's personalities too well. Xiao Qiu knew that Xiao Peng was still agonizing over Xiao Nua's matter and had not resolved it, just kept agonizing. He had to give him an answer. Xiao Peng's eyes were red at this moment. Thank you, Xiao Qiu, for telling me all this. But I must find out whose hands Xiao Nua died in. Xiao Peng's first half of the sentence made Xiao Qiu very relieved, but the second half directly struck him like a lightning bolt. No, bro, what do you want to do? You must find out who killed Xiao Nua? Xiao Qiu said seriously. Xiao Peng nodded. This is what I owe Xiao Nua. Xiao Qiu then realized that his good friend, whom he thought he understood so well, might not be understood so well after all. Then, for Xiao Nua, you dumped Xiao Hua's boyfriend. Don't you owe Xiao Hua's boyfriend? Xiao Peng was very surprised. Why would I owe Xiao Hua's boyfriend? Xiao Hua's boyfriend and I usually spend money on each other. As for what you're talking about, sleeping together, is that kind of thing only enjoyable for the man? So, I don't feel like I owe Xiao Hua's boyfriend anything. Xiao Nua is different. She really spent too much money on me. I didn't spend a single cent. Xiao Qiu was speechless. Finding Xiao Nua's body and who killed her is not a simple task. It's very dangerous. You might even lose your life, just like that night when we were chased by those two foreigners. Have you really thought it through? Dogman. Seeing Xiao Peng's incredibly certain gaze, Xiao Qiu thought it would be better for him to be a handsome scumbag. You'll help me, right? Xiao Peng asked. Xiao Qiu spread his hands helplessly. I'll help. Consider it sacrificing my life to accompany a gentleman. Xiao Peng then smiled slightly. You're so good. If you were a girl, I'd definitely marry you. Xiao Qiu turned around and pouted his butt at Xiao Peng. It's not impossible even now. Xiao Peng's face was full of dark lines. At this moment, in the live stream room, Middle-aged uncle, it's worth me slacking off at work to watch the live stream. This 26th round is too exciting. Xiao Qiu brings his own entertainment value, actively investigating and even finding Xiao Nua's boyfriend from last time. But what really surprises me is that this young man named Xiao Peng actually has such a conscience. Domineering female CEO, this world is quite strange. When looking for a partner, you really can't just look at appearance. Handsome men aren't necessarily unfaithful, they might be very loyal. Honest people aren't necessarily loyal, they might be very unfaithful. Little aunt, middle-aged uncle, and domineering female CEO sister, I want to ask something. I remember Kabei discussed with Xiao Qiu that night about finding out who killed his father. Was his father also a resident of the apartment? Domineering female CEO, I forgot. There are 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, every round. Who can remember them all? Middle-aged uncle, his father should have been a very early resident of the apartment. I don't recall anyone named Ku. After all, I didn't start watching this game from the first round. Ask others. Back at Alice's apartment. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng arrived on the first floor to find Administrator Xiao Zhang of Alice's apartment. They inquired about a resident in the apartment. Oh, the person you're talking about? His name is Bai Zhe, and he lives in 201. Bai Zhe was the pale young man who once told Xiao Peng and the others that Wang Ju had been taken away by Lin Shengli and where she was. He was also the person Jian Ran first encountered when he came to Alice's apartment. The reason the two of them were looking for Bai Zhe was simple. When Xiao Peng and his group were fruitlessly searching for Wang Ju, he was the one who gave them hope. Therefore, they believed this person should know something. They planned to start with him. By the way, Xiao Zhang, was that chainsaw killer found that night? Xiao Qiu asked before getting on the elevator. Administrator Xiao Zhang spread his hands. The police were called, but he wasn't found. Xiao Qiu said, all right then. Then he entered the elevator with Xiao Peng. Inside the elevator, Xiao Peng curiously asked about the chainsaw killer. Could it be those two damned foreigners? Xiao Qiu recounted in detail his encounter with Kabei and the chainsaw killer that night to Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng shivered all over. Damn, this ghost place really has all sorts of monsters and demons. Xiao Qiu said, so, it's not too late to regret it now. Xiao Peng turned his head away. We'll talk after we find Xiao Nua, whether she's dead or alive. Xiao Hua's boyfriend did not go to 201 to find Bai Zhe first, but went to 601 to find Kubei. After finding Kubei, he introduced Xiao Peng to him. Kubei was quite happy about a new person joining, as there is strength in numbers. And after hearing that they were going to find Bai Zhe, he went with them. The three quickly arrived at the door of 201. This time, they didn't knock, but rang the doorbell. But the doorbell rang many times, and no one opened the door from inside. Not home? Xiao Qiu muttered to himself. Just then, the door of 202, not far next door, opened. Xiao Peng heard the sound, turned his head, and found it was a rather beautiful young woman, about 30 years old. 3 handsome young men? Who are you looking for? The young woman opened the door, twisting her slender waist as she walked over. Xiao Peng was the first to speak. We're looking for Bai Zhe from 201. Oh, you mean that fair-skinned handsome young man? He went out this morning, he's not home. Not home? Xiao Qiu and Kubei also turned their heads simultaneously to look at the young woman. And just as Xiao Qiu looked at the young woman, suddenly, he saw his pupils contract sharply, then he pointed into the distance ahead and shouted, What in the world is that? Immediately after, Xiao Qiu was seen rushing quickly in the direction in front of him. Xiao Peng and Kubei were not clear about what Xiao Qiu saw, so they could only follow, until they reached the second-floor stairwell. Xiao Qiu looked around, his expression utterly confused. What did you just see? Kubei also curiously looked around, wanting to discover something. Xiao Qiu frowned. I saw a human face peeking out from over there, secretly watching us the whole time. Kubei, someone was peeking at us? Xiao Qiu said, it was too far away. It was definitely a person, but the face that peeked out was very strange. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Peng felt as if he was in a horror movie. Because Bai Zhe was not there, and because they had just seen a person with a very strange face watching them, the three of them ran down to the first floor again to find Administrator Xiao Zhang, wanting to check the surveillance. If this were an ordinary residential area, and a resident came to check surveillance at every turn, the community staff would certainly be unwilling. But Alice's apartment was different. After all, it was a high-end apartment, and Administrator Xiao Zhang simply let them check the surveillance themselves. They quickly found the second-floor surveillance footage from that time. They saw their three figures appear in front of the door of 201. Immediately after, Xiao Q, who was operating the mouse, opened the surveillance footage from the second-floor stairwell. Then, the scene they saw filled Xiao Q and the other two with a sense of terror. They saw a human-like creature descending the stairs from the third floor, moving on all fours. It was wearing smooth, yellowish-brown, tight-fitting clothes that looked like dog skin. In addition, its face looked like it was wearing a cheap human skin mask bought online. This person, after arriving on the second floor, stretched its head out to peek at Xiao Q and the other two. When Xiao Q discovered it and shouted as he chased after it, this figure hurriedly scrambled up the stairs on all fours, like a dog. Xiao Q continued to retrieve the surveillance footage, following this person. He watched as it quickly climbed the stairs on all fours to the 9th floor. After reaching the 9th floor, it actually stopped for a while in front of the door of 904, as if dropping something, and then continued to climb to the other side. This time, the surveillance no longer captured its figure. The three looked at each other, then rushed out of the surveillance room and returned to 904. After the three returned to 904, they found that the person had left a disc at 904. It was a disc wrapped in a transparent plastic case. My home doesn't have anything to play it on. Xiao Q picked up the disc from the ground and said, "It's been so many years since I've watched one of these." Koubei said to go to his house. He still had an old DVD player he used to use. The three arrived at Koubei's house. Koubei took out an old DVD player and, after some adjustments with the wall-mounted TV in the living room, he put the disc into the player. At this moment, even though it was daytime, the three people's breathing was incredibly heavy. The surroundings were silent, with their breathing rising and falling. The hum of the DVD player was so piercing, as if it was slowly opening the gates of hell. When I published the book before, I found that the data was too poor, and I thought it was over, another failure. After all, there have been too many failures, I'm numb to it now. Write 1, fail 1. So I've been using my drafts and haven't written new chapters. In the past few days, I found that the data actually improved, although it's still quite bad. But it can still be salvaged. Then, my drafts ran out, which led to only one chapter per day now, unable to update 2 chapters. Sorry, everyone. I can only guarantee 1 chapter a day for now, and will resume 2 chapters a day once I've saved up a bit more. Xiao Nua's cause of death revealed. The video began. The opening shot was a bit shaky, likely filmed by the person holding the camera. Then, the camera must have been placed somewhere, as the shot stabilized. At this point, in the frame, a long-haired girl was lying on a bed. She was fully clothed. After the shot held for more than 10 seconds, dog barking sounds came from the video. Immediately after, a person on all fours, wearing a yellow dogskin suit and a poor-quality human skin mask on his face, appeared in the frame. It was precisely the strange thing that Xiao Q and the others had seen in the surveillance footage today. This person, on all fours, crawled around on the floor, and eventually, he crawled onto the bed. He mimicked a dog, sniffing the girl all over, starting from her feet, slowly moving up her calves, thighs, stomach, and finally to the girl's face, which was covered by her long hair. Then, he used his face to push all the long hair away from the girl's face. The girl's face was revealed. It was at this moment that Xiao Peng suddenly stood up. He strode to the television, standing very close, his eyes almost bulging out. He stared intently at the girl's face in the video. Xiao Nua. It's Xiao Nua. Xiao Peng said through gritted teeth. Xiao Qiu, sitting on the sofa, also realized that the girl in the video was Xiao Nua, but he didn't react as strongly as Xiao Peng. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Kobe, sitting beside him, rested his right hand on his face, leaning forward. He seemed to be meticulously memorizing the girl's appearance. The video continued. The human skin mask, bought from who knows where, was not only of poor quality but also ugly, the kind that was truly disgusting. There were holes for the eyes and nostrils on the human skin mask. And the mouth area had an even larger opening. It was through this large mouth opening that the person dressed as a dog stuck out a red tongue, constantly licking Xiao Nua's relatively pale face. Just like a dog. Left cheek, right cheek, lips, nose, eyes, forehead. Xiao Nua's face became completely covered in his saliva. Xiao Peng watched, his anger flaring. He completely failed to notice a strange detail. That is, the tongue of the person disguised as a dog was very long, but unlike the long and thin forked tongue of a snake, his tongue was both long and very thick. After about 10 minutes of licking, the person disguised as a dog finally made his next move. He suddenly stood up on all fours on the bed. He barked loudly, woof, 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 towards the sky outside the balcony. Then, mimicking how some dogs like to howl, he let out a deep howl with his neck stretched towards the sky. Immediately after, he suddenly pounced on Xiao Nua's neck, biting directly with his large mouth. In an instant, the blood vessels in Xiao Nua's neck burst like a broken water pipe. A large amount of fresh blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Nua did not let out any painful howls, but her body continuously twisted and writhed slightly. This process lasted for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the person disguised as a dog was covered in blood, his face and body both, and he turned around, facing the camera. He let out a hee laugh. The laugh was sinister, cold, and also revealed a hint of triumph. This kind of laugh was the type that, once heard, was hard to forget, as if it was etched into one's mind. The video ended here. The end of the video also marked the end of Xiao Nua's life. Even without being a professional doctor, seeing the injuries on Xiao Nua's neck in the video, and the continuous gushing blood that stained the bed and the floor, everyone knew that Xiao Nua could not be saved. Damn it! Xiao Peng angrily stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Then, he clenched his fists, his body tensed, and his 2 rows of teeth constantly bit and ground together, making a buzzing sound. It was imaginable that if this person disguised as a dog appeared before Xiao Peng would likely chop him up, just as the tall boy had chopped up Lin Xingli. At this moment, Xiao Hua's boyfriend on the sofa also remained silent for a long time after watching the video. Finally, Kobe spoke. From this video, at least 4 things are revealed to us. First, Xiao Nua is dead, and the murderer is this person disguised as a dog, let's call him Dogman. Second, when Xiao Nua was attacked, even with her neck bitten through like that, she didn't react much, so it seems the Dogman gave Xiao Nua a very large dose of anesthetic. Third, this Dogman is definitely a pervert, who enjoys filming his crimes and then sending the video to people related to the victim. Fourth, this Dogman has definitely been observing you for a long time and is familiar with your interpersonal relationships. Kobe analyzed 4 points. Xiao Peng turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Is he challenging us? Damn it, I'm calling the police right now. Unless he's no longer in this apartment, otherwise I'm going to chop him to pieces. Xiao Qiu stopped him again. Xiao Peng, look, you're getting agitated again. Xiao Peng angrily said, why am I agitated again? The crime video is right here. This is already a foregone conclusion. What are we doing if not calling the police? Let the police search this place, I don't believe they won't find this person. Xiao Qiu shook his head helplessly. Xiao Peng, calm down. The reason I'm not letting you call the police now, isn't it the same as the previous 2 times? The matters concerning this apartment simply cannot be solved by calling the police. If it could be solved, what would we be doing investigating it ourselves here? Everything can only rely on us. The force behind this is too great. I feel that this is the malicious amusement of the force behind this apartment, watching us ordinary people and those perverted criminals slaughter each other. Xiao Peng was somewhat on the verge of collapse. He was originally just an ordinary university student, but now he was caught in this mysterious vortex. Although he had actively gotten involved, he said, rely on ourselves? Catch that dog man, and then call the police? Just like with Lin Shunli? Isn't that pretty much the same as calling the police first and then catching him? At this moment, Xiao Qiu's eyes suddenly seemed to change, becoming very cold. Xiao Peng felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Qiu said, no, Xiao Peng, have you noticed something? Xiao Peng said, what? Xiao questioned, do you remember how many times we've called the police? Xiao Peng thought for a moment. Twice, I think. The first time was for Lin Xingli, who did those things to Wang Ju. The second time was when we were chased by those two foreigners with chainsaws. Xiao questioned, then haven't you noticed any problems with those 2 times we called the police? Xiao Peng shook his head, don't play detective games with me. Just tell me the answer directly. 301 The old man's extreme fear of Zhang Ran. Xiao Qiu smiled and said, of those 2 times the police were called, one of the times, fake police came. Fake police? Xiao Peng and Ku Bei were both stunned. Especially Xiao Peng, as he was a first-hand witness to both incidents, while Ku Bei was not. He had only heard the descriptions of the 2 events. Xiao Peng thought it over carefully and still said, are you mistaken? Are you sure one of the times, fake police came? I felt like they were all real. Xiao questioned, no, one time was fake. The first time, the Wang Ju Lin Xingli incident, real police came. Otherwise, your good brother, who killed someone, wouldn't still be locked up now, awaiting trial. The second time, with the 2 foreigners, that was fake. Xiao Peng frowned, are you sure the second time was fake? The police car, the police uniforms, and even the police guns look more real than real. Xiao Qiu said, police cars, police uniforms, and even guns are hard for ordinary people like us to get, but for the power behind this apartment, it's not difficult at all. Therefore, to confirm, I went to find my uncle. Xiao Peng, you mean your uncle who's a criminal detective? Xiao Qiu nodded, I asked my uncle to help me check the police records for Alice's apartment in Nan City. Xiao Peng, hey, I remember you used to say your uncle wouldn't do these private things for others, even for his own relatives. Xiao Qiu said, exactly, so I begged my cousin, and my cousin begged my uncle. Of course, it wasn't too big of a deal, so my uncle still agreed. Then, I got the following results. My uncle's side could only investigate the first police report for Alice's apartment, which was the Lin Xingli incident, the deployment of personnel, and the outcome. But for the second time, there was absolutely no record. Xiao Peng excitedly said, no record? In that case, the second time was fake police impersonating. It's very likely they were people from the power behind the apartment? Hey, wait, if that's the case, then why did they kill that black man? And where did they take that white man? Xiao questioned, neither of those are important questions. I'm telling you about the real and fake police because I want to tell you something else. If we successfully catch the dog man and call the police, are you sure it will be real police who come? Or fakes? If they're real, everyone's happy, he's taken away. But if they're fakes? Koubei seemed to understand Xiao Qiu's meaning. Koubei said with some surprise, Xiao Qiu, you're not thinking of doing that, are you? We catch the dog man, kill him directly, and then destroy the body without needing to call the police? Xiao Qiu nodded and snapped his fingers, smart, worthy of a former private detective. But this is just a suggestion. After all, that dog man has no grudge with me, and no grudge with you. He killed Xiao Peng's girlfriend, so the decision, whether to adopt this method, rests with Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng's mouth was wide open in shock, not expecting Xiao Qiu to play such a big game. Especially since Xiao Qiu only offered this suggestion, and the final decision to adopt it was up to him. Xiao Peng couldn't help but pace in the living room, in a fierce internal struggle. The wall-mounted TV in the living room was not turned off, so the video they had watched earlier started playing again. These scenes once again entered Xiao Peng's eyes. In his heart, two little figures, one black and one white, were fighting. The black one advocated catching and directly killing the dogman, while the white one advocated catching him, calling the police, and letting them handle it. Ultimately, the black one defeated the white one. Kill him. This beast is guilty of heinous crimes. He deserves to die. By killing him, we are also ridding the world of a menace. But, Xiao Q, what if our actions are discovered? We don't call the police, but what if other people in the apartment call the police? Xiao Peng scratched his head worriedly, his heart pounding violently, making it hard to breathe. Xiao Q sneered, other people in the apartment call the police? You're thinking too much. This isn't a normal apartment. Besides us, who would meddle and call the police? We were chased so badly by those two foreigners, and in the end, we were the ones who called the police. Anyway, as long as we avoid the ordinary residents, that's fine. Try to keep it as secretive as possible. The conspiracy of the three, besides being known to heaven and earth. The people in the live broadcast room also knew. Middle-aged uncle, it's really getting more and more exciting. Are three people hunting the dogman together? Domineering female CEO, I don't know if it's because I'm a woman, but I really hate these perverted criminals who kill defenseless women, like Lin Xingli last time, and this dogman this time. Little Ant, by the way, have any of you seen what this dogman actually looks like? I've seen him commit crimes, and there must be 7 or 8 girls who have died by his hand, right? Middle-aged uncle, haven't seen what he looks like, this guy never takes off his mask. And just then, someone in the live broadcast room named Extremely Rich Young Master spoke, exciting, this live broadcast is so much better than those mockumentaries. Little Dragon Girl at Extremely Rich Young Master, haven't seen you speak before, new here? I am a hero at Little Dragon Girl, he's a friend of mine in real life, I recommended him to come in. Extremely Rich Young Master, hero, you should have recommended me to come in earlier. This live broadcast is so interesting, I even want to go in and be a resident for an adventure. Fairy Sister at Extremely Rich Young Master, you're practically asking for death. Don't think you're rich, you'd be lucky to survive one round if you went in. Extremely Rich Young Master, haha, don't underestimate me. Maybe someday I'll sign the agreement and go in to play around. Gar. At this moment, Zhang Ran had just finished his morning online store customer service work and had taken 2 pills for his dissociative identity disorder. He was extremely hungry. So he prepared to go out for lunch. Leaving home, as he was about to reach 301, the door of 301 suddenly opened. An old man with a stooped back and a face covered in white gauze, carrying a bag of trash, walked out. Zhang Ran recognized the 301 old man at a glance and enthusiastically waved and greeted him. Grandpa, you're coming out to throw trash? Do you need my help? Oh, by the way, Grandpa, what happened to the injury on your face? At this moment, suddenly hearing Zhang Ran's voice, the 301 old man, who had just come out and was about to close the door to go downstairs and throw trash, quickly looked at Zhang Ran, who was getting closer. He saw Zhang Ran smiling, a very warm smile. But in his eyes, it was a demonic smile. A rare look of horror appeared on his face. He immediately pushed open the 301 door, which hadn't fully closed yet, and darted inside. The door slammed shut tightly with a bang. What's going on? Why did this grandpa seem so scared when he saw me? Zhang Ran was a bit confused. What was wrong with this old man? But suddenly, he thought of something and knocked on the door of 301. Grandpa, has someone bullied you? Or have your son and daughter bullied you? Or your granddaughter? Grandpa, don't be afraid. If anyone bullied you, tell me. We're all neighbors, and helping each other is what we should do. These days, abusing the elderly is illegal and immoral. After knocking for a while and seeing that the 301 old man still didn't open the door, Zhang Ran could only shake his head and leave. He felt that the 301 old man must have encountered something, probably been abused by someone, and the injury on his face was proof. It might even be his son and daughter. After all, when he went to help last time, he remembered the old man saying his son and daughter were unfilial. Or something. Meanwhile, inside the room, the 301 old man, with his 8-pack abs, leaned against the door, his helpless eyes glistening with tears. Who bullied me? Who am I being bullied by? Don't you, the initiator, know who I'm being bullied by? Whoa, and helping each other? Ancestor, I wouldn't dare let you help me again. I'm afraid my old life will really be lost in your hands. You black-bellied bastard. April 1st, resuming normal updates of 2 chapters daily. Today is March 29th, so there are 3 days left. Thank you everyone. Jean Cullion and the Dogman's Revenge. Ever since the 301 old man fought with that personality of Jiang Ran last time, he was truly afraid of Jiang Ran. So much so that he absolutely did not want revenge. Because he felt that if it happened again, he would truly be finished. If he were still young, not seeking revenge would be unmanly, but now, forget it, he was truly old. Of course, besides fearing Jiang Ran's combat prowess, he was even more afraid of Jiang Ran's unpredictability. The first time they met, he was a kind young man. The second time they met, he had become an extremely evil young man. This third time, he had reverted to being a kind young man. Was he playing with him? Using an old man like him as material to hone his acting skills? He, for one, dared not provoke this ancestor again. At that moment, Jiang Ran took the elevator down to the first floor, stopping briefly on the second floor, where a beautiful young woman entered, exuding a pleasant floral scent. The young woman was around 30 years old, dressed in a black, sexy slip dress. Her face was beautiful, and every movement exuded charm. If the 3 Xiaobai little white mice were present, they would surely recognize her. Wasn't this the woman they saw walking out of 202 that morning? After the beautiful young woman entered, she saw Jiang Ran, and a bright glint flashed in her large eyes, which wore red contact lenses. After entering the elevator, she moved closer to Jiang Ran, her fragrant lips exhaling a breath of orchid-like air. Oh, when did such a handsome young man move into our apartment? Jiang Ran smiled and replied, just moved in 2 weeks ago, not long. Jiang Ran admired the beautiful young woman in front of him. His nose couldn't help but be permeated by her fragrance, causing his pores to open comfortably all over his body. Is that so? Handsome young man, what's your name? Which apartment do you live in? From now on, we're neighbors. Jiang Ran said, I live in 304. My name is Jiang Ran. The beautiful young woman nodded slightly, a radiant smile on her face. My name is Sumi, and I live in 202. If you're free, you can come visit older sister for fun. Older sister, love playing with young, handsome men like you. The elevator doors opened. Sumi stepped out of the elevator, her graceful figure gradually fading into the distance, a sight that made one's blood surge. Jiang Ran also stepped out of the elevator at this moment. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that such a charming and beautiful young woman held no allure for Jiang Ran. Especially since Sumi had actively shown interest in him. But precisely because of this, Jiang Ran felt a little afraid. Reason, ya. Mais cher de la. As Jiang Ran walked out of the glass automatic doors of the apartment building, he saw a man in his 40s, thin as a monkey, with a brilliant smile on his face, hurrying past him. He turned his head and realized the man had already run to the elevator, frantically pressing the elevator button. It was as if something very urgent, something he couldn't wait to happen, was on his mind. Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention to this and went out to eat. The thin monkey man finally got the elevator coming down, and he excitedly rushed into it. Then he kept shouting, yes. 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 He was in a state of extreme euphoria. The elevator he was in eventually stopped on the 6th floor. Running out of the elevator, he dashed out with lightning speed, arriving at the door of 602. He knocked on the door. In just a few minutes, the door opened. Li Meng Meng, the dance streamer, stood delicately behind the door, wearing a sexy nightgown. At this moment, the thin monkey man looked at Li Meng Meng in front of him, quickly pinching his nose, afraid that he might uncontrollably bleed from his nose. Seeing this, Li Meng Meng smiled faintly and pulled the thin monkey man into 602. Baby, I'm finally going to have you. After entering, the thin monkey man immediately hugged Li Meng Meng, frantically inhaling the pleasant fragrance of her hair. The thin monkey man was a frequent visitor to Li Meng Meng's livestream. He often topped her donation charts, spending a considerable amount of money on her, but he had never managed to meet Li Meng Meng in real life. It had made him terribly eager. He also knew that Li Meng Meng was stringing him along, but he had already spent so much money that he really didn't want to give up. He had initially felt somewhat despairing, preparing to continue topping the live stream charts a few more times to see if he could achieve his goal. If it really didn't work out, he would truly have to give up. But for some unknown reason, Li Meng Meng suddenly messaged him today, saying she was willing to meet him and even agreed to let him come to her place. Of course, the prerequisite was that it was her birthday today, and he needed to send her a 9,999 yuan red packet. He immediately sent it, and then received Li Meng Meng's home address, as well as a sexy selfie of her. He understood perfectly what this meant, and thus, he was incredibly excited and rushed there in a frenzy. As for Li Meng Meng, last night, she was scolded over the phone by the middle-aged man's wife, who informed her that the middle-aged man was missing and no one knew where he had gone. Then, around 10 a.m., she was woken up again. That woman came to her door with the police, looking for someone. Up to this point, Li Meng Meng didn't feel anything was particularly wrong, until she herself messaged the middle-aged man and received no reply. That's when she felt things seemed to be a bit unexpected. After all, the middle-aged man had never had a history of not replying to her messages. Afterward, she sent a few more messages and made calls, but the middle-aged man didn't answer any of them. If he didn't answer, he didn't answer. Li Meng Meng also got angry. In addition, she needed to pay off her credit card, which had been maxed out during her trip, as soon as possible. So she decided to find another sugar daddy from her live stream. And that new sugar daddy was this thin monkey man. At this moment, Li Meng Meng led the thin monkey man into the bedroom that had haunted his dreams. The thin monkey man continuously swallowed his saliva, his heart pounding wildly. Sis, I just saw that old yellow dog man pass by our door. Qin Kalian, the younger sister of the 303 witch sisters, saw a person wearing a human skin mask, walking on all fours, and dressed in a yellow dog suit, passing by their door through the camera outside their door. The two sisters had installed a camera outside their home, which could connect to a phone to show them what was happening outside. The younger sister, Qin Kalian, was lying completely on the leather sofa, dressed lightly, her pair of fair, proud, long legs almost occupying the entire sofa. Looking at the situation on her phone, she quickly stretched her head towards her older sister, Qin, to report the situation. Qin was at this time on the balcony, experimenting with her newly made tranquilizer on Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, and bunnies. Hearing this, she said indifferently, "What's wrong? Do you want to seek revenge on him?" A long time ago, this pair of witch sisters had just moved into Alice's apartment. The younger sister, Qin Kalian, accidentally encountered an attack by this dogman, and if her older sister hadn't rescued her in time, she would probably be dead by now. Therefore, even though many perverted criminals lived in the apartment, the one she disliked the most was this dogman. She wished this dogman would be killed by other perverts. But alas, this was just a beautiful fantasy. Little sister, don't focus on this dogman anymore. This afternoon, brew 2 more pots of tea. I'll put the newly made tranquilizer in these 2 pots, and then you go try it on Jiang Ran again. Qin Kalian was a little surprised. Is it necessary, older sister? Didn't we already test it last time, and the tranquilizer had no effect on him? Qin kept shaking her head, her fair neck looking exceptionally beautiful in the sunlight streaming through the window. Not necessarily. Maybe he's only immune to one type of tranquilizer, and not immune to other types. In any case, we still need to try it. P.S. Happy April Fool's Day in advance. Actually, starting from today, I'll be back to 2 chapters a day. Jiang Ran faces the dog man. Ding dong. The elevator reached the 3rd floor. Jiang Ran, who had finished lunch at a small restaurant near the apartment, stepped out of it. He was planning to go home, relax for a bit, and then prepare for his afternoon customer service work. However, as soon as he exited the elevator, he found himself staring into the eyes of a monster. Both Jiang Ran and the monster were frozen in place as they stared at each other. One stood motionless in front of the elevator, while the other was on all fours, its body still. Is this cosplay? Jiang Ran stared at the person on all fours, wearing a cheap human skin mask and what looked like a yellow dogskin suit, his brows furrowed deeply. He couldn't figure out which anime character this was cosplaying. Well, if it wasn't cosplay, it must be performance art. But honestly, it was a bit creepy. It was broad daylight, and this was the first time Jiang Ran had seen something like this. His heart skipped a beat, thinking it was some kind of monster, a mutated dog. If he had seen this at night, he probably would have screamed loudly. Because the appearance was simply too terrifying and bizarre. So, after Jiang Ran exited the elevator, his statue-like body moved. He pressed tightly against the wall, passing through the space occupied by the dogman. Then he jogged all the way back to his home. And as the door of Jiang Ran's 304 apartment slammed shut, the dogman's still body moved again, slowly, its head occasionally turning left and right. As if patrolling its territory, and it crawled up the stairs on all fours. At this moment, in the live stream room. Extremely rich young master, eh? Is this the Xiaobai little white mice you guys mentioned who survived from the last round? He doesn't look special at all? But, I want to ask a question, why did this dogman let this man go? He didn't attack him? Fairy sister, most of the victims of this dogman are women, though there have been men as well, but only men who posed a threat to him. He isn't the kind of criminal who indiscriminately kills anyone he sees walking down the street. Extremely rich young master, I see. By the way, how do I watch the live stream recordings from the previous 25 rounds? I couldn't find them in the live stream room. Fairy sister, you can't watch past live stream recordings. Extremely rich young master, I heard I Am a Hero say that they could be watched, no? I Am a Hero, when I said they could be watched, I meant the live stream recordings and highlights of the current round. As for the previous rounds, once a new round starts, the old ones are automatically gone. Extremely rich young master, is that so? Wait, then can I secretly record this round? Fairy sister, if you secretly record it, no one will stop you, but if the organizers find out that your secretly recorded video has been circulated, you will suffer greatly. Extremely rich young master, suffer greatly? How so? Fairy sister, didn't you say before that you wanted to become a resident in Alice's apartment? If your secretly recorded video gets out, you will be directly thrown in by the organizers. If you survive 3 rounds, you'll be fine. Extremely rich young master sent a disdainful emoji, haha, why don't I believe that? If I don't want to go in, do they have the ability to force me in? Little dragon girl, extremely rich young master, your confidence reminds me of someone in the live stream room who is just like you. He was a young man in his 20s, and his family's assets were probably over 5 billion. He also didn't believe it and secretly recorded videos, which accidentally got out. Then he was targeted by the organizers. After that, the young man fled abroad, surrounded by at least 50 bodyguards every day. But in the end, guess what? He was caught back by the organizers in less than a week and became a Xiaobai little white mice, in a new round. Extremely rich young master was silent for a moment, then spoke again. What was his final outcome? Little dragon girl, since he was also a user of the live stream room and had watched the broadcasts, he understood Alice's apartment. So, with preventive measures, he survived 2 rounds, but in the 3rd round, he still died. The topic became a bit heavy. Alright, just watch the live stream, don't do anything stupid. Let's quickly continue watching. That dogman went directly from the 3rd floor to the 6th floor. I remember there are 2 residents of this round living on the 6th floor. Perhaps the first shall by shoe, little white mice, to die in the 26th round is about to appear. Currently, in 602. Dance streamer Li Mengmeng and the skinny man had just finished. The skinny man's bony frame tightly embraced Li Mengmeng's beautiful and graceful body. He spoke in a soft voice, pretending to be a warm man. Baby, I don't know why, but when I do this with you, I get particularly excited and finish quickly. It must be because I like you too much. Li Mengmeng didn't answer, her head buried in the skinny man's arms. She was smiling gently. In her heart, however, she couldn't help but complain, premature ejaculation is premature ejaculation, why make so many excuses, you disgusting, smelly man. It was still the same old saying, if it weren't for the money, she would never be with a man like him. The 2 of them cuddled for a long time, and the skinny man started to feel aroused again. Just as he was about to make a move, the doorbell of 602 suddenly rang. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, so the skinny man pretended not to hear it. But the doorbell of 602 kept ringing incessantly. Did you order takeout? Or a delivery? The skinny man asked Li Mengmeng. I didn't order takeout, and my deliveries are always sent to the parcel locker or a station, never to my doorstep. Go open the door and see who it is, the constant ringing is so annoying. The skinny man kissed Li Mengmeng's forehead. Okay, baby, wait for me. He got out of bed, simply put on a pair of trousers and a t-shirt that had been thrown on the floor. He walked out of the bedroom, into the living room, and prepared to open the door. Li Mengmeng, meanwhile, lay on the bed with her eyes closed, clearing her mind and resting. Coming, stop ringing the doorbell, it's so loud. The frequency of the doorbell ringing indicated that it was being pressed continuously. He thought that anyone who pressed someone's doorbell like that was either a brain-dead adult or a mischievous little kid. When he opened the door, he was definitely going to scold them. Were they in such a hurry to reincarnate, always pressing? He reached the door and pulled it open from the inside. No one here? The skinny man didn't see anyone in his field of vision. He thought it must have been a little kid, so he lowered his head to see which kid it was. He was already prepared to teach a lesson to this little kid who had ruined his good mood. But when he looked down and saw who was at the doorbell, he froze completely, a shiver running down his spine. You, what kind of ghost are you? The skinny man had just fearfully finished speaking when he saw the humanoid creature on all fours in front of the door, wearing a cheap human skin mask, let out a fierce bark at him. Then, he saw the humanoid creature, after barking at him, truly like a large wolf dog, pounce towards him. The skinny man hadn't even reacted before he was tackled to the ground by the dogman. Immediately after, the dogman opened its large mouth and bit towards his neck. At this moment, the skinny man pressed his hands against the dogman's face, pushing it upwards, but the dogman's strength was too great, and the skinny man's strength was too small. The dogman easily broke through the hand defense and bit the skinny man's neck, causing blood to gush out instantly, and the skinny man screamed in painful terror. The true identity of the fair-skinned young man with a beauty mole. The loud scream drew Li Mengmeng, who was still in bed in the bedroom, out. However, as soon as she emerged from the bedroom, she froze at the sight of the gruesome scene in the living room. By the time she recovered, the thin monkey man on the floor was already lying motionless in a pool of blood, while the person wearing the cheap human skin mask, on all fours, was facing her, his butt raised high, constantly wagging that invisible yellow tail. Xiao Qiu, Xiao Pang, and Kubei, after watching the video and agreeing to capture the dogman, decided to execute him on the spot. As it was already noon, the 3 went out to eat together, planning to go to 201 to find Bai Zhe in the afternoon. Finally, around 1 in the afternoon, they waited at 201 and caught Bai Zhe returning. Bai Zhe had an ordinary appearance. His most distinctive feature was his fair skin and a beauty mark at the corner of his left eye. Bai Zhe was not surprised to see the 3 of them waiting at his doorstep. He directly opened the door to 201, led them inside, and closed the door. What do you need me for? Zhe poured 3 glasses of plain water and placed them on the coffee table in the living room, looking at the 3 of them. At this time, Xiao Qiu and the other 2 were all sitting on the sofa. Xiao Qiu spoke first. Last time, we had a companion, a girl named Wang Ju, and thanks to you, for telling us where she was able to be rescued. In time. So, we came here this time, first to thank you, and then to ask you some other things. Zhe pulled up a chair and sat opposite the sofa, staring at Xiao. Question: I remember, when I told you where that girl was, you didn't seem to be among those university students, did you? Xiao. Question: Yes, I wasn't there at the time. Zhe: thanks are not necessary, it was no trouble at all. Just ask me whatever you want to know, I prefer to be straightforward. Xiao Qiu and the other 2 exchanged glances. Finally, Xiaoping spoke up. Zhe, we want to ask you, how did you know that Wang Ju was with Lin Xingli in 504? You should still remember me, I asked you this question back then, but you didn't answer me. Zhe replied coldly, alright, I'll answer you now. That night, Lin Xingli abducted Wang Ju, and I happened to see it. After hearing this answer, although all 3 felt it was very perfunctory, they had no way to deal with Zhe. After all, he at least answered their question. Xiaopeng hunched his body, while Xiao Qiu straightened hers. One night, we were chased by 2 foreigners in the apartment with chainsaws, you know about that, right? Zhe nodded. The commotion that night was very loud, probably no one in the entire apartment didn't know about it. Xiao. Question: that day, 3 of our friends were killed, and 1 friend went missing. The missing one is Xiao Nua, who used to live in apartment 904, she is Xiaopeng's girlfriend, the one next to me. This morning, we received a disc, and on the disc, we saw Xiao Nua, and the entire process of her being murdered. It was also through this that we saw the killer. That killer wore a cheap human skin mask, was dressed in yellow dog skin, and kept acting like a dog, walking on all 4s. We want to know, do you know which apartment number this dog man lives in? Zhe's expression remained cold. Why would you ask me this question? Is it just because I once told you where Wang Ju was that you think I would know where this dog man is? After hearing this answer, the 3 looked at each other. It seemed to be exactly that. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent and oppressive. Eventually, it was Zhe who suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Kubei, right? Zhe suddenly called out Kubei's name, which surprised Kubei. Because there was no interaction between Kubei and Zhe, especially since Zhe didn't come to the welcoming party this time, how did he know his name? What surprised him even more were Zhe's subsequent words. Is your father named Kujinshi? Kubei suddenly became agitated. You know my father? Zhe still had a cold face. Yes, and I bear a great responsibility for your father's disappearance. Kubei was stunned, he didn't understand why Zhe said that. What was his connection with his father? Just then, Xiao Qiu slapped her thigh. Kubei, you're too close to the situation to see it clearly, but I'm an outsider. Do you remember your father's diary that you showed me? That young man who asked him to investigate his sister's disappearance? Kubei also suddenly remembered, muttering incredulously, could it be that he is? That's right, it's me. I was the one who entrusted your father to find my sister, and that's why I said I bear a great responsibility for your father's disappearance. If it weren't for my commission back then, your father would not have eventually entered Alice's apartment, becoming a new resident, and thus gone missing. Zhe said. Bang! Kubei suddenly stood up, slamming his hands hard on the glass coffee table in front of him. The items on the coffee table were all jolted into the air for a moment. His eyes were red, and he stared angrily at Zhe, who sat on the chair with a cold expression. Kubei felt that Zhe was right. If there hadn't been Zhe's commission, he and his father would still be working as private detectives. By this time, perhaps he would even be married, and his old man would have retired to help him raise his grandchildren. It wouldn't have led to the current situation, his father missing, most likely dead. He himself, in order to investigate, ventured alone into the apartment. Kubei, calm down, sit down first. Seeing the situation was not good, Xiao Qiu tried to mediate. Kubei still sat down. After sitting down, Kobe's expression gradually returned to normal. Kobe was Kobe after all, not an ordinary person. Although the matter of his father filled his mind with angry impurities. But he was once a private detective, and to do this line of work, one must be absolutely rational. Therefore, rationality gradually took over sensibility in the end. He said helplessly and through gritted teeth, "I really want to blame you, but I can't. After all, my father could have completely refused this case back then, but he took it himself, so he had to bear the consequences, only this consequence was something he had never anticipated." Xiao Qiu listened to these words, thinking of what Kobe's father had written in his diary. Initially, he did investigate Alice's apartment, the place where Bai Zai's sister disappeared, due to the commission. But later, he became deeply fascinated, and even without the commission, he wanted to continue investigating himself. Indeed, before signing the agreement to enter the apartment, one could always stop the investigation. One could only say that Bai Zai's commission was a fuse, but this fuse could be extinguished at any time. "So, this is what I owe your father, and that's why, when you ask me where the dogman lives, I'll tell you, it's a way of repaying that debt of gratitude. That dogman lives in 1001. 1001. Which means he lives on the 10th floor." After learning the dogman's residence, the three prepared to set off and begin their operation. And before leaving, Kobe asked Bai Zai, "Have you found your sister?" Bai Zai's cold face finally showed some change, becoming very dim. "No, she's most likely dead." "Get weapons and go to 1001. Where are we going next?" "Directly to 1001? As the three of them exited 201, Xiaopeng's hands, all the way up to his arms, were trembling. He didn't know if it was from fear or excitement. Or perhaps many other factors. "Xiaopeng, have you really thought it through? Are you going to kill that dogman directly, or are you going to capture him alive, call the police, and hand him over?" At this moment, Xiao Qiu confirmed again. Xiaopeng paused for 3 seconds and said, "Xiao Qiu, I suddenly remembered, isn't your uncle a criminal detective? If we catch this dogman, we're afraid that if we call the police, the fake police arranged by the apartment will show up. If we have your uncle bring people directly, that should be fine, right?" Xiao Qiu frowned. "It's possible, but have you forgotten that many criminals in this apartment, like the kite killer Wang Nuli, served their sentences on paper and were released? Even if we hand him over, given the powerful forces behind the apartment, he might just be released again." After hearing this, he sighed deeply several times. Xiaopeng said, "I'll do it. Killing him will prevent more people from being poisoned." He kept hypnotizing himself, providing psychological comfort and guidance for his potential future actions. The three of them couldn't go after the dogman empty-handed, of course. They definitely needed to be prepared. Among the three, Xiaopeng didn't live here, and Xiao Qiu had moved in with just a bag, bringing only clothes, shoes, and other daily necessities. Only Kobe, embracing the idea of succeed or die a martyr, planned to stay here long-term and had brought many of his original belongings from home. Among them were quite a few baseball bats and brass knuckles, and other sharp objects that could be purchased. At this moment, the three of them took the elevator to the 6th floor. And just as they arrived on the 6th floor, a strong smell of blood, hitting them head-on, made all three cover their mouths and noses. The three people exited the elevator. This smell of blood already permeated the entire 6th floor hallway. "Where is this smell coming from?" Xiaopeng was puzzled. The other two didn't speak, only sniffing with their noses, seemingly trying to pinpoint where the smell of blood was strongest and where its source was. Eventually, they stopped in front of room 602. The smell of blood seemed to be coming from there. "This is Li Mingming's home," Kubei murmured. Xiao Qiu said, "Is it that dance streamer Li Mingming? The pretty one?" Kobe nodded, gently touched the doorknob, and found that the door to 602 was not closed, but tightly sealed, leaving an almost invisible crack. With a push from Kobe, the door to 602 was completely opened, and a more pungent smell of blood, like a blood demon descending, wafted out. Accompanying this more pungent smell of blood was a male corpse lying in a pool of blood, visible to the eye. All three of them were stunned. In fact, when the three of them exited the elevator and smelled the blood, they had a bad premonition. Especially with such a strong smell filling the hallway, something must have died, possibly a person. And when they arrived in front of room 602, Kobe said that the dance streamer Lee Mengmeng from the welcoming party lived here. They wondered if Lee Mengmeng might have died inside. But after opening the door, they found that it wasn't Lee Mengmeng at all, and it wasn't even a woman. It was a man. Lee Mengmeng isn't in 602. I don't know where she went. Xiao Pang was responsible for checking all of 602, while Xiao Qiu and Kobe knelt beside the dead man, observing him carefully. This man was very thin, especially his arms, which were so slender. The cause of death seemed to be the tearing and biting wound on his neck. After all, they didn't see any other parts of his body bleeding. After checking the house, Xiao Pang also came over to the skinny man, looked at him for a while, pointed at his neck, and said, "Did the dog man do it?" This kind of neck biting is exactly the same as how he killed Xiao Nuo. Probably. The dog man must have attacked 602. Anyway, this unidentified man is dead. As for Lee Mengmeng, either she wasn't home, or she was taken by the dog man. Xiao Qiu said, after all, that guy once recorded such a video with Xiao Nuo, he must have a fetish for that kind of thing. He wouldn't act so quickly on Lee Mengmeng as he did on this man. What do we do now? At this moment, Xiao Pang asked. Kobe said, let's go to my place to get weapons and then go directly to find the dog man. None of the three dealt with the body first, instead, they went to the adjacent 601, Kobe's home. Kobe took a steel baseball bat. Hitting someone with this thing would definitely be satisfying. Xiao Pang took a dagger, and it was sharpened. As for Xiao Qiu, he took the metal brass knuckles from Kobe's home. Wait a minute, there's still something we haven't taken. After gathering their things, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Pang were about to leave when Kobe called out to them. Then, Kobe entered the bedroom and came out in less than 2 minutes. They stared at Kobe, but didn't seem to notice anything new in his hands. What did you go into the bedroom to get? Where is it? You'll know soon. The three of them left 601 and took the elevator to the 10th floor. In the elevator, thinking about what they were about to do, Xiao Pang and Xiao Qiu kept taking deep breaths to relieve their tension. Kobe, on the other hand, was very calm, as if what he was about to do was watch a movie. This was understandable. Xiao Pang, a university student, usually spent his time flirting with pretty women of all ages. Although Xiao Qiu studied criminal investigation and was deeply involved in detective work and cases, he was still only studying, never having put it into practice. This was the difference between a rookie police officer and a seasoned detective. Kobe was different, he had been a private detective for an unknown amount of time. What hadn't he done? His psychological resilience was absolutely terrifyingly strong. Soon, with a ding from the elevator, the three entered the 10th floor. The 10th floor was eerily quiet at this moment, like the calm before a storm. The three appeared in front of room 1001, maintaining an unusual silence. Even their footsteps after exiting the elevator were suppressed, as if afraid of alerting the enemy. The door is locked. At this moment, pushing the immovable security door of 1001, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Pang were speechless. They had prepared everything, but forgot this detail. Now what? What should they do? Should they force the door open? That would alert the dogman inside, wouldn't it? Giving him time to prepare. Just then, a savior's voice said, "Let me." The two stepped back, and Kobe stepped forward. He pulled out a very thin, specially shaped wire from his pocket. Didn't you ask me what I took from the bedroom earlier? It was this. Looking at the silver-white wire, Xiaoping grinned in surprise. You can pick locks too? Kobe, being a private detective requires all sorts of skills, and lockpicking is essential. Kobe's lockpicking skills must not have been much worse than a professional's. In 3 minutes, with a click, he had opened the lock of the security door. Xiao Peng. Behind you. After the door opened, Kobe didn't step aside. Instead, he quietly opened a crack in the door, peered through it, found no danger or abnormality, and then slowly widened it. Once it was wide enough for one person to pass, the three of them entered in single file and closed the door. At this moment, the entire room was completely silent. There was almost no sound at all. Dogman shouldn't be home right now, Kobe said. The other two thought the same. Because the house was excessively quiet. The three of them didn't leave just because Dogman wasn't home. They planned to first inspect 1001, then directly stake out 1001 and ambush Dogman when he returned home. The decor of 1001 was unremarkable, everything looked very ordinary and normal. The group briefly scanned the living room and found a corner piled with a lot of dog food, bone-strengthening, nutritious varieties, as well as dog treats. Besides that, on the sofa were some dog toys, such as balls and plushies. The only other peculiar thing was that the living room had both a refrigerator and a freezer. Normally, it's rare for a household to have a freezer in addition to a refrigerator, it's not common. They glanced at the open-plan kitchen in the living room and noticed it probably wasn't used much. The area where kitchen tools like cleavers were kept was covered in a thick layer of dust. Even a cleaver had rust on it. Opening the kitchen cabinets, they found the bowls and chopsticks inside were also rarely used, with a strong smell of dust. When they opened another cabinet, they made a discovery: it contained many clean dog bowls, which seemed to be used frequently. Next, the three went to the balcony and found many identical, yellow, dogskin-like bodysuits hanging there to dry. These were the same ones Dogman was seen wearing in the surveillance footage. Eating dog food, playing with dog toys. This person is a pervert. He might as well just be a dog in his next life, saving him the trouble of pretending to be one. Xiao Peng cursed. Following that, the three went to the bathroom, where there was also nothing unusual. If there was anything abnormal, it was the overly strong smell of urine. Finally, the three went to the bedroom together. As soon as they entered the bedroom, the three made a significant discovery. On the soft, large bed in the bedroom, a beautiful, charming woman in pajamas was lying there, sound asleep. Xiaoqiu walked over, stared at the beautiful woman's face, and said, "Li Meng Meng, Li Meng Meng." He called her twice, but she didn't wake up. He then pushed her a few times, but she slept like a log. She's probably like Xiao Nua, having been drugged or something. However, she's luckier than Xiao Nua. We arrived in time, and she hasn't experienced anything yet. Xiaoqiu turned and saw Xiao Peng tinkering with a small, black, handheld camera. This must be what Dogman uses to film videos. Xiao Peng said. "Come look at this, see what I found." Suddenly, Kobe exclaimed excitedly. The two quickly went over and saw a stack of neatly arranged discs in a cabinet Kobe had pulled open. These discs were all individually packaged in plastic cases. And each one had a few words written on it with a marker. They were names. He randomly picked one up, which read, Fang Shui Shui. He then randomly picked another, Gu Ling. From the names, they appeared to be women's names. "I just saw a DVD player in the living room, let's take these to watch." Kobe took all the discs, not leaving a single one, to the living room. Counting them carefully, there were actually 14, and each one had a name. Kobe inserted the disc labeled Fang Shui Shui into the DVD player and turned on the television. Soon, the DVD player worked, and the television displayed the footage from the disc. It was similar to Xiao Nua's video. Only the female lead had changed. First, the perverted fetish was satisfied, and then she was cruelly bitten on the neck and killed. Next, Kobe played Gu Ling's disc, and the video content was identical to the two they had already watched. Kobe stood by the living room television, grimly staring at the screen. Xiaoqiu sat on the sofa. Xiao Peng leaned against the white freezer placed next to the sofa in the living room. Xiao Peng looked somewhat pained and confused. "I can't stand it. Why are there so many perverts in this world?" Xiaoqiu replied, "It's quite normal. One of my courses specifically discusses why these people become serial killers. It's roughly a combination of several factors: genetic, environmental, human, psychological, and so on. With so many people in this world, every type of person, no matter how rare, will exist in a certain proportion due to the population base. Like the famous ones worldwide, Jack the Ripper, the Rostov Ripper, Granny Coldsmile, the Schoolgirl Killer, the Zodiac Killer, all were triggered by various factors. However, these are all from abroad. There are also cases in China, but the ones widely known are quite famous. Like the Baiying serial murder case. As for the less famous ones, you can still find some reports and clues online. But for someone like this dogman, I haven't found any information about him online. Although he's not famous and I haven't found anything, I believe the evil dogman has committed is no less severe than those famous ones. He's equally perverted and disgusting. Think of the people they killed, beautiful lives just gone like that. How innocent were they? These girls, Xiaonua, and these two we've seen, Feng Shuishui and Guling, were all no older than 25, gone at the prime of their lives. Xiao Q, after seeing these discs, I'm even more determined to personally eliminate this dogman and avenge these girls. Xiao Peng's tone was resolute, however, I feel like cursing. Since I was little, I've always heard about ghosts and spirits, and online, I often see people claiming to have seen ghosts. I just want to ask, for such perverted murderers who have cruelly taken so many innocent lives, why haven't those victims turned into vengeful spirits to claim his life? Do ghosts really exist? Xiao Q turned to Xiao Peng and said, whether they exist or not, I don't know, but for these perverts, ghosts don't exist. Xiao Q was about to continue speaking, but suddenly her expression changed, and she cried out in terror, Xiao Peng! Behind you! When Xiao Peng heard Xiao Q's words and saw her suddenly terrified expression, according to normal human reactions, he would definitely turn around to see what was behind him and what was happening. But Xiao Peng was different. Although he was not as quick-witted as Xiao Q and Koubei, among his group of classmates and friends, he was definitely the one who thought things through and stayed calm. From the time the Wangju incident happened, when they met Jiang Ran in the elevator, he stopped his companions from telling Jiang Ran, a stranger, what had happened. And when Bai Zhe told them where Wangju was, his classmates and friends' first reaction was to rush there, but he asked Bai Zhe how he knew. Therefore, at such a moment, he didn't turn around like an ordinary person but ran forward. If he had turned around, by the time he saw the danger and wanted to run, it might have been too late. Thus, running forward without first turning back out of curiosity was definitely the optimal solution at that moment. 3 people versus dogman. However, the optimal solution may not necessarily resolve the crisis. Xiao Peng was, after all, too late. What the 3 people in the room hadn't expected was this. The dogman they had been waiting for to come home, the one they planned to ambush, suddenly emerged from the freezer Xiao Peng was leaning against, catching them completely off guard. It was also due to Xiao Q's timely warning and Xiao Peng's immediate reaction to run forward. Originally, the dogman, upon emerging, had aimed for Xiao Peng's neck. Now, because of these 2 points, he missed the neck and only bit Xiao Peng's right shoulder. Just as he bit down, Xiao Peng let out a cry of agony. Damn it! Xiao Q immediately reacted, grabbing the metal knuckle dusters from the glass coffee table. After putting them on, he went to the freezer. At this point, most of the dogman's body was still inside the freezer, his mouth clamped fiercely onto Xiao Peng's shoulder, his gaze extremely vicious. He aimed at the dogman's head and back, but his first instinct was still to choose the non-fatal back. He repeatedly struck the dogman's back with the knuckle dusters, but it couldn't save Xiao Peng. The dogman still wouldn't let go. Koubei, however, was different. He came to the freezer, and his first instinct was to smash the dogman's head with the steel baseball bat in his hand. To be frank, when it came to potentially killing someone with his own hands, Xiao Q's practical experience and subconscious reactions still influenced his actions. Koubei's strike was clearly effective. Although the human head is the hardest part of the body, a steel baseball bat is no joke. One swing forced the dogman to open his mouth and release Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng stumbled a few steps forward, then fell to the ground, his left hand pressing hard against his right shoulder, which was a bloody mess and bleeding profusely. His whole body was twitching in pain. The dogman, having been hit by the knuckle dusters and the steel baseball bat, agilely crawled out of the freezer. In the open space next to the freezer, he assumed the rear-coiled stance of a large dog preparing to attack. And he let out low growls. No sooner said than done, the dogman suddenly launched himself at Kubei. He lunged forward in a dog-like crawl. Kubei swung the baseball bat, hitting the dogman hard in the face, but the dogman only staggered, quickly regrouped, and continued to lunge. The speed was too fast. Kubei hadn't even recovered from his previous swing to wind up for another, so he could only grip both ends of the baseball bat with both hands and desperately block the dogman's mouth. And then, something utterly unbelievable happened to Kubei. The dogman bit down on the steel baseball bat, and under the pressure of his bite, the steel baseball bat was visibly deforming. If what he was seeing was truly a large dog, a wolf dog, or a Tibetan mastiff, with such a bite force, Kubei wouldn't have been so shocked. But this was just a person. Could a person's teeth hardness and bite force reach such a monstrous level? While Kubei was in this stalemate with the dogman, Xiaoqiu quickly ran to the dogman's side, repeatedly striking the dogman's head with his knuckle-dusted fists. This time, he had regained his composure and was no longer controlled by his subconscious. Xiaopeng, who was on the ground, also got up, enduring the pain in his right shoulder, and fumbled for the sharp dagger that had been thrown to the ground during the ambush. He charged at the dogman, stabbing him in the back. The dogman's peripheral vision seemed to catch sight of Xiaopeng coming towards him. He gave a fierce forward shove, knocking Kubei to the ground, then quickly released his bite. He stood up straight, first kicking Xiaoqiu's right fist, which was striking him while wearing the knuckle dusters. Then, with another kick, he struck Xiaopeng, who was coming towards him, in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. Immediately after, mimicking a dog, he lunged again. The dagger in Xiaopeng's hand had been kicked away. Facing the dogman, who was biting with his wide-open mouth, he could only block with his right arm, which was then clamped tightly in the large mouth. He then punched the dogman's head and face fiercely with his left fist. But this dogman was like a monster that didn't know pain. He wouldn't let go at all, biting harder and harder. It wasn't until Xiaoqiu and Kubei attacked him again that he finally released his bite and began to tear and wrestle with the two of them. Xiaoqiu and Kubei still had weapons. In a 2-on-1 attack, they wrestled with the dogman for 5 minutes, yet they didn't gain any advantage. Although many of their strikes landed on the dogman, this dogman was exceptionally resilient. **CK your mother. At this moment, Xiaopeng, who had been lying on the ground gasping for 5 minutes, desperately lunged onto the dogman, trying to pin him to the ground. But either his strength was too little, or the dogman's strength was too great, and his dream could not be realized. Therefore, he could only act like a plaster, wrapping his limbs tightly around the dogman's back. At the same time, he shouted, "You two, hurry up!" Xiaoqiu and Kubei wanted to hurry at this point, but how could they? This dogman was always on all fours, crawling, and you were wrapped around him. Therefore, they could only attack from the head or from below. But below was difficult to move, so only the head. But your head was so close to the dogman's. And you were constantly wrestling, your head moving wildly. If they accidentally hit your head with a heavy blow, you wouldn't just die, but you'd get a concussion, your brain would be messed up. The dogman, furious, let out continuous whimpers. Finally, he no longer acted completely like a dog, only attacking with his mouth. Instead, he grabbed Xiaopeng's hair on his back with his right hand and pulled down hard. He wanted to pull him off. Xiaopeng felt like his scalp was about to come off. It hurt so damn much. "Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the death." Xiaopeng also went all out, biting the dogman's right shoulder, ready to return the favor. But his bite force was clearly not on the same level as the dogman's. This kind of bite was simply tickling the dogman. Xiaopeng probably realized this, so he used all his strength, extending his neck forward. He bit the dogman's right ear. No matter how tough the dogman was, his ears were still vulnerable. Under Xiaopeng's desperate bite, the dogman finally let out a painful wail. Seeing this, Xiaoqiu and Kubei also joined in. The two, afraid of accidentally injuring Xiaopeng, simply threw away their weapons and went in together, hoping to pin down and subdue the dogman as a trio. This dogman also went crazy. He directly abandoned the car to protect the general, sacrificed a pawn to save a king. With a roll, he pinned Xiaopeng under his back, then pushed his head up with force, combined with Xiaopeng's struggle. This resulted in his ear being bitten off for the most part by Xiaopeng's mouth. Then, he ignored Xiaopeng, who was still entangled under his back, and grabbed the charging Xiaoqiu with both fists and feet, biting fiercely, using all his strength. 3 people fighting one dogman, Xiaopeng was the first to give out. At this point, he was already out of breath from exhaustion. Biting off the dogman's right ear had already drained all his strength, and he could only lie on the ground watching the struggle around him. The dogman pinned Xiaoqiu underneath him, his head down, trying to bite Xiaoqiu's neck. Xiaoqiu resisted with all his might with both hands, forming a tug-of-war. Meanwhile, Kubei seized the opportunity to pick up the baseball bat he had previously dropped on the ground. He repeatedly and desperately struck the dogman's head and back. The dogman has accomplices? The dogman no longer stopped biting and regrouped when things looked bad, unlike before. Instead, even as his head and back were struck, he was determined to bite Xiaoqiu to death first. It was as if he held a deep grudge against Xiaoqiu. And this gave Kubei a very good opportunity. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Besides sweat, his body was covered in blood, and even his silver-white baseball bat had turned into a blood-soaked club. Each time he swung the bat downwards, he put all his strength into it. He felt his body's strength rapidly depleting, like the mana in a game. Thud. 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 He didn't even know how many times he had hit. It wasn't until he heard Xiaoqiu yell stop at least 7 or 8 times that he finally ceased his attack. And he, who had just been moving like a machine, found his eyes blurred with sweat after stopping, unable to open them. Opening them caused a stinging sensation, so he could only blink repeatedly to force them open. His forehead was covered in hair, and he brushed away his dark hair, fixing it into a side-swept fringe. He looked down at the dogman, who lay motionless on Xiaoqiu's body. A large area of the back of his head was caved in, with white brain matter and various brain tissues oozing out. His back was equally gruesome, his spine broken, and his entire body severely twisted and deformed downwards. Clearly, he was as dead as could be. After confirming again that the dogman was truly dead, Kubei collapsed to the ground, exhausted. "Oh, help me, get this dogman off me, I have no strength left." At this moment, Xiaoqiu panted as he pleaded. Next, he and Kubei, Xiaohua's boyfriend, exerted tremendous effort to move the dogman off him and to the side. At this point, Xiaoqiu felt his breathing become completely smooth. The 3 of them were currently maintaining the same posture, lying on the living room floor of 1001. Enjoying the precious rest after their victory. They rested for about a few minutes. "Ah, Sha Nua, I've avenged you." "Avenged you." Xiaopeng, lying on the ground, suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. After laughing for a while, Xiaoqiu asked him, "Xiaopeng, let me ask you, if Sha Nua hadn't died back then, and you found out she wasn't the rich young lady you imagined, would you have broken up with her?" Xiaopeng said, after finding out, "I definitely wouldn't have broken up immediately. I would have waited until I felt I had repaid everything I owed her, and then I probably would have broken up." Xiaopeng suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. "This incident has taught me a lesson." Xiaoqiu asked curiously, "What lesson?" "Xiaopeng, I used to read some reports about professional athletes, like soccer players and basketball players, saying that some athletes with full talent and great career prospects would be ruined after becoming addicted to women. Their entire careers would be destroyed. I used to wonder, do these professional athletes' addiction to women really affect their bodies so much? Does it affect their performance in games? I never felt it before, but now I understand. Among the three of us, I was the first to falter. To be honest, if it weren't for the thought of avenging Xiao Nua, I would have given up long ago. After this, I'll try to stay away from women more. I didn't feel it normally, but at critical moments, the impact of women on me, I truly feel it now. My waist, thighs, and arms all feel like they're not my own, soft and lacking strength. Luckily, I had you guys, otherwise I would have died this time. Shall question, don't say that, this dog man, any one of us three alone would have fallen here. Think about it, the three of us fought as a team, and we were prepared, each of us even had a weapon, yet in the end, it was still a Pyrrhic victory. Of course, what surprised me even more was that this dogman had been hiding in the freezer, launching sneak attacks. Kobe was lying on the ground at this moment, like a man made of water and blood, and the other two were similar. Kobe panted, luckily you guys discovered him in time, otherwise, we would have lost one person at the start, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Alright, in the end, we still won. To use a common line from those anime and cartoons, evil can never defeat justice. Xiao Pang laughed heartily. It was clear that after avenging Xiao Nua, his heart's knot was untied, and he was completely relaxed. He turned his head to look at Xiao Qiu and Kobe, who were lying not far away, and asked, by the way, how should we deal with the man's body in 602? And this dog man's body? Disposing of the bodies is also a problem. Let's think about it later. I have no strength at all right now, I just want to rest well. Xiao Qiu said weakly. Kobe was much the same, not even wanting to speak. At this moment, all three of them closed their eyes in unison, slowly recovering their strength. The surroundings were silent, much like the silence when they first arrived on the 10th floor. However, when they first arrived on the 10th floor, it was an oppressive silence. But now it was a relaxed silence. Yet, what happened next transformed the three's relaxed silence back into an oppressive silence. They heard a click. The three of them simultaneously opened their eyes at this moment, turning their heads or craning their necks towards the anti-theft door of 1001. That click sound just now was clearly the sound of a key being inserted into a lock. If they had misheard, it was impossible for all three of them to have misheard. This dogman has an accomplice? Xiao Peng's face was covered by something called terror. Now all three of them were in a state of physical and mental exhaustion, let alone another dogman. Even if another ordinary male came, it would be difficult for the three of them to resist. They were completely like fish on a chopping board. It's over. It's over. It's really over. Although they were shouting that it was over, none of the three chose to sit idly by. They struggled to get up, wanting to pick up the weapons they had dropped on the ground. But the three of them only felt their bodies weak and soft, completely unable to exert any force. All three were extremely nervous, their hearts pounding, their chests heaving violently, suppressing their fear. Something called death was attacking them. Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside. That person had already entered. The three of them were too weak to even crawl up at this moment, and they hadn't even managed to grab their weapons. The despair in their hearts instantly spread throughout their bodies. Were they going to die here? Oh, so this 1001 is you three? A somewhat familiar female voice. The three of them simultaneously struggled to crane their necks and look, only to find that the one who opened the door was Sumi, the beautiful 30-year-old married woman who lived in 202, next to Bai Zhe in 201. Was she the dogman's accomplice? Seeing the tense, terrified expressions on the three's faces, Sumi showed a very puzzled expression. Why do you all look like that when you see me? My best friend lives on the 10th floor, and I was going to ask her to go shopping with me, but I heard a loud noise from 1001, so I wanted to come in and take a look. Listening to Sumi's words, the three of them realized that perhaps they had been overthinking. This woman wasn't the dogman's accomplice? But they still hadn't completely let down their guard. Xiao Qiu asked, then how do you have the key to 1001? Sumi, I asked Xiao Zhang for it, of course. Xiao Qiu was a bit suspicious. You're just an ordinary resident, how could he casually give you the key to another resident's apartment? Sumi tossed her long black hair, and a scent of perfume wafted out. Of course, it's because I'm older sister, am so charming. Men, just a little coaxing, and they'll do anything for you. The doctor gave a meaningful smile. None of the three, including Xiao Qiu, suspected anything. After all, the woman in front of them could indeed be described as alluring and charming. Forget about Administrator Xiao Zhang, even the three of them, if they weren't in Alice's apartment but somewhere else, and encountered a woman like this who actively made advances, it would be very difficult to resist. Sumi took a few steps forward, her gaze sweeping over the three of them, including Xiao Qiu, one by one. She said with great disdain, "Why do you all have so much blood and sweat on you? It stinks. Hey, why is there someone lying over there?" At this point, Sumi had taken a few steps forward and could observe more closely. After a moment of observation, she said in great surprise, "Isn't that the person who pretends to be a dog in the apartment all day? Why is he here too? Hey, wake up." Sumi kicked the dogman with her foot in disgust, finding him motionless. Then, she carefully examined the exaggerated and horrific injuries on the dogman, and looked back at the three of them, including Xiao Qiu, who were lying on the ground, staring at her intently. She seemed to have realized something. She immediately ran to the anti-theft door, her face filled with horror. "Oh my God. You three, you didn't kill him, did you?" "No, I'm calling the police." "No wonder 1001 was so noisy, so it was you doing this kind of thing inside." "Hey, wait a minute." Xiao Qiu opened his mouth and weakly but loudly stopped Sumi from calling. Sumi was holding her phone tightly with both hands, looking as if she was ready to open the door and run away at any moment. "Wait for what? You didn't discover what you did, and now you want to kill me to silence me?" Xiao Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. "You woman, do you think the three of us in this state are capable of killing someone to silence them? Also, do we need to kill you to silence you?" Sumi said righteously, "Of course it's necessary, because I've found evidence of your crime." Xiao Peng interjected at this point, "Sister, we did kill this dogman, but it was self-defense. And you don't know this dogman, he's a perverted criminal. Go look in the bedroom, isn't there a woman there? That's the dogman's intended victim. If you still don't believe it, look at the discs on the TV cabinet. They're all criminal evidence." After listening to Xiao Peng's narration, Sumi went to the bedroom, half believing, and indeed saw a woman. Then, she returned to the living room and saw the discs on the TV cabinet, as well as the video on the TV. Of course, the video was currently paused. She picked up the remote control and clicked to resume playback. The scenes that followed in the video made Sumi's pupils tremble. After watching the video, her voice trembled with horror. "Oh my God, I thought this person was just a mentally ill person pretending to be a dog, or a performance artist with a special fetish. I never thought he was a devil who harmed girls." Xiao Qiu said, "So, you believe us now, right?" Sumi nodded, "I believe you." "Oh, by the way, even if I believe you, we still need to call the police, right? Let the police handle all of this. Anyway, you are acting in self-defense, and you have evidence here. Not only will the three of you be fine, but you'll also be heroes." Xiao Qiu said, "Okay, you call the police, and also dial 120. Xiao Qiu felt that the dogman was already dead, and they had acted in self-defense. Whether the people who came were real or fake, impersonating the apartment, it wouldn't affect them. He had originally planned to deal with the body himself, but with Sumi's intervention, so be it. As for 120. All three of them had sustained injuries to varying degrees, with Xiao Peng being the most seriously injured, so they definitely needed treatment. Sumi nodded. She suddenly thought of something and said, "It will take some time for the police and 120 to arrive. I see that your injuries are quite serious, so it's best to treat them promptly. I'll call the doctor specifically for our apartment to come over and treat you first." "A dedicated doctor?" Xiao Qiu was very confused about what that meant. Sumi explained, Alice's apartment is a high-end apartment and has always been equipped with doctors. They can't handle major illnesses, but minor ones are easily taken care of. And the doctor we have here used to be from a grade A tertiary hospital. Xiao Peng, who was nearby, complained after hearing this, damn, the difference between this high-end apartment and those ordinary apartment complexes is too big. They even have doctors, and from a grade A tertiary hospital at that. Sumi left 1001 to find the doctor. Within 5 minutes, she returned to 1001 with a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat, carrying a medical kit on his waist. When the doctor arrived at 1001 and saw the gruesome scene in the living room, he was visibly startled. His facial muscles were twitching. However, he didn't say a word, likely having already learned about the situation from Sumi. Therefore, he professionally began to examine the injuries of the three, including Xiao Qiu. After examining the injuries, he took out 3 unopened disposable syringes and a box of glass vials from his white medical kit. Then, he drew a dose from a small glass vial with a syringe. He then walked up to Xiao Peng with the syringe. He was going to give him an injection. Xiao Qiu stared at the scene and curiously asked, Doctor, what kind of injection are you giving him? The doctor pointed to the wound on Xiao Peng's right shoulder and said, Aricaner. Aricaner? What kind of medicine is that? Xiao Qiu was not a medical student and had never heard of it. Kobe, on the other hand, seemed to know about this medicine. He said, this seems to be a foreign medicine. One shot costs 30,000. It's a kind of viral infection blocker. After taking it, it can block most viral infections and the like. Xiao Qiu was very confused. Do we need to take this medicine? The doctor said, you all have injuries to varying degrees, especially the wound on this handsome guy's shoulder. It looks like a human bite. Human bites are more serious than animal bites because the human mouth contains many types of bacteria, so I'm giving you blockers, understand? Xiao Peng heard this and excitedly said, then hurry up and give it. Hey, wait, Kobe, how much did you say this medicine costs per shot? 30,000? Holy shit, we don't have to pay for this, do we? At this moment, Sumi, standing nearby, smiled, residents living here use it for free, but those who aren't residents here. Xiao Peng, then I'm not getting it. I don't have money. I'll just hold out until 120 arrives. Sumi chuckled, alright, I was just teasing you. The injuries you sustained here are free, even if you're not a resident here. Xiao Peng finally relaxed and let the doctor give him the injection. Next, the doctor gave Kobe an injection. Although Kobe didn't have bite marks, he had scratches. The last one was Xiao Qiu, his left arm had been bitten. Therefore, he also received an injection. About a few minutes after the injection, Xiao Qiu looked at the doctor, who was taking out gauze, disinfectant, and other things from the medical kit. And asked, That's strange, doctor, why am I so sleepy after this injection? I really want to sleep? Does this medicine have this effect? The doctor said, this medicine does not have this effect. Xiao questioned, then what's going on? Am I too tired? The doctor showed a meaningful smile. Qin Kulian Hunt's Jiang ran again. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Ran was in the living room, typing on his keyboard, dealing with various customer questions and getting annoyed when suddenly, there was a knock on his apartment door. Coming. After answering a customer's question, Jiang Ran quickly scurried to the door of 304 and opened it. After opening the door, he found it was Qin Kulian, the younger sister of the pair of sisters living in 303. Is something wrong? As he recalled, this was the second time Qin Kulian had come to him. Oh, I recently brewed some new tea and wanted to invite you to try it. Qin Kulian showed a sweet smile, gesturing with both hands to the small iron pot she was carrying. Oh. I see. Then please, come in quickly. He led Qin Kulian to the sofa, asked her to sit for a while, and then went to his laptop to ask his supervisor for a short leave. After completing his leave request, Jiang Ran grabbed a few disposable paper cups and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. Qin Kalian, at this point, poured Jiang Ran a cup from each of the 2 pots of tea she had brought. One cup, when poured, was a vibrant red, looking exactly like blood. The other cup, when poured, was a light green. While Qin Kalian was pouring the tea, Jiang Ran was admiring Qin Kalian's beautiful face and her lovely figure, encased in a black stepmother dress. Of course, Jiang Ran had no ill intentions towards Qin Kalian, so after a brief admiration, he focused his attention on the 2 cups of tea. Seeing the light green tea, he asked, "Is this green tea?" Qin Kalian shook her head. "This is oolong tea, not green tea. If I had to say, it's green tea's relative." Immediately after, Jiang Ran looked at the cup of tea that resembled fresh blood. He was stunned, then bent down, staring at the blood-red tea in the paper cup. "Is this black tea?" Qin Kalian smiled faintly. "Where would black tea be this red?" "This is blood tea. If I had to say, it's black tea's relative. I'm learning new things, truly learning new things." Jiang Ran scratched his head, unceremoniously picked up the oolong tea, and took a sip. It had a tea leaf flavor upon tasting, but he couldn't discern anything else. The only unusual thing was that the phrase popped into his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed tea containing a sedative. The system has neutralized it. Points consumed, 100. It was like this last time too, but in the end, it turned out the system was just acting up. So Jiang Ran ignored it this time. After tasting the oolong tea, Jiang Ran picked up the blood tea. As soon as he brought it to his mouth, he smelled a faint scent of blood. To be honest, he didn't really want to drink it. This blood tea, no matter how he looked at it, seemed strange, and why could he smell blood? But he looked down and saw Qin Kalian's big eyes, sparkling like stars, looking at him expectantly, so he still took a sip. Upon tasting, it was better than the oolong tea. Sweet and fragrant with tea. He couldn't help but take another sip. And so it was, the system popped up twice in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed tea containing a sedative. The system has neutralized it. Points consumed, 100. How is it? How do you feel? Qin Kalian saw that Jiang Ran had drunk all the tea containing the 2 sedatives newly developed by her sister, Qin. She wanted to ask Jiang Ran if he felt any abnormalities. Jiang Ran said, "I feel the blood tea tastes better than the oolong tea." Qin Kalian, and then? Jiang Ran, and then? There's no then. Qin Kalian looked disappointed. She felt that the 2 new sedatives developed by her sister were useless against Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran thought it was because he didn't understand tea and hadn't given more opinions on the 2 teas, which was why Qin Kalian was disappointed. He chuckled, sorry, I don't know much about tea, so I can't give more specific opinions." Qin Kalian gave Jiang Ran a wry smile and shook her head. It's fine. Then she left, carrying the 2 pots of tea. Jiang Ran was quite bewildered. She came in a hurry and left in a hurry. At that moment, in the live stream, extremely rich young master, this Shabai little white mice, named Jiang Ran is so lucky. A beautiful woman is making tea for him, and there's such a top-notch beauty in the apartment. Even prettier than some of the female celebrities I've dated before. Domineering female CEO, what? Extremely rich young master? Are you tempted? Do you also want to drink the tea she made? Extremely rich young master, she's so beautiful and has such a good figure, there's no reason not to be tempted. As for drinking tea, if a beautiful woman actively makes tea for you, why wouldn't you drink it? Domineering female CEO, then do you know what's in her tea? Extremely rich young master, is it love? Domineering female CEO. Little dragon girl, extremely rich young master, you're so funny, even domineering female CEO sister is speechless because of you. Let me tell you, this girl is called Qin Kalian, and there's a sedative in the tea she made. Extremely rich young master, sedative? I don't believe it. If there really was a sedative, would Jiang Ran still be acting like nothing happened? Little dragon girl, this guy has a special body, he's naturally immune to sedatives. Extremely rich young master, there are people like that? Hey, wait, why would this beautiful woman named Shin Kullian give Jiang Ran a sedative? Could it be unrequited love, and she wants to use this method? That shouldn't be, which man could resist such a top-notch beauty? She could just beckon with a finger, and a bunch of men would be obedient like dogs. Little dragon girl, why the sedative? Go to the live stream yourself, there's information about the apartment residence provided by the organizer, you can go and look. Extremely rich young master, okay, wait for me a moment. About 10 minutes passed. Extremely rich young master spoke again, oh my goodness. She also has an older sister, and she's also a top-notch beauty? Little dragon girl, no, you looked at the information, what on earth did you look at? Why is all your attention on women? Extremely rich young master, no, I was just exclaiming. Although these sisters are super beautiful, they are also really ruthless. They make men drink sedatives, then turn their bodies into human meat paste, human canned goods, and such. Other than that, if it were me, I would definitely fall for it. Fairy sister, yes, this pair of devil sisters has a 100% success rate. Not to mention the distant past, just in the last round, the older sister Qin Yi used sedative beer to take down Xiao Baishu, little white mice. Morong Fu, and then sedative tea to take down the internet-addicted youth Qin Fei. Of course, it's not 100% now because they encountered Jiang Ran, who is immune to sedatives, and their win rate has directly dropped. Extremely rich young master, ruthless enough, I like it. Can I contact the organizer to have these sisters accompany me for one night? I'll pay any price. Middle-aged uncle appeared at this moment and commented, young man, you are truly bold. If you're not afraid of being turned into canned goods by these sisters, you can go and try. Extremely rich young master, I mean, what if these sisters are deeply attracted to my money, power and charm, and fall in love with me? Jiang Ran wants to be an assistant administrator. Shin Kullian returned to 303. She told her sister, Shin Yi, the news of her failure. After listening, Shin Yi merely narrowed her eyes, drinking the blood tea laced with sedatives. She pondered for a moment, then said, sister, this time we've met our match. Shin Kullian sighed and lay back on the sofa, peeling an orange. Sister, let's not waste any more effort on Jiang Ran. Aren't there other Xiao Baishu, little white mice, this time? Several men, let's shift our target to them first. Qin Yi, we can shift, but we can't give up on Jiang Ran. He has become a thorn in my heart. He must be removed. Shin Kullian, but the sedatives don't work on him. Should we try other methods? Qin Yi shook her head, no need. Continue using sedatives, constantly developing new ones. I don't want to change my usual method of dealing with men. Shin Kullian curled up. To be honest, she and her sister, apart from using sedatives to knock them out and then making their move, really hadn't used any other methods. Not to mention her sister, even she was annoyed that there was a presence next door that seemed to be the bane of both their sisters. After Shin Kullian left, Jiang Ran continued typing on his keyboard, working until 5 in the afternoon. Finally, he had a break. He walked to the balcony, relaxed his eyes by looking into the distance for a while, then stretched for 5 minutes before sitting back on the sofa. Leaning back and playing on his phone. He opened Green Bubble and found that someone had at him in the Alice apartment residence group. After clicking it, he realized it wasn't just at him, but at everyone in the group. The person who at them was Administrator Xiao Zhang of the apartment. Xiao Zhang at everyone because he had posted a recruitment notice. Notice, Alice apartment urgently needs an assistant administrator. Assistant administrator job content, help residents in the apartment with their affairs, on call. Salary, 10,000 yuan per month, 5-day, 8-hour workweek, with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Work starts at 8 a.m., ends at 4:30 p.m. Recruitment requirements, healthy, loves labor, no bad habits, no criminal record. Education requirements, high school. If interested, please inquire directly. Jiang Ran silently read it once. His eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, 10,000 yuan a month, 5 days, 8 hours, and 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? You know, his current job as an online store customer service representative, although he can work from home. But it's 6 days on, 1 day off, 12 hours a day, and he only gets 3 to 4,000 yuan a month. Compared to the assistant administrator position, it's simply garbage. If he could get this job, he wouldn't have to be an online store customer service representative anymore. Jiang Ran thought excitedly, so much so that he was overjoyed, gesticulating as if he had already gotten the job. He didn't send a message to Xiao Zhang, but went directly to the first floor to find Xiao Zhang in person and inquire about the assistant administrator job. Mr. Jiang Ran, are you saying you want to be an assistant administrator? In the administrator's office, Xiao Zhang was playing on his phone when he saw Jiang Ran rush in, asking if a resident of the apartment could do this job. Jiang Ran, yes, can I do it? Administrator Xiao Zhang, yes, of course, you can. I posted it in the group precisely because I wanted to see if any residents of the apartment wanted to do it, or if any residents had friends or relatives who needed this job. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Jiang Ran, is that so? Besides me, are there any other applicants? Jiang Ran wondered if he would have to compete for the position. That would be very difficult. Administrator Xiao Zhang shook his head. No, you're the only one. If you really want this job, go for a physical examination at the hospital tomorrow. Bring the examination report, and I'll check for any infectious diseases or anything. If there aren't any, I'll process your onboarding. Jiang Ran clapped his hands, then thank you very much. Administrator Xiao Zhang, it's nothing, it's what I should do. Serving the residents has always been what we administrators should do. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, sighs of regret were constant. Middle-aged uncle, this Jiang Ran, I'm really speechless. Isn't it good to be an online store customer service representative? He just had to go and be an assistant administrator. Extremely rich young master was puzzled. What's wrong with being an assistant administrator? Middle-aged uncle, what's wrong? The apartment has hired assistant administrators before. Those who became assistant administrators included Xiao Baishu, little white mice, and perverted criminals. In the end, the outcome was always one word, death. The assistant administrator's job is to help residents of the apartment with their needs, such as changing light bulbs, fixing toilets, and because this is a high-end apartment, as long as the requests aren't too excessive, the assistant administrator has to do them. Because of this, the assistant administrator will be forced to come into contact with too many residents in the apartment. The original Jiang Ran lived on the 3rd floor. The 301 old man was subdued by him, seeing him like a mouse seeing a cat. 302 was currently unoccupied. Those 2 demon sisters in 303 couldn't do anything to him. He himself is an online store customer service representative, staying at home all day, rarely interacting with other residents in the apartment. The less contact, the lower the chance of being eliminated. Look, if he becomes an assistant administrator now, constantly coming into contact with perverted residents, won't the chance of him being eliminated become infinitely high? Extremely rich young master pondered, that's true, but I don't understand, what does this have to do with you? Middle-aged uncle, I bet 5 million on him, what do you think? Extremely rich young master, 5 million? Even if it's gone, it wouldn't hurt you much, would it? Middle-aged uncle, that's true, but watching the live broadcast and betting, who doesn't want to win in the end? Even if I bet 500,000, I still hope I can win in the end. Fairy sister spoke at this time. Jiang Ran is the most miserable among these Xiao Baishu, little white mice. Others can directly receive 10,000 a day, but his 10,000 a day is given as a reward for his previously drawn comics. This kind of comic usually pays royalties once a month, and the reward money is included in that. So he only gets it once a month. The most crucial thing is, a month, 4 weeks and 2 more days. I'm really afraid he won't live to get it. If his 10,000 a day could be directly deposited into his account, he probably wouldn't do this assistant administrator job. middle-aged uncle, no way to do it. He didn't sign an agreement to come in, he was chosen by a lottery. If you directly put 10,000 a day into his account, on what grounds? After confirming with Administrator Xiao Zhang that he would take the job, Jiang Ran happily returned to 304, preparing to find a hospital for a physical examination tomorrow. Time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Little Q opened his tired, bloodshot eyes. He had a dreaming that he was locked in an ice cellar. It was very, very cold, and there was no dream maiden from Suju's dream to warm him up in his dream. So, he was frozen awake. After waking up, he was stunned. Everything around him was completely different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't I be lying in a hospital bed right now? Little Q raised his neck, moving his body, and heard a series of clanging sounds. Looking down, he saw that his neck, hands, and feet were all wearing black neck restraints, handcuffs, and leg irons, and all three were firmly connected to the wall by long, black, hard iron chains. Besides that, he found that he was currently lying on a cold floor. The only thing that didn't make him completely bewildered and slightly relieved was that Xiao Pang and Koubei were also next to him. Having company is always better than being alone. The dog man actually has an owner. Of course, Xiaohua's boyfriend is currently in a coma. Xiao Qiu got up and sat on the floor, noticing that Xiaohua's boyfriend, not far from him, also had chains locking him, just like himself. Damn, what exactly is going on? At this moment, Xiao Qiu yelled in confusion. While observing his surroundings, he saw a refrigerator and a freezer. He saw the paused dogman image on the living room TV. He saw the scattered discs on the TV cabinet. At this point, he finally realized that they seemed to still be in 1001. Xiao Pang. Koubei. You two, wake up. Xiao Qiu shouted loudly, trying to wake Xiaohua's boyfriend. But it had no effect. So he yelled, Xiao Pang. Your girlfriend went out with another guy. She's cheating on you. After only 3 repetitions of this, Xiao Pang, who was lying on the ground, clearly reacted. Turning his head, Xiao Qiu then shouted at Koubei, Koubei. Your dad has been found. After only 1 repetition of this, Koubei stirred. About 5 minutes later, Xiaohua's boyfriend woke up groggily. After waking up, Xiaohua's boyfriend, seeing his situation and surroundings, was as bewildered as Xiao Qiu had been earlier, like a bewildered fruit on a bewildered tree, and you and I under a bewildered tree. Damn, what the hell? Why am I still at this dogman's house? And what's with these handcuffs and chains on me? Xiao Pang pulled at the black neck cuff on his neck with both hands, trying to remove it, but after several attempts, it was useless. Koubei also tried to remove the handcuffs and leg irons from his hands and feet, but it was still useless. Alright, stop messing around, we've fallen into a trap. Xiao Qiu sat on the ground, his face full of exasperation. Xiao Pang became anxious, fallen into a trap? Whose trap? Xiao questioned before we fainted. Think about who we saw last, and that's probably whose trap we fell into. Xiao Pang was stunned. Wasn't it that pretty young woman and that doctor? Why would they do this to us? Xiao Qiu spread his hands. You ask me, who should I ask? Koubei then said, it's gone, my phone is gone, and the wire I used to pick locks is also gone. Hearing this, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Pang also checked, and their phones were also gone. Holy shit, who can tell me what the hell is going on? Xiao Pang was going crazy. He had finally dealt with the dogman, and he had already planned out his wonderful future life, intending to try and abstain from lust. But then this happened. And just then, the anti-theft door of 1001 was opened from the outside. A person slowly walked in. The 3 of them looked intently at the same time, and who else could it be but that beautiful young woman from 202? Oh, have all 3 handsome young men woken up? Under the illumination of the ceiling lights, Sumi's sweet smiling face appeared exceptionally pale. Xiao Pang pulled on the chains on him and said to Sumi, Sister, this thing on us, did you do it? Sumi blinked her big eyes and nodded. Xiao Pang was very puzzled. Why? Sumi, haven't you heard a saying? Xiaopang, what saying? Sumi smiled, when you beat a dog, you still have to consider its owner. You killed my dog, so how can I, its owner, stand by and do nothing? Sumi's smile at this moment was still as charming as ever. But in the eyes of Xiao Qiu and Xiao Hua's boyfriend, this was a painted skin ghost in the skin of a beautiful woman. The dog man actually has an owner? You are the dog man's owner? Regardless of others, Xiao Qiu was certainly shaken by this revelation. After Sumi came in, it wasn't that he hadn't suspected if Sumi was an accomplice of the dog man. But then Sumi's series of performances successfully dispelled his doubts. And when he woke up, after some thought, his first reaction was that they had probably fallen into a trap set by Sumi or the doctor. He had thought about why this would happen. First, Sumi and the doctor were accomplices of the dog man. Second, Sumi and the doctor had no relation to the dog man, but this apartment was inhabited by either perverted criminals or ordinary people. Sumi and the doctor, like the dog man, were both perverted criminals. As it turned out, both were wrong. Who would have thought that a brutal creature like the dog man had an owner? Thinking again, it's quite normal for a dog to have an owner, isn't it? Although this wasn't a real dog. Since we've fallen into your hands, what do you want to do with us? Are you going to kill us directly to avenge your dog? Now firmly locked by handcuffs and chains, it was hard for Xiao Qiu not to calm down. No, how could I bear to kill you? Sumi smiled charmingly, since you three killed the dog I raised, and I no longer have a pet, then you three will take its place and become my dogs. Originally, hearing the first half of the sentence, that Sumi didn't intend to kill them, Xiaopang felt a little relieved, but upon hearing the latter half, his mood immediately plummeted. Xiao Qiu's mouth twitched. Become your dogs? Sumi nodded. Don't worry, I am a professional dog trainer. I will train you to be as obedient as my previous pet. Sumi smiled faintly. See how good I am to you three? I had the doctor treat all your injuries, and look at the living room now, isn't it very clean? I've given you a wonderful living environment. At this moment, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Hua's boyfriend finally noticed that their injuries had indeed been treated. Furthermore, the living room where the fight took place had been cleaned, and notably, the dogman's body was gone. All the blood and other remnants from the body were cleaned up as if they had never existed. At this moment, Sumi brought a bag of dog food from the corner. Then, from the open kitchen, she took 6 bowls. She placed 2 bowls in front of each of the 3. One bowl was filled with brown spherical dog food, and the other bowl was filled with water. It wasn't over yet. Sumi then brought 3 small plastic potty trainers and placed them in front of the 3. Seeing this, the 3 of them felt extremely speechless and angry. Was she really going to raise them like dogs? At this moment, Sumi smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, today is a good day, I'll go get some dog treats for you to eat." Sumi turned and went to a nearby cabinet, rummaging for dog treats. Whether it was an oversight or something else, the closest to that cabinet was Kobe. And the length of the chains on Kobe was enough for him to reach the cabinet. Therefore, at this moment, Kobe calculated the distance, launched a sudden attack, and pounced directly, preparing to subdue Sumi. Xiao Qiu and Xiaopang, watching this scene, felt very hopeful. They also thought that Sumi was too relaxed, truly believing that with them locked by handcuffs and chains, she had nothing to worry about? But to their great surprise, Sumi, facing Kobe's sudden attack, seemed to have been prepared. Her right foot's high heel, with its sharp, pointed tip, kicked fiercely into the abdomen of the pouncing Kobe. The kick made him clutch his stomach and grimace on the spot. P.S. A question: many people have reflected that Wang Qingzhao, Wang Zhu's boyfriend's girlfriend, appeared too hastily, and the little yellow car plot was extremely toxic. I have already deleted the little yellow car segment, and now I want to ask if I need to modify the previous relationship between Zhang Ran and Wang Qingzhao? Should I change it from being together, becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, to not being together? The male lead would still be single, as it doesn't affect the subsequent plot anyway. Oh, and many people complained that it was self-sabotaging to write Wang Qingzhao as conservative earlier, and then have her get together with the protagonist directly later. Actually, it's not. If you think about it carefully, Wang Qingzhao herself said she was conservative. Her behavior towards the protagonist and Wang Zhu's boyfriend actually reflects a phenomenon in current society. Towards people she doesn't like, no matter how much effort they put in, she will find all sorts of reasons to look down on them. Towards people she likes, how proactive is she? Zhang Lu announced that he would form a band. Xiao Zhangfei, you are really not well behaved. Sumi smiled slightly. You're so disobedient, you won't get any snacks this time. Sumi pulled 2 bags of dog treats from the cabinet and casually tossed them in front of Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng. She also instructed, you absolutely must not be disobedient like Xiao Zhangfei. If you are, I, as your owner, will be very angry. And if I get angry, I'll sell you to a dog meat factory. A hint of cruelty flashed in Sumi's beautiful big eyes. Then, she was seen leaving 1001, her snow-white, beautiful legs clicking away in black high heels. Only Xiao Qiu and the other 2 remained there. Xiao Zhangfei? I hate it when people call me that. That kick, he didn't know where it landed on Kubei, but Kubei's voice was trembling as he spoke. No choice, your beard is too long, and you don't shave it, and your sideburns are so thick. Xiao Qiu spread his hands, but even spreading his hands felt so tiring now. Because his hands were also firmly restrained by handcuffs, and the source of the iron chain connected to the handcuffs was fixed to the wall. Xiao Qiu, what do we do now? At this moment, Xiao Peng was anxious, he didn't want to be a dog. Trapped here, with no freedom, and what was worse, eating dog food, and having to use that small plastic potty for the toilet. The only fortunate thing was that, for now, it seemed there was no danger to their lives. Xiao questioned, try shouting a few times to see if anyone can hear us and come rescue us. Xiao Peng's eyes lit up, but he shouted until his voice was hoarse, and no one came. Xiao Qiu sighed deeply, then there's no other way. We can only wait for someone to realize we're missing and see if they can find us. Xiao Peng's eyes lit up, right. Tomorrow is Monday, if we don't go to school, someone will definitely notice we're gone. And my friends, and Xiao Hua, if they can't reach me, they'll definitely come looking for me. At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Extremely rich young master, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. 3 people teamed up to deal with the dogman, but in the end, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They all fell into the trap. But, not to mention these 3 people, even I, watching the live broadcast with a god's eye view, couldn't have imagined that the dogman actually has an owner, and the owner is this young woman named Sumi. Her acting was really good before. Middle-aged uncle, don't talk about you who just started watching the live broadcast, even I, who has been watching a distant relative is not as good. As a close neighbor for a long time, didn't know about this. Extremely rich young master, why wouldn't you know? Middle-aged uncle, I didn't start watching from the first round. When I started watching, I never saw any connection between Sumi and this dogman. Extremely rich young master, oh, I see. Let me see, in this round, the 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, are Jiang Ran, Xiao Qiu, Zhou Wu, Kubei, Li Mengmeng. Xiao Qiu and Kubei were directly caught, and Li Mengmeng was taken away by that doctor. 3 out of 5 were caught at once, does this count as being eliminated? Middle-aged uncle, no, the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, must die, and the host must announce it for it to count. Extremely rich young master, then I'm a bit confused. I heard from the great hero that 1 round is a total of 7 days. If they must die for it to count, then by the end of the 7th day, if the 3 caught ones haven't died, who wins in the end? Middle-aged uncle, the one who is free wins. Whoever is not dead and not caught in the end, that person wins. Extremely rich young master, uncle, do you think Xiao Qiu and the others still have a chance to escape? I see from your betting amounts that Xiao Qiu is the 2nd highest. Middle-aged uncle, who knows? It's hard to say until the very last moment. Inside a magnificent villa. Currently, the Diamond Bachelor, a beautiful girl with a pair of long, lovely legs, was sitting on a 2 million yuan leather sofa on the 1st floor, staring at the huge TV screen in front of her. On the screen was the scene of Xiao Qiu and the other two locked in the living room of 1001. The Diamond Bachelor stared at the screen, her extremely beautiful eyebrows furrowed into a frown. Because in this round, her sixth sense told her to bet on Xiao Qiu, but it was only the second day of the 26th round. The Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, she bet on had already been caught. Locked up in 1001 as a dog. If he couldn't escape in the next few days, it would mean she lost this bet. It also meant that her sixth sense, which she had always been so proud of, seemed to be failing. In the 25th round, her sixth sense told her that Wang Cici could survive to the end, but it turned out to be Jiang Ran. In the 26th round, her sixth sense told her that Xiao Qiu would be the final winner, but, damn. Her mood grew increasingly irritable. She looked at a black remote control by her hand and slammed it heavily on the floor. The poor remote control instantly violently disassembled. And the instigator, fuming, went upstairs to the second floor. The 26th round, day 3. Jiang Ran took a day off from his online store customer service job today to go to the hospital for an entry medical examination. He was quite confident about this entry medical examination because, apart from his dissociative identity disorder, his body was very healthy. Fortunately, the entry medical examination did not include a mental illness test. He finished his medical examination in the morning and returned to Alice's apartment at noon. The medical report was said to be available the day after tomorrow, but he met Administrator Xiao Zhang when passing by the first floor. After Xiao Zhang asked about the medical examination and which hospital it was at, he said he had connections and directly opened a back door for Jiang Ran. He could get the medical report tomorrow. And so, if he got the medical report tomorrow and there were no major issues, he could start his job tomorrow. Jiang Ran spent the afternoon, a rare occasion, resting at home. Of course, his way of resting was also very simple, playing on his phone. He was scrolling through Douyin when messages kept popping up in the Green Bubble group. He opened Green Bubble and found that in the Alice Apartment Residence group, someone was at ING All Residence again. It was still Xiao Zhang who was at ING All Residence, but he wasn't the one announcing something. He was at ING on behalf of the male resident in 501. Named Zhang Lu. Jiang Ran still remembered this resident named Zhang Lu. He was the one who chatted happily with Wang Cici at the welcoming party and also loved music. What was Zhang Lu going to announce? He first posted a photo. The photo showed a set of band instruments. Microphone, guitar, bass, drum kit, keyboard. Then the message he sent roughly meant that he wanted to form a band and asked if anyone in the apartment was interested, preferably someone who could play an instrument, but it didn't matter if they couldn't, as he could teach, and so on. Jiang Ran wasn't interested in this. Hobbies require a lot of time and money to pursue. He didn't have either. He was about to close Green Bubble, but his eyes swept over the photo of the 5 instruments and he was drawn in. He clicked on it and saw it more clearly. After looking for a while, he said, "What eerie instruments. Why are they all in the shape of bones?" After looking for a while, he didn't know why, but the more Jiang Ran looked, the more he felt a chill down his spine. He simply closed Green Bubble directly and continued scrolling through Douyin. Xiaopeng being beaten with a baseball bat. 1001. It had been almost a full day and night since Xiao Qiu and the 2 others were locked in here. The 3 of them were now lying weakly on the cold floor, staring at the pristine white ceiling above them. Doesn't anyone know we're missing? What about my teachers and classmates? My friends? What about Xiao Hua's boyfriend? Among the 3, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng both hoped someone would discover their sudden disappearance, find this place, and rescue them. But after so long, there was no sign of anything. At this moment, there was a commotion from the door of 1001. The door opened with a bang, followed by the click-clack of high heels. The 3 of them didn't even need to look to know it was Sumi from 202. Sumi entered 1001 and frowned slightly at the 3 people lying on the floor like dead dogs. At this moment, a foul odor permeated the living room. It was coming from the 3 plastic chamber pots. The 3 people, in the nearly 1 day they had been there, certainly needed to relieve themselves. Unable to go to the toilet, they could only use the plastic chamber pots. They couldn't just urinate or defecate on the floor. Sumi was very satisfied that the three of them had used the plastic chamber pots. Then, she turned her attention to the two basins in front of each of the three people. Two basins. One basin was filled with dog food, and the other was tap water. The tap water in all three basins had been mostly drunk, and one was almost empty. But the three basins filled with dog food were at the same height as when they were poured yesterday. Sumi frowned, very displeased. Why aren't you three eating? Aren't you hungry? Xiao Peng heard this and immediately cursed, you idiotic woman. Do you really think we're dogs? Is this for humans to eat? Neither Xiao Peng nor the other two people could tolerate using plastic chamber pots in the living room or drinking water from dog bowls, but they absolutely could not accept actually eating dog food. TSK, oh dear, little handsome guy, you're the best looking among these three. I originally liked you the most, but your mouth is so foul. Don't you know that dogs can't talk back to their owners? Xiao Peng scoffed twice after hearing this. Sumi then pulled out her phone and made a call. About 5 minutes later, she opened the door of 1001. Another 2 minutes passed. 1001's door closed again. This time, two more people were in the living room of 1001. A man and a woman. The man was the middle-aged uncle from yesterday. The woman was Li Mengmeng, who was caught by the dog man yesterday. Li Mengmeng's feet were now shackled with black iron cuffs, making movement extremely difficult. And she seemed to have been terribly frightened. She had become timid and subservient. Good girl, go empty those 3 plastic chamber pots and clean them thoroughly. Sumi instructed Li Mengmeng, who now nodded obediently and did as she was told. Xiao Qiu and Kubei, seeing Li Mengmeng like this, couldn't help but recall the welcoming party that night, when Li Mengmeng introduced herself with a confidence that radiated from her bones, a stark contrast to her current state. They didn't know what Li Mengmeng had endured during this nearly one-day period, but for someone to become so obedient, it must have been a terrifying experience. While Li Mengmeng was emptying the 3 plastic chamber pots and cleaning them in the bathroom, Sumi walked into the bedroom. A moment later, she came out carrying a baseball bat. She walked up to Xiao Peng and hit his left arm with the bat. Xiao Peng let out a miserable wail. Damn it! You idiotic woman! Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Why am I hitting you? Good doggy, you must endure, and remember, this is punishment for your foul mouth and talking back to your owner. It'll be over soon. After Sumi finished speaking, she swung the bat at Xiao Peng's left arm again. Xiao Peng was quick-witted and grabbed the incoming baseball bat with his right hand. After gripping it tightly with his right hand, he also grabbed the bat with his left hand, playing tug-of-war with Sumi, trying to snatch the baseball bat away. Xiao Qiu, seeing this, also wanted to try and help Xiao Peng, but at that moment, he looked back at Sumi and saw a strange smile on her lips, even in the critical situation of Xiao Peng trying to snatch the baseball bat. In particular, Xiao Qiu noticed that Sumi's baseball bat was different from ordinary baseball bats. It seemed to be one of those that could be disassembled, not a single piece. Xiao Peng! Let go quickly! Although he didn't know what Sumi was going to do, he had a bad feeling. Xiao Peng, seeing that he was about to win the tug-of-war, how could he listen to Xiao Qiu? You tell me to let go, and I let go? Instead, he gripped it even tighter and used even more force. Meanwhile, Sumi pulled outward with force. The baseball bat was like a rocket in the sky, the kind that could split into upper and lower sections. The section Xiao Peng was holding split off, and because he had been gripping it so hard, he immediately fell flat on his face. The baseball bat in Sumi's hand, at this point, had become a small baseball bat. Then, the small baseball bat repeatedly struck Xiao Peng, who had fallen to the ground. Xiao Peng cried out for help in pain. Unfortunately, his cries for help were useless. The other 2 people were restrained by chains, limiting their movement, so they couldn't reach him or help him. Presumably, she didn't want to beat Xiaopeng to death in the end. Sumi also finally stopped. He, punishment over. Doggy should be obedient. Don't be foul-mouthed or talk back to your owner next time, okay? After Sumi finished speaking, a smirk on her lips, she carried the baseball bat, her posture alluring, and left 1001. The doctor, however, had not yet left. It wasn't until Li Mengmeng brought the cleaned plastic chamber pots back to the living room that the doctor left. Before leaving, he walked over and checked Xiaopeng's injuries. After an examination, he said, "You're very lucky, no fractures, just some superficial wounds. You'll be fine after some rest." With that, the doctor pulled a bottle of bruise ointment and some gauze from his pocket and tossed them to Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng looked at the ointment and gauze on the floor, still somewhat dazed, not knowing if he was stunned from the beating and hadn't recovered yet. In any case, after all this, the doctor left. Li Mengmeng also obediently followed behind him, and the two of them walked out of 1001 together. Then, only these three Qin K people were left here. At this moment, in the live stream. Extremely rich young master, this woman, so charming and seductive, I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. She almost beat him to death. Middle-aged uncle, otherwise? Do you think everyone who can enter this apartment, besides these Xiaobaishu, little white mice, are all good people? Each of their experiences could be made into a movie. Zhang Ran becomes assistant administrator. Domineering female CEO, oh right, extremely rich young master, didn't you want those two sisters to accompany you last time? Those two sisters are even more vicious than this woman, this one at least kept her life, but they directly lost theirs. Extremely rich young master, forget it, I don't want them to accompany me. Honestly, before watching this livestream, I couldn't imagine such a pervert existing in this world. The key is that she's also very good looking. 1001. Xiaopeng, are you alright? Xiaoqiu crawled towards Xiaopeng, but he was still a bit far from him. Xiaopeng rolled over, lying spread-eagled on the ground, grimacing, I'm practically beaten to death, do you think I'd be alright? Alright, Kobe, that wire on your body was taken away. Can you pick locks with a strand of hair? The neck cuffs, handcuffs, and ankle cuffs on the three of them all had keyholes. Kobe sat there, leaning against the wall, saying speechlessly, watch fewer TV shows. Xiaopeng, what about other things? Look around this room, is there anything that can replace your wire to pick the lock? I can't stand it anymore. I want to escape. Kobe sighed, I've already looked. Since they took the wire from me, they knew I could pick locks, so they must have been prepared. Xiaopeng picked up the ointment and gauze from the ground, stopped talking, and silently treated his wounds. Round 26, Day 4. At 9:30 a.m., Zhang Ran received his physical examination report, which showed everything was normal. He happily returned to Alice's apartment and showed the report to Administrator Xiao Zhang. After reading it, Administrator Xiao Zhang pulled out an employment contract and had Zhang Ran sign it. After reading it over and finding no problems with the contract, Zhang Ran signed his name. Afterward, Administrator Xiao Zhang temporarily left, saying he was going to handle Zhang Ran's onboarding procedures and took Zhang Ran's ID card. About half an hour later, Zhang Ran, waiting in the administrator's office, finally saw Administrator Xiao Zhang return. Upon his return, Administrator Xiao Zhang returned Zhang Ran's ID card. In addition, he also brought a work badge with Zhang Ran's photo and a set of sky blue work clothes. All right, Mr. Zhang Ran, starting today, you are an assistant administrator of Alice's apartment. If possible, you can start working today. Receiving the work badge and work clothes, Zhang Ran felt that this job search was the smoothest he had ever experienced, without a doubt. While Zhang Ran was putting on his work clothes and badge, Administrator Xiao Zhang announced in the Alice apartment resident group that Zhang Ran had become an assistant administrator. He also stated that if residents needed help, they could directly private message Zhang Ran and ask him for assistance. Afterward, Administrator Xiao Zhang, once Zhang Ran had finished getting dressed, asked him to change his name in the group and add an assistant. Administrator prefix. After everything was settled, Jiang Ran reconfirmed his job responsibilities. Xiao Zhang, normally, if a resident needs me, I just go and handle it. Right? Is that all the work there is? Administrator Xiao Zhang nodded. Yes, an assistant administrator is responsible for solving residents' needs. Jiang Ran said, then if no residents need my help, where should I stay? Administrator Xiao Zhang said with a smile, you can stay in the administrator's office on the first floor with me, or you can stay at your own home. It's not mandatory. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up, and he increasingly felt this job was excellent. Then I'll just go home and stay there? Jiang Ran said. Administrator Xiao Zhang said, sure, no problem at all. Just handle residents' needs promptly. Oh, right, I almost forgot. At this moment, Administrator Xiao Zhang pulled out a work log from a cabinet nearby. This is a work log that needs to be recorded daily, documenting which apartment number you went to and what you helped the resident with. As for other things, well, there aren't any for now. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me. Jiang Ran nodded. Then he flipped through the blank work log while taking the elevator back to 304. As soon as he returned to 304 and sat on the sofa, he pulled out his phone. After all, now his work content had shifted from the computer to receiving notifications on his phone. Of course, there was also the most important thing, resigning from his online store customer service job. His resignation went very smoothly, however, the salary settlement would have to wait until the day other employees received their salaries. After doing that, he suddenly noticed a message notification on his phone interface, someone was at ING him. Unlocking his phone, he tapped into the green bubble app. He found that someone had private messaged him through the group chat. It was Sumi from 202. 202 Sumi, are you there? Handsome Jiang Ran, big sister needs your help, come quickly. Looking at the name, Jiang Ran immediately thought of the charming young woman who walked with a fragrant breeze and had a captivating slender waist. He exhaled, found a ballpoint pen from his home, and clipped it to the work log. Then, he took them both and went to 202. Upon arriving at 202, as soon as he rang the doorbell, the door opened. Inside was Sumi, just as he remembered her. Today, Sumi was wearing a sexy purple dress, curvaceous and alluring, making Jiang Ran only dare to look at her face. He didn't dare to let his gaze drift downwards. After all, he was now an employee of this apartment. If he stared at other places, and this big sister in front of him suddenly got an idea and complained about him, it would be quite a situation. Oh, you're finally here. Sumi, very generously and enthusiastically, pulled Jiang Ran, practically dragging him into 202. At this moment, standing in the living room of 202, Jiang Ran stared at Sumi earnestly. Excuse me, Miss Sumi, did you call me here because you needed help with something? Sumi clenched her right hand into a small fist and lightly punched Jiang Ran's chest. You're so annoying, you handsome young man. You just became an assistant administrator today, why are you talking so formally? Alright, big sister won't tease you anymore. Handsome young man, I called you here because I have 2 large bags of trash in my bedroom. Could you help me throw them into the trash can outside the apartment building? Oh, I see. No problem. Hearing it was just throwing out trash, Jiang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he walked into Sumi's bedroom. Sumi's bedroom was very fragrant, a floral scent, the same as the scent emanating from Sumi herself. And the first thing Jiang Ran saw upon entering the bedroom was not trash, but the items on the bed. Sumi's bedroom bed was covered in her personal clothing. Each item was more revealing and blush-inducing than the last. Jiang Ran shifted his gaze, scanned the bedroom, and said, "Where's the trash?" Sumi pointed to the 2 large, patterned luggage bags in an empty space in the bedroom. They were the kind that could easily fit a quilt. You're using these to hold trash? What's inside? It's quite heavy. The trash Jiang Ran had imagined was the kind in trash bags. No wonder he hadn't seen it. It turned out Sumi was using these large luggage bags, typically used for moving quilts, to hold trash. He walked over, grabbed the handle of one of the large luggage bags, and found it inexplicably heavy. P.S. The plot of Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao becoming boyfriend and girlfriend has been revised. Xiaohua's boyfriend did not become boyfriend and girlfriend with Wang Qingzhao. Nor did he actively confess. So, there is no subsequent little yellow car plot. However, Wang Qingzhao has a good impression of Jiang Ran. Whether or not they become boyfriend and girlfriend will not affect the subsequent plot, otherwise I wouldn't have casually changed it. The reason it was so hastily written that they became boyfriend and girlfriend back then was because the book's data was too poor at the time, and the author went a bit crazy. Later, after many people gave feedback, I also wanted to change it, so I did. That night, Wang Qingzhao found an excuse that someone was renovating upstairs in her building and borrowed a night's stay at Jiang Ran's house. One slept in the bedroom, and the other slept on the living room sofa. She just wanted to spend more time with him. Wang Qingzhao's ex-boyfriend Zhao Jie's plot has not changed. He is the same as in the original plot. When he saw the two of them come out after spending a night together, he felt that something must have happened between a single man and a single woman alone in a room. Therefore, he harbored hatred for both of them. These two chapters of the plot are in 46-47. Those who have read the original plot, after reading my description of the plot changes, do not need to go back, it's not necessary. If you really want to go back, you can take a look. Other changes: Jiang Ran's mental split has been changed to personality split. The author was crazy at the time, his mind was messed up, and the description of Jiang Ran's mental illness name was inaccurate. I'm very sorry for giving everyone a bad reading experience, so today there are 3 updates, with the extra chapters serving as an apology. Thank you everyone. Administrator Xiao Zhang is about to host a blind date conference. Guess? Sumi blinked her big eyes. Jiang Ran said, I don't want to guess, and I don't care what kind of trash is in there. I'm just going to throw it away. Because he didn't know what was inside these 2 large suitcases. They were too heavy. Jiang Ran estimated that one weighed about 100 caddies, and the other about 140 to 50 caddies. Both bags were bulging. He definitely wouldn't carry them. Fortunately, both 202 on the outside were uniformly tiled, so he could just drag them along easily. So, Sumi followed along, watching Jiang Ran drag the 2 large suitcases. At this moment, in the live stream, extremely rich young master, Jiang Ran probably never imagined that one of them contained the thin man who was killed by the dogman in 602, and the other was the dogman. These people in the live stream, watching it, were all in a third-person omniscient perspective. Naturally, they knew what was in those 2 large suitcases. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes. After the thin monkey man and the dogman died, Sumi then took the doctor to start cleaning up the 2 scenes. Both scenes were completely handled. But the 2 bodies had not yet been dealt with. Extremely rich young master, hey, brothers and sisters in the livestream, I'm a little curious, what do you all think? Doesn't this Sumi want to train Jiang Ran to be her dog? I see her constantly tempting and teasing Jiang Ran. Domineering female CEO, I don't know, you'd have to ask Sumi yourself to know the answer to that question. I watched this live stream 2 rounds earlier than the middle-aged uncle. Anyway, I've never seen Sumi commit a crime. The resident information provided by the live stream organizer for Sumi was very simple, just 3 words, dog trainer. Nothing else. Extremely rich young master, I can't find anything online outside either. I really want to know about her past experiences. Domineering female CEO, it's still the same thing, if you sign the agreement, become a new resident in the apartment, and ask her, wouldn't you? No? Extremely rich young master. Under Sumi's supervision, Jiang Ran dragged the 2 large suitcases all the way and successfully threw them into the large trash bin outside the apartment building. For these perverted criminals in the apartment, disposing of bodies was as simple as could be. Just throw them in the trash bin here, and the apartment would naturally help you with the aftermath. Thank you, handsome young man. If you have time, come to my place, and I'll treat you to coffee. Sumi blew Jiang Ran a kiss, then leisurely walked away with the click-clack of her high heels. Jiang Ran turned his head and noticed that Administrator Xiao Zhang from the management office had been secretly watching Sumi ever since she appeared. He particularly noticed that Xiao Zhang's gaze mostly focused on her hips, which was probably Xiao Zhang's fetish. 202 Sumi, throwing trash, helped her throw 2 large suitcases of trash. Jiang Ran was in the management office at this time, writing down the following words on the worksheet with a pen. Administrator Xiao Zhang was cracking melon seeds and watching nearby. He suddenly spoke, Jiang Ran, do you think Sumi is pretty? Is she seductive? Hearing this, Jiang Ran felt that if he were still his previous identity, just a resident, Administrator Xiao Zhang would definitely not have said this to him. But now it was different, he had an additional identity, an assistant administrator, making him Xiao Zhang's colleague. Pretty. Jiang Ran replied. Administrator Xiao Zhang, if I could sleep with her, even if it meant living in a big villa and driving a Bentley, I'd be willing. Jiang Ran said speechlessly, don't even think about it. If you had a villa and a Bentley, you would naturally get her. But in real life, women like her belong to the rich. Administrator Xiao Zhang sighed deeply, yes, it's good to be rich. By the way, Jiang Ran, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Ran, no. Administrator Xiao Zhang said, you don't either? That's great. The apartment might be holding its first matchmaking event soon. Are you coming to participate? I'm the one who advocated for it, and I need your strong support. Jiang Ran waved his hand, forget it, I appreciate the thought, but I won't go to the matchmaking event. Matchmaking, all you meet are monsters and demons. After hearing this, a shadow flashed in Xiao Zhang's eyes. Jiang Ran suddenly froze at this moment. Administrator Xiao Zhang asked him what was wrong, and he said he was fine, then took the worksheet and left the management office. Strange, just now, the system's danger warning, why did it suddenly change from +4 to +5? Jiang Ran muttered to himself. Although Jiang Ran usually didn't care or pay attention to the danger warning system he was bound to. But that didn't stop the system from continuously operating, continuously adding points, and continuously bothering his brain. Whenever Jiang Ran stayed in the Alice apartment, his mind would always be filled with, detected host is in a dangerous area, please leave as soon as possible. Points +5, points +5. This so-called point increase was always happening. Until he encountered what the system called a dangerous person, it changed. For example, when he met security captain Xiao Gao, who was always dutiful at the entrance. The system's danger warning would change to, detected dangerous person, please leave as soon as possible, points +3, points +3. The 301 old man was always +5 points. Qin Kulian was always +8 points. Qin Kulian's older sister, Qin Yi, whom he met once, was +9, and even called an extremely dangerous person. Then just now, when he was in contact with Administrator Xiao Zhang, the system kept broadcasting, detected dangerous person, please leave as soon as possible, points +4, points +4. Then it suddenly changed to, points +5, points +5, and so on. That's why he was stunned. And now that he was away from Xiao Zhang, his mind returned to, detected host is in a dangerous area, please leave as soon as possible, points +5. Points +5. Although Jiang Ran always felt this system was going crazy. But this system was also very strange. Because when he encountered some people, the system had no such warning about detecting a dangerous person at all. For example, when he met Xiao Qiu's group of university students, there was no such danger warning. But when he encountered some people, like those mentioned above, there was always a warning. Like Sumi not long ago. It was also, detected extremely dangerous person, please leave as soon as possible, points +9, points +9, points. The higher the points added, the more dangerous the person was. But do you want to say these people are really dangerous? What danger? I remember last time it said Qin Kulian drugged me, but she also drank the tea herself, proving there was no drug at all. And she even brought me tea twice. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran's face instantly darkened. He decided to let the system continue to go crazy. Other people's systems helped the protagonist soar, but his own system kept going crazy, which resulted in him having to keep working. Which transmigrator, after transmigrating and binding a system, still needs to work like an ox? It's simply the biggest joke in the world. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking this, his phone rang. This was Jiang Ran's recent adjustment. It used to be on silent, but now for work, he had to turn on the ringer. Someone was still sending him messages on Green Bubble. Coincidentally, it was someone from the resident group, messaging him privately. And the one messaging him privately was an old acquaintance. Oh, no, the original owner's old acquaintance, so familiar it couldn't be more familiar. 404 Xinxing, Jiang Ran, come up here, help me with something. That's right, this old acquaintance was his ex-girlfriend, Xinxing. Sigh. Jiang Ran sighed. He couldn't not go up. However, what surprised him a little was that he lived in 304, and Xinxing, by such a coincidence, lived in 404. The end of Zhou Wu. He arrived at 404. He rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly. Xinxing, dressed in light pink loungewear, led Jiang Ran inside. After Jiang Ran entered, he surveyed the decor of Xinxing's home and said, "Your home is decorated quite nicely." Xinxing smiled and said, "This apartment was decorated by the building itself. I felt the style was exactly what I liked, so I bought a place here." Jiang Ran nodded. So, you called me up here, what do you need me to do?" "First, sit on the sofa, don't be so impatient." Xinxing pouted at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran looked at the woman before him, a half-smile on his face. "Your Wang Ju's boyfriend, Zhou Wu, shouldn't be home, right?" "That's right, he's not home, why?" Jiang Ran shook his head and chuckled, "I thought so. If he were home, would you dare to let me, your ex-Wang Ju's boyfriend, come up? And treat me like this?" "Oh, my Jiang Ran Gij is so smart." Xinxing playfully pulled Jiang Ran, making him sit on the sofa. Xinxing then sat beside him, snuggling close. Seeing this, Jiang Ran frowned. "Xinxing, what exactly do you want me to do by calling me up here?" "Xinxing, guess?" Jiang Ran was speechless. "I can't guess." "Xinxing, it's just that I haven't seen you in so long, I just want to chat with you." Her overly sweet voice made Jiang Ran even more speechless. He felt as if he saw a big, green hat on Zhou Wu's head, being continuously woven by a pair of skillful hands. Jiang Ran suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, that morning, you called me, crying about being dumped by your Wang Ju's boyfriend. You were lying, weren't you? What was the real purpose of your call that day?" He clearly remembered her calling the day before, crying about being dumped, only for her to appear with her Wang Ju's boyfriend, Zhou Wu, at that small classmate gathering the very next day. How could such a bizarre thing happen? "Yes, that day I just missed you, so I made up an excuse, wanting you to come and see me. But you were so heartless, you didn't even come. Don't bring up last time. Just this time, if Zhou Wu found out, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Not only might you not become a rich madam, but you might also get a severe beating. If your face gets disfigured, it will be hard to find a rich man again." Jiang Ran teased. "If he doesn't know, it's fine, right?" Jiang Ran Gij, "Actually, I don't like Zhou Wu at all. It's bad enough he's not as handsome as you, but in that aspect, he only lasts 2.5 minutes at most. He's nowhere near as good as you. If it weren't for money, I would never be with him. Jiang Ran Gij, I miss you so much, let's get back together." "Of course, I won't break up with Zhou Wu either, after all, he has money, I can spend his money on you. We'll just keep our relationship a secret like this. Then, when I get pregnant with your child, I'll let him raise it for us, how about that? You're very tempted by this wonderful life, aren't you? My possessiveness towards you? Isn't this what you men dream of? Not needing to be responsible for me, not needing to raise our child, and having a scapegoat to take the blame? Isn't that great?" Staring at Xinxing's beautiful face, Jiang Ran suddenly felt that the original owner was somewhat pathetic. He had inherited the original owner's memories, and thus, through past memories, understood what kind of person Xinxing was. During university, she was innocent and romantic, naive to the ways of the world, truly a representative of a white moonlight. After graduating from university, she gradually changed. She became materialistic and increasingly crazy. If the original owner were still alive now, suddenly discovering that the current Xinxing was not the same as before. To even want to carry out such a scheme? Would he regret working so hard to make money after breaking up, just to prove himself, to the point of sudden death? After all, the current Xinxing was no longer the pure Xinxing he loved back then. Alright, Xinxing, drop that idea. I'm completely uninterested in your plan. Although Jiang Ran inherited the original owner's body, memories, and everything, he was not the original owner, after all, and had no feelings for Xinxing. Currently, he only wished to maintain an acquaintance with Xinxing and had no desire to get entangled further. It was a messy situation. Moreover, Xinxing was not an easy person to deal with. If he truly got involved, he would surely suffer in the future. And what was Xinxing's real purpose in staging this today? What was her true objective? He didn't believe Xinxing genuinely wanted to have such a relationship with him. This woman's mind was currently full of money. Men, in her eyes, were just ATMs. With that, Jiang Ran prepared to leave. You're leaving? Before you go, take the trash with you. Xinxing seemed angry, her voice very cold as she spoke. Jiang Ran shook his head, only too happy to carry Xinxing's trash and leave. At the same time, on a road somewhere, Xinxing's Wang Zhu's boyfriend, Zhou Wu, was speeding in a Maybach. His previous car was a 300,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz. The current Maybach. It was his father's car. When it was bought, it cost over 3 million yuan, and it was usually parked at the textile factory, only driven by his father when he went out for business, serving as a symbol of status. In the days since his father's disappearance, he had turned this car into his personal vehicle, driving it everywhere. At this moment, Zhou Wu, driving the Maybach, pressed hard on the accelerator. The noble black Maybach, like an assassin, weaved erratically through the sea of cars. It wasn't that his driving skills were excellent, but rather that other drivers, seeing the luxury Maybach, automatically controlled their cars to make way. Even so, Zhou Wu would occasionally roll down the window and hurl insults at other drivers. Such behavior showed that Zhou Wu was in an extremely bad mood at the moment. Because just a few hours earlier, he had just finished a meeting at the textile factory. His father had gone missing, hadn't he? He wanted to inherit his father's position and become the leader of the textile factory. But unfortunately, the other shareholders of the textile factory unanimously opposed it. Originally, in this textile factory, the combined shares of the other shareholders were not as much as his father's alone. The original textile factory belonged to his father, who had the final say and was absolute. The current problem was that his father was missing, his whereabouts unknown. His father's shares would only pass to him and his mother once his death was confirmed. Only then would he have absolute say, but now he had no shares, no say at all. Therefore, he had no way to deal with those shareholders. Of course, those shareholders weren't deliberately causing trouble, mainly, they felt Zhou Wu was unreliable. He was usually just a rich second generation, rarely showing up at the textile factory, always chasing women. Such a large textile factory, did he think it was child's play? Would these shareholders dare to let him be the leader so casually? Lest he lead them all into a pit. Even if his father had absolute say back then, it was because his father could make them money that they obediently complied. Therefore, Zhou Wu, who failed to inherit the leadership position, was furious, to the extreme. Zhou Wu and the young security guard. These old geezers, just wait until I inherit my dad's shares. I'll make sure to get rid of every single one of you. And that bastard dad of mine, if you're going to die, then die openly. What's with disappearing now? Zhou Wu drove all the way back to Alice's apartment. His car was stuck outside the boom barrier at the apartment entrance. Previously, his Mercedes-Benz was registered at Alice's apartment, so when it arrived, the boom barrier would open automatically. But this Maybach was coming to Alice's apartment for the first time, and its license plate hadn't been registered. Therefore, he was stuck outside. Although he had been driving it for a few days, he had spent all those days out chasing girls and hadn't come back. You might ask, wasn't he engaged? Who says being engaged means you can't go out with other women? At this moment, Joe Woo impatiently honked his car horn about 10 times, the incessant honking echoing loudly. But the barrier in front of his car still didn't lift. His mood was already bad, and now after honking so many times, he still couldn't get in. So, he rolled down his window, stuck his head out, and yelled at the luxurious security booth to his left. Are you all dead or something? I've honked so many times, and you still won't open it? Where are you guys? Are you all deaf or something? Although Joe Woo's shout was very uncouth, it was effective. Soon, a young man in his 20s walked out of the security booth. The young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a security uniform. What was extremely impressive was that this young man always had a brilliant smile on his face. As if he had won a $5 million lottery. Hello, sir, I'm very sorry. I heard it, but I couldn't open the gate. I was just in the restroom, the young man explained with a smile. In the past, Joe Woo would have treated such a matter as if nothing happened. After all, everyone has their urgent needs. But now, fueled by anger, he directly launched into a tirade against the young security guard. You were in the restroom? What about the other security guards? They can't all be in the restroom? Every single one of you, taking our owner's money and not serving us properly, just slacking off all day. Do you believe I'll complain about you and have you pack your bags and get out? I'm very sorry, truly sorry. The other security guards all went on patrol with Captain Gao. Right now, I'm the only one here. Joe Woo's eyes were unfriendly. Alright, just open the gate quickly. Stop rambling. The young security guard was scolded like that, but he still maintained his initial smile, as if it were borrowed and he was reluctant to return it. Okay, then please, the car owner just needs to register as a visitor here, and that will be all, the young security guard said. These words, unexpectedly, instantly ignited a volcano. At this moment, Joe Woo's saliva immediately splattered onto the young security guard's face. Are you out of your mind? I am an owner here. This Maybach is my car. Why would I register as a visitor? I'm definitely going to complain about you later. You have no common sense. And didn't I imply that I was an owner in my previous words? The young security guard was scolded. At this moment, a strong security guard in his 30s saw the situation and immediately ran over. It was Security Captain Xiao Gao. After Security Captain Xiao Gao arrived and understood the situation, he immediately apologized to Joe Woo. I'm very sorry, this young man is new and hasn't memorized all the owner's personal information yet. I'm truly sorry, I'll open the gate for you right away. Security Captain Xiao Gao coaxed Joe Woo in as if he were appeasing an ancestor. And after Joe Woo's car entered, he deliberately stopped, stuck his head out the window, and said, If there's a next time, I'll definitely make you get out. Then, the car gradually disappeared around a corner. Alright, I'll continue my patrol. You continue to be responsible for the security booth. Seeing Joe Woo leave, Security Captain Xiao Gao did not blame the young security guard because of this incident. He continued his patrol. After Xiao Gao was also no longer there. Only the young security guard was left here. The young security guard immediately looked up at the sky. The sky was very blue, with layers of white clouds, like a 1,000-layered cloud sea. He flashed a big smile at the sky. Mom, I saw someone discard their smile again. Live stream. Extremely rich young master, what day is it in the 26th round today? Middle-aged uncle, day 4. Extremely rich young master, so, not counting today, there are still 3 days left. I heard from the hero that the previous Xiaobai little white mice, died very quickly. One died on the night of the welcoming party. This round is already on day 4, how come no one has had anything happen yet? Middle-aged uncle, you can't say nothing has happened, just that no one has died. Currently, 3 have been controlled, leaving only Jiang Ran and Zhou Wu outside. As of now, Jiang Ran and Zhou Wu have the highest chance of winning this round, but just now, Zhou Wu had a verbal altercation with a security guard. Something might happen. Extremely rich young master, who is that security guard? Do you know him? Middle-aged uncle, never even seen him. Probably a new perverted criminal. Extremely rich young master looked up the young security guard's information provided by the livestream, and after reading it, he complained in the livestream, why is this young security guard's information as simple and sloppy as Sumi's? It just says, a person who loves to smile? Middle-aged uncle, the simpler, the more dangerous it might be. At this moment, fairy sister at extremely rich young master, why do I see you in the livestream all day long? Are you that idol? Extremely rich young master, the livestream is too good. Everything else can wait. I don't even want to bother with my girlfriend. Little aunt, I was the same when I first started watching the livestream. This livestream is indeed thrilling and captivating. I was hooked for a long time. Zhou Wu parked his car and returned to 404. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by an embrace from his girlfriend, Xinxing. After the hug and kiss, Xinxing saw Zhou Wu looking angry and unhappy, so she asked what had happened. Upon learning that Zhou Wu was angry because the shareholders at the factory disagreed with him taking over his father's position, Xinxing immediately used her girlfriend power to comfort him, which significantly eased Zhou Wu's mood. Zhou Wu was also a second-generation rich kid, having dated many beautiful girlfriends in the past. Why did he ultimately choose Xinxing as his girlfriend and even get engaged? A few simple reasons. First, Xinxing's looks and figure were top-notch. This was a necessity, a condition a girlfriend must meet. Second, Xinxing was very good at providing emotional value. Third, Xinxing was a very smart woman who knew her place. Even if she found Zhou Wu dating other girls outside, she would pretend not to see it. She gave him absolute freedom. Therefore, Zhou Wu chose Xinxing. Perhaps Xinxing was not the first in terms of looks and figure among all the women he had dated. But considering all aspects, she was definitely number 1. She made him very comfortable. Just like now, when he was furious because of those shareholders, Xinxing immediately acted like a thoughtful and sweet person, coming to cool him down.